When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this is an invitation we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? You need something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so, follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my hit was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta Arnold, world champion.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Welcome to Hit for Sixth. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Soniqs. Well, the Soniqs have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6, how many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major?
Majors.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not sunrise on coastline. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French. Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us courtyard.
Is it courtyard?
Yeah, it is!
Courtyard.
That's still. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching. Hit for 6. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major. Welcome to Hit for 6. We've got the Soniqs, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a fully U team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today. How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Soniqs, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the finish strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. Yeah. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Soniqs, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go, Gunnar. Go, top right. Bottom right. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Soniqs, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more. Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus M&M. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing M&M, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Fultz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go Koi Faze. Let's go Koi Faze.
Let's go Faze.
Eminem have pulled off a heist. So let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? Correct. 2 squares and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever on earth around the world you are joining us from. This is none other than the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jasmine, but I'm not the only face around here. I also have my 2 fantastic analysts in the form of Anne, but also X. So let me set the scene a little bit, folks. We have had best of ones thus far in the previous 2 days, but today is where the final countdown kicks in. Let's cast our minds back a little bit, though. Let's have a little bit of a rewind. Anne, how were you feeling about the sheer amount of best of 1 matches we ended up having?
We had a lot of best of ones yesterday, and also quite a few same region matchups. So for some regions, they really had to take an L there and have some teams progress further and some teams, you know, facing elimination today, potentially.
Yeah, how are you feeling about the regional matchups? Because I know we had a brief chat about it yesterday.
We did. I think that some of the regional matchups really delivered. You know, we think back to maybe some of the EU matchups, think back to G2 versus Eminem. Some of the NA ones, they were okay, maybe. We can be quite NA
some bias in there, yeah.
Right now. There's no Jess here to save them. But no, we've seen some good matchups so far. We've got a load more best of ones to get through today.
What are we thinking, though? EU on top, NA on top? What region are we back in?
Well, you've got the EU desk, so it's got to be.
There we go. I want want everybody in the chat to start spamming away as well. Let us know what you think. EU on top or NA? Who wins this fight? But let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket for any of the games that you might have missed so far. If this looks like a little bit of a surprise to you, do not fear. This is our Swiss system, whereby you basically get matched up against opponents with a similar score as yourselves. Now, as we have headed into round number 3, we start to use the Buchholz system, which basically looks at the strengths of your opponents and gives an advantage to the team that face tougher competition overall. The idea of this is that if 2 teams have the same record, but one of those teams played against a stronger opponent, then technically speaking, that team should be considered the better team overall. Now, if by some kind of miracle the score is tied up, then seeding from the Swiss stage will be the deciding factor. Now, taking a look at the matchups, the results that we've had thus far, from my perspective, having M80 playing their elimination matchup in a best of 3 was certainly not expected. We would have expected them to be in the 2-0 side of the bracket, potentially. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people had M80 coming in as potential winners or potential finalists of this tournament, and to now have them at potentially the first shot of elimination for this tournament is a bit of a surprise. I feel like people could see M&M as a bit of a surprise factor down there in the bottom of that bracket too. Maybe expecting some better results, but they do like to make it very difficult for themselves.
What about from your perspective, Fresh? Are there any games in particular you're looking forward to for today's stream?
I'm maybe looking forward to, I've got to say I'm looking forward to the Liquid G2 one. That's one for me that you've always got to look and see when that is, mark your calendar and really set an alarm on your phone to make sure you don't miss that one. I'm looking forward to see Faze play again, honestly. I think Faze have got a really difficult game today. They've done quite well in the first couple of days. Now they're going to go up against VP, who again are doing quite well. So another one for me to keep an eye on.
That VP paradox that, Fresh was talking about time and time again yesterday, I'm curious to see whether or not that streak of theirs continues and they have a successful run. But we've got 6 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s. It's going to be a little bit of a longer day. How do you think our teams are going to adapt to the best of 3s now? Because obviously they've been playing non-stop best of 1s.
Yeah, there are some teams that will be there that prefer best of 3 so much over best of 1s. It's about a stamina game. It's so much different how you take on a best of 1 versus a best of 3. There's certain maps that you preferably not play during best of 1s that really favor either the defense or the attacker side. And, well, I think best of 3 really shows which of the team is the strongest, so I'm really happy that elimination games are best of 3s.
How are you feeling about best of 3s? Do you reckon any teams might struggle with it in particular?
I'm not sure about struggle. I think that a team like M80 is potentially going to do quite well in a best of 3 because they've got that potential to flex a little bit of a bigger map pool. You look at the couple of the other teams that are in that sort of bracket. You're looking at your Falcons, you're looking at your Reven. I was speaking to Valentino last night and he was saying, you know what, we're actually quite looking forward to getting into the best of 3s. We feel like we might perform a little bit better there. So teams do generally prefer that best of 3 and it's nice that they have that opportunity before facing that potential elimination.
Well, let's have a brief chat about our upcoming matchup. It's going to be the 1-1 record. We've got Scarz taking on Dplus. The teams are getting ready and set up behind us. Any hopes and expectations for this? Not giving away too much just yet. We'll have a bit of a deeper dive, but...
There's a bit of sadness in there. Technically we can't call them both APAC teams because we don't really handle them as one region anymore, but still 2 teams from the same, should we say the same part of the earth? Kinda, almost. For people that have watched these teams from similar regions, it's a bit of a shame that one of them will drop down further, but one of them will potentially also progress further.
What, do you feel like there's any team in particular that might look a little bit stronger than the other?
I'm expecting quite a close game here, I'll be honest with you. I don't think that we're going to see a real stomp or a real rollover the way that we have in some of the other games that these 2 teams have played in. I'm expecting this to be quite competitive. I think it'll be quite close. They've played each other a good number of times as well outside of this competition, so they're going to be used to one another's play style.
Well, we have the Japan League taking on the South Korean League after this break. We'll be back soon. It is Scarz versus Dplus here today for our very first best of one of the day. Scarz having previously won versus Reven. How did you feel like Reven was as an opponent for them?
I mean, they were really aggressive against a team like Scarz, and I feel like some teams tend to struggle against that kind of aggression coming out from Reven, whereas Scarz were actually, you know, adapting to these kind of funky plays coming out from Reven pretty quickly. They were able to adapt that faster. They seemed a little bit scared in their first game, but obviously if you compare those last two games that Scarz had, their first opponent being W7M, and their second opponent being Reven, is a completely different game. So it's good to see for them that those, you know, nerves of getting into these international tournaments are slowly fading away.
The thing that I liked the best about Scarz yesterday is they almost out-Revened Reven. In the final couple of rounds, that cafe, they were flying out of windows, they were playing this aggressive play style, and they were really countering that fire with fire. Reven is a team that is going to play almost that ranked play style against you, where they're going to be running out of every single window possible. And Scarz got into that, they got involved, and they did it better. That was the key difference. I felt like they really played into their opponent quite nicely yesterday, focusing on that game at hand.
Now, while Scarz have an incredibly optimistic, happy, pretty impressive results backing them all the way. On the side of Dplus, though, they arguably have some of the most international experience amongst the region. So how do we fall on the line of having really good results within your region versus having the most international experience? Which one do you value more?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel, you know, your domestic opponents, you'll know them very well, but internationally is where you get, you know, the big tournaments and the big stuff. So
I mean, we've seen Dplus internationally quite a few times, but we've never seen them set the world on fire. We've never seen them really go all the way and be that sort of powerhouse that I think a lot of people hope for. So with that said, I think balancing those two things out in this instance for this game in particular, because it's an inter-regional competition, because they're both from the same part of the world. They've played each other before, they've played each other in Japan League, they've played each other in all these sort of things, so we know that we're going to see something that, you know, is kind of familiar. We're going to see it being a little bit coy, I think.
yeah, I mean, they actually played each other most recently during the Japan Invitational, where Dplus beat Scarz twice, also in a 2-0 fashion, so that was really impressive coming out from Dplus side. Yeah, as you mentioned, Scarz do have this international, or sorry, domestical, but then against other teams from the same part of the world experience, but Dplus had the upper hand on them last time.
Now, two superstars on either side of these two teams I want to have a bit of a deeper dive into is Rek and Woogieman. What can you tell me about these two?
Well, I mean, you say that they're two superstars, they're maybe the only two superstars on either team, because they're the only two players currently that are positively rated. They're the only two players that are currently positive in kills, and they're the only two current players that are positively rated. So that tells you a lot of what you need to know about this team. They're really crutching onto these two players, and if Rek doesn't show up, if Woogieman doesn't show up, you're going to be in for a bit of a problem because you've not yet showed us that you can fill that gap with other players stepping up.
Yeah, and Woogieman, you mentioned he is the one positive rated player on this team. He's not just the one positive rated player, he's also the third best rated player of the tournament so far. He has a 90% cost, or had a 90% cost in that last game, going 15-3, so the team's really relying on him to step up today.
Now, what can you tell me about the play style of Dplus? Any particular weaknesses you've noticed on that front?
Yeah, the biggest weakness for me for Dplus at the moment is this post plant. It's something that they are consistently trying to do. They're trying to get that diffuser down. They're really trying to force that on the attack and play the objective, which is great. We love that. We love it when teams get the diffuser down and play the objective. What we don't particularly love is we don't love when they lose that post plant. And Dplus have lost 3 out of the 5 times that they have planted that diffuser, which is pretty unforgivable, to be honest. You can't be putting the diffuser down and losing the post plant. There's almost no point. You may as well go for kills at that stage.
I feel like as soon as they fix that issue of losing these post plants, I feel like it has a really good prospect for them, because Dplus in general do pretty good on attack. The only 2 rounds that they won against Soniqs were attacking rounds. And yesterday on Villa, they were able to snack away 4 attacking rounds, which is more than the average on Villa, we would say.
Well, on the topic of maps, let's go ahead and see how this best of one ended up unfolding before our very eyes. What are we thinking of that cafe?
Well, we're going back to cafe. We're going to a map that Scarz played yesterday, and they played it quite well against Reven. They were able to get the win over on there. We think about cafe as quite a difficult map to sort of approach in these sort of games where it's best of one. You're going to have that, you know, unfavored side, air quotes, of the attack, and we've already spoken about some of the difficulties that these teams have both faced.
Yeah, I mean, a quick summary of that, if we look at the previous matchup that they did play, Dplus spent all the 3 maps that they played in their most recent matchup against each other, being Chalet, Oregon, and Bank. Scarz decided to ban a few more high preference maps on the side of Dplus. But for Dplus as well, they have this information that, you know, Scarz had on them previously going away for Scarz. But Dplus themselves, they have so much information on how Scarz played that Cafe game yesterday for them. I feel like it's a very good thing for them.
Now, I feel like you mentioned the Dplus side of things, not having necessarily the best of post plants. How do we counter that on the Scarz front? Do you think they are able to hold their own against them?
I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to plant on Cafe. Cafe is a map where we do see the diffuser going down quite often. There's loads of nice little execution you can do, whether you're talking top floor and you go for something that we saw Eminem showcase yesterday, just a plant underneath the skylight and try and hold it from above. Bakery, you can start thinking about getting the plant down. You're laughing because it didn't work very well. But it can work, Anne. It can work, I promise you. But yeah, there's loads of opportunities to get it down. Equally, there's tons of opportunities to retake. The top floor is really important to keep hold of. And if Scarz just say, yeah, you know what, if you want to plant the diffuser, we'll let you. We're happy to hold back. We're happy to play that retake game.
Well, I'm super excited to dive into our first best of 1 of the day. And I'm also super excited to finally be on a broadcast with Des and Ace.
It's a good thing you added the and ace part there, Jasmine. Thank you very much for that one. Welcome, guys, to the first game of the day. Tim, it feels like a long time since we've been sat on air together. It's been about 4 or 5 days. We've been watching at home, and now we're ready for what's going to be a screamer of a game.
I think we're just coming in.
Every game's a screamer.
We're just coming in at a really good point now. You get to the midpoint of the Swiss. We've got teams that can go home today. We've got teams that can qualify today. We just come in when it's all happening, and I'm excited about it.
We're doing none of the best of 3, so we don't get to see an elimination match. We get to watch at home with you guys with the popcorn.
We do a qualification, though.
We do a qualification. That comes up a little bit later on, games 1, 3, and 5 today. But this first one, look, you were the OG shill for this team. For Dplus Kia, Tim was the boy. He wanted all the merch. He was getting them to, like, tattoo names on him and all sorts. You were really in for it. Do you think they can do it against Scarz? They seem to kind of found a little bit of a Achilles heel against, should we say?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that I got on board so much with, you know, with Dplus Kia at the time was they were just enjoyable. It was just exciting siege to watch. You know, they'd go in, they'd surprise people. We had upsets in the old APAC North region, and it was just a lot of fun. And I think that's something that they keep in their game, and I always... Yeah, there's a feeling for me with Dplus Kia, no matter what the form has been like, and it's hard to put into words, but I just feel like they can always win. I always feel like it's on the table for them coming into a game, and it certainly is today. Scarz, yeah, again, they've got a very good chance. 2 teams that know each other very, very well. I'm expecting a really close matchup between these 2.
It's a really strange timeline when we're saying that Dplus Kia aren't the underdog, and actually it's their opponents coming in that are the underdogs in the form of Scarz. Names that many won't recognise on the international stage, but the Des touched on it. Woogie, Rek, they have been the 2 big players in this game, the only ones to have gone positive for both teams so far. So they're the ones to watch out for. But what really impresses me the most about these 2 teams, and I say impresses, it's more of like an impressive fact, both teams have the same attack-defense record. 6 attack wins, 3 defense wins. And those are across maps that many will consider quite defender-sided. Oregon, Villa, and Cafe being those 3 maps. So here coming in towards Cafe, shock horror, it's what many again will consider a very boxy map, very, very attacker-leaning. I look back to the days of APAC North, you know, and we'd see these teams playing in it. Cafe was almost impossible, not just in APAC North, but really around the world for some teams to attack into. Now, the meta has moved on a little bit, but I think it can be really exciting to see how things shape up going in towards this game, because it's going to be, Tim, the battle of the defenses. Whoever comes out stronger in defense, in my opinion, will win this game.
It's kind of the beauty as well, Des, of the change in the regions that we've seen. So obviously, as we've said, you know, APAC is no longer a thing. We're looking at regions individually now, which is very, very important, because, you know, when we talk about, say, for example, the way that maps are played, you know, when all the teams were playing against each other regularly, then yes, they would be playing similar metas, similar strategies. Now what we'll start to see over time, and maybe even here today, is, you know, you'll have it more sort of regionalised. So you'll have the Korean way of playing Cafe. You'll have the Japanese way of playing Cafe. And then you start to get those regional styles broken down even further and coming together at international events like this. So it's fantastic to see, and I'm really looking forward to this matchup. We're going to get into things. Now, there is a bit of an advantage. I think you've mentioned already the attacking prowess of both of these sides. Scarz come in on the attack. This game could be won or lost on the defence. A team that comes out and has a solid defensive half is really going to put the pressure onto the other side. So Dplus Kia, they've got the first opportunity there. We can see they've got a presence throughout the map. They're going to be down in Kitchen to begin with, so it's going to have to be a full map clearance for Scarz.
It is. They've gone for the extension out towards VIP, so on and so forth, but I think with a lot of these teams, you know, Japanese, Korean teams, you're expecting to see a little bit of madness, especially from the Japanese teams. I look back to 2 or 3 years ago when we had like fathers back playing at DreamHack Valencia, and they were that team that would just be at every window and doorway. They'd bring some wacky comps, and they beat a few big name teams at the time just by playing absolute madness, and it is very much the Japanese style. Glass is a very popular operator. You're seeing it come through here again very early into the round as well. 45 seconds in, they've blitzed their way forward, and Soldier's been shut down, side-swiped out there by another member of Scarz. So 1 for 1 so far. You're feeling a little bit beat up because you've lost your hard breacher potentially, but that Glass is still on side, and they still have 2 smoke bolts available in Wishoi's back pocket.
Harper's just going to be holding that long angle. Harper, of course, previously of Sandbox Gaming, comes across to Dplus Kia along with Soldier, who moved across from Talon. So that is the roster changes that we have seen recently for them. We're going to have Tayu just moving in there, but it's Rek who's going to pick up the kill. He's going to pick up another one, Des. Takes down the Woogie Man inside a Kitchen. And that's going to leave us now in a 3 versus 2 as Yas. He manages to find Washoi, and that at least does some work for Dplus Kia to keep themselves in. Courted could be in a crucial position here, but I think that Scarz are aware of his location, Des.
They must have the idea because they heard him impact out the 2 air jabs that were on that doorway inside a small bake earlier on. Now going in for the plant, though, and Tayo's going to be able to finish this one off. They had a good little side swipe there from Pion as well, holding off towards the right-hand side. It's down to Yas, arguably the player that you'd want in this situation. Already found 2 for himself in the round, but it's a lot to do when you can see that Scarz are just holding here pretty patiently and waiting for him to step forwards.
He knows where one is after the flash is thrown, but it is going to burn 5 seconds of his time as he waits for his screen to clear. Yas moving in, knows that there's one behind the bomb chassis. Can he go in and get this first kill? The cover is there from Bakery, though it's not going to be easy, and he knows that that is the case. Just trying to wiggle around, see if he can find any angle whatsoever. I really love that use of utility there from Tayu. It's been absolutely fantastic. Yas, it's done and dusted. He might get himself a kill, but he's going to get no more than that. Tayu pops up for the trade at the same time. A lot of energy coming out of Scarz, but I just want to touch back, Des, on that utility use from Tayu. Absolutely beautiful. Had 3 flashes in pocket, gets the diffuser down, doesn't spam them all at once, has the presence of mind to think, right, I'm putting 7 to 10 seconds in between each of these flashes, and I'm going to make it continually difficult for Yas to do anything in this 1v2.
Absolutely that, and I think really Yas a little bit starved out there. I really thought we'd see him commit a little bit more strongly to a direction, because ultimately there he let that clock just burn away down to about 30 seconds and was forced into a less than favourable fight that you saw him get caught in the crossfire. You know, for a player of his caliber, think about events before when Yas has quite literally run over teams solo and dominated games with the teams that he's been on. I'm always expecting to see him do well. Hasn't really popped off this tournament the way that we know that he can, but maybe we start to see it a little bit here today. 3 kills in that first round, but ultimately Scarz the one who come ahead as a team.
Going to be heading then up to the top floor for Dplus Kia this time. Going to decide that Kitchen was a no-go. I don't think that they were too close, really. There was a couple of kills in the mid-round that sort of kept Dplus Kia in it. But I've got to give credit to Scarz. I think they were all over that. We expected the attacking sides to do well coming into this. Cafe, for one, lends itself towards attacking a little bit. But also the fact that they've done so well previously. And as I said, a good defensive half will probably be enough to win this for either of these teams. It's not started off the way that Dplus Kia might have liked. Yas, he's going to try to start this round off a little better on the Solus downstairs, trying to chase those drones, trying to pick up those early entries, but I think Fishlike knows exactly what is going on.
It's not just him by himself. He's got a player behind him as well, looking to play quite hot for trades here, and it's Rek as well. What a wrecking force to have marching on through the map, but you're still going to be able to capitalise on this and find yourself a freebie. There's no one hanging out towards Red, but there is one just off to his right, inside of Wheel. And I think Yas knows about this as well. He's heard the footsteps, he knows what's coming, and he's the player, as I've said, that you want in these entry engagements.
Fishlight just peeking around this corner. Drone goes in. It's as easy as that. What a demonstration of how to work together as a team to get those entry kills. Fishlight showing great presence of mind to go in there and get that opener.
Beautiful.
Gets a double as well, taking down Harper and Woogieman, and Scarz are well on top of round 2.
It's the bait play off the back of the drones as well. Drones are going in, and within a second, there's someone straight on top of them looking to capitalize on a kill. And was sure just find Soldier for free, who had no idea what was going on. The only way I could summarize this round is a little bit of blindness coming out from Dplus Kia. They've walked into positions there. I mean, Yas, slightly unfortunate. Assumed that he'd be sprayed out from the window, so he turns to his left. At the same time, someone swings from the mining entrance. Just small things there working against them. But honestly, the drone play into the fragging plays coming out from Scarz, beautiful stuff. There's the kind of fundamentals that, you know, being blunt, we've seen missing from teams like Scarz historically. It's been a little bit chaotic, a little bit frantic at points, but here, you're seeing the bare basics of Siege executed to perfection.
I think when we saw Scarz yesterday against Reven, it was a little bit of a pendulum for them. You know, you'd have a couple of rounds where they looked electric, and then you'd have a couple of rounds where they just didn't really show up, and Reven were able to take advantage. So for me, Scarz come in with a very good first 2 rounds, really on top of things like the entry play that we saw there, absolutely beautiful. You know, more of that is going to get them this one done. But what we need to see from Scarz now, what you need to watch out for at home, of course, is that consistency. Do they keep doing this round to round? They've got themselves 2. For me, the next 2 rounds, round 3 and round 4, are going to be particularly important for Scarz. If they can win at least one of them, so they sit 3-1 after 4, then absolutely brilliant start for them.
Here we are.
And if it's 2-2, we start questioning that consistency.
I love how they've just really doubled down on everything here as well. It's the Glads on the Capital again, but this time we've got the Blitz with 2 smokes in back pocket as well.
Why not?
Just a real hard commit, because ultimately, if Dplus are struggling to deal with that style of play, why change away? Just keep on coming at them thick and fast, you know, thick being the smoke, fast being the blitz here, and just keep on blitzing your way through. Pun not intended. Here we go with a potential VIP push coming in as well. One player a little bit isolated, as Rex almost found one for himself too, and look at that! We don't care about your smokes or your shotguns! We're charging on through with a shield and getting a freebie! Wreck into a second, and yet again, Dplus have been absolutely blitzed off it, but Soldier finally steps up, the ex-Talon frontman coming up in the back line.
Yeah, Dplus have actually stood up to this initial rush pretty well. Not maybe immediately, they lost those couple of players as they went in. You know, the blitz opening up, Tayu managing to get the entry kill, but Dplus Kia were not rocked by it. They've managed to hold the line and get themselves a man advantage, which is cut back as Washai manages to get himself one and level things out at 2 versus 2. Des, look at the clock with 2 versus 2, 1 minute and 10 into the round. Scarz have got an absolute lifetime here to be able to drone out this site, to see what's going on, and to get the read. There you go, exactly what they are doing. Playing this well now, Scarz.
It's very true, and there's not really much utility on the side of the attackers here. You know, they're staring down, no smokes with the glass on side, not super ideal. The Ash, no claymores on side to help with the flanks, it's just those breaching charges. If they really wanted to commit super heavy to trying to do this, air quotes, by the book, they might try and make some vertical control here and see what they can force. But I think trying to look for the 2v1s, isolating little individual players, probably is the good shout here. Now, with Shoy, not 100% sure where his drones are. I know the icons on his player card say they're not out, but top right of the screen they are. So they have been scattered out. They've got this little bit of information. You've seen yellow pings flying back and forth between both teams. Pion here looking to cause a little bit of a surprise, and Washoy has found another. That's 2 1v1s that he's managed to isolate, and suddenly we've gone from a 3v2 to a 1 versus 2.
Defending continues to be the problem, at least for Dplus Kia then, as they have squandered a 3 versus 2 advantage in terms of man count, and now allowed Scarz into a position to put that diffuser down again. It happened last time around in Kitchen.
He got him!
Beautiful nitro from Soldier, and then follows it up with a final kill onto Pion, and that is exactly what Dplus needed at that point in time. Dplus Kia coming in there, important round. As I said, there's round 3, round 4, both key to see and measure Scarz's consistency. If Dplus Kia can get round 4, all of a sudden, it's game on.
so mad. When we came down to that 2 versus 2, I was thinking, oh, no real utility here for Scarz, nothing to work with. There's a C4 in the back pocket of Soldier they can make good use of. But when it came to a 1 versus 2, I'm really surprised he was given the breathing room to make use of that C4. And maybe not the best call coming out from Pion as well to push in the 1 versus 1 to get locked into a vault animation. You're just inviting a freebie there to come across from Soldier. You know, big clutch up from Dplus there. I think they'll be ecstatic at the single fact they've got a single defensive round in that first quarter of the match, and Scarz kicking themselves that it's not currently 3-0.
On we go, round 4, reading room. Dplus Kia really need to, for me, lock this one down. It gives them an opportunity, gets them back into the game, and it also starts to raise those consistency issues, not just for us, but probably in the minds of Scarz as well, knowing that they've been a little bit up and down so far. They're going to want to be, you know, getting on top of opponents more, keeping themselves in that position of advantage. So we're going to have a top floor hold coming out from Dplus Kia to begin with. Looks like there's going to be a presence out in Piano, so that is a full commit really. Sometimes we'll see teams just holding on to sort of the area around Cocktail where Woogieman is now, trying to hold on to that, hold on to Lumber, top white stairs. You sort of give up Piano, and I don't think they'll hold on to it too hard. They don't need to. With this setup that they've gone for, I actually really like this. Woogieman plays the mirror window. He's got the walls opened up. He can challenge all the way across to Piano. They do need to be cautious of those east windows though.
Just a quick note as well. We came into this game obviously talking about Woogie. He's currently 0-3, you know, yes. Not doing so great previously, now up at 4-3. Soldier, who was, I believe, bottom of the team as well. You know, after changing from being on Talon Esports, being a Zofia player, mainly playing that flex role, has been moved into a very supportive one here for Dplus, really shining in this game, obviously off the back of that clutch in the previous round, but just goes to show how typical Siege can be sometimes, that it goes up and down and up and down. One thing going down, though, Coated. Rek is on a killing spree once again. 2 in the round, up to 5-2 in the game. He has not fallen off. Where Woogie's got a little bit quieter, Rek carries on.
Yeah, Rek like a freight train through Cafe.
I thought you were going to say a wrecking ball.
No, not yet. We'll save that for later. I'm sure there'll be opportunity. Fishlak is going to take down Woogieman, so his wars continue at the minute, and that leaves a 5 versus 2 for Scarz. They've absolutely run over this mid-floor site. There's Fishlak. He moves up the stairs, cut down by Soldier, who gets himself another, and the fight back is on for Dplus Kia.
Something about worse got in the game. The man's just slayed him, and again it's a 5 versus 2, brought down to only a 3 versus 2. Scarz will be kicking themselves if they lose this round. There is no way with 90 seconds on the clock that you should be losing a 5 versus 2. You've got time to get back on the drones, time to figure things out. If this ends up in 2-2, Scarz are going to have to take a timeout, because it would have been 2 very winnable situations they'll have given away to Dplus.
So he's just getting on the drones. He sees the man, knows exactly where the pulse of Soldier is playing. Going to be heading in. They've can't get that wall breached, as you can see right-hand side of your screen, just inside the player card. We've got the gadget just glitching out because of the jammer that it's been caught up in. Tahu is going to have a little challenge coming out of Laundry there, but it's Pion who manages to move in and gets the first onto Yas. It's all up to Soldier. Cut down this time. There will be no clutch for Dplus Kia, and that is going to be round 4 taken by Scarz, leaving them 3-1 up, and that is certainly a good start to proceedings here on Cafe.
That was exactly what we wanted to see there as well. Just stop and breathe. They were in a position from a 5v2 down to a 3 versus 2, and we're just like, right, boys, put the brakes on, get on the drones, find out where these 2 players are, and they knew exactly where they were. Fallen Bookcase and playing the rotate in between Laundry and in towards sites itself. It was, you know, clinical. They knew what they had to do, push down and control Red, looked to put pressure on the player inside of Laundry, forced them in towards site, and then had a couple of players looking to swing here at the same time. You know, Soldier was in a really good spot here. I think he could have isolated out 2 separate 1v1s there, and he did kind of get it, but Wishoy equally is not slowing down this game. He's sat at 6-3 so far.
Couple of big performers coming out on either side at the minute. Soldier deserves a mention as well on the side of Dplus Kia, 8-3, but it just hasn't been enough yet for the Korean side to be able to really convert it into rounds on the board, which is what's going to matter. 3-1 we stand now in favour of Scarz, and they are just going to look to continue rolling. They need to take advantage of this attacking opportunity on Cafe. I think they will be seriously eyeing up a potential 5-1 here. Going back up to top floor, it's going to be Cocktail and Bar, which we saw back in round 2. Scarz won it, and they're going to be looking for a 4-1.
Alrighty, onwards we march. A bit more of a normal comp coming out on the attacking side as well for the side of Scarz after that timeout. We've seen the madness of with the Brava previously, we had the Glass, the Capitao, the Blitz, we've seen all kinds of crazy stuff, whereas here on the top floor, things are looking a little bit more normal, should we say. On the defensive side, we're seeing Yas once again moving over towards playing on that Solus as well. We've seen that a few times throughout the half. I think what we're seeing with Solus, we saw this back at SI as well, just so ludicrously oppressive. You know, teams making use of that, bullying other teams when it came around to, you know, best of 3 series. And look back at Dart Zero versus Secret, probably still is the most oppressive use of Solus I think I've ever seen. Consistently, 6 drones dead inside about 60 seconds. Secret just, you know, constantly in full recall, trying to figure out a way back into those rounds. And although it turned out to be a really close series for me, Solus was the defining factor between those two teams.
I quite like the setup around barback storage and freezer that Dplus Kia have gone for here. Sort of, it feels like they're trying to take away the value of gaining control of piano almost. They've actually double reinforced between washroom and barback storage. So if you manage to get yourself into piano, get control of white corridor and into washroom, you don't have that easy access through into barback storage anymore. Instead, they've opened a rotate from piano directly into barback storage, which does give that access, but it's easier to manage because you can manage it from deep inside of Cocktail through the soft wall where we saw the mirror window placed previously. They haven't gone for the mirror this time, but I like the idea from Dplus Kia. We'll see if Scarz do get in and take control of piano, how much value is there in it?
Yeah, and Yas, rather than being the kind of early round drone hunter here, actually he's opted to play more out on the roam himself, and I believe also making use of the gadget to kind of work his way slowly back up towards site. Here you can see them from below as well, and who's sat on drone, who's doing what. A lot of yellow pings are coming out when he was sat under the full cams as well, and here comes a run out as well. Here he goes, straight out the door and finds Bashoy by himself and straight back into safety. Great little play coming out from Yas.
You feel like that's the sort of play at the minute that Dplus Kia are going to need.
Oh, yeah.
They just need to surprise Scarz a little bit, force them to continue. We saw Scarz playing the entry game very well. We saw them chasing down the Solus of Yas previously, and that's just a message to say you're not going to get away with curbing that. You have to keep doing it. You have to, round after round after round, pay that due diligence and make sure you're finding that roamers, because otherwise we're going to hurt you.
I do find it a little bit wild, really, because Scarz are playing this round so much slower. And like we said in the first 4, it's the fast pace that's really rewarded the side of Scarz when Dplus have had no time to react or respond. That's where they found success. Nade from below, I think, might just catch Soldier.
Beautiful.
Yes, it does.
Second one.
Freebie coming out, but now Cota's gone down as well. 2 kills coming back in for Scarz, and suddenly Dplus are on the back foot once again until Yas strikes. Finds 2 kills from top red. Not punished, making a 3rd. That's the Yas we're used to seeing. Goes for the ace as well. Will not find it. Rex still keeping Scarz in this with 30 seconds to go.
Yas is going to be kicking himself after that, but 4
he saw his name in lights. He knew it.
He knew he grabbed at that one, but just couldn't quite find him. We'll let him off though. 4 fantastic kills for Yas to really turn the fortunes around a little bit for Dplus Kia here. But can Rex do it? No! Harper's going to cut him down as he comes around the corner, and that was a performance I'd like to say from Dplus Kia, but let's be honest, it was really from Yas, and it was a lack of attention to that roam game. I picked up on it, Des. I said as Rek was coming in at the bottom floor, Yas had just sent them a message that and it was at this point that he sent it, you cannot stop looking for me. You cannot ignore me as a roamer. You've done it well previously, but you need to show that consistency, and that was a problem for Scarz.
I wish he picked up the ace there, because it's just, again, slap that into a YouTube reel and away you go. That's the kind of stuff that we expect from Yas as well. I've spoken about him a few times, you know, seeing how he's played previously. I forget which NA team he was against, but he was against a team playing on bank, and the number of times that he'd flank up blue behind them when they were trying to push in towards staff and open area and just kill 3 players was absolutely ludicrous. And for the longest time, we also said, Yas probably, I think it was him and 11 for about a year or two, were the 2 players that we looked at and said, these are star players from this region. When they get going, when they're well supported, you will struggle to stop them. And I think there you've seen a little taste of that. The problem is making it consistent, and that is what we're still looking for from Dplus. But either way, they've got 2 rounds, Tim. 2 rounds that arguably Scarz will be looking at and saying, we should have won those. You get this a lot when you speak to teams after they've played a game and go, oh, you know, how did that game go? And you're like, oh, well, obviously we lost, but really there were 4 rounds that we should have won there, so is what it is. Yas shouldn't be getting a 4K. He shouldn't be getting the flank like that. He shouldn't have such a free run out without punishment coming in. At the previous round where they won with the 1 versus 2 with Soldier, again, should have probably won that one out as well, if not for a little bit of off positioning. So really, at the minute, they could be 5-0 up. They've only got themselves to blame for it. Dplus have done well to take the opportunities put before them.
They have, you know, coming into this, I said that a good defensive half could win the game for one of these teams. If Dplus Kia come away with a 3-3, I'd say that sort of puts them into that position. They're then going to move on to the attack, which is the side that they've been better on statistically so far, not just today, but throughout the tournament. So Dplus Kia, we expect maybe to come out with a 4-2 attacking half. Scarz are going to be on the back foot if Dplus Kia get this round. So it's a very important one here in round 6. It's going to be Kitchen again. 50-50 win rate so far. Seen it played twice. Each team has won 1 round. So this is absolutely anybody's. But what I will say is Dplus Kia would benefit massively from Coated, Woogieman, Harper just stepping up that little bit. That could be the difference maker.
I mean, the fact that you're looking at, what, 1 and 8?
You can't have 16 kills across 2 players.
I mean, at this point now, it's what, 2 and 14 across 3 of your players? It's not the dream start you're looking for. That's again, though, where it's come down to big plays out of Yas and Soldier. Like we said, it has all been on those 2 players' back so far. Now, obviously, there's other contributions that are coming towards that. Greg was looking for a bit of a backside down red once again, though, and here we go. Finally, Fishlock playing in behind the shield, and they get control of Bakery. That's what they've been looking for. Now they're going to open up sight like a sardine tin and start marching their way forwards. 2 players working their way down red. It's a good little split coming out from Scarz, but the focal point is going to be Pion on this Monty, looking to make a plant with that shield on his back.
Yeah, very difficult round for Dplus Kia coming in here for the final.
Who's on the flank? Is that Yas upstairs?
Tayu is opening things up. If he gets away with another big flank, it is going to be a problem. Yes, it is Yas on the Legion. Woogieman manages to find 1. Nice headshot onto Rek. They are aware of Yas's position. No, he's going to cut another one down, Des. And that levels things out 3-3. Now they know that Yas may come from red stairs. Dplus Kia, you feel like maybe just need to play this a little bit more carefully now, but there's going to be an opportunity for this diffuser to go down any second.
The Hunters have become the hunted here as well. Penned inside of sight. They step around, but Yas again is there. Gets another kill. Finally traded out. We're into a 2v2. Wishoy wins out of the 1. Can he win the next? Not quite. But now there's a Monty online in a 2 versus 1. This round should be all but done outside of a massive screw up from Scarz.
It certainly should be. The Monty not making things easy. Wishoy not going to get in there and get too aggressive. I like this. Just let Pion deal with the smoke inside of the site. Let him waste this time. Don't throw your life away because you could be an essential backup. We can see there. He's going to head outside. No, Woogieman decides to come back. He's turning left, right. He doesn't really know which way to go. Wishoy's going to show him as he's going to take him out. And that's the 4-2 half that Scarz wanted and I think needed here. Dplus Kia, they were close to doing what they needed to on defence, but I think they'll still be confident coming into this second half that they can pull it back.
I mean, again, Tim, truthfully, Scarz will be kicking themselves that this isn't a 5-1, if not a 6-0. I feel in all rounds have been very dominant. Dplus have done well to win out a couple of, well, 1 clutch scenario and 1 massive multi-kill flank. And you almost saw it coming out there again when Yas got 2 kills coming on the flank. I was like, man, he cannot keep getting away with this. He's been doing it for so many events in a row, but teams still struggle to deal with him, even when they've got drones on the flank. They're watching out what's going on. I'm pretty sure they had none then, it's worth mentioning. Now, the change here you're going to see straight away is on the attacking side. Dplus, Woogieman, straight onto that Nomad. A pick that these boys play pretty much all the time, just in a bid to try and calm down what will turn out to be a very aggressive Japanese side.
Let's get into this second half.
This is a real, like, old-school APAC North classic. I absolutely love it. It reminds me so much when we used to cast the region last year.
Yeah, it really is. We'll see how this half pans out. Dplus Kia, they need this first round on attack. I'm going to put it as simply as that. If Scarz can manage to get themselves a defence, as I said, the game could be won on that side of the table. It is really going to give them the momentum that they need to push forward, I think. So, really important that Dplus Kia pick this up.
I love the lineup we've got out of Scarz as well. This is an old school classic as well. I thought we'd see it back in the first half from Dplus, but they didn't bring along the Aruni. You have the Castle, the Wamai, the Jaeger, and the Aruni all together. Those 4 operators can be so oppressive towards attacking sides. And it's almost like Dplus have read into that. Coated being on the Zofia, lots of range utility to burn through here, going through the concussions and through the impacts. Their whole goal really here is to try and shut out Dplus from getting control of Piano for as long as they can. They're going to have to commit a lot to it, and without something like a sledge on side, getting rid rid of the castle barricades. You have to get up nice and close for them. You have to chuck a nade at them, for example, beat on them for a good few seconds, which invites a jump out. It can just be a real headache to try and deal with here. So again, loving the setup coming out from Scarz.
One thing to keep an eye on for yourselves at home as well. I'm going to refer back to something that it was XR Troika actually mentioned during our pre-game desk, and that is Dplus Kia's ability to hold on to plants when they get them down. Planted 5 times so far, only won 2 of the rounds. So if they start getting that diffuser down, that's something for you to keep your eye on. It could be a very decisive fact here on Cafe. Can they hold on to the post plants or not? But before we get to that stage, they've got to get themselves inside the building. This is a little bit slow so far, Des.
I mean, being dead honest with you, Tim, Scarz are not the kind of team that are going to let you, 1, get away with a plan, and 2, not all be dead before you even see the site. They want to go for that aggression. They want to fight you all the way through. Coated finding the first one at range, though, on towards Pixel with Shoy. I think he's burnt out half the round there, not going to feel too beat up by himself. Still tons of throwing utility in the back pockets of Dplus here as well. You know, looking down at all the flashes are on side, the frags are in the back pocket, the smokes are there for Woogie. They've got loads to still burn through, and I'm just concerned that with that still needing to be used against some of the gadgetry coming out from Scarz, they might just find themselves completely running out of time here. Soldier almost trying to look fine 1 through the window 2. And I think it was Yas who hit the deck behind the stage and took a couple more bullets, but the reduction through the soft surface didn't see him finished off. Here's Rek though onto Woogie, and like I said, if you don't get on them nice and quick here, Scarz are going to want to try and play into you. They'll be the ones going aggressive, and they are fighting Dplus literally on the entry into the building.
Yep, Scarz looking pretty good for this one. 40 seconds left to go. Still players on rappel, still players up on the roof for Dplus Kia. Not going to be in a position for a plant, and Scarz are certainly not going to give them any opportunities for kills that they don't have to. Coated almost managing to pick one up across the top floor there. I'm not sure if he's aware that there's one just in front of the stage, though. Rek is just holding his position. As soon as he hears that rappel, it's going to be danger. Going to have to just try and push in here. Managed to get one, but it's immediately traded back by Rek. He gets shut down, though, now. Down, but not out. And the time is going to factor. 8 seconds left to go. Dplus Kia have no option but to try and find these kills. Des unlikely to be able to get that diffuser down. Coated with 1. It's effectively a 1v2. Tayo manages to hold on, and that's going to be a great first defense for Scarz.
That's what I mean, like 15 seconds left and you've still got a player in Piano and in Cigar. Dplus will be looking at that and be saying, boys, what was going on? We had all the flashes, we had all the frags in back pocket, we had Sophia's utility still on side. Sure, they cleared out some of the castle barricades without using them, but this is why teams will burn through them relatively early on. They want to get control, they want to move in and start making things happen. Look again here, look, 15 seconds on the clock, and they're only just starting to make their move. If you're doing this at 30 seconds left, maybe you get away with it and you win the 1 versus 1 inside a cocktail, because Rek was on his backside there. Tayo was literally the only player left standing. So again, just being caught up in the sauce a little bit there, I feel, on the side of Dplus. They'll be kicking themselves there. Scarz delighted though with how that defense went.
Going to be round 8. Scarz, as you say, delighted at this point and in a commanding position here. Dplus Kia, honestly, Des, just looking a little bit muted overall. They just don't seem to be. It's kind of weird. They're getting kills within rounds. They got 3 kills in that one and a down, but they're just never quite getting enough. They're only ever getting sort of 70% of what they need, and that's where I say it's a little bit muted. It's kind of like they're sort of screaming into a pillow. You know, the volume's there to begin with, but it's just not all quite getting through.
Rek has just been an absolute monster. Here he is again, trying to make magic happen. Again, this is their playstyle, though. It's this constant aggression, double jump outs coming in from Rek and Shoy. The two of them together have been a lightning rod, it feels, in this game. 19 and 10 between them. Again, always being up at the front line, trying to keep Dplus slowed down. So much so that Dplus have kind of taken a leaf out of Scarz's book and put Coated on the Monty. We used to see this a little bit back in the old days. It wasn't really kind of their go-to standard. But here I feel it's more a sign of the panic, I think, and Rek, please, come on, buddy. We've gone way back. If that gets the Monty, you must be joking! What?
It's not even an uncommon nitro. You've got to be careful when you stood at kitchen door. Honestly, it's genuinely
this is a wind-up.
For people watching at home. Take it into your rank games.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. It's a great nitro.
Open the window, launch it out. It lands at kitchen door. Dplus Kia, they've got to be aware of that. You can't leave your Monty stood there, because guess what's going to happen? You're going to lose your Monty, and it's a big problem.
2 jump outs, a run out. They know what Scarz are like. They know this aggression is coming. Surely they hear
Somebody
the
should have
glass.
heard the glass
I was
breaking.
just about to say, someone should have heard that glass being broken and been like, right, boys, back away. Let's look at what's going on, reassess. But they carry on staring at Bakery and they lose the tip of the spear. They've lost the Monty. He was going to be the driving force in this round. Now they're down to 4 versus 5. They've got no nades in the back pocket of Harper, for example. Almost fine with Shoy, but he still walks away, and Yas is in a little bit of a dangerous spot. Loses out to a Shoy. In fact, it's a 1-for-1 trade. You will not complain about bringing down the Finker, though.
Struggling to get that Bakery wall open. They've had to work right out to that right-hand side to avoid the mute jammer because they've simply got no utility to deal with that mute jammer. So now Dplus Kia having to work with sort of suboptimal breaches to be able to get through. Peon, second nitro of the game. This time Peon Rek was the first. Tayu picks up Woogie Man, and it is falling apart like a house of cards, coming tumbling down, Des, for Dplus Kia. And right now, Scarz are the benefactors.
They just rule this roost right now, Scarz. Those previous 2 rounds, playing without fear is the best way I can describe it. They don't care that Dplus used to be the semi-finalists, were 1 round away from a grand final back at the Sweden Major. They're just playing their game here. We're all living in their world, and my God, Dplus are paying the price.
Like, these mistakes is the problem for Dplus Kia. You know, there's fights that should be won, there's nitros that should not be landing. Dplus Kia, you just feel like at the beginning of the game, sort of round 3, round 4, they felt competitive. It feels like that's just really dropped off for me now. They're back to round 1 and 2 Dplus Kia, where they're just getting steamrolled by Scarz.
What I love is that for so many events, the Japanese team that we've all got used to seeing at international events has been CAG, who by themselves, it's worth noting, great team, run some teams over. I'll never ever forget their game against eventual Mexico Major champions in the form of Team 1. They got bullied.
It was 2 in the morning.
Oh, mate, what a game.
For us.
No, that was a different game altogether, this one. This was just an absolute bullying of a game where they kept them outside the front doors of Oregon. They were jumping out windows like 90 seconds into the round. They were phenomenal, a very good team. And we've always wondered, are we going to see a team of that caliber appear from Japan at any point? I think Scarz are showing that really CAG aren't the only ones. And look at the... They're just playing with such confidence. Windows, 2 or 3 of them being watched. Dplus are stuck in spawn. There are 3 players that can't move. Look at it.
That's it. They've burnt 30 seconds at this point with Dplus Kia not even being able to take a step towards the building. And you can just feel Scarz have really got their... They've got that excitement for the game. They taste the blood in the water. They know that it's right on the edge, that they're 6-2. They can start taking a few risks. They've won 2 sites comprehensively. So, yeah, let's just throw a bit of silliness at this round. If we don't win, we're going back somewhere that we've already won before, not the end of the world. So it's certainly looking good for Scarz. They're just playing ridiculously confidently at the minute.
Will they drone Rek? He's sat on 15 HP. A single bullet from any of the attackers will be enough to put him in the grave. But... that's the problem. They've got to drone him first, and you still got Bushoy up here as well. They're happy to waste time, just keep on chewing their way through. Drone sat upstairs, it's no real bother on their side. They've only got rid of the 4 so far, and I really thought for a second then Bushoy was fancying himself a chance. Now they've seen him. They know that Rek is here. He should be dead to rights.
Tayu gets Woogie Man to open things open. It just puts Dplus Kia even further towards a bad result here. Soldier, there you go. Finds his man, takes down Rek with a headshot through the glass. Not the end of the world for Scarz, though. Half of the round wasted, and Rek only had about 15 health. If you're going to burn 30 seconds for that, that for me is good value. Pion, he's going to move himself into the freezer, so still top floor, not in the control of Dplus Kia.
3-speed Malusi out on the roam. You love to see it. And the beauty here is now they've reinforced this wall off. A bit of a risk to do so as well. They could have swung onto that if you weren't too careful. But again, they've now got an extra line of defense to work on through, and it's just putting more and more hurdles in front of Dplus. Ones that get proceedingly higher, giving them more things to jump over. Washoy, he looks Sugoi off in the back line, finds 2 for himself. It's exactly the same as we saw from Yas back in the first half. They have decimated them for the most part. Yas throwing them a little bit of a lifeline, but it's a 2v3 for Dplus.
It looks like it could be over at this point. 40 seconds left to go. Dplus Kia need to get something going. They've got a little bit of top floor control, something they could potentially work with, but they just don't really have the tools. They've nothing to open up any significant amount of vertical destruction. If they try the Hibana pellets, for example, they're just going to get shot off from below. So very little in the way that they can do with that. It's going to come down to having to push this laterally, get themselves downstairs through the hatch. The drop is going to come. It's being watched. As soon as Soldier goes down, surely he'll come under fire. Yes, he does. But manages to turn around, get the kill onto Tayu. 1v2. It's Washoy and Fishlike to finish things off for Scarz. And what a performance from our Japanese team to take Cafe.
Not even close. Dplus got some work to do. Scarz reveling in that victory. Back in 30 seconds.
Oh me, oh my, we have just had one heck of an epic showdown. Give me your initial thoughts on how that game went, Anne.
That was an explosive game, we could say, on the side of Scarz. I mean, they set up to a really good start. Yeah. They closed out the game without losing all too many rounds to the point where it got frustrating, I would say.
4-2 split for them on the attack. It was their attacks, really, that impressed me here today. They did a fantastic job getting the defuse down in a couple of rounds, keeping hold of that post plant as well. I know that was a point that we gave maybe over to Dplus Kia a little bit more, but Scarz did a fantastic job there today. They were devastating on that roam clear in the first couple of rounds. It was something they were really heavily focused on. It did come back to bite them a little bit later on. We saw Yas have a fantastic round on the Solace, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough at the end of the day for Dplus Kia. They did fall quite short, and I think Scarz looked scary today.
Yeah, they did for sure. And on the side of Dplus Kia, sometimes on their defenses, I was questioning why are players in certain positionings. I mean, for example, Wookieman, was he playing the right role? If he's had such a good performance so far, why would you stick him on the smoke as a solo player in dining without any help and then to get rushed by a blitz? Well, there goes Utility in the pockets of a smoke where he was so helpful in those other games. He himself had a bit of a quieter game today. Say it was more on the side of Yes and Soldier to step up, but Rek, we talked about him prior to this game. He really showed up today. Washoy as well on that side too, with huge plays and huge flanks as well in those later few rounds, but specifically for Rek as well, he seems to be so good with those nades.
Rek was fantastic with the nades. He was also fantastic with the C4s. It's the throwable explosives that he's really got on lock. I know there was a Monty kill, and I think it sent Des and Ace into a little bit of a spin. They were both losing their mind at that one. We kind of came into this game and we said, look, it's almost battle of the big hitters. Battle of Woogieman versus Rek. in the last round, you can see on your screen now, Woogieman, he's 1-8. That's how he finishes out the game. He had an absolute stinker. On the flip side, we saw Rek do really well. There was a bit of a performance there from some of the players on Dplus. As we've mentioned, we saw Yas do quite well, but it was a much more well-rounded performance from the side of Scarz. Rek stepped up, was shy, and a lot of the team really pulled in the right direction.
Now, prior to that matchup starting, I know you had highlighted the fact that Dplus's post-plant situations were not necessarily the greatest. How did you think it panned out in that game? Any sort of improvement on their front?
Well, I mean, they didn't really get much chance, did they?
No, I mean, there was one round as well where it came down to that 2v2 situation. They were attacking top floor, and we were talking back to each other. Well, the diffuser was on the roof initially, and then he picked it up, and then it was a 2v2. The other player was pushing, and then why is the planter not on-site planting? Are you on the roof getting the diffuser? What's going on? There was, like, this comes down to, once again, where I said, I think Dplus just had very questionable positioning sometimes today.
How are they kind of typically with their communication as a team? Are they typically a little bit drilled, or do you feel like there is definitely room for error on that front?
I mean, I guess neither of us speak the language, so we're probably a little bit lacking
like
there.
when you're observing their team plays,
based on what we see, typically there is a little bit of structure there, but like I was saying today, it was kind of thrown out the window. Like Woogieman kind of on off rolls as to what we expected him to. I don't know if it was just a case that Yas was really feeling himself, and you know, we've seen Yas as a player can be phenomenal, and he was today. He did fantastically well. He had a real good couple of rounds where he was the star player, but overall, it just didn't seem to work today for Dplus. I think they were trying a little bit of something new. And don't forget, they're coming up against someone that they have played recently, as you mentioned, in the Japan Invitational. So they knew what they were going into coming up against this. And I think that Scarz just had the read on them.
To what extent do you think the Japan Invitational would have impacted the way that they were playing that match?
I mean, it's a little while ago. I mean, teams have probably changed up their strategies or changed up player lineups a little bit after such an event. So it is a result on a domestic part, as we could say, coming from the same part of the world. But then again, it's also a little while ago. And, you know, for Scarz, I feel like there really was that kind of, not necessarily grudge, but really that motivation to then take down Dplus today after being beaten already twice by them during the Japan Invitational.
All right, well, our next matchup is going to be SSG taking on Wolves. How are we thinking and feeling about that one?
I mean, yesterday I said that I feel like this is a very important game. We've got two teams here that we're expecting to do quite well inside of the tournament. Wolves, of course, we know them quite well through EU. Space Station, a team that is almost entirely revitalized. They're a very creative team now as opposed to the sort of counter-strategy team that we used to see. So for me, I think it's a really important one.
Yeah, I mean, there's some changes on the side of Wolves as well, so it's going to be a really good test for both teams today.
All right, I want to dive in even deeper on that one and pick your brains apart a little bit further, but we'll do that after this.
Welcome to Hit for Six. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Soniqs. Well, the Soniqs have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6. How many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major.
Majors.
Invite.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not sunrise on coastlines. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in French. Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what it's at.
What is the number?
Give us courtyard.
Is it courtyard?
That's a still. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching Hit for Six. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês
Därför vill vi säga gracias.
Obrigado. ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Well, as you can see on your very screens, it is yet another 1-1 matchup. We've got SSG coming through from the NA League, taking on Wolves Esports, making it through from the European LCQ. Obviously, SSG having lost versus Faze Clan 4-7 yesterday. Meanwhile, on the Wolves side of things, they lost 1-7 versus the VP that everybody knows and loves. Now, talk to me a little bit about this matchup, X. I know these two teams are going to be butting heads left, right, and center.
Absolutely, I think this is one of the more important matchups that we've got today. All of them are important, but we're expecting both of these two teams to do a little bit better than we've seen them do previously. You've mentioned the results there from yesterday, and I think that both teams underperformed, especially given the day one results, particularly for Space Station. They were able to take down G2. So we were expecting a little bit more out of the North American side. Wolves on the flip side yesterday, as a person that's seen them come through the LCQ and someone that loves EU, it almost broke my heart a bit, Anne.
Yeah, it did feel very painful to watch Wolves yesterday. They were very much struggling against that play style that VirtusPro love to bring out. They're struggling, and they were trying to bring out these half-roam solo plays, but that doesn't work against VirtusPro. You have to take them like a unit, because otherwise they will win their gunfights and they will take you down. One plus side, though, is that they did really well, or played really well off the information that they had for themselves with the Valkyrie. But then again, VirtusPro took notice of that, and they got rid of the, they used the IQ then to counter that. For SSG, indeed, as you mentioned, they had a pretty, all right start to this tournament. They only suffered their first loss yesterday against Faze Clan, where they were also struggling with some of their own defenses. They were really being picked apart one by one, and most of these rounds seemed like they had to be played out from a 3v5 or a 2v5 scenario or worse.
Now, obviously, for the SSG side of things over in their camp, They are the 2020 Major champions as well. They're trying to return back to their former glory. The real question is, though, that was during a very different time here in Siege. To what extent do you think they have the capabilities of making those changes, especially when we consider this little bit of like a Astralis hybrid we've got going on?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit of an Astralis hybrid and a core almost that you could say that has come into the SSG side. For me, I think that it's one of those situations where we need to see this team gain a little bit more identity in the international stage. Obviously, they've done very well domestically, but we need to see how that translates when they're going up against international competition. They've got that opportunity here today. They're going to be going up against Wolves. I'm expecting this to be a bit of a barn burner because both teams are in a very tricky situation. They're both in the 1-1. They don't want to drop down any further.
Yeah, on the side of Wolves as well, we need to see some players step up today. There were a few that had a quieter game. I'm not going to name any names, but two players combined when 1 in 15, and that is not something you can expect in phase 2 of a major like this.
You are way too nice, Anne. I love that about you. But let's go ahead and take a look at our picks, our bans, and ultimately the map that we're going to be landing on as well. Any key takeaways from how this veto panned out?
I think we were expecting to go to something that's kind of a medium preference for both teams, and I think that's somewhere that we've landed. We've landed on Oregon. I've said in the past, Oregon isn't anyone's map choice, really. Everyone should be able to play in Oregon, and they should be able to play it to a reasonable level. If you look at what's been removed, we've removed a theme. SSG have removed a club there. Border's gone out of the way. So we've slowly but surely whittled down some very good maps for the opponents, and we've landed on something that both teams have a medium preference for. SSG have quite a good track record on this map, and you're there.
Go on, Anne.
That's one thing I want to say, and I'm surprised that Chalet came through so far for Space Station because it is a really good map for Wolves. And I feel like maybe on the side of Wolves, they would have rather seen it go to Chalet than to Oregon, potentially in that end. But Space Station do have a pretty good track record on Oregon. For both teams, actually, their most recent map on Oregon was a victory. And for Space Station, that was on this tournament against Elevate. So recent history, that's something that Wolves can do something with.
Well, it is time for Hap and Flute to give me their thoughts, feelings, emotions, you name it, on this next match.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you have any thoughts? I have feelings.
Some howling, some space noises going off at the same time as well.
The Wolves go awoo.
Yeah, we don't know what.
Space Station Gaming go.
Yeah. What kind of sound does a space station make? The blue, 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 blue.
Well, there's no sound in space, actually.
Very true, it's a vacuum.
Somewhere Mandy's nodding.
It's like, I'm so proud of you two for knowing that.
Do you know what sound this game's gonna make?
Banging noises.
Because it's a banger. They sort of alluded to it on the desk there. It's a very important one, and because of underperformance. These two teams have had very solid runs and then had a pretty rubbish day yesterday. Both of them obviously on the wrong side of a 7-1 and a 7-3 against two of the stronger contenders in the tournament. Hey, that's how it works. You're gonna fight stronger and stronger people, and then we have Bechtel? Berkhold?
What are you saying?
This system?
Bookholds.
Bookholds.
Is it about what?
Bookholds. The Bookhold system, working out how powerful an enemy is. A fun fact about Oregon and SSG, they actually played it on this run. They played it on the very opening play day in phase 1 against Elevate. They had a flawless defense, and then it still ended up being a 7-4. So Elevate, who they're up against, were able to get 4 rounds before unfortunately caving to SSG. But here, if they can get in on a good footing on their attack, we know how powerful their defense can be.
On the other hand, last time I believe Wolves played it was in the LCQ finals versus Wild. It was an 8-6 victory to come through, and that's like such a close matchup to come in. That's how they actually managed to qualify for the game out here today as well. So it's getting underway. All the bans are there, so I really appreciate seeing those to come through. The Blitz to be removed is always a bit of an interesting one, you'd say. Like, are they afraid of a quick push down blue?
Blitz has functionality on this map. Blitz has capability. I'm not going to say Blitz can be defining, but, you know, we've seen teams play a good clear. We've seen SSG play a bit of a clear. Sometimes with the Blitz, you're utilizing that as either the hard push round onto elbow, put the swing in, or sometimes over dorms, over the pressure onto the top end, and you can really get yourself up into the meat of the fight at the same time. Now, Nicholas Pengu Moritzen, you might know him.
He was doing a triple kill.
From a triple kill.
Yeah.
You might know him from Selling Computers. You might know him from 20 seconds
left on the clock.
he is a big fan of SSG. He says what they do and what he loves so much about them is that they have some of the strongest fundamentals out of any of the teams competing here.
Yeah, that's for sure. And then fundamentals is always that base of the game, especially on maps. When we talk about Clubhouse, when we talk about Oregon, you need to make sure that those fundamentals are really in place. And we saw Wolves struggle yesterday with some of those fundamentals. Yeah. And it kind of makes you worry right now, like, how is this game going to be playing out? Because I wouldn't be surprised if SSG, if Wolves played the same as they did yesterday, just run away with the first couple rounds.
Well, they couldn't have played much worse than they did yesterday, Wolves, even though SSG came off the wrong end of their result as well. Wolves were entirely blindsided by their game against VP, and as Anne sort of alluded to, I won't name names either, but two of the players together was 1-15 on that kill game. It was a bit of a tragedy for the French side, and it might start a little bit sharper than VirtusPro's slower game. A quick swing round with the glass there, the attention paid. You're looking at Candelas, you're looking at obviously the glass smokes, and then Twitch smokes, and then Ying smokes, and you're thinking, okay, they're gonna see if they can try and put some longer pressure down here.
There's definitely going to be at least a use of the thermal scope coming out from the glass here, maybe to lock off some default plant spots so they can go for a plan afterwards. Not quite sure yet where they'll exactly use it, but the opportunity is there, the possibility is there. As the first smoke pops, it's just used to keep someone at bay. Or coming around to throw a grenade around the corner. Might actually, no, actually won't catch anybody. Mowgli playing with the Warden, actually went for a quick swing, actually managed to put a single bullet down into Merc.
Yeah, just winged a bit of the glass there, but not enough to stop him. Obviously, they're the most important person right now, and if they die first... Well, they're not going to. Forrest drives their way around to the back, but is blind by the Candelas, and Bibu is saying thank you very much in French. There's a second for the double down. A sudden 2 versus 4. They put all their weight, as I said, behind that smoke, behind those pushing the Candelas, but unfortunately, with the glass getting called out first, they've not really been able to find much else onto the back of it apart from P4. Mowgli suffers a bit. They know where Hotton is, they know where Faltz is, they know the separation between the pair of them. They have 50 seconds, but it's very awkward here for Hot and Cold to get out of this position, with Bibu still on the sort of solid shield and buying himself even more safety. Faltz has had to go for the full rotate from the other side of tower to try and support Hot and Cold here on a final deep dive, but Wolves aren't getting themselves out of position.
Again, sometimes the best thing to do is to just sit still and wait, and that's exactly what Wolves are doing here. They're playing off contact, and as the first Candelas pop, it's Mowgli to watch aggressively towards either side because he has the opportunity to not be affected by any of these gadgets. But as Hotton is starting to take the first engagement, he drops it only up to Fultz. Doesn't get much further. Bibu gets a triple, I believe, for the round. Well done by Wolves, and what a shot to open up with from Mowgli. Just that quick little lean one tap onto the glass, basically pulled the entire push apart.
I mean, as I said, it was those two players were the main character. Wow! You see it twice and it's still just impressive. They were the main character of the previous round. They were a Glaz and a Warden.
Quad kill, actually.
A quad kill for Bibu. I don't want to name names. I don't want to name names. Like Fast Dan didn't want to name names. I don't want to name names. 4 times better than he did yesterday. Already of the whole game.
So you didn't name any names?
I didn't name any names!
You kind of gave it away.
No names were named! He's improved 4 times in 1 round.
So the people that have, you know, had basic mathematics are going to be able to find out who the names were.
No, I didn't name any names!
You didn't name any names,
names were named.
but you gave enough information to find out who X was in the equation out there.
Dorms! Dorms is where we're going on to next, and... well, are they going to see if they stick with the Candelas? Ying has been banned a lot this tournament. And he's been banned a lot recently. You have a great gadget, you have a good gun, and if you put it in the hands of somebody like Faltz, who's pretty well good at clicking heads, they can sort of turn aside. And as I said, if you're going to look at Glaz and you're going to look at the Warden as main characters, you kill the other main character, the round can be yours.
Yeah, no, that's it. It kind of came down to, like, I still remember when Warden wasn't played as much, like a year ago or maybe a little bit more. Now just basically entire pushes depend on killing the Warden first. Smokes and flashbangs are being used in different ways now like they used to before, because beforehand it was to waste ADSs. Now it's to actually blind people and make sure you can push on the back of it. I love that development, and they also make Warden so prevalent to go up against. So make sure you take him down. So is a very big role for the player that's currently inside at the top of the tower. Mowgli's there as a bodyguard for the bodyguard.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
actually, Asami also a bodyguard. So 2 bodyguards playing together inside of the tower out there.
It was actually Helby who I had a chat with after Berlin, I think it was all that time ago. Ooh, a lot of damage to Deadshot. And he said Warden at that point is going to become more and more powerful because there's nothing that directly counters him. Here's a second. There goes Deadshot. Yeah, Jane, I know, double dip, got the result. They almost got Shinka with the 4th there. Forrest, one of them was impactless. They're able to get the impact on, oh, just a pickup kill. P4 does get Merc on the far side, just on the bottom of the tower. The Twitch didn't get the call, but now they can call the pressure onto site. Mowgli gets a double at the top of White Stairs. Fault's a little bit too late to put the pressure onto. Doesn't get the bulletproof at first. Buys themselves a little less time as Forrest is trying to go for the pinch on the far end. Fault goes down. P4 gets another for his trouble. And a minute 10. Another quick SSG execute has unfortunately gone away from them. And the hold of Wolves just sturdy enough there. It was a good read from SSG. They sort of, you know, got the kill inside the site, got the second, lost a player in tower, and then they went, right, there's only 2 inside site, let's just push. Unfortunately, one of them was Mowgli, and he picked up a double at the top of White Stairs.
I was going to say, it's a good vertical clear they went for, right? Like, they managed to find both those kills, and I have to say, Deadshot, talk about main characters, he always dies in that spot. Like, when we was playing against Wild, I remember grenades going after him as well. He's literally being isolated all the time when he's out there, and that often results in him dying first for the side of Wolves if we are playing on this map. For now, though, it didn't really matter, as Mowgli mentioned it, was able to fight back, but it's definitely something they need to wonder about. Like, if the first grenade pops and doesn't kill you, you can almost guarantee that the second one will be coming through at some point. So you might need to rotate him around a little bit more to just conserve that the extra life there.
And if you missed it at the very start of this, obviously we have earlier starts, especially for any fans over in NA. They might be waking up, warming up to the world this bright and early to watch SSG play. You might have seen their Oregon game the other day. They had a flawless defensive half, and then it took them 4 rounds to actually get their first attack round anyway. They're a little bit generally weaker in terms of getting that pinch together, but at what point do you sort of get a bit of concern? You can't just rely on having a flawless one half. You still have to take some of the pressure off on the other side, because Wolves are just going to get themselves hotter and hotter as time goes on.
You're also playing against a team now that has made it to Phase 2, right? So the overall quality of the teams are going to be going up. You cannot really rely on another flawless half to be coming your way, because...
Well, all the teams here are the best in the world.
What did you say? Sorry?
All the teams here are the best in the world. They are! Mowgli's gone. Forrest gets a great catch onto the rotating Mowgli. His first death this map so far. Caught out from the side of Pit. Just on the watch on the window. Houghton's trying to get some sneaky pressure all the way deep underneath. Pushes his way up towards Freezer. There are some angles to watch the front of it. Without the catch on the player. Balanced shotgun. Merc wants to go for a swing on the back. Does he know about the player on the bunk? They're doubled up. Deadshot gets Forrest. They're just blind running through now. They've lost the Ying. They did not expect Deadshot to be in that position. You said he's died a couple of times there before. This time, ooh, well, he dies a little bit further around. Shinka gets the refrag. Trade at the top of the stairs. Hot and Cold rotates down as Bibu gets the lock-in once again. We find ourselves with SSG at a man disadvantage.
Jay now looking for an opportunity to be entering the kitchen here. He's not really being watched. He's aware of the fact that someone seems to be on the bomb chassis out there, though. He's going on a bit of a hunt, but he needs to be careful because Houghton is all the way on the opposite side of the map. He's looking to try and join him as he's going to go on the hunt. There's P4 that will catch him off, and that means it's only up to J90 now. Again, alone on the opposite side of the kitchen. There's someone above on the hatch, and Bibu will clear him out. It's Wolves with a 3-0 lead. And again, an opening death that they suffer, but they managed to bring it back with their trade game.
It seems to be that problem right now for SSG, is they're getting things put together. They're having this build-up of what is a very good take or a great take, and there's one bit of information that seems to get away from them, or it's one gunfight that seems to just not connect with them, whether it's the double at the top of White Stairs that they suffered against Mowgli, or whether it's not quite knowing about Deadshot's position in that round. There's always at least a player or a fragment that's unfortunately out of reach for Space Station's pull here. And there it is. They just entirely sprinted their way around there. A great quick pick back up. The drop from underneath against the player.
I have to say, like, I saw Deadshot go for the swing onto the White Stairs, and it's like, wow, he just got, like, completely punished for it. but it wasn't actually Deadshot he saw out there. It was the player inside of the dorms that he wanted to go for a pre-fire on, and then somehow Deadshot just walked right into it, which got him killed there. Yeah, accidents do happen.
Workplace accidents happen.
10 seconds to go.
But now, 3-0 for Wolves, and, you know, you just mentioned it, just a single attacking round out of the 5 that they played the last time they were here for the side of Space Station. And that means that they really need to get it on right now. Let's say 2 rounds, something to aim for here for them. That's improvement, right? Also sets them up well for the second half. Do we start with 1 first?
We'll start with 1.
Okay, we'll start with 1. Let's see where it can go from there on.
Fair enough to start with 1. Pressure, once again, across multiple different angles. Different style of take here, obviously. No more glass. Still a couple of smokes, still the candelas. Different hands this time around, so. See if Forest can try and make some magic with him. They've had a couple of near misses, both when Falcons was playing it and in the previous round when they'd been able to take out the mantle before, but I haven't really seen any succinct impact from the Ying yet.
Now, Merc playing on this Ash could take out these shields that have been problematic in that last round. The one, especially on the laundry machines, you want to take that out if you want to be pushing from the freezer again. So I hope that's what they're going to be using those breaching charges for. So they might actually be able to formulate that push, because last time it was Bibu getting a 4K from that position, and of course the glass being taken out early. Smokes again starting to come through. We'll be locking off that line of sight from the laundry machines. That means that Freezer has an opportunity to move up, but it seems like a hedge drop is going to be more prevalent.
Yeah, they're just trying to burn out as many of the discs as possible there, and the ADS is alongside. Well, Wolves are prepared for this as best as they can. They really have the full setup of let's waste as much time. That shield drops, suddenly in a tighter position, but look at SSG's setup. 2 of the players above the hatch on E-Box. You've got 1 above Freezer hatch. The blinds come across. They're going for the flash and burn on the break of it. They haven't been able to get a kill, but now it's going to start coming down. The raindrops of the players. Shinka gets the first down onto Blue. Merc does get Mowgli on his own. They're double stacked inside with Deadshot getting 1 more and 1 more. Fault stops the run of the Frenchman as P4C4 locks off E-Box Merc. He's doing all the damage across from the side of Freezer, trying to keep himself cool. He has a minute. It's a 2 versus 1. You're up against the smoke, unfortunately, with a couple of canisters still in pocket. They know where you are. You get yourself a bit of width, but they're not offering the fight to you. They've pulled themselves further back. They know they're trying to waste time here. They know they're trying to just extend the position of the player. He's going to roll his own drone out, see if he can just get a read on it with the kit pretty much in a Narnia. It's down to seeing if he can force the players.
Needs to move. Again, you mentioned it, the kit is down. Merc needs to go to it or pick up those 2 kills. And for now, it's just them playing on contact. They know where he is. There's a bulletproof camera giving away information now as well. The breaching charge will be used to get rid of that one. Tries to push up, hoping for a move to happen, but they're not giving it to him. Shinka goes for a bit of a swing, deals a lot of damage, but takes some himself as well. Smoke canisters are now starting to come through. We have one waiting. Bibu onto the corner out there. Merc, there's 10 seconds left on the clock. You need to go for these swings. Just misses the opportunity for the first. It's the rotate already all the way through. We're going to be running out of time here, and Wolves will be able to get their 4th round as Bibu locks it off.
Oh, for a long time, he was just 1 step out of rhythm. The French ghosts that were left behind haunted every motion he tried to make around the basement there, just to see if he could get a fight, and they were always just that little bit, just a step away. And that is frustrating here. Deadshot tucked onto Harry Potter, 1 and then 2 before being traded out. It was, right positioning for some of the Wolves players. They had the lockdown on, obviously, the discs. I don't speak French, but I think that was super.
Something like that, yeah. It's like, we're doing well, let's keep this up.
Caveira.
Just hiding from out before. Doesn't want to move out.
Have we had a Caveira yet?
Yes, we did, actually. I believe that the only operators not played so far...
Oh, yeah, we cast a Caveira.
Yeah, are Grim, Kali, and Tachanka. That's the 3 operators we haven't seen yet.
We haven't seen Grim?
No, we haven't seen the bees, Emmy.
But Grim's meta.
And, I mean, if Wild was here, it would be meta. Because they like to play
meta. KZ played Grim at SI.
Yeah,
the first game of the whole tournament.
Oh, the lock B4 up there.
With a mute jammer.
Is there a reinforcement? I don't think there is, but there is that mute jammer.
They've got the mute jammer, so if a drone tries to find its way around, it won't quite get them. There is a drone hole from Laundry that could, though.
Yeah,
and that will still extend. There's also obviously Blue. I mean, if we get an interrogation, P4,
I mean, at this point, right, you're 4-0 up. You can afford to lose a round, right? Not that it loses if you lose P4, but if you manage to get an interrogation, that's the mental in the mud, right?
Oh, no, there is nothing worse for a team's mental than having an interrogation go against you. With the Monty being the difference here, they're not exactly hiding the push, and Impact has some impact against them, but they've otherwise tucked themselves in. The grenade to remove anything that might be on the wall, so the Selmas can start to pop their way across. The Monty's making it awkward for anyone to try and counter against that. They do take a lot more damage, though. Was that?
Shot hit himself with impact.
Yeah, there was a cap can, I think, on the door maybe that did some of the damage there towards Forest. Merc's up on the top of White. They're swinging into the side. Locked out. There's a cap can. There's Hot on getting Shinka, though. Forest is trying to drive their way through. The shield goes down. Here's P4. Will they get an interrogate? No, because the round is done.
That's a sad thing for P4. He's been preparing his entire round to this point, and he comes back to side, and everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. But at least the Caveira has a win percentage on the board right now, right? So
Caveira's
meta. There you go.
Oh God. She'll never not be banned in gold games again.
Because, you know, when you're coming into your ranked game now, it's going to be like, I saw that on SSG against Wolves during the Copenhagen Major.
Hey, how come they're allowed to play Grim and Caveira? Well,
but they're not playing Grim yet.
Gold 3 player? Because they're the best in the world.
What works for these people doesn't always work out.
What works for you won't work in your silver lobbies sometimes.
Because, I mean, you want to know the reason for that, Emmy?
I wouldn't say the Caveira worked.
They won the round. How can you argue against this?
True, I can't. Positive win ratio, put it in the book. 5 rounds in a row. At what point do you take your time out? At what point do you bank on having to have a flawless other half? They've done it before.
I mean, they're still en route for a potential 1-round win in the half, right? So
they are.
You know, it's not. I mean, it's not looking very good, but I mean, there's still an opportunity to get that one in. But as I mentioned, can you rely on getting a flawless half on the fence?
No.
This late into the tournament?
Not on Oregon as well. Oregon a very good balanced map for attacks and defenders, and you know, Wolves are getting more and more confident. P4, I'm not going to say fully aggressive swinging onto the position for the Caveira on the previous round, and here just tucked on shower corridor, hoping he doesn't get droned. They're checking out small tower. There's the reveal.
Have you not seen this, Jim?
No, I think they did, but they don't want to move out.
Looking for someone that's playing on contact here. There goes V4. Gets shut down. Merc finds him, and that's the entry kill for Space Station. And now they need to try and convert this into a round win.
Yeah, they were pretty much just watching to see if anyone else was going to swing onto it. There wasn't, so they hopped in and went on the intel that they had. Go for the kill. May as well, because at this point it's otherwise not really been their biggest draw, being able to get a kill and not be instantly fragged back. The blinds go across the top. There's the player once again at the top of White as well. They're looking for the fight, but it's not being handed to them as of yet. The calls go out, the C4 to the window. Deadshot once again gets a Capcom kill onto Merc on the same door. J90 is inside the site, putting pressure down, but Forest is down. Shinka gets the knife on the end. Hot and Cold goes down as well. It's a 3 versus 1 SSG. Oh no, J90 now has to try and pick up the pieces to claim a single round. What they have wrought onto Elevate, but a few days prior, you know those players are watching with a smile on their face, because I think we're only a few moments away from a flawless Wolves half.
Minute and 10 is all he has, doesn't need it. Shinka takes him down, and 0-6. As they gave a flawless defensive half against Elevate, you just mentioned it, they have just been on the receiving end of one as well. And that means 6 rounds.
Yeah, somewhere Elevate are laughing right now.
Yeah, they're laughing about this. And now
this is how it feels.
Crying about this, because it's going to be 6 rounds in a row being flawless yourself. You cannot afford a single mistake right now, because the way that Wolves is currently playing, they will butcher you for it.
It is kind of Wolves-esque to go from being beaten 7-1.
Yes. The Frost Trap as well, honestly.
Frost Trap, 2 cap cans on the same door, and I think it was the same player. Mercilessly brutalized yesterday by VP to...
It's a wake-up call for them, I guess.
It's very Wolves.
Yeah.
Wolverhampton Wolverers.
Is that the actual name?
No.
Wolverhampton Wolverers?
I just say these things to irritate. It is.
I just say D-Wolves if I want to irritate people.
D-Wolves.
The Wolves.
SSG have to play a flawless half once again. This time, all the pressure is on them. Last time it wasn't. And to be fair to Elevate, they were able to string a fair few rounds together. They got the game much closer than a lot of people would have expected before it was finally over. But as you said, stage 2, this deep into the tournament, Wolves, just as SSG have done, cut their teeth on the Phase 1 teams, and they're trying to keep chewing through the Phase 2.
They're definitely out hunting there. Mowgli already inside. We're looking for the very first, playing on that Nuck, has a grenade in hand. There's a ping coming through. We'll find that kill. Mowgli, what a huge entry! The grenade with the effigy right afterwards. That is a beautiful way to open the round. What information game is that?
Even he was surprised. He looked to the player by his side. The grenade bounced down Freezer, and SSG's woes have just been encapsulated in a single bit of play. A 5 versus 3. Keep the hot drone on the Nook rolling. Because at this point, why not? There's still 2 minutes to play. A spray through as J90 slips his way back down the stairs towards the site itself. And SSG have just not had any permission to launch at all throughout this game.
Now, if there's one thing that will be helping SSG here is that there's still been done relatively little by Wolves to actually hurt this site. Yes, they've taken out 2 of your players with an incredible play, but it doesn't mean it's the end of it. They still need to open up these hatches. There's still going to be the mirror windows that we'll need to worry about. And, you know, they haven't opened up onto barrels yet either, which gives them a free opportunity to play behind and stop you from taking control of the E-box hatch. So they need to find a way in quickly here.
A minute, and with the previous minute we've had, they've got themselves prepared. Can they try and isolate a single fight here? Forest is underneath a lot of pressure, just slips away. Mowgli was not quite paying attention towards that as the hatch being popped open had to clear out E-box itself. More of a burn and a break of the grenades. They just push themselves up. There's a close player on the door itself. Mowgli gets blinded before he can get a true engagement. Forest is still getting aggro. Deadshot gets J90. It is all down to Merc. The single player left gets a second. With 40 seconds left, Mowgli going for the plant. Nothing to stop this directly. Merc has a player to his left and to his right. They pulled off the kit. They swing up. They put themselves back down 30 seconds. He's been able to get himself a little bit of territory, but look at his health. Look at the cost. Look at how everything is gone. And at that sort of breakdown, if Pengu says he loves SSG for the fundamentals, Wolves only like the first bit of that because for them, this game was just fun.
Been playing with their food even in some of these instances. Again, I just have to say, the opening of Mowgli in that final round, that must have just been the final nail in the coffin for Space Station, because you're coming in, you're 6-0 down, and then that happens in the very first 20 seconds of the round. What do you do after that? That's just game over. 7-0 after receiving a 7-1. Wonderfully played.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, Bibu, congratulations are in order once again. And what a congratulations that is as well. 7-0. Bro, what on earth happened in that game?
What happened, we just played really good. We played how our staff wanted to do. They wanted to outplay. And so we just put on place what we told before the game on the preparation. We stay focused. We know that SSG try to bring chaos every time on attack. We start defense, so we said, guys, they will bring chaos anyway. They will find a way to bring chaos. Just stay calm on the communication, all your zone, all your places, and everything will be good. And we took the six defense. So, and after that, I think in attack we had the momentum. So it's kind of hard to come back, even when it's a defense-sided map. You know, it's hard to come back when you are 6-0 down.
Well, I know me and you were having a bit of a chit-chat off broadcast, and you had mentioned that you and the team kind of reset after the match that you had yesterday. And I was asking you, how exactly do you go about having that mental reset? Talk us through it.
For me, like I said to you before, it's easier to come back and reset after like a 7-0, 7-1 loss, because you know it's like you don't even play the game at all. Like you are playing the game obviously, but it's like you're not in the game, you are not in the match, you're not focused, and so you can just put it on the side, say, okay, it happens. Now it's past, we can't do anything about that, just focus on tomorrow. And also, there is also the VOD, the stream that you can rewatch after the game and see that, okay, sometimes we lost a round, but it was on timing, maybe, it's a bit of luck sometimes, and maybe they were just better today, so it's happened, it's only the beginning of the phase, you know, only 1-1, so we are everything to do, and we have everything in our hands, so just focus on tomorrow.
Does everyone find it as easy as you do to just put it to the back of your mind after the loss that you had yesterday, or are there some players that might kind of struggle with that?
I think it's, for me, like for example, before, when I was younger, it was harder to me because I was really frustrated after every loss. So I think with experience, you learn how to manage your emotion, you know, deal with your emotion, your frustration, and try to move on every time because it's only the beginning of the game, of the tournament. So I think some players, I know that Mugli sometimes struggle a bit because he's passionate so much. He wants to win everything, and when we are losing, any way we are losing, he's frustrated or he don't like it. Every competitor don't like it, but especially him. But after that, it's just a short time, you know, and after we just move on, trying to have fun, reset, take time together, and after everything is going on good and on the way.
Now, talking a bit more specifically about the match that you had, talk us through that blitz ban. Why the blitz ban?
We know that SSG love to play blitz. Even back Forest in Australis, when they were there, played blitz a lot. And he's trying to, like I said, bring chaos with blitz, you know, fast push, try to surprise you. So we said, okay, guys, there is nothing, no more, no operators that's annoying us too much. So what could just annoy them the most? And we said, okay, maybe try to limited like the surprise, the chaos, and I think Blitz is one of these operators that can bring a lot. So just ban that. On basement, for example, they are always often using it to push the blue, the bunker, and I think it's a key zone. So when you don't have Blitz or shield, it's harder to push that. So we said just ban it like this. We know that our bunker in blue will be okay and fine because they don't have the Blitz. So we just banned that. But it's really because their playstyle line, we know them a lot, so it helps us to ban this.
Well, thank you so much for letting us dive into the mind of Bibu. I'll let you go and join the rest of your team.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Did we anticipate it would be such a dominant performance, Anne?
Not that strong. I mean, maybe a victory, sure, but a 7-0?
Are you on top? Is that what we're saying?
I went to make a coffee and missed the first 2 rounds. It was that quick. What a game we've just seen. What a performance there from Wolves. Yesterday, they got dragged into that play style that VP loves to throw out there. And today, it was wonderful. They played their own siege. They were happy to accept this aggressive and very rush-based SSG. And they were happy to punish those mistakes left, right, and center.
Yeah, they were super prepared for it as well. If you could see so many times that they suffered a loss on their side, there was immediately a player on the side of Wolves for a refrag. And even from these angles that seemed nearly impossible, someone got killed on top of the white stairs, and immediately from underneath, from a vertical, there was a player refragging them. Just set up very, very well.
Well, I think for the side of SSG, things are not going to be looking too hot, maybe a little bit cold. See what I did there?
Yeah.
How do they look to come back from this?
I mean, I've noted before this game that they had some issues with their, well, they don't have issues getting entries on their own attacks, but they have the issues with converting those entries into round wins. I mean, we heard people say they banned out the Blitz, which does help for them to get a little bit more safety and security into Blue Bunker. But as soon as SSG get that opening kill, it's a massive win condition, and you should work into being able to trade that into a round win.
Well, Dark Zero versus NIP next. Yet another best of one. How are you feeling about that?
Well, it's another NA team, and I think hopefully for NA, Dark Zero put in a bit of a performance because we didn't get to see very much of Space Station there today. NIP, another cracking squad, so I'm looking forward to this best of one. Let's hope it's a little bit longer this time.
Well, before we do that, we will be back very, very shortly after this break, where we'll be talking about our next matchup of Dark Zero versus NIP.
Here today, the top two teams from Europe and from America.
Defuser down with 30 seconds. Bounce, he's going to find 4, but Pengu says no. Penta are your first PC Pro League champions.
Damien alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
Penta's going to have time to get the Defuser down, and we are going to see Penta win this all. They're the world champions right now for Season 1. He's going to be spotted. Can he get the kill on the Chestic? He grabs the Deagle kill! It's now Bobby, it's all up to him. And a 1-on-2, Julian and Wag. Can he get it? Bobby's gonna dip around the grid, he won't get it. Julio gets the frag. Black Dragons goes to the grand final.
Eds versus Black Dragon. Bootsy adds to Wag. You call them Eds, we call them champions. Eds takes year 2, season 3.
Let's go back on stage, boys. Should we have this? Let's go.
User in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway. As they start to defuse, Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
We are in Atlantic City.
Tentando caçar com tudo. E o consegue levar um round. A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League.
Close to getting the victory, and he goes down. G2 will take the win.
Sound cue to give Dim the information. Oh, he takes one down. Oh! Empire will rise as you crown a new champion here in Milan. Two kills, 3 for Shepard, and the Empire strikes back. 2v3 Kedru finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds. And it's done!
We have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi!
Julio has diffuser in hand. He finds the shots, but Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the knife.
Oh, shot out
by Pino.
Your winners. It is the Ninjas in pajamas.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I got one. So team one's up one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Team one wins! Yes!
5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in Magic, Michael? Team 1 does, and they win the Mexico Major.
It's time for our grand final.
Faze have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off. Faze Clan are your champions. All he has to do is stop joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 World Champs. J90 to save Astralis. DZ can double up and secure their first international major win.
Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Lucknow. Rogue EU winners of the Berlin Major.
3 versus 4. Oh my BDS, they are your major champions.
This is once again the Blast R6 Major Copenhagen, where we are going to be diving on into our next matchup of Dark Zero taking on NIP. Now, X, I'm going to throw it over to you. I want you to talk to me about some of the recent results out of these two teams.
Well, we've seen both teams coming in, obviously, off the back of 1-1, so both teams winning one, both teams losing one. Dark Zeros, they beat Falcons. Yesterday, they struggled greatly against the Soniqs. On the flip side, we're seeing NIP come in here having struggled against VP, who hasn't, let's be honest.
Yep.
But yesterday, they beat M80. So for me, for my money, got to be looking at NIP as the favourites here.
Yeah, I mean, for NIP as well, you know, they struggled against VP, and even yesterday in the interview when they beat M80 themselves, they said, well, you know, we kind of studied the playstyle that VP bring out, and we kind of tried to adapt it onto ourselves, and that was very, very visible in that game. They either tried to take something very slow, tried to solve a roam clear, or they were just on the side, and they were there, and they were shooting and gunning and blazing. But they said in the interview as well, this makes it so difficult for teams to predict if we are going to be playing slow or if we're going to be playing super fast.
Now, for the side of NIP, having won versus a team like M80, obviously M80 headed into this one with a little bit of a target on their backs. Do you feel like that victory was enough of a confidence boost for them heading into this next game?
I think it's going to be a confidence boost. NIP, they're a journeyman team. They have been in majors plenty of times. Yeah. I love to say that NIP are a tournament team. They don't tend to do too well domestically. That's them in the huddle right now, making a little bit of a ruckus in here. They don't tend to do that well domestically, and they'll hold their hands up to that, and they will say, look, you know, we tend to struggle in Latam, we tend to struggle in Brazil. We don't, you know, we don't perform our best there. Where they shine is when they get into the tournament, when they get into a bracket system, when they get into a Swiss, even when they get into a best of 3. Of course, we're still in best of 1s now, so we're going to temper that a little bit, but they do tend to do really well in a tournament. Always said they're a tournament team, and I can envision them going from strength to strength from here.
Now, talking about the DZ side of things and the incredibly dominant loss they ended up having versus Sonic yesterday, you know, 1-7. Were you expecting such a dominant performance coming out from Sonics?
I guess maybe expecting is a difficult word, but I feel like Soniqs did have some expectations as to how Dark Zero were going to play that game. Yeah. If you compare their theme park against Soniqs and their theme park against Falcons, it was almost like I was looking at the same game style kind of coming out from Dark Zero. Didn't really feel like they changed up much or changed up some of their game plans, and that makes it super easy for a team like Soniqs to predict as to what they're doing it and counter-stratting Dark Zero in that.
Now, how about star players on each of these two fronts? Anybody I should be keeping my eye on heading into this?
I mean, you can keep your eye on the whole of NIP, you know, they're very capable players. Someone that maybe doesn't always get the light shone on them, someone like Cons, you could keep an eye on for getting that plant down.
Most plants.
He's currently tournament leader with most plants. He's got 8 down at the moment. So if we go onto a very objective focused map, that could be something that flies in there.
Well, on the topic of maps, I think, Anne, what better person than you to talk me through how this one's going to go?
I'm super happy if I look and analyze this entire map and that we get to a map that both teams are actually super good on. So I feel like as if we're going to see some really good teams coming out from both these teams today. Not just good on the map, they're actually flawless in as far as this year goes. Both these teams have not suffered a loss yet, so for either of them, it'll be their first. Both teams also have their best defensive win rate on this map and their second best attacking win rate too.
All right, well, I'm super, super excited to dive into this one. But once again, Des and Ace are ready and waiting. Take it away.
Cheers, Jazz. Hi, Tim.
Hello.
How's it going, Tim?
Very well. You know, I always love an opportunity to cast a latam.
I really thought you were finally going to break your Mr. Nice Guy persona and be like, it's always nice when NA gets 7-0'd.
I mean, it's not looking good for them at the minute, is it?
That's the most political I've ever heard. Cafe for the second time today, Tim. We had a bit of a slamming earlier on with Dplus unable to bring down Scarz. Will it be a similar story? Obviously, NA fans going to be hoping no, as it doesn't look too good for their team so far today.
No, Dark Zero have got an opportunity to turn things around a little bit.
No, they don't, because Tim, I've got a really fun stat for you. Dark Zero have never beaten NIP in the history of Siege. They lost to them 7-1 at Allied, they lost 2-0 at SI 2020, and they lost 8-7 twice at the Mexico Major. So, if history is to repeat itself, they're going to get slammed here, Tim.
Dear, oh dear.
Any chance? Look, I actually love the Dark Zero boys. I know, like, I love the passion they bring. I love seeing them on camera. I'm really hoping they can do this in all seriousness. I just can't help but be a little bit alarmed after the game yesterday.
You just can't laugh at NAs.
Laugh at anyone, really, Tim. You know me.
Yeah, to be fair.
You included.
To be fair, it's not unique to NA. It's just whoever is there to be laughed at the time. Valkyrie will be our final ban. That wraps things up. Ying, Twitch, Azami, and Valkyrie. Twitch being the standout one there, really, the slightly unusual one. Yeah, this is going to be a good matchup. The thing is here, you've got to look, if we look over the Swiss format, so just look in the last couple of days, we've got two teams over the last couple of games that are on different trajectories. So you've had NIP lost against VirtusPro, and then they won against M80 yesterday. You've then got Dark Zero, who win their opening game and then get slammed yesterday, as it worked out, by Soniqs. So it's... yeah, they're on very different trajectories at the minute, and Dark Zero are really going to have to reverse that.
We've got that setup that I love, Tim. I spoke about this literally in the game earlier. It is an identical operator lineup on the side of NIP, where you've got the Jaeger and the Wamai together for the denial of utility. You have the Aruni and the Castle on side for more of that potential denial, as well as locking down sight lines with the Castle. And the Mute is kind of there just to help you keep drones away, to help to try and block teams from figuring it all out. Now, what I am curious to see is if they try and do this setup primarily inside a piano, or if they try and have this set up on site downstairs by itself. Very commonly, you'll see it on the piano stage windows and the double door that goes in towards the car. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. Now, there we go. This is what I was thinking we were going to see. Were they going to try and drop it downstairs or on the upstairs? My only kind of question mark here is normally you see that layered where you have the castle barricade, then an Aruni laser gate. Oh, you...
I mean, that's...
We haven't seen that for a long time, because obviously you can't damage each other in prep phase anymore. So what do? Wait for prep phase to end and blow your teammate's head off with a shotgun. I love it.
We've literally done everything we can to stop that happening.
Please don't make me laugh. I've got a cough. This is not good.
NIP, find a way.
I'll tell you what you heard is that our cons are here. You've got 8 plants, but I've got to remind you what the pecking order is in this squad. Bam!
There you go.
Shorty. It's a shorty as well. Like, when does that ever get a kill?
It looks like it does about triple damage to teammates. Right, let's get into it. We're a minute in. We've got Dark Zero working the east-sided rappel. So for the take of the top floor, you're going to be looking at either moving in from red stairs or east. Generally, they're looking at the east side. They're not attacking top floor. It is a mining site, so it's one of the middle floor sites, but they still want that verticality because you can rip up almost all of the floor in piano, and around that area, it's going to get you a lot of verticals down into site that is going to help you get that diffuser down. So that's the next step for Dark Zero. They've got the advantage of cons being down. They just need to get themselves in the building from that east side.
They do, yep. NJR straight up on the drones as well. They want everyone's top floor to be clear.
They go.
Already a 5 versus 3. Thank you very much, Psycho. Now, with that downstairs control established, sure, no nades left on side, but they can slowly just start picking away and peeling up members here. Psycho at least making up for previous mistakes in bringing down Achieved is the starting point here, and Canadians in and going for a plant. As you can hear, the distraction of the call coming out from the Decabi as well makes this really hard to see. Almost gets away with it and gets shut down by Muzi at the very last second. NIP just about reacts, and now things are all equal, Tim, in a 3v3.
I tell you what a kill that is from NIP. Muzi at the absolute perfect time puts the diffuser down, and this is a turnaround. It's a 1-2, kiss, kiss, bang, bang from Pino as he manages to bring things back into a 2v1 in favour of NIP now. And let's not forget, the case is down inside of site. NJR has got an absolute mountain to climb.
He does. Just not even sure where these players are as well. Doesn't have time to get back on the drones and figure out exactly where they are. He's going to have to just do this by trying to push in. At least gets a couple of shots from one to give him the idea. The trick's on him, though, is both players are sat inside a train here, doubled up for that 2 versus 1.
Not boding well for Dark Zero at a point of 4 versus 3, 5 versus 3 after that initial kill. They've sort of let that lead be eaten away by Muzi and Pino. 2 kills apiece will get them over the line. Not to mention that Canadian was within fractions of seconds of getting that diffuser down, but Muzi, right place, right time, was able to stop it. That's unfortunate.
It's almost as bad. Well, in fact, no, it's not as bad as the nade on the roof yesterday. Remember when the Monty stepped in front and they got 2 players down off the back of it?
Yeah.
Same sort of story. The only thing, well, not the only thing, but the main thing I'm alarmed about from that round is that it's the real obvious one that I'm sure everyone in chat is also looking at and going, well, yeah, they won that 4 versus 5. Although it came down to being very close in the 1 versus 2, I'd still say for NIP, realistically there, you've lost 2 players and killed 5 on the other side. Not the biggest challenge for them in that first round, and here they will not be making the same mistake of seeing someone blow through someone else's head with a shotgun. That's the only one carrying that this time around. It's Cons is like, right, if you're going to come in with a shotgun, I'm the only player allowed a shotgun. Cons is the one with the smoke in this round.
It's going to be a lot of top floor presence again from NIP. They are holding on to a reading room this time, so a real preference being shown towards the mid floor for NIP, and it doesn't surprise me, Des. You know that I've been banging on for the longest time.
Here we go. Chat.
I'm not going to get deep into it. I'm just going to say
get yourself ready. It's story time with Father Tim.
It's not. Those mid floor sites have been statistically often the best defensive sites for a long time, but kitchen and bar just seem to be prioritised a lot of the time. So NIP,
come on, Tim, talk to me about bar and cocktail.
That's it. I hate it, but I will not be drawn. No, NIP, obviously, you know, they're leaning into that and they're showing us that those mid-floor sites are very, very viable. They've locked down mining. They can pretty much, they're not going to do exactly the same thing because they've not started with a team kill, so that's a positive. If anything, they're in a better position than they were last time, this time, to hold on to reading, which I would argue is actually the stronger of the 2 mid-floor sites because it doesn't have those external windows.
I think with these mid-floor sites, the point we always go to on them is it's a lot like attacking the top floor because you still have to clear the top side of the map and then working to get there in time. Yes, you will just in time. You still got to clear your way through the top and then worry about another layer of flooring. You are more susceptible to snow pushes, walks at white, for example. So there are alternatives that attacking teams can use, but I would argue in probably 90% of attacks onto these, you know, second floor sites, you are always going to see people start by clearing out the top floor first and then working their way down. Dark Zero are no exception to that rule. They want to make sure they've got the vertical control first. They've had to force players back off of Pixel. They've got more of them stacked down white, for example, around bathroom. They're having to burn through tons of utility just to try and make this work.
Giverny Quack quite self-sufficient there, just coming in, using those flashbangs to take out the Wamai magnets, allow him to then deploy the air jab safely. Going to take the shield down as well. That's the Rotero coming in from Canadian. Leaves Psycho a little bit more exposed inside of Freezer, but there's 1 minute 20 left to go, and they're not really moving here yet. They've got Pamba across the mid-level, but other than that, there's still a lot of top floor control for NIP, Des.
They've got enough control here that they can't be shot in the back from top red, for example, so it was important for them to get that control. But now they've got that, I've locked it down with the Nomad to saying, okay, they cannot retake Piano off the back of this now. We've got enough cover. So really, Dark Zero here are going for a very minimalist strategy, just taking the ground they need rather than what they would like to have, i.e. the entirety of the top floor. Now, Pamba's the first one to come up against Cons, and well, Cons, bit of a revenge tour after that previous round, finds himself one, removes that threat off towards Snowside and Pillars, and now it's about what else can come through for either side. One more kill flashing back in as Dark Zero are down to only 30 seconds to make this work.
This is it. Time could be the 6th man for NIP here as they start taking some damage. Cons and Psycho have both had chips away at their health. Canadian's going to blast through the wall, but there's an object just in his way that's going to prevent those bullets really landing.
Muzi.
Now, 19 seconds left to go. It's go time. But as you say, Muzi maybe not been picked up here. They've just seen him, but no! Muzi going to find the kill. Wizard elsewhere manages to pick up 2. And NIP in a 4v1. They're going to close out the round, and it's going to be 2-0 now to NIP.
I absolutely love that. I spoke a little bit about 60 seconds in, with about 6 seconds left on the clock in that round. I was saying, okay, Dark Zero are taking the minimal amount of control they actually need to make this happen. What do you see? Up on the top floor, NIP still holding down around Cocktail because they haven't been forced away. And this is the danger of them trying to use ground that you haven't previously cleared. We have 2 players walking in through bar. Muzi sat there like, oh, I guess there's kind of free kills to collect here. Didn't get a free kill by any sense of the imagination. Was unfortunate to get spotted out and had to force it into a 1v1. But they assumed there was only Pino on the upstairs, and they were absolutely wrong. There was still Muzi hanging up here, as you can see, and that suddenly removes all control they have of Pillars. They have no top floor control, just really overstretching their bounds. They're a little bit Dark Zero and paying the price for it.
It just feels a little bit like, you know, as I mentioned at the beginning, you've got those different trajectories for these two teams. Dark Zero come in here on a loss to day 3, NIP come in on a good win. And it's just really sort of setting the scene here for me that we're seeing it in the performances in the server. NIP playing with a lot of confidence. You know, they're losing men occasionally, but they're not letting it rattle them, not letting it worry them. They're just sticking to their game plan and playing it very well. Completely avoiding top floor. They're going to be down to kitchen this time, and then I think we'll see them just cycle back through those sites.
Either this is a genius read or it's just a really unfortunate matchup for Dark Zero because we've got Cons on the clash in this round. Now, for those who maybe aren't or weren't aware, obviously Monty carries a massive shield that you can't hurt him through outside of tossing impacts and C4s that even then aren't guaranteed to kill him, even with 2 or 3 going his way. One operator that does do really well against him, things like Legion obviously help as well, but the Clash is really, really good. Just quick entry on the top floor. But the Clash is really good because she can damage him through his shield. So even when he's stood there, if the Clash is bearing down on you, also bulletproof on the other side, she keeps on zapping away, your health is solely depleted, it makes you far more susceptible to those C4s and impacts that can come out later. So it feels like a really smart matchup really on the NIP side, and for Dark Zero, if they haven't seen this Clash, they could be walking into a really sticky situation. It's not like the Clash is the 100-0 like perfect counter and they can do nothing about it, but it's really going to make things frustrating for Dark Zero. That means they're more likely to lose the round.
No, of course, as you say, one of 2 direct counters to Monty, with Oryx being the other. Oryx's dash able to knock him off his feet, but not going to be present for the defenders. But the Clash
always a bit of a risk because if Monty's by himself,
it is always risky.
Risk.
But yeah, it's, you know, the Clash should be more than sufficient here if Cons can. The important thing for Cons here is movement. It's about movement and exposure. Obviously, the rear side of Cons, even with the shield, is still susceptible to damage. Needs to keep himself in place, needs to be in the right place at the right time as well. Now then, Dark Zero starting to make some good progress here. They're on time for getting that floor open to use the verticals. They've got the hatch open into Freezer. So at this point, NIP, they're going to be heading out of sight, essentially. They want to hold this from outside now, because with those vertical angles getting opened up, it makes it perilous to stay in those positions. So they've almost sort of got to invite Dark Zero in here and play for the retake.
I mean, the big one is follow the Monty because he's going to be the spearhead. A Canadian has got the diffuser in back pocket as well. Wherever he sets himself up, and by the looks of it, with the drone coming in towards Prep, you know exactly where he's coming in. Bakery's going to be the play. A couple of players squaring up against him here. Now the question is, does Cons rotate over here and look to contest? I imagine that he will.
Going to see some of those explosives just thrown out at the Monty, only doing a tickle of damage, really. It's certainly not going to slow Canadian down whatsoever. The march continues on into Bakery, but they just can't seem to find this kill.
Clash.
And there you go, Clash comes over. Pino manages to pick up Pamba. Canadians in all sorts of trouble here, Des. Prep for that. He's going to get taken down by Psycho. Wizard finds Gaveni, and this is falling apart for Dark Zero at the seams once again, and it's going to be a complete sweep of defensive sites for NIP to kick things off on Cafe by the looks of things. 10 seconds for Achieved and NJR to do something, anything, but no, all they can do is be cut down in their places. Psycho going absolutely wild in the round. It's flawless for NIP, not just the rounders, but the game so far.
Looks like we're heading up towards potentially 5 wins in a row for NIP against DZ. As mentioned earlier on, DZ have never beaten NIP, and even with all the player changes that have taken place over the years, that doesn't look to be any different. Dark Zero taking a timeout here, one that is very, very sorely needed, Tim.
Yeah, not a surprise whatsoever. Really getting... The thing is, it's not just about the score. If you'd had 3 really close rounds, for example, then you look at this and you think, right, okay, a few rounds have not gone our way there. But if I'm on the side of Dark Zero, I'm looking at this and thinking, you know what? Things are going from bad to worse here. We've been beaten 4v5 in round 1, and now we've just been flawless in round 3. Like, things are just getting worse. We're not getting close here. NIP are well on top of this.
For me in that round, just to kind of break it down a little bit more, Dark Zero did a lot of the right things as well. Cleared out top floor quickly with the Amaru, got the book to work about 130. It's kind of the benchmark I've always gone with on Cafe. If by 130 left on the round, teams are starting to open up the floor, you're looking good, you're on time. The difficulty was they had all this vertical control, but had no way to really leverage it. What they were looking to do was to force players off site, kill them whilst they were inside a bakery, or better yet, force them back on towards site with the Monty and then pick them up with those vertical angles. But the response from NIP was genius. You had the Clash nearby to challenge the Monty in case he did get inside a prep, which he did, but didn't need to be challenged because he was very much exposed there with no real support from the rest of his team. And they committed 3, if not 4 players towards the bakery hold once they realized that's exactly where the Monty was coming from. So if Dark Zero can't break open bakery, all that vertical control means absolutely nothing, and they're left floundering. So it was a very good read by NIP into what the main objective of Dark Zero was in that round that gave them, frankly, another really, really comfortable win. A flawless round to boot. Dark Zero, I think, have done the right thing in having a timeout here. We'll see if anything changes, because so far, their actual lineup itself, not really a big change.
Into the action phase we go then, and back to our original site as suggested. NIP just doubling down basically on what they've done so far, and why not? It's been super successful. This time actually holding a higher line, Des. They've got the mirror inside a washroom, the castle's in piano. We have seen a little bit of castle from them before as well on this site, but just deciding to hold right up into piano. I think last time they were just a little bit deeper, more sort of freezer, bar back storage, but right up into washroom now.
I mean, they've also dropped away from bringing the Wamai here, which has kind of been the staple of their lineup so far. So even NIP acknowledging, all right, you know, they're the ones who have to change and figure out how to beat us. They want to still keep them guessing here by putting up another challenge, not presenting the exact same defense that we saw in the previous attempt of this site. So I like there's a couple of changes coming in. I've looked back again to how it played out last time for Dark Zero. They just struggled to get themselves any real control inside top floor. And even when they managed to force a player back from Pixel, they just ran in towards bathroom and sat there. There was no real threat coming in against the NIP side. So for Dark Zero, we've kind of got to get over that sometimes slow gameplay we see coming out of them. They've really got to take command, take some risks here and go aggressive.
You just see the left of the very left side of that top red wall being opened up there. The reason for that is it just offers maximum safety when moving through. You've got that hard wall on your left-hand side, meaning that you can get in there easily. I think Wizard was led prone next to stage, though, just working from his silhouette. I could be wrong, but if he is, it's another danger that Dark Zero need to deal with. But for me, Des, so far, the problem in the first 3 rounds, the problem continuing now is the speed of Dark Zero. Just a little bit slow at getting themselves in and getting those opening kills.
I was going to comment that a Twitch ban feels to really be stinging them a little bit here as well. Take out mirrors, for example. But here, there's a bulletproof camera inside of piano that can see underneath the castle barricade on the cigar window, cigar doorway, sorry, and it gives them all the access to see the feet, they love feet, inside a cigar to get free kills like you just saw. They were ready and waiting. Now, Gaveni has swung in, Quite risky, but has got away with a kill inside a cocktail. So that advantage is somewhat, air quotes, lost here. And now Moosey's going to be the one to try and retake some of this top floor. Oh, no. No, not like this. Not like this. Does he know that he's sat inside of the default spot? I don't think that he does here. But if he gets away with this, this could be trouble. Moosey's a little bit penned in.
He really is, but Moosey's one of those players that can just work a great escape, Des. He knows that there's one on his right. He's going to sneak through. They've no idea, Des. They've absolutely no idea, Moosey. He sees him at the top. Why?
Shoot
How's
the booty.
About that for trigger discipline? He's going to hold on, but he holds on too long. And Moosey is going to be punished. 15 seconds left to go. Psycho Wizard, they're trying to hold on, Des. They just need to try and play the clock. They need to burn the time. Wizard, he manages to find one. It's Canadian taken down, but he can't find another. Taken out in 90. Psycho gets Gaveni. 2 seconds left to go. They're going to have to make this plant stick.
He's got to force the 1 versus 1 here and now. Knows where the plant is going down, but does he know about the long angle? Surely, yes, he does not. NJR gets the kill. That feels like a real smash and grab for Dark Zero, because if Moosey got those kills upstairs, that was round done and dusted.
Whew, Dark Zero managed to get themselves on the board then, get kicked off, and that is exactly what they needed, and it's not come a moment too soon, especially after that tactical timeout. It's just going to give them the opportunity there to maybe feel like they've got themselves a little bit of an answer. They've had the tac timeout, they've had the discussion, put it into practice, and they've got themselves a round.
I want to know what kind of gave him the call there, because he sprinted as well up towards Cocktail, which suggests that he didn't know the player was that close. Maybe he was actually choosing to rotate around and push a different angle there, maybe work his way around pillars above snow, for example, and then thought, oh, what are you doing here? Here's a free kill. Again, unfortunate for Moosey not to walk away with that, but Dark Zero managing to pull it together there in the dying seconds and finally get themselves a round on a board. Round on the board, even.
I think NA probably breathe a collective sigh of relief there as well.
You can't breathe yet, Tim. They've got to hold on for a little longer.
It's just that there's not going to be an NA 14-0. Imagine the memes coming out of that if it just went back-to-back 7-0s against NA.
They'll have to just rent out a few private jets for the airport then, I think, Tim. They'll get home sharpish.
They certainly will. Dark Zero getting themselves back into things to a degree. They really need, for me, the next 2 rounds. I think they need to level this out at 3-3. NIP, I expect to be pretty ruthless coming in on the attack. I think that they will be good. NIP historically have struggled with time a little bit. They are one of those teams that we see sort of slow, methodical, and sometimes just take a little bit too long to get themselves into an executable position. So that's something that Dark Zero could potentially take advantage of once they get onto the defense. But yeah, certainly need one more. For me, they need 2.
I mean, kind of ironically, that used to be the problem for Dark Zero as well. Definitely something they've fixed since making the changes that they have, bringing in Gaveni and Achieved over the last year or so.
I think we've definitely seen a bit of it today. We've seen,
that last round came down to 3 seconds.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a little bit of a pace issue for Dark Zero on the attack.
But then equally, Cafe can be like that, right? I actually really enjoy watching Cafe games because generally as attackers, it is really hard to break. It can be a little bit one-dimensional, I get that. You know, start inside red, get control of piano, move your way down pixel. Maybe if you feel a little bit fruity, push in through bar. It becomes very samey after a certain number of rounds of watching it, but I also think it's a really good way to test the team's mettle on the attack inside. How well can they break through what normally can be really difficult, defenses to crack open?
Pino's been in this position consistently throughout these rounds, and he's going to be holding on to it again. He's got the Jaeger ADSs placed by Wizard in the prep phase that are just going to be helping him stay in position. Psycho just thinking about chasing that drone, could be challenged, won't quite have the angle. NJR can't find his man. Psycho, what is going on here? How is he getting away with this?
I mean, he's a psycho, Tim. He does what he wants, he goes where he wants, keeps on moving his way across this top floor, and so far, 2 minutes have elapsed, and Dark Zero have really struggled to make these members move. Now, they are close to being able to push inside a side, but 1, you've got to worry about the verticals, and 2, like we said before, without enough map control, you can't move very freely as Dark Zero. They're just sat here waiting for someone to run into an angle, and finally the opportunity presents itself, and Pamba doesn't land a single shot.
And the problem there is that all it does is alert NIP as to your position. Now, this is good from Canadian, going to be opening up that side wall, and that's definitely going to change up the dynamic a little bit. Gaveni manages to find Wizard, 5 versus 4.
Oh,
good entry, and a beautiful second from Gaveni.
Even without that top floor control, they're just winning the gunfights here. Down to a 2 versus 3 for the side of NIP, and still, Pino's getting tagged on the top floor. I thought for a second he might get killed in the drop, but no, held off for now. Rotating his way around, looks towards the back of another player, but no! Doesn't even go for the man in the first first place, Pamba gets to shut down. DZ find 2 rounds. It might not be the prettiest, Tim, but all that matters is what you can see at the top of your screen. It's 3-2 to NIP.
Yeah, essential round for them to win there, and they've absolutely smashed that, really coming back well after that tactical timeout. Whatever was said certainly worked, let's put it that way. They get themselves 2 in a row, and NIP certainly a little bit quieter than they were after the first few rounds.
Whew, I was worried again about the lack of control they really had of the map. I mean, you saw the push coming around top red from NIP to saying, well, they haven't really taken top red control, therefore we can do what we please here. But Gaveni was the difference there. 2 big kills coming out, meaning they retain snow control, can push inside of sight, and that is when NIP start to hit the panic stations. Great recovery from Dark Zero so far in the second quarter. We're going to end things off downstairs once again inside a kitchen, and Cons is back on that clash. Last time here, didn't use it to contest the Monty directly. Was kind of more there as a last resort if they needed it, but his job was actually watching the vertical angles and keeping his team aware of what angles was being watched by who.
Yeah, it does just give you that little bit of safety to play. As I said, once the verticals get opened up, we often see the defenders move off-site, and the clash just means that you can keep that presence there, you know, a little bit more safely. You can keep on top of whether the push is coming in, when they're getting aggressive, what angles are being worked from. So I like the idea. We'll see just how effective it is again here in round 6. Final defensive round for NIP. They are going pretty well so far, but Dark Zero just waking up and managing to reel them back in.
Pamba helping out at least and getting some...
Oh,
timing! Such unfortunate time for Wizard, but great play by Pamba as well, in a position where he can help out on the white corridor and then immediately go up towards the roof and join his team. So really bringing along the Amaru here more for the mobility than any kind of cheesy up-hatch plays or down-hatch or inside windows, anything like that. It is more just for that quick pace of getting around the map. Great start for Dark Zero once again, though.
Psycho just going to be trying to hold down the bakery, and yes, Dark Zero again in with the entry, looking to take advantage of that. 3-3 at this point with the way things started out. It'd be a fantastic turnaround for Dark Zero, so they're going to be more than happy with this start. Just getting the drones positioned, watching for those flanks. They've been hurt once or twice so far. They're going to try and make sure that that is not going to be the case again. The focus here is going to be getting achieved in next, in towards that mid-floor and getting that skeleton key, opening up the ceiling above the heads of the defenders.
I think Canadian there. Did you know? I think the guys inside VIP actually, not around bottom white. I thought for a second he was looking to challenge out pretty aggressively. I can't help but wonder how differently the scoreline might be if we'd seen Dark Zero, how they've been over the last 2 rounds, you know, from round 1, and things have been that little touch different. Maybe they'd have been the ones in the advantage here at 4-1, maybe even 3-2 themselves. Either way, white control established. They're not going to get away with this as well. They try and get the freezer wall opened up. There is still Muzi lurking around. So although they've lost Wizard, they've immediately moved a second player into his place.
Yeah, and it just shows how critical that area can be, particularly in stopping any sort of freezer-based push, where you're going to drop in and try and get the diffuser down behind that bomb chassis just outside of the freezer door. You can hold that down from the VIP room. Essentially, you're going to use the soft wall through into freezer to continue challenging it. So it's something that Dark Zero are going to have to clear out, and that's why NIP are just throwing manpower at it.
Here we go now, really trying to break it open inside a bakery. Remember that this was the big sticking point for them last time. It seems to be the same again here. Smoke's coming in to guarantee at the very least the bakery gets opened up by these Selmas. Not able to see it through the smokes, not able to shoot it off the wall as much as they might try. Now in a good spot then to make this push happen. Here comes Gaveni rounding into one and just domes Muzi where he sits.
That's great. That's the one from Canadian.
Actually stole it, yeah.
Yeah, that's Canadian just going to open things up with that kill, but here comes Pino retaking very important ground. 15 seconds and Cons could really be the difference on the clash. This is when that sort of operator comes into their own. Psycho manages to find NJR from behind, but they catch him as they drop. 2v2. 3 seconds left to go, and surely the clock is going to tick down. Canadian, he's trying to get that diffuser down, but no, found out by Pino, shut down, and that's going to be NIP taking a 4-2 half.
It's again the late round flanks coming out from NIP. I know it wasn't really a flank because he'd been sat there the entire round, but Psycho wasn't deterred by all the walls opening up around him inside a bakery. He just tucks in tight, gets a freebie inside a small bake, and from there, well, you see everything kind of started to fall apart. They knew that they had to force sight at that point, Dark Zero. They'd lost control. They didn't have freezer. They didn't have bakery. They just had to force in and try and make things happen. So again, really good disruptive play coming out from NIP. Again, DZ maybe looking at that and going, a 3-3 half would have felt a little more fair if we'd woken up a round or 2 earlier. But it's NIP up at 4-2 as they now move on to the attacking side.
It's going to be straight up to the top floor, a site that we haven't actually seen defended yet. NIP not choosing to go to bar and cocktail, instead using the mid-floor sites and kitchen. Dark Zero are going to go straight up to the top of the map.
What? Is that lineup?
Hold on.
Surely not.
An interesting choices there. We've got the Ossa, the Gridlock, and the Glass all stand out immediately to me, Des.
I imagine they changed one or two of those away, surely. If so, if not, we might just be about to see one of the most balmy lineups I think I've ever seen on this site. Normally you see like a hard committing towards, okay, it's going to stick, sure. Normally we see a committing towards, you know, Smokes for the Glass, and sure they've got 4 of those on side, but you might see like a Capitao on side. But having the Ossa and the Amaru here together, as I said, we might be about to see some real madness, and I'm here for it, Tim.
I mean, yeah, you might have a nice little combination between, say, Cons and Psycho, where Cons will put a Talon shield on a window, and then you could get some smokes in. Psycho can play from sort of behind that, but just have that extra protection from the shield. You know, we might see all sorts of little...
I think if DZ peaks something like that, they are morons.
Well, this is it. It makes it very difficult to play into. So it could be that we see some interesting little combinations coming out of those. I mean, we're interested to see particularly whether Psycho and Cons work together or whether the plan is sort of separate.
Really here, Gaveni becomes the centerpiece of this defense for Dark Zero. Playing on the Warden, we've seen a lot of teams employing that, almost a 100% pick rate, I'd say, as far as I'm concerned, unless banned, which is quite rare, interestingly. Just one of those operators that doesn't really draw bans, but teams know that you have to be able to play him when you know how much there are yings around, smokes, flashbangs, you name it. So overall, a bit of a headache. And here we go. Pino's in on this top floor.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Gaveni well ready for that, even with the,
I
won't say recent changes, but the changes that we saw to Amaru that just gives that sound cue a little bit later when she's coming through the window. Just makes it a little bit more of a surprise, but it wasn't a surprise for Gaveni. Stood waiting and takes Pino down. Not a great start for NIP.
Nah, I mean, this is the problem, right? They haven't really got any of the range clear that you might normally see of, like, you know, frag grenades coming in on Iana and Sledge. That bulletproof, for example, will likely stay stood up the entire time on Pixel, so that's not an angle that NIP can easily play into. So they're a little bit stuck here. He was kind of their backstab. He was going to be the one to unsettle Gaveni and bring him down, but the fact that Gaveni found the kill really turns it back in towards Dark Zero's favor.
It does, opening up Pixel spot, but still losing a couple of operators along the way. Your Glaz is gone, your Ossa's gone. This is not looking good as Muzi gets shut down across far back storage. Wizard just trying to find himself an angle through that exact same place. You're playing into mirror windows. You've already lost men to them. You've got to start asking those questions. But at this point, Wizard just has to try and get something going.
It's where you can look into things like the Twitch ban here from Dark Zero and see why it's so powerful for them and why they've opted to ban it away here. Is these 2 mirror windows have completely nullified this attack. Again, if we manage to see Pino get in and get a couple of kills, open up Cocktail, they can flood inside a bar, they can get plants down with the Ossa. But when Cons tried to get the plant down, he was being shot because they didn't have enough control elsewhere. So now things are falling apart. All they can do is look on and say, right, better luck next time. It'll be 4-3 to NIP still, and NIP, I expect, won't go quite as cheesy coming into the next round.
No, I think we do talk about these little pauses in different ways. Sometimes 1v4. Sometimes taking 20-30 seconds and just taking your hands off the keyboard can be about trying to bait players in, see if you can get a kill or two, start leveling the numbers. That wasn't really the case for NIP there. I don't think it was certainly an opportunity to have that discussion. Just, you know, burn the rest of the round and have essentially an unofficial tactical timeout. But for me, I'm just not sure about that Pino play, Des. You know, I don't want to be overly critical because sometimes, you know, those unexpected rushes do work and we see them have an impact. But for me, it just wasn't really the time for it. You're 4-2 up, it's your first attacking round. Just go in and play it. You know, go in and play it. You don't need to try the sort of cheese Amaru 30 seconds in through the window. For me, just try and play a good attacking round, set your stall out. It's an important round. You get that one, you're 5-2 up.
High risk, high reward. If you break DZ there after they've had a shaky first half, they're suddenly panicking for the entirety of the second. But again, Nice attempts. I think Pino maybe just about a second too soon there because you heard the flashes coming in, the smokes, they were being eaten by the ADSs. He arrived into a very much normal battlefield and was immediately shut down. Good response out of Gaveni. Like we said, though, he was the centerpiece of that defense on the Warden. Now we change things over. Going to find ourselves downstairs in mining, and we've got the Maestro on side, a pick that we don't really see all that often anymore, Tim.
No, I mean, we've got an interesting attacker lineup as well. We've got it on both sides to work with. Certainly both teams giving us plenty to think about.
I even looked at theirs. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We've got the full Lion Dorkerby blitz. That, you know, that's real. That's real sweat meta right there.
Jesus. I mean, if they pull this off, fair play. But at some point, we might have to find ourselves going back to the more, air quotes, normal comp.
They're just going. They're going to go in through the.
I love this. Just storm site. Yeah, forget about it. Forget about trying to clear everything. Please.
Surely this is the plan. Wizards lining up on the window. You've got a Gon 6 knocking about. I'm certain of it. I'm sure that I've seen the Gon 6 pulled out, and it's just going to be open the window and shoot goes. They're shooting it instead. Wizard, he's ready to go, and in he goes. The smoke is there. He knows what's ahead of him, but no, somehow NJR manages to get an important kill. Cons, he's going to try and stick this though. It's 3 versus 5. If they do, it's still winnable, and that will be the case. 2 versus 5, but they've got the players just outside of the window. This could be a 10-30 seconds for Dark Zero, Des.
This is absolutely ludicrous. They've still got so much utility on side as well. We've got 2 more scans to come through. They can double jump out this, and they are pretty much guaranteed to get a kill. They might lose a couple in the process. They've already found 2 going down. The hold is looking fantastic, but don't go peeking windows just yet. It's a quad kill for NJR. Psycho's down on his backside. DZ win it out again and pull us all square at 4 and 4. This is unreal.
This is a wild ride. A wild ride here on Cafe. I think they've been having a NIP maybe tucking into a few too many of them sugary treats from the bakery, Des. They come in here absolutely hopped up on energy and just flying in through any window that is in front of them. And I've got to say, NIP, it is not working. Dark Zero, while maybe not completely ready for it. NJR, the beauty from the Alder to take the blitz down. Honestly, I think if he loses that fight, the round goes a different way.
Oh no, I agree completely. The fact that he sprayed whilst full white flash on towards the feet of the blitz and got the kill in himself is just honestly ludicrous, and obviously denied the last one by Pam. Jumps out into the Claymore, but at that point, who cares? Round 1, job done. Here we go for Reading and Fireplace, and as our 3rd choice side. This has turned out to be a thoroughly entertaining game, Tim.
It has. It has. There's going to come a point where NRP need to stop doing what they're doing.
It might be now, looking at the lineup.
I think it's probably going to be now. You've lost 2 rounds, one with an Amaru zipping inside the first minute. I'm not saying that was the entire round loss, but it certainly didn't set you up for success. You then come back and double down on it. You tried to go in through the window with Blitz. Ooh. Yes, they got the diffuser down, but they just didn't get the kills that they required. And I think there comes a point where you've got to say, we've given away our lead. We now need to make sure that we win this, because otherwise, if Dark Zero win this game, you are going to be looking back at round 7 and round 8, and that is going to be where you pinpoint the loss coming in.
This is one of the more beautiful rounds I've seen when it comes to the kind of chess of operator selects. You know, the fact that we have the Solus on side for 1 to sort of deny away the Flores and the Brava, but also the Brava's looking to hack in and get rid, for example, of those Evil Eyes. They haven't got anything to get rid of the mirror windows still, so that's something else for a bit of consideration. The Mute's there to kind of slow down the drones. It's just the back and forth between either side really makes for an interesting compositional kind of comparison between the two. But for me, it's going to be about the Solus and whether or not we see these drones denied away. If Muzi is free to roll on through, there goes one already. That's really critical. If he gets through and gets the Evil Eyes, for example, that's going to negate a lot of what Canadian brings to this round, because that information is just so powerful.
It is indeed. Rotero drone going to be taking out the Vulcan canisters of Goyo as well. So NIP certainly just trying to forge a path at the minute through the top floor, through all the utility that they are going to be facing up against. Of course, the important point with the Brava drones as well, if they pick up the Maestro cam, it is also on the defenders to recognise that that has happened, you know, to smash the Maestro cam, to burn through that utility and make sure that the attackers aren't getting any advantage from it as well.
Still an interesting spread hold here as well, where they're really controlling the second floor. It does leave them a little bit thin on the upstairs, and Gaveni is the one who, unfortunately, is the victim of that setup coming out from Dark Zero. NIP find 1 after forcing their way down white. Surely not. I thought for a second, honestly, we were going to see Psycho just fly over the top of this banister and he would pay the price. Pamba equally has cindered the barrel of his gun. He knows that he's hovering around top white here and is just wondering what comes next. Does he dare C4 up there, though?
It's a tricky throw. There's not much room to sort of be threading the eye of a needle with that one, but it'd be a nice attempt. He certainly thought about it, but just decides, nope, there's more time to be wasted. And he'd be right at the minute, as Psycho has just dipped himself too far away. Rotero drone is going to head down towards site once again.
Rotation.
NIP have got good top floor control here. The honest truth is they need a few kills.
Good vertical control being established, and I mean, for NIP, they were forced to open their own rotate between washroom and the site itself. NGR finding himself on his backside again, a little bit isolated here. You can see members of Dark Zero, like Achieved, rotating their way through the map and not really here as the execute is taking place, and Pamba goes completely the wrong way. Control so far with NIP, but the clock is not Tim.
Cons is going to be getting that diffuser down. That's going to give them the extra seconds that they need. Wizard is in place with the cover. Manager to take down Achieve. Canadian, not really much of an option, but to go and get NJR back on his feet could be a good call. Brings it back to a 2 versus 5, but NIP, meanwhile, have got the diffuser down. Cons
Verticals,
takes an awful lot of damage there, but not enough to put him in the grave. There's a kill from Psycho. Flawless round, NIP. As soon as they just knuckle down into that more textbook attacking style, they get the job done.
Yeah, showing even with a really slow comp, you know, you're seeing 2 drone-based operators coming in with the Brava and the Flores. You need really a good 60, 75 seconds for them to get all those drones out and doing work, which is why things got a little bit, I don't want to say chaotic, but when you look at the clock down to the last 5 or so before a plant's going down, yeah, understandable. But it was nice because NIP again got control up from what they needed. Dark Zero sat quite far back as well. There were 3 or 4 players running around on the second floor. You had Achieve rotating down on the ground floor. Only Gaveni left by himself on the upstairs, and he got punished for that as well. So leaving themselves a little bit thin on the ground, and NIP were taking every free kill they could find in the round, played it incredibly well. They now pulled themselves ahead once again up to 5 and 4.
I'm interested in this site now because we are back to the top of the rotation. They've been through 3 sites now, Dark Zero, so they're deciding to just go back through the same, back up to Bar and Cocktail. It's the site they won in round 7, but let's not forget, that's the round that NIP had the Ossa, the Glaz, the Amaru, Pino zipping through the window didn't work. You know, it was a very different attacking style from NIP for that round. This time we're seeing a much more sort of textbook approach to it. We've got the Flores, we've got the Sledge, we've got the Capitao. It's not going to make it easy for Dark Zero. It's going to be a tougher round than they had in round 7. This one could be pivotal.
There's 2 things I'm really watching out for in this round, and those are the nades in the back pocket of Pino and Cons, specifically to get in below to destroy those mirror windows that, as we said, with the Twitch ban coming in, are going to be really powerful, and also towards the smokes of Wizard. Those are the 2 real answers they have here to deal with the mirror windows that absolutely brutalized them. Last time round, they were trying to attack into the top floor. So keep a close eye on those 3 operators, see what it is they're trying to focus on doing. We'll obviously follow along as well, but for me, they have to be the pivotal parts of this round in trying to unsettle Canadian. And probably most importantly, Gaveni is having a good game so far.
We're going to have pressure on the Cocktail balcony window straight away once again. That was the position that Pino tried to push in from previously, but was unable to find any success. It's going to be a little less aggressive this time. We've got the Warden of Gaveni there just taking down that Rotero drone, doing great work on burning through that utility, but he is going to be moved as the arrows come through. We have a nade as well. There's nowhere for him to go, Des. The team play from NIP is wonderful to watch, and it's Cons who ultimately gets the kill.
And that's exactly what I was thinking we had to watch out for. Where are these nades and are coming towards those mirror positions? Admittedly, I thought they're going through snow and try and get themselves control of reading room to throw nades skywards, but going in through the window works perfectly fine when you can make use of Wizard to help force players away too. Pretty sure it's a bug in terms of his gadgetry as well, by the way. He definitely has used some of those firebolts to try and force Gaveni to move, but they've got rid again of the real central player here. It was moving him away, and now they've got to try an unsettled Canadian who has stepped into his shoes.
5 versus 3 as Pino manages to take down Pamba, and as I said, this was always going to be a tougher round for Dark Zero, but Achieved, he manages to hold on and keep Dark Zero fighting a little bit longer, but Diffuser now going down. Can Wizard stick this? 4 versus 2, Nitro goes out, is going to connect. 2 versus 2 in a quick switcheroo as we find ourselves now with Dark Zero on the front foot almost, but Psycho, he says no, he goes in in and finds the kill onto Canadian. Muzi finishes it onto Achieved, and NIP take themselves onto map point.
We're seeing a real final 20-30 second game here from both teams, it feels. Attempted rushes out of NIP to try and change that, but ultimately it has settled back into that last 10-15 second execute. Big round coming out once again with the right idea out of NIP again to unsettle the player. Gaveni especially is the one they're trying to target here. You know, he's up to, I think, a death in nearly every single round so far outside of one of the ones that Dark Zero have won. Just punishing them with long angles, with the utility coming in, really softening up Dark Zero and then going for the jugular.
Really impressive stuff from NIP in that round. And this is why I was so hard on them, Des, round 7 and 8, about that, you know, just play your game, play your attacking game. You don't need, you know, necessarily to be playing those rushes into site and trying to get things done like that, because they can be absolutely clinical when it comes down to it and when they're just focused on those sort of standard takes. And it was very, very well worked from them. So still a good attempt from Dark Zero. It was a good effort, getting it back to 2v2. The Nitro from Canadian in the middle of the round there, absolutely brilliant, but just not quite having the legs here, the NA team, and it looks like NIP, it's theirs to lose at this point. It's going down to Kitchen.
And they're going to try again with the Ossa. Now, we saw Ossa brought along for the top floor. Ultimately didn't work out once we'd seen Pino die on the Amara. That removed kind of any of the backside threat that really would have let the Ossa get inside of sight and look to get a plant down. So instead here, probably going to be another bakery push coming in. I imagine we want to see some top floor control established. Again, look back to the first half of this matchup when it was Dark Zero on the attack inside. They got the vertical controls. NIP said, okay, we'll just hold down bakery and force the shield away. So I feel that if that can be identified, I like the use of the Echo again. If they can identify where the Ostra is coming from and again reallocate resources over towards that side of the map, that really could be the key to shutting down this attack from NIP, because Dark Zero need to win 3 rounds on the bounce here if they want to be out, well, sorry, 2 on the bounce if they want to send us through to, at the very least, overtime.
Yeah, Canadian just trying to spy out, see whether there was an opportunity maybe for a little bit of outside aggression there. Dark Zero certainly going to need a spark inside their powder keg if they're going to get this one back on track. There is no more mistakes from them. They've got to win it out from here. Look at the, I love this from NIP though, Des. Look at just the confidence in their movement. Pino straight over the balcony. He knows he's got the drones in ahead of him. He's well ahead of time opening this floor up, and NIP, they look absolutely ready to take this here and now.
And just being really respectful of C4s as well. There are 2 of them in the back pockets of Dark Zero players, so making sure that he's inside of the corridor, can't be C4'd out at least initially. Just hopping around, leaving the table here, look as well to open everything up. As Freezer opened up as well, it looks like sight here really is bare for the most part from Dark Zero. It's on NIP to recognise that, though, and think about how they're going to pull this off in the last 70 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not going to get away with just dropping into sight and putting the diffuser down on the ground. They're going to have to find a couple of kills, at least on one of the sides. Personally, I'd suggest you go for VIP. Try and get that locked down, try and get Whiskey Bar locked down, and then you can start thinking about getting in and getting the diffuser down, because the rest of Dark Zero are towards the other area of the map, in towards Bakery, in towards Prep. So it gives you the space that you need. But with 45 seconds left to go, NIP don't have all the time in the world to start finding those kills.
I love this. Made use of the EE1D to ensure that Cons can get the cross in here as well. The only thing they've got to be mindful of potentially is these yokais, and here comes one now. Thank you very much for the Pip Observer, which will disrupt the first one. Not even having to make use of the shields here, but they've got so much vertical control that this is going to make such a headache for them. They get rid of one of the yokais. Another plant attempt coming in, and here's the back flank attempt, but Muzi's watching the angle.
And in comes the next yokai, this time taken down. Cons surely going to stick this time 15 seconds. Wizard with an important kill onto Gaveni. It's all going NIP's way. Canadian left alive can get no more than a consolation as NIP get themselves another win and take themselves to a record now of 2 wins and 1 loss.
NIP is looking like the stronger team. Dark Zero still unable to bring them down. Back after a short break.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems, I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, NIP have just managed to successfully take down the side of Dark Zero. So, Pino, congratulations are in order for yourself and for your team. I just want to cast your mind back just a tad. DZ have actually never beaten you guys on a map. Why do you think that might be? Are there any key weaknesses you've noticed in their team?
Yeah, on the attack side, they play too slow, and we are a slow-paced team too. So the play style they play fits with us. So I think that's why. And we always studied them a lot, and they don't change anything.
So when it came to the ban phase as well, did the Twitch ban take you by surprise? Did it affect the way you guys played whatsoever?
Yeah, we thought they've banned Twitch because of the Goyos, but actually it was for the mirrors. They were using mirror all rounds. And surprised us at first, but on the third round we could adapt and got better.
Well, over in the second half, it kind of looked like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication on that front. They started to bring back the rounds. Were there any key mistakes that you noticed your team were making?
Not mistakes, actually. We tried to do too fast plays that didn't work out. Like, the first half was 4-2, so we wanted to surprise them with the fast pace.
Yeah.
So that's why it went wrong. Then we switched it back to the slow pace, and everything's worked fine.
Would you say that you're a team that does adapt on the fly quite well, going between that fast pace and slow pace?
Yeah, we are that kind of team. We like to play slow, but some rounds we can play fast and surprise the opponents.
All right, well, what's next for you and the team? What are you going to do with the rest of your day to celebrate the victory?
Yeah, now we're going to wait for the tomorrow match to know who we are playing and study them, talk about the maps, and that's it.
I'm going to let you go ahead and get your prep underway and celebrate with your team. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
How did we anticipate that match was going to turn out? Did you think NIP would come out on top, Anne?
Yeah, but I feel like this could have been a little bit of a faster match if we, you know, hide away some of the rounds where NIP seemed like they were toying with their food, where they were, you know, hiding upstairs and just waiting for players to turn around, and it turned out really bad for them. But yeah, overall, a strong performance from NIP.
How about from your perspective there, X? Did you get the Dark Zero you had kind of hoped for?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't really hoping for anything out of this team. I look at this team and I think, fantastic two teams going at it. It really played out as expected. We spoke about the form of these two teams coming into this game. We spoke about NIP and the fact that they were doing fantastically well. They're coming in off a win. Dark Zero coming in off a loss. That was to be expected. We were expecting a little bit of a conflict here in the way that these two teams faced off. I don't think we were expecting it to be so clear and stark at the beginning, though, because NIP tore away with the first few rounds. Dark Zero looked dreadfully slow. We saw 10 seconds left on the clock so many times. They're trying to force plants, they're trying to get things. Nothing was really working for them.
Yeah, they seemed so slow on their attacks, and they seemed so worried about what was going to happen. They seemed to worry about their flanks as well. But then they didn't really drone everything out that well, which led to NIP getting away with hiding in a few spots. And I've just sat there wondering, why would you bring a Nomad, for example? You can bring a Dokkaebi. That's easily how you find out where these defenders are hiding, if that is what keeps getting you, well, hitting you from the back after. So I would have loved if they would have brought out a Dokkaebi there. They brought out the Jackal later, which did help eventually, but just slow on attack, and it did punish them.
It was a hesitance. They were droning players. They droned a player like Pino, top of Cocktail. They droned him twice, and he still gets a kill.
Yeah.
You've got to act off that information. You need to speed up that droning process for it to be a hot drone. Drone instant contact, or drone instant utility being thrown in. There was that pause, there was that hesitation, and it really cost them in a number of rounds.
Yeah, and if you have that where you do have the information but you don't act off of it, that leads to NIP getting the entry so many rounds. There were 4 rounds in a row when they themselves got on their attack where it was actually Dark Zero getting the entry. But as soon as you saw that NIP got the entry back, their entry conversion was also really good.
Now talk to me about the mental factor for the side of DZ. Do you think they have what it takes to bounce back from this loss?
There's 2 big losses in a row.
Yeah.
That's something that you've now got to start to think about and think, right, well, last chance to lose. Next time, it's going to be a best of 3 to see who they're going to go up against. You know, obviously we'll have to wait until the games play out for the rest of the day. Maybe there's a bit of a better opportunity in a best of 3 to get into it. Dark Zero had a really slow start. They slowly picked things up, and there were some moments of good play in the game. It wasn't all doom and gloom, but you need more of it. You need more of that consistency, and just need to be a little bit more reactive. I think, again, the timing really came down to it today. And NIP, we've spoken about it, they were playing with their food. It could have been done 2-3 rounds earlier, potentially. We were sat there thinking, oh no, surely not another 7-0 for NA, but fortunately for them, it wasn't at least.
Do we think the best of 3 is going to be their comfort zone? Will we see a different kind of caliber of play coming out from them, maybe a little bit more comfortable in the best of 3s?
I feel like there's 2 things you'll have to keep in mind with this. A, I think the playstyle of NIP is really difficult to play against. As they themselves mentioned, we either like to play really slow and then we just hit you really fast, which makes it very difficult to play against you. But it would give you a little bit more time to anticipate what your enemy is doing and react to that, because I feel like that was lacking from Dark Zero today.
Well, of course, I love it. Honestly, the energy here from a lot of these teams is absolutely electrifying, but that was Team Liquid chanting away, and now we've got some chiming up coming on from the side of G2 as well. If you want to find out more, here's some more as well. We will catch you after the break, where we're going to be diving into the next game.
When you have 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our 2 Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas in pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this is an Invitational we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, He gets a huge kill. We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. kill. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Cancel and Bill. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the 3rd round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that! They can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
What? Dude,
Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive, the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are your world champion.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
It is time for the Brazilian and EU showdown. Once again, I feel like we've been having showdowns left, right, and center, but this is going to be none other than Team Liquid taking on G2. Now, casting our minds back to the games that we had yesterday, Team Liquid lost versus W7M 5-7. And taking a closer look at these results and statistics, considering the fact that they have a player and, like, you know, the influence rather of Volps backing them, should they have won that match versus W7M?
Yeah, they did really struggle in that game against W7M. It was actually Liquid having 2 completely different games up to this point so far. First, they played Reven, they 7-0'd them, playing with their food, and then they struggled against W7M, despite indeed, as you mentioned, having that player on the roster that can give them that insight on how the enemy team plays. And you can see that they did create that man advantage for themselves in numerous amount of rounds, but they were unable to hold on to that, and they did also struggle with some of these explosive takes that really came out on the side of W7M.
Now, how about when we cast our minds to the side of G2? X, what can you tell me about them?
Well, we can think about G2, and obviously they beat M&M. It was a very close game, 8-7 going all the way. Obviously, EU versus EU matchup, so you're expecting them to be very well versed onto one another. So, yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss. They also lost to Space Station, and that was a pretty bad one. That was over on Bank, 7-3. So, very mixed performance. Quite similar, really, in some ways, to Liquid coming into this one. One thing that I would like to preface this whole thing with is that the last time that G2 actually beat Liquid was all the way back in 2018. The most recent time that these two teams have played was, of course, in Charlotte, where Liquid were victorious. So, bit of a rocky road, historically, for G2 here.
Now, going back to the point that you made against, you know, G2 facing off versus SSG, Doki himself actually yesterday in the interview had kind of mentioned, you know what, if it was a best of 3, it wouldn't have even been close. We would have wiped the floor with them. So maybe that's a sign of things to come. Maybe best of 3s is where they're going to look to feel more comfortable. Will they feel comfortable enough to take this victory in the best of 1s, especially as we take a look at the veto run?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you have map vetoes or 2 teams playing off against each other where stylistically their map pool doesn't really fit one another. There's maps where G2 is really good at that obviously will get banned out by Liquid, and there's maps that Liquid are really good at, but then that's not really a high preference map for G2, or G2 aren't really that good at this map. We ended up on a map like Border. There is no info on how Liquid has played this map in 2023 yet, but G2 have. They played it in the upper bracket of the EUL deciders against M&M. They were victorious, and they also really succeeded on their defenses there.
Well, basing this off of gut instincts, I'm curious to see what Inter and Fluke have to say about this one.
Hi, your parents are here. We've come to get a school review on how the kids are doing. We have 10 very naughty children ahead of us.
That's certainly a way of putting it, yeah. 10 very naughty children.
Yeah.
What about Fabian? Is he a naughty little boy?
The naughtiest. There's so many reports. Yeah, I'm going to cast alongside you. Obviously, there's been a little bit of a rotation in the talent. Pengu is fine.
Nicholas Pickles.
Nicholas Pickles, as he's known in the inner circle.
That's what we call him in the biz.
Only his friends can call him that, though. So if you see him out on the streets and you call him that, don't be surprised if he hits you. He is going to be helping our desk by filling in, giving some big
What a nice guy.
He's just so giving. So instead, I have to step in. I have to.
I was going to say, are you joining me or am I joining you? Technically, how
I
does
think
that
this was your cast originally.
Who knows?
Who knows? Who cares?
Who knows these days?
No one in the audience does.
Nobody, none of you.
Border, G2 versus Team Liquid. Now you have, I mean, we've both been around the blocks for a while.
A lot of blocks.
A lot of blocks. And what they've built is this scene. But although there's a lot of history between G2 and Liquid, the last time they played, it was technically a 3 versus 3 in terms of these rosters. There's been changes since. It was all the way back in Charlotte.
Yeah. Liquid enter this matchup, I think it's fair to say, looking like one of the sharpest teams here at the event. They have cruised on through. G2 had a lot more adversity. They've had to deal with some lumps. Both these teams find themselves in a position where a win is mighty important.
Is he still talking about Fabian? The lumps.
Togepi Flores, the two attackers, banned out Kaid and Mira. No Azami ban, no Solus ban. I expect that Azami will be played every single round.
Oh, yeah. If she's there, she's going to be brought. You're looking at Border as well. It's such a thin map. The destruction can go from corner to corner. The fights are going to be pacey, and that's that sort of point of concern, because the last two maps you had, it was Club, it was Border, it was G2's choice. They opted here, and gunfights have not been their forte in this tournament so far. They've struggled, I think, a better sort of way. You look at Alamau, hasn't quite been able to get his teeth into. Doki has had a hit day and then a miss day. And it's this back and forth of a roster where they used to be terrifying as sort of this like 5-fingered slap across the face of anyone's defense. Whereas, Palu and Nesk, they're playing pretty good this tournament so far. With them popping off and VirtusPro popping off, it's sort of like, wait, what year is this? Where are we?
I'm enjoying it. You speak specifically about Ali Mao. He enters as the lowest rated player of all 10 of the players in our server right now, which obviously is not good for the role that he is in. He's actually below Blur, who's usually the basement dweller for G2. In regards to the highs on this squad, Benjamaster, the highest rated player on their team, and even then it's not very impressive. So G2 just not getting it done as a team. Different story for Team Liquid, obviously. Palu has consistently been one of the best players at all the events he's been in. This one is no different.
Ooh, they're trying to find the catch there. We talked about the Azami before and how much that they can waste, and this is the best place to waste it. Nesk wastes Blur. And you were highlighting the player that can try and get the kit down. He's not going to get anything more than the Selma you hear popping off in the background. There is Volps with a swing round. Virtue did get at least a little bit back, but now they've lost not only the front, but the back end of that push. Virtue, he's caught a bit in the middle. He's going to see if he can try and pick up some pace and reconvene with the rest of the team. Stoki went down as well. They've lost the grenades. They've lost, minus the one that's still in the pocket, 1E, 1D, 1 Ash charge. And most of the fighting has happened kind of far away from even the vertical side of the side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that G2 hasn't been droning it. It's just they don't look like they can do anything with it. But G2 answers back very quickly. Lagonis and Palu, last two alive. Now all of a sudden it's Palu. Look at that. The round, which looked like it was going quite poorly for G2, is almost over.
I mean, kind of out of nowhere. There, really, it was a bit of a close down, and that's what we talk about this map. It goes from 0 to 50, and then even more so. He's trying to find the side of the fight. They're dancing over the angle of Jazz, and Virtue gets it out, and I'll be honest, you can see there's a lot of intensity there from the sides of G2. I didn't expect them to get that round from the position they found themselves in that early.
No, so G2 uses about 5 drones on that entire portion of the map upstairs, over by 90. They end up with 1 minute and 40 seconds left with a single drone. And I mean, take a look at this. Okay, as you drone out 90, you know you've got this complex network, complex in heavy quotes here, of rotates from Fountain all the way over towards break room and security. And G2 drones it out. They use 2 Lion charges. They lose 2 players, but then through the mid-round, they take these engagements with very limited intel. They don't even need to really pressure the bomb site at all.
That was, a second beep. But you know all about swearing on broadcast.
So do you?
I've never actually got to use one on
You work with Hap?
I do work with Hap.
He swears on broadcast.
I know a lot. I know a lot about swearing on broadcast. I said it just before it sort of got into motion there that all the fighting had generally happened around CC, around 90. It's not directly above the vertical. You still have the pressure to get in underneath as well. You can see Virtue was rotating his way in from outside the southern face of the entire building. And then Alamau just jumps in above and gets a 2K. It's not something you can rely on, but that sort of highlights the point. And what has almost been missing from this roster is that attribution of, we're really good at shooting people in the face. Can we try and make it hit our opponents? Bit of a peek outside, hasn't netted anything, whether it's just a deployment of gadgetry or not. We're back towards the top floor for the first time.
Barbed wire to assist Nesk, who's now playing inside of security. So as we tend to see with the zombies in that spot, you can hide behind all of those Kiba barriers. Position yourself so that if somebody challenges you on that other side of the armory wall, on the security wall, which has been left soft, it appeared, gives Nesk a very advantageous spot to sit on. As for G2, they're going to be running with just a single hard breacher. Focus right now is quite heavily on break room and over towards security. 4 separate players, all surrounding that exterior wall.
You hear the candelas popping off. It's so much pressure around onto break. Volp's got himself just tucked. They're angling for the fight, and he takes the first. Doki's dropped once again before he can make a big impact. They slip out as Nesk is drawing all the attention and eyes towards him. The pressure underneath of the nades is consistent with how they've done it. That's why Nesk can move away. He knows the game that they're going to play. He's kind of hoping he can get a bit of a catch on another loose player. Benja's watching underneath still. They're getting drones, waiting for intel, maybe waiting for a drop on the hatch itself, but this repositioning, reconvening, Alamau onto Sandwich, pressure onto Vents and AC. You can see G2 has very quickly had a mid-round talk there of, we need to alter this.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of utility expended from G2 as well. They used 2 Candelas, they used a flash, Yana's down, they sent about 3 separate drones in too, and they don't find anything for it. They allow Nest to continue on in that place, basically unimpeded. He kills Benjamaster, so at least you're taking him down, but again, all that utility used, and you've only got a minute left in the round, but you're at a 4v4, so it's not terrible for them.
Very quick conversations, very quick motion, and the fight outside the side as Palu tries to step up to Blur, has to back off. He's alone here, and he's got the kit. If he goes down, it's a big rotate to get it back, so Palu's under pressure from Sandwich as well, either side of the fight. But as that space he can play in shrinks, Alamau hops in, gets Volps once again. He's doubling down what he did last time around, ring around the rosies as resets gets Virtue on the opposite side. Alamau, that's 4, that's almost 5 across the sights in 2 rounds. Hit beepers. We asked the question, where is Alamau at the start of this game? Well, he's knocked out of this one, but you cannot doubt the effect and impact he's had so far. Blur cannot find the space, looking for just a breath to put the kit, but Benja gets the kill instead.
Too much haste there for Liquid on the post plan, but honestly, G2 played that basically as perfect as you can get at that point. The call was made, hey, let's bail off of security, let's bail off a break room. Alamau says, I've got 2 Candelas. We don't have a ton of intel on the Armory bomb site, but you know what? If I throw some Candelas down and I could get in through that sandwich window, I can do some serious damage while the rest of G2 moves over towards office side and then gets 2 different players up on that Armory wall. Honestly, losing Nesk that early on left soft walls inside of security, left the 1 soft wall on Armory wall as well. And at that point, you can just walk right in. You've got the Selmas to take care of the rest of that reinforcement, and then the whole front of Armory is yours once you take care of Palu, or at least move him off of that spot. It was the latter that G2 did.
You called it very early, as well as the sort of idea of Benja's just sitting. He's played that first grenade. He's going to wait under the hatch as a trap that, you know, we didn't get the full read on the pressure that was coming around Nesk there. He has the option of the hatch rotate, but Benja sat there for at least 30 seconds, 45. It looked like a swing into the fight. Maybe Nesk didn't even have to take that. Think about where the ace was at that point. If Nesk was still putting pressure in that power position he had before, well, then suddenly Blur's not free to move up and pressure Palu as much. They've got to go for a different take and a different play, and that's where the break came through at the end here. Slight change. Nesk is carrying himself a little bit more mobility, but once again, quick brace of impact towards the building itself and towards resets.
He's using the ITA shotgun, which is something we've seen from a couple different Solaces so far, but
not your preferred.
I mean, I think you need to play it correctly. You're going to use Solus in a similar way that you see a Mute who's going to roam. You might see some other operators with shotguns. Pulse has used a shotgun before on some of these players. You know, I don't know if I like it as much as running the P90, but if you're going to play tight angles and you expect them to pressure you from a small spot, then it can work out.
Volps once again gets that strike early in. They've been pretty consistent at getting in the first engagement and finding success. It's just after that where everything falls apart and falls away from the position they were in. Instead of holding on this time, he's gone for the rotate so much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, G2 has surrendered the opening pick all 3 rounds so far. Their first part of this round after round after round for G2 has been quite miserable.
Yep.
You know, again, they have a lot more drones than they're used to, at 4 right now. So they've got intel at their disposal. No Yana on the board, so you're gonna have to rely on those drones more than just about anything else. But it's the mid-round where G2 flourishes. That's the point that we're at right now. Let's see if Liquid can actually turn it around. Because this is the Vents bomb site, so as G2 works through that top floor, yeah, you've been picked off by 1 player, but you gotta get the rest of them before you can transition.
Sneaky camera as they wait for the steady beaten approach.
Towards the bomb site.
Yeah. Transition towards the bomb site.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I didn't look at you for anything else. You don't get these strikes from Pengu, I'm sorry.
Pengu doesn't have a sense of humor.
I mean, but he's the 2-time 20 seconds sell your computer. Can you sell me a computer? No.
I've got extra if you really want.
Blur is looking for the fight down from the vertical. 50 seconds and a cautious silence. And whether that's something that works well for G2 or not, because remember how Liquid has done this the past few rounds, is they've got angsty. They've sort of gone, well, we need to try and find an engagement. They found them, they've lost them, and then G2's taken the site in the round. So this time, Liquid sort of said, hang on a minute, we don't have to do that. Instead, let's sit and pretty before Benja takes our head off.
I mean, the one thing for G2 is that they've been clearing just the top floor. They haven't needed to clear 2 floors. This time around, having to clear 2 floors could be a bit of a challenge. They've taken out Volps. The mid-round where G2 usually flourishes is long since sailed by. And now you're in the late round. We haven't really gotten here with G2. How is it going to go for them?
Well, Nesk on the retake over the top. Palu gets Blur on the back end, but Alamau is right behind him. It's sort of that trade on trade game with Doki trying to pick up the pieces and finding a fight because everybody's confused. Alamau's down, so is Doki. And that extra time that Liquid are able to buy themselves buys them their first round, a bit of intensity, but this game, I feel, is just going to start getting intense.
2 incredibly storied franchises, 2 incredibly storied esports orgs, 2 incredibly storied rosters as well. It's always nice to see them living up to that hype. And of course, it's on the tertiary bomb site. Technically, every single site was open for Liquid, but they decided to go downstairs to Vents and Workshop.
Famously, the easiest defense.
Yes, and they get it right. And again, this is the first time that we've seen G2 have to tackle 2 separate floors. The very first round, their big impediment, and I guess it's somewhat carried over a little bit to the second round as well, was that security component. Once you take care of security, the rest of this kind of all goes together. And despite the fact that it was Teller's bathrooms as the first bomb site on the main floor, most of that action occurred on the second floor back in round number 1. Round number 2, obviously far more straightforward. That time around, it looked like there was just a lot of confusion from G2. A lack of confidence on the entry. They lost Virtue really early on. They couldn't recover. They struggled to take map control for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. And yeah, they still had utility to hit the site, but when Doki scrambled to get that diffuser, the big issue was that it just looked like they didn't have the idea of where the remaining Liquid players are, and you're struggling to get kills with so little time left, things are gonna get messy.
I'm hitting a button. Boop. It's the, oh my god, Nesk is on an MPX on border button. It's the classic button. It's the one that we've seen for a long time ago. Obviously, his roles have changed over the years, and he might be being found earlier than he thinks, but it's just so exciting to see because we've seen what he does. 2 drones on him, and he's gonna see if he can sneak his way out break. This is all being told and put forward. The E1D, now he knows he's being droned at least. He might not know that he's being watched from above and from the swing, but he takes the drop anyway. Safe move, whether he knew it or not.
It's 2 EE1Ds used in the first 40 seconds. I mean, so...
To try and catch a player who's just left as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the issue in round number 1. This was the issue in round number 2. Nesk was allowed to live for far too long. G2 looking quite limp on their entry. They've finally been able to take control of the top of East, but they're fighting shadows at this point. Nesk is long gone. He holds that for about 1 minute. He falls off. G2 are quite slow. Tons of time still for them to drone things out. But I mean, I guess the real benefit is that you've shoved Nesk back. There's a second player from Liquid still holding the spot though. That Avenue through the rotates as Volps. Nesk gets found out. That's the first pick for G2. After surrendering first blood to Team Liquid every single round, we're actually gonna get to see G2 hit this mid-round right now with a numbers advantage.
That's very Nick Cage of you.
Look at the numbers advantage. Oh, they're going for the take.
Volps is waiting. Volps is waiting and being patient, and that's maybe the worry for G2.
That was my Nick Cage.
It was wonderful. I thought he was in the room with me. I was frightened. There was this moment of frighten around the side as well. They're cracking it open, but remember how G2 took this. They hopped in and got a double, and then suddenly were putting pressure onto the side. This time, Liquid are going for the same retake take that was the take last time, and it was successful. Apart from that, reset's gone. Alamau is able to catch one out. They're watching on the stairs. They're watching on the rotate here. Do they have the awareness? They seem to have a vague idea.
That whole round hinged on Volps. 40 seconds left, 2 players left in the bomb site. They're just going to be playing to die. This basically might be a tomb, but nice pick from Lagonis. He's going to just further barricade himself inside a bathroom as Palu looks for the retake. And it's going to set up G2 really nicely, who don't have any utility really at all, but they're able to find the picks. And both Alimau and Doki get the final 2 picks there. Emmy, expertly done. Again, it's the mid-round where G2 really thrives, and as we start to get towards the execute, it's the inverse of the problems that we've seen over the first 2 rounds, whereas G2 looked like they struggled to get information and take on Liquid. That round in particular, it looked like, again, through the mid-round and onwards, that Liquid had no idea where G2 was coming from. And look at this, they just get caught out. I think the last 3 kills were all done when Liquid was looking in a different direction.
It's the change in the sort of wind, because G2 has struggled in getting that pace. Their malleable aggression, their tactics that won them the hammer but a couple of months prior to where we are today was built on the idea of seeing what there is around a minute 30 and then making sure that they're in positions to entirely change. The Faze is one that is a contorting dance of aggression that can hit any ballast. It's sort of the opposite of that old set up 20 seconds execute. It's, well, we might do that, but also here's opportunity. Here's where this is. You're trying to sniff for clues like you're watching Blue's Clues and work out who did the murder. I haven't watched Blue's Clues. I don't know if there's a murder. It's a kids program. Probably not.
Typically not.
Typically not. It's not in the usual.
I don't think that children's programming.
Detective Blue murder on the case. What do you mean? Every single Disney parent
has to be a detective. There are clues.
Yeah, but
or at least a sleuth.
Blue's Clues sleuth?
Doesn't really float.
No. Cancel.
We workshop it.
We can workshop it. We've got time.
Workshop it. Very similar setup right now from Team Liquid on this bomb site, going back upstairs to Armory, but G2's brought some different tools.
Yes.
And instead of it being a dead set Armory take, big thing everybody's gonna notice, no hard breacher whatsoever for G2. Not even a hard breach gadget being brought. This is gonna be a very standard smoke Osa shield plant over towards office.
Benj is gonna try and cook this grenade right underneath. They were well prepped and well popped. Volps gone. The player who was able to get those entry in the first 3 is now the death of the previous one. And here, as the blinds go over, get out the way, Doki, you idiot. I need to plant. They're trying to get their way through. Recess gets Virtue through the soft. There's the C4 over the top. Can't quite get the execute because they popped in sandwich window at the same time. Alamau blinding on the back of the execute. They're going to go for the retake. Lagonis, no. Opts to move away from Workshop as Workshop gets a kill. Missed moment there, and now it's just Lagonis. 3 versus 1 post-plant. The command of the site there was entirely driven by G2. They hopped in, and I'm going to be honest, as someone who watches EUL a lot, this isn't the most uncommon take. A pistol pulled out on the back of Dawn. They now have the watch behind the Oster shield and the Talon shield inside the site. No impact to break it across. Blur can play this as aggressive as he wants. Sprays through the side, loses the fight. Lagonis is now tucked onto it. He's got 17 seconds. Benja has to come for the rotate. Benja has to go all the way wide. They can just hold on and get the defuse!
Well, I mean, there's certainly a lot there that we can we can discuss. First half of the round for G2 looked fantastic. They put presence over towards Armory. They get players in down below. That first pick from the nade dislodges one of the players inside of Archives. And then what ends up happening? You do what everybody else does. You get the Osa shield right in. G2's coverage is excellent. You've got the players down below as well, as you can see from Benjamaster. But the problem with this is that the big blind site was where Benja was, allowed Lagonis to go past. And then nobody had intel on Lagonis retaking through metal. And instead of holding them off, G2 decided to engage and engage and engage. There was a lot of ugly gunfights between both teams, but Lagonis won it and then used the shield to his advantage. I don't know if Benja was just playing from down below or if Lagonis was just a bit quicker and the comms didn't go out for G2 fast enough to get Benja back.
I mean, okay, I know I briefly highlighted on that one. To be honest, I thought the round was lost. It was a 3 versus 1.
That absolutely should have been a G2 round.
They had the verticality.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, the hop-in on sandwich with the Candelas. Sometimes it'll be, you know, the quick zip instead. But it was just with the vertical control. It wasn't even planted on concrete, so they could watch it from underneath if they wanted to put pressure onto someone going for the counter defuse. They really had everything there, apart from teamwork and coordination. And they're up against Lagonis.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been calls again. I don't know why Benja Master was caught out so badly as he was. I guess he just assumed that the rest of the team would get it done. It was a 3v1. You're in such a favorable position. Why G2 did not have a player out on balcony either watching from the other angle is kind of a mystery to me.
Blur on the wide swing on the Yossa shield as well.
Yeah, not smart.
No, not good.
You had 3 separate opportunities to stop Lagonis, and it just could not be done.
Nobody can stop Lagotinus. What about La Solus?
I mean, he's died 3 times.
Okay, minus those.
Stop 3 separate times.
Fake news. Benja Master. Actually having a pretty good game so far.
Oh!
Blur is the one who gets caught there. I thought it was Benja, but Nesk gets Blur. Benja is still standing. They saw the glimpse go past, and now, once again, well, they didn't need the hard breach on the previous round. They got the kit down, but they don't have the option this time around. It's gone. Candela's pop on the back. Doki's looking for a fight inside Armory. They're trying to find a loose player here. Ooh, and there is one. Parlu just backed in. And Kapkan is a very thick boy.
Volps roaming from above alongside with Nesk. They will hold that control for as long as they can, and Volps punishing Ali Mao is excellent. Because not only does Ali Mao have 9 kills, Emmy, but also the Candelas, which will be integral for flushing the players either out of the roam spots or, more importantly, clearing out the bathroom portion of this site. Once you take archives, you can open up that hatch. You have so much influence over bathroom down below you, and that's where the Candelas really become super helpful, along with the office hatch too. And now you're gonna have to do it without that. You've lost your smokes, you've lost your Candelas. That's a huge blow to G2.
And it's sort of that formulaic idea of, well, how do they solve this problem? Do they try and throw themselves in as they've done before? Well, Doki is able to get the kill there onto Volps with the only hatch that they've popped open. Now has an eye line down onto site, but they still have control of the bathroom, so they can't just take the drop without somebody being behind them. Nesk is watching from the corridor as well. You can see Liquid has set themselves around, and they can do just that. Nesk strikes Virtue on the side underneath, I think that might have been. Through the gap, yeah, it was. Doki has to now recollect 30 seconds. He has to watch the opposite side of the map to where the site actually is. That's how much pressure Liquid is putting everywhere else.
It's not a good going right now for G2, especially with Benja needing to get that goo out of his foot. And Doki has the diffuser, by the way, with 15 seconds to go. So the moment that Doki goes down the bottom of the stairs, he's as good as dead. There it is. Resets finishing him off. Mid-round for G2, ultimately falling apart. It was the benefit for them for so long, but I don't know if you can mentally reset after that previous round with the blunder that was made. Liquid regains top 4 control after Doki had left. They basically swap whether you're on the floor or the bottom. Glad to see Nesk fired up. The first half goes to neither team.
Bit of spiciness. The thing is, if you're a team from the Latin American region and you go up against Alamao, you'll end up in a shouting match.
Yeah.
It could be the tamest game. It doesn't even have to be Siege. You could be playing like chess. And I feel like Alamao would find a way to have a good old yell with his Portuguese-speaking brethren.
You know, the funny part is that if it was Benja who had the diffuser, there was nobody within a 7-second play of stopping the diffuser from going down. So Doki has it. He's upstairs. Doki likely picked it up after the diffuse carrier had died, which is fine. You need to get somebody in that position. But I mean, the bigger issue is that you're nowhere near the bomb site. Benja has control, can't get the diffuser down.
We have a quick technical timeout. Halftime. Do you have any halftime oranges?
Halftime oranges?
See, okay. I'm bringing UK references. Did you grow up playing a sport? Hockey?
Did we play hockey?
Hockey? With Jesse J. Chick?
I don't know if he plays hockey.
I don't know. He loves hockey.
He's an Alberta boy. He absolutely loves hockey. He was overjoyed at the fact that the Edmonton Oilers advanced 2 nights ago. Leafs did as well.
Sorry, this is just Sportscast. We're just updating you
Just in case anybody hasn't been following
other
NHL.
sports. No, but he's more Canadian than you, I'm sorry to say.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, he says a lot.
He does have a Canadian twang, that's for sure.
He does have a twang. He's like the...
He has a very, he's a very obvious.
He's like the Canadian version of a cowboy, I guess. Like...
Well, that's what they say about Alberta. Alberta's the Texas of Canada.
Yeah, I can see that. He's the Sam of the Canadian talent.
Ah, yes, of course.
We have a technical timeout. We'll be back in soon.
Don't know why.
We don't know why.
We don't know why. We would tell you if we knew.
Yeah. Drone.
The drones had all become bugs.
Issues. Which is grim.
Drone out of your pocket.
Grim strikes again.
It becomes a bunch of bees.
Is that was it? I can't remember if that was announced or. You know when you're trying to remember what you can talk about.
Grim is in the game. You might not know it because Grim has never played. Grim is in the game. I don't know if that's what you're asking. And he does indeed shoot bees.
He does.
So which are bugs.
Yeah.
So everything you've said is correct.
He hasn't been played yet this tournament. Yet. On the grounder stage, the Titan.
Now I'm curious what you weren't supposed to say. Just spill it.
What?
Just say it in front of everybody.
I mean, I know he needs some...
There are hundreds and hundreds of people watching this.
He needs some TLC because he's below average. Is that the nicest way of putting it?
As an operator?
Grim sucks. Grim is bad. He sucks. He's not in a good place.
No.
But physically.
Mentally,
I think he's great.
I don't know where he is mentally. I'm not going to speak for him.
I'm not Harry. Nobody is. Harry's dead.
Oh, you're talking about Harry... Rainbow Harry.
Yeah, did you not watch the big cutscene?
No.
Oh. You don't read lore.
I don't care at all about lore in any... That is not... I don't know why that's where you settle on. I can absolutely read.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was hooked on phonics.
What?
Do you not have phonics in the UK? Hooked on phonics?
What's phonics? Is that like Animorphs?
No, it's a... Anyway.
R.L. Stein. Goosebumps.
Great series.
Great series, the Goosebumps books.
Are You Afraid of the Dark also?
Yes.
Series?
Oh. He's talking about the books. 3 apiece. We have no bans on the top middle. So...
Let's hope they don't pick them!
So the bands off the top of my head, you've written them down.
I have. Do you want to take a guess? I have them in front of me right here, right now. We're playing a game show. These are the 4 operators banned in G2
This is like
versus
one of
Liquid.
the only times I haven't written them down.
Hey, everybody. I'm Carter Lynx here.
Hi, here's a quote. I like how Carlex introduces the NA teams. Like, here's Space Station Gaming, and here's European side M&M, because he doesn't know anyone outside of NA.
Bans were Dokkaebi and Mira, banned out by Team Liquid, G2, Flores, and Kaid. So it's now up to the teams to not pick them. Hopefully they don't.
I was going to guess that. So. All 4 of them.
No way of knowing.
I was going to guess all 4 of them. Well, I was like, Solid, no, they were allowed. Vap, no, they were played. Ying, no, they were played. So.
Ying has been a staple, actually, for G2.
Can't get rid of her.
Coming in right now for Lagonas.
And what we had a little bit of a flirt with, goodbye, Palu. What we had a little bit of flirt with before was the Azami at the very beginning, and it just was not working for Nest. They could not slow it down. Doki is going to see if they can pick up the mantle, and by the mantle, I mean knives that explode. And so does Nesk. Exploded by Virtue, who was just holding the swing on the top angle. That's 2 Liquid bodies lost here. No fight really back against either of them. And well, as Alamau does get caught from the vertical, they've just shoved their way into the site, and that's not good. This is bad.
That is the strongest...
How does he miss it?
That is the strongest castle I have ever seen.
Imagine if it was Castle, but with his like shouting audio. You know, I was like, ah! But just like constantly. The response to that clip. Socials, you need to post that clip. Oh, I don't know if they're allowed. Post that clip and be like, how do they miss these shots? And then it's the shot 1 to 6, clearly missed. Shot 7 to 8, shoulder.
Now, here's a troubling prospect for G2. We've just been told that we are just completely replaying the round. What?
Were you told?
Yeah, in my ears.
Okay, cool. I wasn't told.
They just said we're replaying the round.
Ah, okay.
So I heard in my ears.
I trust you. I don't trust him.
Look at me.
Yeah?
I'm the admin now.
Oh, you're the guy that makes... So anytime an admin decision goes bad, they should message you.
No.
It's Hap.
It's Hap.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately for G2, their entire defensive setup has likely been read by Team Liquid. Now Team Liquid are going to start the round again back at a 5v5 as far as we're aware. And on top of that, they will now go into that round with a more intimate knowledge of the workings of G2's defense, which again, just like we saw from Team Liquid on attack, and I imagine will be pretty standard through the remainder of this matchup. Most of the emphasis is going to be on holding down that security/CCTV portion of the map. And now, even though you've got the attacker repick, Liquid can bring even more to deal with it if they'd like.
See, I do have the question there.
Yes, what's your question?
Is it a pure replay and that everyone can repick operators as well from the get-go? Because obviously a standard replay is when everyone's still alive, and sometimes it's during the prep phase and defenders have to be locked. Team, so same picks both sides.
G2 was in a 5v3. That's going to be erased.
4 versus 3.
4 versus 3 at the very end. Yes, that's correct.
And
but they would have killed the castle, so that was very...
Well, he seemed he was doing okay.
Just, no. Well, we're just getting all the players back in the server. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
With Flores being banned, you got operators like Castle are going to see even more value. You're going to see an Azami get way more value, infinitely more value. You can't really bring a Brava to deal with these operators either, because Brava obviously lacks those explosives to deal with it, and most importantly, the clutch drone can't take a castle barricade, can't take a Kiba barrier. The fewer electronics that are in there, the less value you get out of a Brava. Of course, you can still bring her to take care of a couple default cams, and there will be some gadgetry presumably set down at some point. So you gain value in that regard, but a suboptimal pick across the board. Team Liquid favoring explosives. You got to do that when there's an Azami on the board, because most of these players on both of these teams, and now it'll be G2 obviously for the remainder of the match unless we go to overtime, they're going to position those Kiba barriers and then play off of them rather than use them for area denial. They might plug a hole with them or throw it at a door, but by and large, from what we saw from both of these teams, is that those Kiba barriers are going to be used to directly defend one of the players behind it, similar to a deployable shield. You got to bring explosives to deal with that. You're not going to get close enough to melee it, or else you're going to die, because there's going to be somebody right there.
It does suck to die. I have an entirely unrelated question.
You have experience?
Yes. Imagine for a second. Imagine, close your eyes. Okay. If Brava could steal any gadget to be used from attacker or defenders, what would be the funniest? They could just use the gadget. They were just like a mimic rather than...
Any gadget whatsoever.
Any gadget. So you just have pretty much 2 of that person in effect.
Well, I mean, are you talking funny or are you talking strategic element?
Well, strategic would be boring, because then you just have like 20 Dokkaebi calls going through. We are reviewing the round right now. There may be a point. Why are we reviewing it in the 20s?
Breaking news! The round is under review.
Can we cut to VAR?
The admins are currently discussing whether or not there will be a point given for that round. I honestly don't know. We could obviously speculate. In my eyes, as much as it would hurt G2 to replay the round, I don't think it is necessarily fair in my eyes to give the round to either team based on what we saw. There are too many unknowns with the time left, the gadgetry left, and the players left to make a proper decision, in my opinion. But I'm not an admin. The admins can decide however they like. Players have to adhere to it unless they protest, or then they start physically fighting the admins, and then I don't actually know what happens there.
I don't know what happens either.
What would happen if one of the players just ripped off their headset and then they started fighting one of the admins? I don't know.
Is Fresh around? They usually know things.
I'd like to note that the host and analysts are very pro-violence right now and are actually
very pro-violence
gestures towards fisticuffs.
Even though Ollie we labeled the gentle giant.
He's a giant.
The big man from the big north.
The north.
He just dropped his pen. This is well, casters don't have anything to talk about. They'll cast their environment, and then we get locked in a box.
I ate the spiciest tuna of my life yesterday.
Did you fight it first?
Well, no, I was here.
Like a bear wrestling.
Did you try it yesterday at catering? The spicy tuna?
I don't think I
spicier
did.
than you thought it was. People are like, oh, it's spicy tuna. I'm like, okay, how spicy could it be? Much spicier than I thought.
What's the? What was the level? What could you compare it to? If anything.
It was probably like right underneath Habanero.
Wow.
In terms of like heat level.
For a tuna? That's a bit spicy.
Yeah, I don't know what they do to them.
It's just the water they grew up in. They grew up in a volcano.
We actually, we distill it with Fireball whiskey.
These fish are real unhealthy.
Cut them up.
But they're so cool on a night out.
Oh.
Talking about nights out, happy Workers' Day to everybody in Denmark.
Happy Workers' Day.
Happy Workers' Day, 1st of May. Is it?
Solidarity with the workers abroad.
We're with you.
We have a decision.
We've been handed the winner. No, we haven't. That's just a card.
This is, I don't know what is that XD is a signature? Oh, it stands for X Defiant.
Okay.
We're merging. Folks, we have a decision. The round is being replayed in its entirety.
I thought I would add some...
Would you like to read the cue card?
I will read it.
Maybe not the bottom.
Liquid G2, not played at all this year.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
Thank you. It's a full operator and site replay. Does that mean everybody has to pick the same thing, same site? Cool. Yes,
what else could that mean?
I don't know. Like if I
let's go down the rabbit hole here. What else do you think that could possibly mean? Full site, full operator replay.
When I'm picking an operator on that joyous screen with the seconds I have, I feel like I'm playing a little mini game of click the square quicker than the person in my random queue can steal an operator. But no. Maybe I'm the strange one. Maybe it's...
Well, you are English.
Maybe it's true. Can't. Oh! I just saw something different written in chat.
What did you see?
I'm not going to say until I get confirmation from production. But the admins typed something different in chat. We'll see what happens when we get
I believe what they said was subscribe to twitch.tv/rainbow6 with your Prime Gaming sub.
They can pick new ops.
Oh, that's nice.
I was right. I'm doing a kicking dance. You can't see it at home, but you can imagine it that I'm gloating in front of Parker's face.
Such range.
We're never going to cast together again.
We're in the game!
Woo, woo, woo. Thank you for bearing with us. Bear down.
So even though we said same site, same ops, and you said, can I confirm? That means that they can't pick new ops. And then they said yes. And I said, what could that possibly mean? It turns out that information was actually incorrect. They are allowed to pick new operators, and I think that's a pretty fair decision.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was, okay, so if you're unfamiliar with the rule book to the level that we are, because, well, it's our job, it makes sense. If a round is in motion and action hasn't properly started yet, so if nobody has died or whatever, so say they spawn in and there's a bug, you can rehost the round, but you got to pick the same operators, because at that point, there hasn't been a confrontation. As soon as first blood passes, and it was once upon a time a 15-second rule, that's when the round usually has to have a more formulated decision. Here, it was a 5 versus 3 that turned into a 4 versus 3. We saw a fight that was about to happen. Liquid saying it would have been a 3-3. G2 saying, no, shut up. And then the argument, and that's why we're here, because this is the fairest way.
We believe in fairness.
Just forget everything that happened in the last 20 minutes, people at home.
Has it? No way it's actually been that long. No way it's been 20 minutes.
I'm just guessing. I'm just making things up. Lagonis on the Candelas on the back end. Palu's going to see if they can open up vents. It's same site, the armory pressure. As they look over the top, they're going to see if they can just try and maybe pull a bit of a sharp strike towards the site itself. Maybe they read just how little was on the defense of the site, and instead they're sort of saying, well, why don't we do what they were doing? Oh, the Candelas want to go. They're ripped and ready.
Down in the player cams, you can all see them looking at each other's monitors, so they get some advanced intel. You know, you pop a UAV, basically. I like these changes right now from Team Liquid, rather. The Candela is obviously a staple here. The smokes go out, Nesk on Gridlock, you can conceal a plant with the sounds of those track stickers, but would you look at this? They're already in the sights.
Nesk is able to get one kill with the Gridlock on the back end, and as I said, they sort of read that G2 did not have a lot inside the site itself. There's a bulletproof that's watching a smoke and a bit of coverage, but the problem is, where's the kit? Still sitting outside sandwich window, and that needs to make its way in. They're trying to find its way through. Alamau's underneath. They could cause some problem. If they get a run out and hit that player, well, they could pull everything out of this approach, because Lagonis, the longer he sits here, the more dangerous, the more worrisome the whole system becomes. They want to get a route through. Kiva Barricade gets deployed. Resets gets a bit of a shake through. Alamau finds Volts, which is, I think, the cover for the run out underneath. It is. Benja finds Palu. They're finally in, getting the plant on the back end, but now it is just them left. The start of this push from Liquid was so good, so succinct, so adapt, so everything was Liquid, and then G2 put him in a cup and threw him out the window.
You know, I was going to be a little bit critical of the fact that Team Liquid had Armory Wall control for about 40 seconds or so. They'd expended Candelas, there'd been a bevy of smoke that had been unleashed as well, but I think the apprehension came from two things. Number one, they were worried about small office. Maybe they hadn't droned it out. Maybe they were worried about an Oryx being on the board, hopping up through the hatch, which looked actually to be the strategy that G2 was about to use. But more importantly, you pointed it out, the case was not on Armory Wall. And that's because I doubt Resets thought, I'm gonna be able to walk in for free. G2 were playing far enough back inside of Fountain, but they created those lines of sight so that while they weren't physically holding those parts of the maps, they were still able to see them. And then of course, Liquid weren't that focused on clearing out downstairs and ended up being their undoing. And unlike what we saw from Benjamaster when G2 was on attack, G2 were much faster to get back up to that top floor this time around, not wanting to commit the same mistake. And Team Liquid got caught in the mid-round trying to go for an execute. And as Liquid were mid-scramble, G2 took those engagements over towards Office, over towards Fountain, on main stairs, leaving Lagonis as the last player left inside of Armory.
You know, it's so strange because you sort of look at how the breakdown of things happened. They had one kill, they had full site control, then they had a minute, including 2 semi-executes of throwing down smokes, throwing down utility. Sure, there was a keeper barricade that hit sandwich window and did stop some of that motion, but, you know, 5 seconds of a 50-second hold and shout really isn't fantastic. Here is a much shorter, sharper drive towards the site as the cap cans get stolen. Alamau's going to see if he can try and not be a victim of his own crime.
This is Brava showing up is actually quite fascinating, as we talked about how Brava in a lot of ways is relying on what the defense brings. That's the strength of this operator repick showing up, is because you say, okay, they've got an abundance of gadgets. Let's bring it over. And Alamau literally walks into his own Capcan trap, so there's already value here. The thing is if you look at this lineup from G2, there's again 2 operators that you can't really get a ton with the clutch drones, but you've got cams, you've got black eye cams, and then most importantly, you've got these EDDs. So if there is a post plant that G2 tries to reposition on, if enough of those EDDs are taken out, they're gonna die from it. G2 gets the first pick though, down goes Volps, and that's a huge first pick because that's the Ying off the board.
Yep, that is that short, sharp execute gone, the tip of the spear for both teams so far, and it's the first off the board without even really being able to let loose. They're trying to put pressure onto Benja here on the Office side. Resets underneath. They want to draw some of those players, make them uncomfortable, maybe force a bit of rotate and motion and say, well, we're going to put pressure onto the side as Lagonis is inside the site. They're with the kit, but they're pretty much alone. Blur and Doki went out their fights. Resets does get his, but now the kid is once again cold. Elsewhere, at least it's locked in the site itself. 4 versus 2 with 1:10 left. They don't have vertical. They don't have sight. They don't know about Alamau. He's hiding. He's waiting. Oh, he misses the pre-fire round. Goes to the pistol. Virtue's watching the angle from the top down. And what do you do here, Liquid? They don't know.
Decide to reposition. They find Alamau just fine. You're going to let Palu take 1v1s, you're going to get punished for this. He's already won a single one, and now he's going to come to a head with Doki. Diffuser down, Palu's left inside of the site, but it's a 3v1 Emmy. He knows the Azami's coming, he loses it to Doki on the pre-fire. Bear in mind, this very much could be match point if G2 had prevailed and not made such a significant mistake in the post plant all the way back in round number 5. That doesn't bode well for Liquid. They've called their timeout, and I don't fault them whatsoever. It's not too late. They've still got 2 rounds left. The strategy for Liquid so far has been a bit shaky. Both of these teams obviously showing some issues with communication, but I think the big one for both teams so far has been information. They have both been exceptionally bad teams at keeping their drones alive, which is what hurts you through that mid to late round. And right now, it just simply looks like in terms of gunfights, G2 is far more confident. Ali Mao, I think, just broke 10 kills. Doki's sitting at 8 or 9 kills. He might have broken double digits as well. It's hard to tell with the rehost. So you're gonna have to try to instill into this Team Liquid squad that you're playing on border Hell in a Cell. You know it's gonna get real frag heavy, real fast. Keep those drones alive. Guide your players in. We're not seeing any mutes. We're not seeing any Mozzies, so there's no reason why you can't have somebody immediately follow up on that, though both teams seem to be throwing drones at problems and not getting any value from it.
It's almost the best map for G2 to come to try and remember how they play this game. We've obviously seen them sort of have a cafe that went pretty much all the way, and then they were able to win it out. A bank that didn't, with its sort of big crawl space around half of the map itself. And here on border, this malleable firefight gameplay of, well, we can find a lot of 1v1s. And you said, okay, you don't want to take a 1v1 with Palu, sure. But the ones that they're being handed first aren't the ones with Palu. It's the ones with the sort of more fringe parts of the push in some regards. They're getting these kills off site. G2's having time to think. And it's a rare, dangerous commodity for some of them, especially on a map like Border, where they can sort of minimize the think to action, and now we're in action, and that is when they really start to spark to life.
Look at the other side of it. It's that Brava pick that we highlighted very briefly in the previous round was quite suboptimal. You know, I said, okay, well, they can take out the EDDs, they can take out the Valkyrie cameras. I understand the idea behind it. If you're going to assume that G2 will play for a post plant, as they did all the way back in their very first defense, then a Brava to take out either those flank cams or the EDDs so that they work against the attackers is actually a brilliant idea, but you had to deal with a better roam clear. That's been the big struggle for both of these teams. And in terms of roam clear, yeah, Brava brings additional drones, you get more intel out of it, but I do think that there are better operators that they could be bringing to the table. Problem is they're kind of boxed in because the Dokkaebi is banned out and Lion has already been brought so frequently. The only thing you could really rely on is maybe a Jackal. For a lot of teams, Border's just too small of a map for Jackal to see the value that they want, and that could be the thinking behind Team Liquid deciding not to use that operator on the roam clear.
Nesk under a lot of pressure here. He's aware that they're aware that he's aware, and Benji's aware, but he's there and no more. Nesk swings around, is able to get the take for a lot of the cost of health there, and it was a lot of time around that Valk, around the IQ, put it on the camera, pulled against, they went for the risk, and they've lost. But they've done some damage and put some caution into it. Solace is gone, a minute 30, and the pressure starts to hit towards Armory. Remember, this is the post-timeout Liquid called. This is the tertiary site as well. We're trying to find and build behind the back of mistakes made by Liquid, because if this one goes away, and we go back to Armory, and we go to a 6-3, it's very tough for Liquid.
Yeah, this is the last bomb site before the cycle renews, so yeah. Interesting how both teams are playing these tertiary sites. For now, for G2, while they might have surrendered that first pick, they answer back onto resets. I would say out of all the targets on the board, taking care of the Ashe is relatively low priority, but at least you get one player down to even things out with a minute to go.
Who are they trying to put the pinch onto? It's a straight swing round to this army, but they've already built themselves up this little safety box there. Happy to hold the angles. As said, it wasn't really a gadget used massively well by Liquid, and they swapped off it pretty quick. But here, they're able to reconstruct along with the castle. They're turning Border into a blockade of barriers and banisters that Liquid's trying to bash their way through, but they just can't find an angle. They can't find a route. It's what is a normal, simple map turned into a maze that's littered with dangerous minotaurs wearing G2's emblem that are more than happy to strike and take their prey. Nesk might be the next caught. It's actually Lagonis on the front door. Nesk finds a fight leading in, but it's coming around from his left and from behind him. And that is now map point.
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record here, Emmy, but I watched on the right side of the screen how many times was Liquid on drones, and it was almost never in that round in particular. I mean, obviously when you get down to a 4 or 3 player count, it's a grab bag of whether or not, or it's a crapshoot of whether or not you have enough drones to actually get that information. But again, Liquid not putting people on drones, walking in, not droning out CCTV, not droning out security, having a general idea of where G2 is, but not doing anything to get rid of it. And you have no follow-up gadgets at all to flush them out, even if you did have that information. G2 was running, or rather Team Liquid was running something like 12 breaches in that round. Like, I understand that it's a teller's washrooms attack, and you're gonna want to tear up as much of that floor as possible, but you had a buck. You can bring a sledge every single round if you want to. Like, Liquid are not just picking suboptimal operators, but they're also just not playing a structured game right now. I understand as well that while you have an incredibly talented team and you've got players like Nesk and Palu and then the rest of the cast as well can all hit their shots, but if you don't know where G2 is, you're not going to be able to do much with it. And while G2 have had struggles on their own with intel, it was really obvious in that previous round that Liquid were flying blind, and it burned them almost every single time.
Well, the swap onto the Ash to see if maybe they can try and remove some of those troublesome and meddlesome barriers I talked about. It's almost like they're playing into the game that G2 wants to play. And yeah, it's G2's defense, but this is Border. It's one of those maps where you wonder, maybe they did mean to put a couple more hard walls in. Maybe it's a little bit undercooked for some of the team's preferences, but at the same time, if the preference is one where you can bring these army, you can bring the castle, you can set up structure in it, and it's not being tested, then all you do is have more creativity, more option, and opted routes that they're forcing themselves to play. Doki's drawing some attention here towards the top of the eastern stairs, pulls himself back, but he's plenty time and plenty safe as the drone just gets caught out.
The focus right now for Team Liquid seems to be on this A-bomb site. Volps will get a good idea of what's in there, immediately find Benjamaster. The Lion has not been very successful for either team. Right now, obviously, it's Liquid rocking it on attack. And there's just, again, there's no real follow-up. Look at the right side of your screen. Yeah, there's only three drones remaining for Liquid. Nice pick on Alimau. Maybe shouldn't have decided to engage on Ines from that position on top of East Stairs, and now Doki could meet the exact same fate in this position. He actually wins it, and he gets 2 for the price of 1. Have the round to go, and Liquid's in trouble.
I mean, just that retake, that bit of momentum. They had the first, then they started hitting down the castles we called for before, and oh no, the floor's fallen out from underneath them, and they've rebuilt behind it. Again, the structure, the demonstration of, I know you struggled with her, but we are just fine. Putting these keepers down on these angles and doors. A minute left. The 3 remaining Liquid players since the rehost have only been able to find 1 kill between all of them. No grenades left as well. You've still got 2 C4s in the pocket of the side of G2. They could leave, set up shop elsewhere, and win this from underneath. I'm not entirely sure where the cams might be if they're still up and operational. There goes 90 cam with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect time for them to get down below, but it looks like the gunfights are all they really care about, leaving just Palu in a 1v4. These 2 Titans collide, but honestly, it was the G2 show. Their best performance so far here in Phase 2, and they make Liquid look not like gods, but like mortals.
I mean, I really didn't expect it. I think that's the sort of strange swing of it there, is the game almost ended in a bit of a whimper. You wanted a fight, you wanted a slug match. We talk about how great they are, unfortunately not today. Well, at least on the side of Liquid. But G2, put your shoes on, get on, there's more work to be done. Not for us though, we're gonna go for a quick break.
Well, G2 were able to take down Team Liquid. Now, Alan, I'll try not to get distracted by everybody trying to garner your attention, but I need to ask you, having not played versus Liquid at all this year, what were the kind of expectations heading into this matchup?
I mean, the expectations were that they're a really good team, so the map ban was a little bit difficult against them. They surprised us, I think, banning Theme Park and Sky even with the defense start. I was thinking that they would choose these maps, so the border was really quite a surprise, but we were ready for it.
And what's the kind of motivation and like regional pride like playing against an entire team of players from the same region as you?
Yeah, I mean, playing against Brazilians is always very, very nice. Like, I feel like a great energy playing against Brazilians, but especially against Lagones, that it was my ex-teammate. Yeah. Also like Volps, also like my friend, and Paulo, like my rival. So I do think it's really nice energy when we go against these guys.
Do you feel like it gives you a better read of how they play as individuals, obviously because they were ex-teammates?
Yeah, of course. Even like me and Lagones, like we share like the same ideas, so I think we understand each other very well. So sometimes I know how he thinks, he knows how he thinks, so it's pretty similar.
Okay, so I got to ask you on that round 5, if you can cast your mind back during that ninja defuse that Liquid were able to get against you guys. What happened? Was it a miscommunication, mistiming? What was that?
I mean, to be honest, I knew Lagones would stick because he always stick on the situations, and I even said he's gonna stick. But then Benja, he just didn't run fast enough, I think. I don't know.
And my final question for you is, stats-wise, you had a way better performance today, especially compared to the previous days. Tell us your secret, what's changed for you?
I mean, today I just try hard. I think yesterday night I went like 5 hours analyzing them, and for the other teams I just didn't care that much. So I think put more effort, I think, on this match.
All right, amazing. Well, another 5 hours we're expecting out of you for tonight as well. Nah, not Well, congratulations once again, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
What do we think? 5 hours? That's easy, right? It's pretty standard.
So pretty standard gaming session, I would
Does
say.
that mean if I dedicate 5 hours a day, I'll be as good as G2?
Maybe in 3 years.
All right, 3 years. I'll take that one. I'll take it. How did we feel about that matchup? Obviously, it was a little bit hectic to start with, and we had a little bit of a slowdown. Pacing slowed right down. How do we think it ended up panning out?
I feel like G2 had a good read of the situation, coming out with, being aware of some roam going on from W7M, or how they set themselves up for a retake strat, and they were able to read into that. They had so much information as well on their own attack, so you constantly see those yellow pings with drones they had overviewing those Liquid players. They were able to play off of that very well. You had indeed that ninja defuse in round 5 that Lagones got away with, which maybe hurt the mental of G2 a little bit. But then, if you transfer onto their own defenses, right? It was 3-3 at the split, but they won every single round after the defense, which kind of is in line with former performances of G2 on this map, being so good on the defense, also against M&M during the UL.
Now, on the flip side of that, X, talk to me about the Team Liquid attacking strats.
Well, they were lacking today.
Or lack thereof.
Liquid didn't pick up a single round on the attack. That was in part due to a number of things. We've got the ban coming in there. We've got the Dokkaebi ban that G2 brought out, obviously removing that very high pick rate operator. It forces you into other things, forces you into a lie-in, and that's just not going to cut it when you're talking about G2's play style. We know that G2 are very capable of playing solo. They're very capable of collapsing as a team. And that synergy was there on the defense for them as well. So for me, Liquid, they really looked quite slow today. There wasn't too much bite in a lot of these attacks, and a very poor trade game, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they did get the entries in most of their games, but then the conversion towards a round win really wasn't there today for Liquid. And indeed, as you mentioned, that Dokkaebi ban, it really allowed those G2 players to play so solo, to play very far off the real bomb side. Really, I've seen, for example, I think it was Blur once playing in CCTV. There's a single player of Liquid outside. Blur wins the gunfight. There's no one indeed there to retake that position or retake that gunfight, and that's how you get away with it if you don't have the Dokkaebi against you.
Now, for the side of G2, obviously they had previously lost versus SSG, but to see them win versus an opponent like Team Liquid, it's like worlds apart. What do you think the key takeaway? Do you think they've just come into this looking pretty hot now?
I think so, yeah. I think a bit of a slow start, really, from G2. Obviously, they didn't play in the play-ins. They came and qualified directly into Phase 2. So that game against SSG was the first game of the major, first game in a while. You've got all the travel and all the coordination to get people in position. So I think, yeah, a little bit of a warm-up game almost there for that SSG one. They've got into the M&M game. Bit of a war, but they got out of it unscathed. Now they're coming up against Liquid. They've just beaten them. It can only go from strength to strength here. You've got to look at this team and remember why they won SI only in February.
Well, of course, that was our 1-1 record matchup. Now is the fun part. We head into the 2-0 matchups. And coming up shortly, I love this, we're running on an accelerated schedule, which means we've got VP taking on Faze as well. Do you feel like it's going to be a close matchup or pretty dominant? Because I feel like there's clashing of heads. Do you think it's going to be close?
Well, we're in 2-0 now, so one team's got to lose. This is going to be a first for one of these teams here at the Copenhagen Major. I can't wait to see which team it's going to be.
Of course, worth remembering and noting that one out of these two teams will be the very first team to make it through to the finals, where they'll be joined by 7 others. I cannot wait for this one. You're not going to want to miss it.
When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and Pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this Invitational we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back.
Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems, I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I almost want to do a little bit of an excited dance, because now is where we are in the most intense situation of the tournament thus far. VP taking on Faze Clan, with both teams having a 2-0 record. One of them, at the end of this matchup, will make it straight through to the finals. Hopes, expectations for this game, Anne?
I mean, just to keep in mind for all these teams, right? You know, if you win this game, you'll be playing in front of the crowd, and that's going to be super, super exciting as well.
Yeah, I think, do you feel like that's going to throw them off at all? Obviously, they've been in this environment, screaming back and forth to each other. You reckon a crowd is going to be able to throw them off their game a little?
I'm not sure that a crowd's going to get in the way of these two teams. We've got some very experienced rosters in front of us here. Of course, we've got Faze Clan, previous major winners, and we have got VirtusPro. Fantastic to see these guys back on LAN.
I think especially considering the fact that, you know, the VP paradox, as Fresh likes to call it, has rung true time and time again throughout this tournament. Now, Anne, yesterday we had an interview with Joystick from the side of VP, and he said that they have tried this faster pace playstyle, but it doesn't work for them. The team hates it. No good, basically.
Yeah.
How do you think that slow playstyle now is going to go versus a team like Faze?
It's good that you mentioned that interview with Joystick, because I thought it was very insightful yesterday. He gave us a very good few things about his team, what they've been working on. Indeed, they tried the fast play style, didn't turn out like it was something for them. They are very plan focused, or they have to be more plan focused, is what they found out during their boot camp, that they want to do more. But then, if you indeed look at the side of Faze, how they play, especially how they played yesterday, they had a Cyber continuously going for these solo backsteps. They used the knock very well to get these solo backsteps, but that play style is not going to work against VirtusPro, because if they move like that unit, they will shut you down.
How do you feel like Faze are going to look to approach this then versus the slower VP?
I'll be honest, I think Faze need to be cautious, because VP are a terrifying prospect. They have always been very well known as the team that does the same thing over and over again. And we've asked Joystick this before, and it's because they know the outcome. They've seen the round 1,000 times. They know all the different permutations. A couple of areas that VP are terrifying at the moment. Getting the plant down. They are fantastic at getting that diffuser down and playing that objective. Secondly, they have a 100% win rate with that opening pick. They are a nightmare to fight from behind. So Faze needs to be really cautious of that today. Going into some of those early engagements, there's going to be a lot of focus, I imagine, on that entry. At least there should be, because if you start losing those entries, you're going to consistently start dropping the rounds.
Now, Anne, I want you to pick apart this veto for me. Of course, best of one once again.
Yeah. Am I the only one that maybe thinks it's a bit odd that a map like Bank came through?
I was scratching my head.
Yeah, if you look specifically at the play style of VirtusPro, right? They like to sometimes stall out things. They like to play it slow. And on a map like Bank, where teams sometimes like to take the entire building, they like to roam clear extensively, to then also go for a side execute against a team like VirtusPro that we know plays so slowly, you're gonna have to be really, really time efficient if you want to get those attacks done in time.
Do you think they can do it?
Who? VP or Faze?
Faze. I kind of want a team to come along and challenge this.
You want someone to beat VP?
Well, I mean, it's the meta that shouldn't work, but somehow does every single time. It's almost like teams are scrambling against them.
I think Faze have got a good chance. I think my main concern here is going to be the map choice. I had this going in on paper as that Faze potentially got a better map pool or a bigger map pool than VP. VP are known for maybe having a slightly shallower map pool than some of the other teams, maybe only 8 or 7 maps. I thought that Faze wouldn't end up going on somewhere that we know VP to be very good at. On the flip side, have they prepped it? Potentially.
All right, well, I've quizzed you guys on this one so far. I also want to quiz Des and Ace. Let me know who you think's going to win.
Ooh, who's going to win?
Tough one. We were just talking about this. The map choice is interesting. Coming into Bank, you got a big map. We've seen VP struggling a little bit for time sometimes, so that might play into, you know, a bit more of a difficulty for them. But, and I always say, and I've said it for years, don't take LATAM teams to Bank.
Right, let's just pause there for a second.
Des hates this.
I hear this kind of crap all the time. Don't take Russian teams to Clubhouse. Don't take LATAM teams here. It's crap. Because then you get onto a map and look at that NIP on the first day. It was like, oh, I'd never take NIP to club. What does Sits Karma do? Take them there and beat them there. It's rubbish.
We'll see.
Not every LATAM team is good at Bank.
I think they are.
I tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. If VP win this map, you will never use that line again.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fair. VirtusPro have gone very, very well so far in the tournament here in Copenhagen. They've been pretty dominant, I think, in most games. A lot of teams sort of knowing what they're going to face. This has been something that we've spoken about a lot. You know what you're going to face. They just don't always know how to deal with it. It's, you know, VirtusPro are confident that they're just going to go in and do it better than you.
With the first ban coming out on the Ying, no big surprise. A number of teams at this competition, when available, have been making use of the Ying, and the Twitch to follow as well. Twitch, right there, Tim.
I'm good.
Tim versus Pen, not going so well. The Twitch coming away, we saw Pens plural. Back on Cafe earlier on, we saw very good use from Dark Zero of the mirror, the Twitch ban that they chose to take away. Clearly part of that game plan to exploit and make use of a mirror. So if it isn't banned away here by VirtusPro, I do expect that we will see a fair whack of that in the second half. Indeed, we are not going to see it. So I do think at some point we'll see that. The Solus also on side, big map, lots of places for drones to hide away. Makes a lot of sense to use that, especially for FaZe Clan, who may be looking to get out and about around the map. VirtusPro, as we've commented on a few times, bit of a slow-moving juggernaut, but it's a horrible one where this slow-moving juggernaut has got absolutely massive cannons on it. You get too close, it's pointing them all your way, and you are guaranteed to be dead. Do not count them out until the timer hits 0 in any given round.
Absolutely not. Just a reminder of the stakes for this game as well. The winner, both of these teams are 2-0. And we remind you, in our little Swiss format, 3 wins will see you through. So whoever comes out with a win here will be qualified through to those last stages, which will, of course, be on stage in front of the fans. So there's certainly a big prize at the end of this one for one of these teams. Des, the other will have to continue into another game tomorrow.
Tim, my memory is failing me. That's called old age, unfortunately. Remind me of who it was that Leon was against on this exact map when we had the shotgun hole. It's one of your favourite moments in Siege. The shotgun hole through the wall, the defuse. Was it not against one of the players on this VirtusPro side?
No, it was Cyther.
Cyther was it? Oh, I thought it was Shepard for some reason.
No,
never mind.
Cyther who put it up.
That was just one of our favourite examples of how creative a game like Siege can be. Opened up a nice sort of hole in the wall, defuse long arm through. Leon couldn't get the long distance to defuse it, or the shot in to stop the defuse going off. It's beautiful stuff. Here we go though, round 1 is underway. It's FaZe Clan on the attack in case you missed that not too long ago. And on the defensive side, I can't help but look at that lineup from VirtusPro, Tim, and just think it screams Turtle. The only one you're going to look to probably see off site is going to be Joystick. I'm kind of surprised to see Pasha off as well. 3-speed on the Kaid. A little bit risky to be off the site sometimes as well, especially with that really valuable utility in back pocket in the form of a C4. But everything else looking in towards the Evil Eyes, the Vulcan canisters, even the smoke as well, just screams to me time wasting on site. But if you're going to waste time in the early round, that's really the only way you can capitalize off all of that utility that's designed to burn out 25 seconds later on, C4s to come through, smokes to come out, so on and so forth. Which is why you've seen a couple of members of VirtusPro out and about around the map, but by the looks of it, pretty much all of them are now back on site.
Faze not messing about so far. About 30 seconds in, they were into the map. They were taking up those vertical positions. But of course, attacking down into the basement will not leave them much opportunity for any actual vertical work into sight. All they'll be able to use is the hatches, which is the process that they are currently undergoing. Handy's going to be getting those open with the Hibana. So this is actually really good progress from Faze. They've got a lot of done what they need to in the mid floor. They can now start pushing down towards a position to execute.
Where's the... Okay, I've just seen it where it was. There's the electrified hatches are the ones inside a cache and also the one inside of elevators. So really focus on this west side ones. I've not bothered with the server one because why would you? The others are going to be a little bit too easy to clear off as well. That said, of course, with the Thatcher on side, it doesn't really matter where you chuck them. They will have a way through. As you can see, one of these Vulcan canisters burning off on site already. As we get into that last 60 seconds, you want to keep a close eye on the C4s and on the 3 smokes in Always' back pocket. Looks like one's going to come out here in just a second already.
Potentially KDS just watching those main stairs, looking to potentially push down here. They're going to have to take the lead and start to try and get themselves into some sort of position for Vitaking to be putting that diffuser down. But VirtusPro at the minute, they have got their angles. They set themselves up from the very beginning here, Des. They've barely moved, to be fair, throughout the round, and it's as easy as that, completely unaware of joystick underneath. 1, 2, but KDS, he answers back with 2 of his own. We find ourselves in a 3v3. Vitaking's managed to put the diffuser down, and this suddenly flips in Faze's direction. VirtusPro unable to prevent the plant.
You've had 2 separate fights going off there, the one around elevators, the one on site itself. Now, FaZe Clan won the one on site, but didn't really pull too much off on the actual drop, but it did enough to distract 2 or 3 players. It's a really heavy retake being forced by all 3 players of VirtusPro. A big commitment towards the retake, but I'm not 100% sure they know where these players are. All they can do is hazard a guess, but they have to go now. They've got no time to make these kills work. FaZe will hold on, and they'll take round 1.
A good round from FaZe. As I said, they got into the building very, very quickly, moved through those top 2 floors, got themselves control, opened the hatches, and then most important of all, it's all well and good taking all that map control, but you gotta do something with it, and they did. They managed to distract VirtusPro on site, had a little push through elevator, took their eye off the ball, and that allowed them to get the diffuser down. Really well played from FaZe.
Interestingly, in a way, it was actually a very VirtusPro-esque execute as well, where things got left right up until the last minute. We had players stood static for 20 seconds or so on Marble, waiting for the call to say, right, go, go, go. We're executing elsewhere on the map. And I mentioned that they won the elevators fight, but that was really it coming out. You know, they got the kill in towards Cash, they got the one on Marble. That was about as far as it went, because the one on main stairs, the one on site itself, the hatch play out towards the east, all of that was lost by VirtusPro. So just a really interesting sort of display on side there, where it wasn't just about the execute itself. There were 2 or 3 other things also happening off around the map at the same time.
Just going to have a little rehost here. I think just a little bit of
cheeky little rehost.
To be fair, you know, to give a shout to production and to everything going on here, we've actually run pretty smooth so far.
Oh, wow. I think I joked about it on the first day. I'm like, man, we're so used to like 4 hours of tech delays on the first day of a major. It was nice to come in with no problems.
Hats off to everybody behind the scenes. It's been fantastic so far. You know, as I said, just a short pause here. We are getting people back into the lobby as quickly as we can.
3 out of 10.
And we'll get going again. So you've only missed 1 round if you're just joining us now. It's Faze versus VirtusPro. A reminder that the winner of this game, it's a best of 1. The winner will go through to Phase 3. They will be playing on the main stage in front of the fans. So there is a lot to play for here. The loser will continue on in the Swiss bracket. They'll have another opportunity to qualify tomorrow. If they don't do that, if they were to lose again tomorrow, then they would be in a best of 3.
Dun, 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 dun.
High stakes elimination or qualification match. I'm looking forward to those on day 5. They're going to be good. Day 5 of Phase 2, which will be coming on Wednesday. Every game there should be looking at deciding whether somebody goes through or goes home. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely that. And you start looking at the teams that are making it there now. Like, we were really impressed by Scarz earlier, for example.
Yeah, they're certainly improving.
You know, as good as they're looking, you're coming up against the likes of Faze or VirtusPro. It's not
tomorrow's
really...
going to be a difficult day for Scarz, I think, and a few other teams.
As I'd say, and several of the teams that are just about managing to scrape by here and battle their way through here, there, and everywhere. Yeah. You know, again, looking at like DZ versus NIP. NIP are another team that are warming into things and looking good, but again, you're facing up against a team like VP or Faze. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, Tim.
This is it. Ultimately, with tournaments, we always say the same thing. You know, you can only play the opponent that's in front of you, and ultimately, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. You know, so there's no point trying to look at a tournament bracket and thinking, you know, can we get an easy way through this? Can we, you know, pick and choose as we go? It's just not going to happen. At some point in time, you are going to come up against top teams.
I'm so glad you've said that, Tim, because it was actually a really interesting point I noted coming into this game is when we look at the runs of these two teams coming into it, VP have played against NIP and Wolves. You know, Wolves have had a kind of an issue historically of consistency. When they're on and they're terrifying, but they often slip at some point in a competition, which seems them being sent home. But NIP and Wolves, I would argue, are stronger than the two opponents that we've seen come up against Faze so far, which is M&M, who are battling for survival today, and SSG. So, and even then against M&M, it was a 7-5 on border, you know. So I'm looking at it and just thinking, if on paper someone said to me, okay, coming into this game, which team has had the harder run? I would absolutely say VP.
Well, we'll see if they get their rewards here by beating Faze Clan, who, as you say, maybe have had a little bit more leeway coming in. But ultimately, Des, you know, that's the sort of design of the whole system. Is the tougher the opponents you've faced, the easier ones that you should have ultimately in the seeding.
That's how it will be tomorrow. That's exactly how it will be tomorrow.
How it will be tomorrow as well. And that's why I particularly enjoy this format. It's been good fun so far. So heading into round two, it's going to be an open area defense this time for VirtusPro, deciding not to go back down to the basement. Didn't really work out. Faze Clan were able to put a good attack on them, really. Just lock it down, get that diffuser down. Everything just played into their hands, really. And it all worked out. So they're going to switch it up. There's going to be a top floor hold here. Joystick is up there for the time being. He's got the proximity alarm on the windows, and he's going to try and just keep himself down there in behind the desks and maybe play a little surprise as they try to get themselves inside of stock.
Yeah, a few teams play it a different way, where you can either hold inside the room like he's doing here. Some will play more out and towards White Corridor, and it's the indication of, hey, you're sat behind a shield quite safely here, looking up towards Square. Someone's now inside, be ready to run. And it looks to be a pretty similar story here. Look at all the utility just being dumped in as well. So Faze have a good read on here and exactly what the game plan is. Or third option I was going to mention is you can play downstairs and look to get vertical kills as players come running in. So lots of opportunities offered by that prox alarm. It's already been dealt with by the looks of it. So now we're looking for that march forward.
Yes, moves in, going to be taken down by always Bitter King, and we are just going trade for trade here as Joystick picks him up, and that leaves us in a 4 versus 3. The advantage still in the hands of the defenders VirtusPro here. Cyber's moving across the top floor as Knock. There's not really going to be anybody for him to contend with. It's actually Handy underneath who manages to find Shepard. Levels us up at a 3v3. He's going to get himself established inside of Tellers now. Can maybe push towards Archives if they can gain a little bit of traction there, Faze, inside that area of the map. They could start to push directly into sight from there. Cyber sees his man, but can't quite get enough to find those shots.
Yeah, start with a couple of crazy trades on site itself, and then a separate gunfight happening inside of Tellers and Archives. Said it same story for the first round, as we said. There were like 2 or 3 different fights all happening at once. Rather than the teams being very grouped together here, what we are instead seeing is a lot of skirmishes that ultimately boil up to an ending execute of some kind. Now here things have been kept at 3 versus 3 while the attackers reposition themselves and figure out what to do. Cyber's straight in with a drop here. He's already found one and looking for a second onto the quad wall. Souls finds another, always gets one back, but Cyber with the closeout. Faze are up 2-0 on the attack, Tim.
Yep, looking good already. And it's honestly a concern for VirtusPro when I look at it for the EU side, and I think, you know, what are their chances of coming back into this? really, for me, this is a good opportunity for VirtusPro to be getting some rounds. They want some defensive rounds on Bank because, you know, as we've said, slow-moving team, you put them on a map like Bank, it's very big, there's a lot of ground to cover, there's a lot of control to be gained, and it's not going to be easy for them to do that and still have time to get the diffuser down at the end of the round if they need to do so. They're a team, you know, with Shepard in tow that have been playing that diffuser game, wanting to get in there and play the objective, so it could be a tough half for them in the second half when they get onto the attack. They really do want to be grabbing as many rounds as they can on the defense.
They do, and it's going to be another quick rehost coming in here as well, just so you guys are aware. And back into things in no time at all once again. Seems really like FaZe are largely undisturbed by that, though. They carried on with the same form that we saw in the first round. You know, to give it to VP, a couple of good trades coming in, but ultimately it's that end product right now that is lacking. That is where FaZe have come out far stronger. And dare I say, in a way, it's almost the pace that they have, the ability to reposition, to rethink how they want to approach things that's rewarding them here versus the slightly slower style coming out of VirtusPro.
You got to say, it's been overall, I think the third day always promised to be this way. I made some predictions this morning for the games, and I said it at the time. I said, you know, as each day goes by in this kind of Swiss system, it gets more difficult to make the predictions because everybody's coming up against other teams with a similar form, and it should theoretically just get tighter and tighter, and that's exactly what we're seeing. I've got everything wrong so far today. It's been a nightmare.
Or someone DM me on Twitter to say, yeah, tell
Tele. People love to point it out.
He said
to
me, Tele is 0-3, and that you should start supporting the other team.
I need to. I need to go through tomorrow and just pick out my winners and then just flip it and just go for it's just been such a difficult, you know, you come into it, you look at, you know, look at the first game of the day, Dplus versus Scarz. There was nothing really much on paper to separate the two teams. They've similar form, you know, they've each had good performances and sort of bad performances, and it's just such a difficult one. You got a team like Wolves, they get beat 7-1 yesterday and then come back with a 7-0 today. You can't even go on the recent form, you know, as soon as yesterday when you're looking at these games. And coming in here, as you've said, VirtusPro have got wins against very good teams so far. You might have looked at that and thought, yeah, they're going to have an edge here against FaZe Clan, but ultimately FaZe coming through and so far 2-0 and looking very comfortable. It really is. Every game today is just toss of a coin. It's so much fun to watch.
Only a couple of players left to get back into the lobby, and then we can get things back underway. Just dealing with a small drone bug that we were encountering on the way through. Still, as we said, 2 rounds in, both of them going the way of FaZe on the attacking side. What I'm still waiting to see, and I always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. I think, like, although we've seen a couple of 7-0s which show there may as well only be one, for the most part, we've seen a couple of games this week that have started out like 5-1, 4-2. A team is absolutely steamrolling. We change sides, and suddenly, before you know it, it's either going to overtime or it's 7-5. It can really change the flow of a game very quickly. I'm not at all trying to say this to undermine FaZe's efforts so far, because they're looking extremely good, and I'm quite nervous for VirtusPro. But I just think that when things change sides, that's when you'll really see the kind of juggernaut being tested.
Yes, I would agree with you. Like I say, I think at that point, that's where you're going to be asking the questions, particularly VirtusPro on attack, on bank. That's going to be the big question they need to answer if they want to qualify here and now today. So I think we are just about due to be getting back in. We'll make sure everything is leveled away before we send our feedback over there, but it looks like all is well at the minute. So it is going to be round 3 when we get back in. If you've only just joined us, FaZe have taken the first 2 rounds. There we go. FaZe have taken the first 2 rounds on attack so far, and this time VirtusPro move on again. So far, they've defended lockers, they lost it. They've defended open area, they lost it. They're going to take us all the way up to the top floor this time, and they're going to try to hold on to CEO.
See, you're big time against Bar Cocktail on Cafe. I'm kind of against CEO for the same reason on the top floor of this site. In that windows really expose things, you have the longer angle that looks down white. I just feel it is very comfortable for attackers generally to get control of the site here. You know, defenders often end up having to post themselves inside a janitor and tuck in behind a couple of reinforcements, or, you know, look to maybe play around long desks, but that really is all they've got in terms of safe spots on the site itself.
Yeah, it comes down to just a couple of those sort of pinpoints, like very small areas that people get wedged into and try to hold on to. And like you say, if they can be dealt with, generally the rest of the site falls like dominoes, essentially, one after the other. So we'll see whether Faze can put that pressure on to those positions. So far, they've been very quick at getting themselves inside of the map and established 30 seconds in, and there goes Cyber once again getting into the map, taking ground very, very quickly here, Faze.
Yeah, again, it's the opposite of what we were speaking about for VP being the slightly more slower and controlled style. But who knows, maybe we get onto the attacking side and they're a very different team. We actually saw them playing, I don't think it was Handy in the previous round that played the Nook, but we did see a Nook on side last time around. Was kind of crawling in through the bleepers, didn't care about the sound then. Handy equally not caring now. And what I quite like about this is Faze are looking to get underneath. Another kind of pain point against the defenders on this site is nades can come flying up from below. You just feel very exposed when you're playing upstairs on this top floor, which is why you often see teams committing a couple of players downstairs and looking to go in behind C4s. But for the side of VirtusPro, absolutely not the case. Every single player is up on the top floor.
Just going to have the pings starting to come out here. I'm not sure if that was specifically to try and give a location to Handy, but there is no player from VirtusPro on that yellow ping for the time being. So he's just going to hold on to that final nade that he's got. They really will want to try and pick up a vertical kill there if they can. Cyber just needs to be careful. I think this angle is being watched. Yes, we can see Joystick's just got a very tight angle around there. So a little bit of a dance going on between those two at the minute, but neither able to find an angle onto the other. Cyber's just going to hold that line through sight for the time being as Souls heads up to the top floor with Diffuser in hand.
Yeah, just really defensive so far from VirtusPro, just kind of holding quite deep, playing in behind reinforcements between hard walls, everything they can do to keep themselves pretty safe and tucked away. Is that all three Salmons being committed onto that wall, by the way, to get it opened up? Interesting stat, but it does ensure that it is 100% open at this stage. So now they've got access in towards site. They're probably looking for a backstab to come out of Handy here. Planting behind the smokes, make use of the fire, for example, to deny the rotates away. Once again, Faze kind of really taking their time. Just too far to the left. But what they're really looking to do here is, again, wait things down to the last 10, 15 seconds and then say go.
Very lucky for Always there, not taking any damage and managing to pick up the opening kill onto Handy, finding the knock underneath. But it's down to the use of utility here from Faze. Joystick does get taken down, but along the way, Always and Pasha find one apiece. 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2. As Cyber starts working from inside a site, 8 seconds, 3 kills. Very unlikely to happen here. It's going to be a first round for VirtusPro as Cyber manages to find one. He's going to have to stick this diffuser, and in comes Dan. Shepard should be as easy as that. And that is VirtusPro picking up their first round, and it leaves us 2-on.
They'll be ruining that grenade, not finding the man when it first came on through. I think if that had connected and taken down the mirror, they wouldn't have had to commit players, because they also lost one on the push in. They wouldn't have had to commit so hard towards trying to clear that out, because if Janitor gets cleared there, really all VirtusPro can rely on these longer angles, and that is where the fire bolts and the smoke bolts are really going to come into their own. So just a slight bit of misplacement on that one's going to cost them. They can crack on.
And it allowed that situation. It was Handy who had tried to get the nade onto Always. He then turns around and manages to pick up the opener through the floor, and all of a sudden it's advantage VirtusPro. As you say, that entry kill probably quite decisive in that round.
100%, yeah. I mean, for VirtusPro, at least it gets them on the board here and gets them moving, just proving that even though it is the lowest defender win rate of the 3 sites that we see primarily here on Bank, they can indeed get it closed out, and for them, it's the one that they really sorely needed. Down to the basement we go, and once again, we're leaning back in towards this very defensively minded composition. The smoke on side, the Goyo canisters, so on and so forth. Now, though, supported by the Yokais of Shepard on the Echo.
Yeah, last time around, VirtusPro did not have any presence anywhere else in the map. We quite often see the extension up into open area, the site that's right in front of you there. You get a little bit of presence up there from the defenders, try and waste a minute minute and a half. It wasn't the case last time around for VirtusPro, so I'm interested to see whether they stick with this. At the minute, they've got Pasha on the Wamai just up there. Faze moved in very quickly, got the top floor in 30 seconds, started to push down from there, and ultimately they just had so much time to get the diffuser down that they could start playing a game of distraction. We'll push elevator, we'll get the diffuser down at the same time. You know, I'm sure Faze will look to do similar again. They're droning and team working, clearing out this map so quickly. It has been great so far, and it looks like it's continuing.
I like how they're stacking it up behind the Monty as well. Again, just leaning into, I think what someone earlier on Twitter put as, are we all moving into the VP meta now? This slightly more slower moving one. Faze have kind of gone for the same, you know, it's not too chaotic. I know, again, we've spoken about the skirmishes rather than the all-in-one team push. I'll tell you what, Cyber's going to surprise them here. I don't think they were fully aware. Half a second behind it there as well. Yeah, he could have potentially found himself a couple if they were any slower. So, lucky for VP to all get back on site here inside about 60 seconds. The round continues.
Not too bad though, you know, VirtusPro this time have been able to at least waste a little bit more time. I still don't think it's going to be enough. Starting to look at getting some server control now, Faze. There's still a minute and a half left on the clock. There is plenty of time. Opening those hatches is going to force the defenders to move around inside of site as well. We've got the elevator being opened up, so I would imagine VirtusPro, they're going to be feeling under a lot of pressure. They've got all 5 left alive, which is pretty similar to how we saw them defend this last time, but FaZe Clan were easily able to get it done, so we need something different coming out of VirtusPro.
I mean, it was joystick spinning on a pivot last time round as well, killed the elevator player, and then also turned around and killed the one that drops inside a cache, so plenty of stuff to worry about, I'd say, on the attacking side, which is why you force the Monty down instead. Joystick can't obviously shoot through a bulletproof shield, hence the bulletproof part of the name. You've got Handy up on the top side looking to do the same, but Vita King here just going to be able to waste a little bit of time whilst the rest look to force their way forwards. Great call onto KDS to bring down Joystick as well. That's the west side opened up, and it leaves things 2 versus 4 for VirtusPro, who once again look to be failing here in the basement of Bank.
Yeah, really struggling on the downstairs. Faze have just got such a good grasp on coming down and closing this out. Just a missed opportunity to catch the back of the Monty for Pasha there. Will be cut down by Souls, and that leaves us in a 3v1, always just playing inside of that smoke, but unable to do anything as Faze close out the round, and it was another good attack onto the basement from them.
Absolutely, looking a little bit dicey here for VirtusPro. I know that we saw them win out, of course, on CEO up on the top floor, but even then it was based on the, well, at least in our opinion, that missed entry with the grenade coming out. So if that's all they can really ride on here, honestly, I'm probably at a point where I say, boys, let's have a time out here and see what we can do. You know, realistically, at least on the defensive side, you want to try and get a 3-3 split. That's what you're pushing for. With the way things are going, they'll be looking to get a 4-2.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And as I said at the beginning, you know, they may prove me wrong on this, but I would be more concerned for VirtusPro attacking onto Bank than I would be for them defending on Bank. You know, for me, the defensive half was their opportunity to pick up some rounds. I think it could be a difficulty if FaZe lean into that and play a game where they have, you know, Cyber's one of the best roamers that we've seen in Siege, for my money. You know, at his peak, Cyber...
We all remember the Cyber and Bullet combo.
Yeah, Cyber is an absolutely fantastic player out on the roam and has certainly proved himself to be a nightmare. There's others on the side of FaZe as well who can do the same job, and for me, if you get them out there in the map, that is going to be pretty easy to burn a minute and a half maybe or more of the VirtusPro attack time, and that could be really, really difficult for a side like VirtusPro to come back from. So if they go in there 6-5-1 at the half and they only need to pick up a couple of rounds, it's going to be difficult. So VirtusPro need to be getting at least 1 here, if not the next 2.
What I will give to FaZe as well is, I know we spoke about it a little bit, but again, people are calling the VirtusPro style. It needs a better name than the VirtusPro style. It's basically the slower style that we saw a couple of teams employing a few years ago now, back around the time of the utility meta. God bless, that's gone. But that slightly more controlled style, I think FaZe kind of executing so well at the minute. Where again, for the first 2 minutes of a round, it's more about getting yourself set up. It's making sure there are no nasty surprises waiting for you. And then all 5 players at the same time have a different kind of role in mind or a different plan that they have to execute. And then they're all just doing it in perfect unison. That's making the comms go crazy on the other side. It's overwhelming to deal with. So that's really positive to see so far. And even here, I think always looking a little bit stuck. I think he knows he's not be able to get rid of all of these as they keep on rolling on away. There we go. Through it goes. Wall will finally get opened on up, and FaZe have kind of planted their flag in the ground here and said square is the main point of ingress for us.
Yeah, they've done a good job there, I think, of VirtusPro to waste as much utility as possible.
Yes.
You know, with the way that Faze were playing that, they were never going to keep that wall close. But they have made them pay a high price for getting it open in terms of utility. VirtusPro able to move himself on in there with the diffuser. He's just feeding information at this point. He'll happily just sit there watching and waiting for the rest of his team. Cyber does manage to pick up joystick. He was playing at the top of blue stairs. I think he's just going to be moving up onto the top floor. VirtusPro's looking to get this down. I'm not sure that there's sufficient cover there. Cyber does come down to try and provide that. Gets one, but an important kill comes in with the Nitro. 4 versus 2 though as it all shakes down.
Are they letting Cross here? I think they're letting Cross again as well, so he's back in spot while Souls has come up on the backside. KDS on the backstab 2 again. I love this. Really enjoying this playstyle from Faze, where it's not coming down to we're all going in one direction. They're playing at skirmishes in 3 different locations, and VirtusPro just look completely overwhelmed every single round.
Yeah, I picked up on the map coming into it. Obviously, VirtusPro had the choice between Chalet and Bank. They were the final pick. They've gone for Bank, but I mean, I'm not allowed to say it again if they lose, Des, but don't play Latam teams on Bank. You know, I said it coming into it. I've watched, you know, I know it's not necessarily the same players, the same roster, but I've watched Faze and Liquid particularly just dominate on Bank for years. You know, before the changes, after the changes, and you know, those sorts of things, that sort of comfort doesn't just go away. You know, these players, whether on the roster at that time or not, have still been in that Latam sort of environment. And, you know, it's a place that they've always been very comfortable, and VirtusPro are certainly looking on the back foot at the minute.
It's again that big challenge of the play style, where for many teams on this map, a map of this size, you get out on road. You look to cause a little bit of bother. You look to get up in their face and contest them early on, take down some drones, play things like the Solus, right? Whereas for VirtusPro, really inside 60 seconds of every single round, we've had all 5 players either on site or immediately in the proximity of it. And that's giving a lot of room to Faze. And again, I don't want to kind of sit here and say the play style is wrong. If they feel very comfortable that they can play on site and win through utility use and playing for 2v1s, for example, fine. But when that falls apart as it's doing here, what else have you got in the tank? And the answer so far seems really to be nothing, to be honest.
No, there's been very little in the way of response so far, and I would say, you know, before going on to that attacking half, VirtusPro need to find something here, just to give them that bit of positivity going into it. You know, they're going to be looking for a tactical timeout very, very soon, I would suggest. Not necessarily specifically at the switch of the half, but if not very soon after, depending maybe, see how that first attacking round or 2 goes. But right now, you know, we've got to give credit to Faze as well. It's all well and good, you know, talking about maybe what VirtusPro haven't been able to do, but we've got to look at what Faze have done, and that is take control of the map very, very well. They've found entry kills. They've put themselves in good positions to be able to execute, to threaten to get that diffuser down, and right now Faze are looking very, very good.
Sniffing out information here from Banana, sees 2 players as well, so can call those out for them before Dan does finally find Cyber, who was looking to be at least a little bit cheeky for a few seconds. Elsewhere, though, it's Souls on that long range that we spoke about. In fact, playing upside down on the skylight here as well. Love that. And managing to find himself a bit of a freebie. You don't really expect to see players do that because you get locked into the animation, so I'm all for a little bit of change of play every now and then.
No, certainly risky. Dan manages to pick up a second on the round. That's going to be KDS taken down. And they do still have the Monty of VirtusPro, which is a point in the favour of Faze at the minute. But as their numbers dwindle, Monty becomes effectively less and less powerful because, of course, he doesn't have a gun out all the time. Does have a secondary available should he choose to use it, but he needs some support. So as there are fewer players on side, Souls not getting away with it that time. Actually been very, very quiet so far, Souls overall, but VirtusPro, as I say, he's only got a secondary, manages to find a great use for it. Always been handy, but in a 1v3, unlikely now.
Looking pretty cheeky with it though as well. Found himself a kill onto Dan. He's now obviously out here looking for the next couple to follow through. Got to try and isolate 1v1s as best he can though, because even in the 1 versus 1, you're at a massive disadvantage just having the pistol out. So on the march he goes, and I guarantee you he's not exactly unheard of by the side of VirtusPro. They know exactly where he is. It doesn't exactly, you know, make very little noise when he's on the move. He's quite noisy, arguably the noisiest in the game. 15 seconds here for VirtusPro to isolate 3 kills. Got no chance of doing that. VirtusPro, they get that 4-2 half, Tim, but really it feels like it could have been far worse.
in reality, they've managed to hold on to one side.
That's it.
You know, in reality. Not taking anything away from that, they've locked that side down very well both times, to be fair. They've been bang on top of it, but they just haven't been able to get anything going anywhere else. And like I say, this for me, round 7 and 8 now, are particularly fascinating because, you know, maybe they prove me wrong, maybe time isn't an issue for them. Bank is just such a big map, you know, and it's going to take time for VirtusPro to get through, to clear out any roamers. I really want Faze to lean into it. You know, I want them to play into that time-wasting game. Just do everything they can to burn 20, 30 seconds here and there and see how VirtusPro deal with that.
Yeah, like I said back in, you know, round 2, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. If we come out now and see VirtusPro just fly out of the gate and decimate Faze,
game on.
I wouldn't be horribly surprised, but what I will say immediately is look at the difference in the lineup for this basement defense from Faze versus what we saw from VirtusPro. You've got things like the Mozzie on side, you've got the Solis on side. The other 3 you can look at and go, all the same sort of roles, but it just screams to me again the difference in their play styles, where Faze kind of want to get off site and try and slow down VirtusPro. The only thing is, that feels like a logical answer. Teams have been punished trying to do stuff like that against VirtusPro.
They have, absolutely. This is basically, they need to win their gunfights, and that's not always easy against players like Joystick on LAN. You know, he is going to go in there and find kills.
No way to get away with
if the Solis can avoid drones, take out that information...
He's got away with it.
Great example of the use of the gadget there. Yeah, but the Mozzie and Solis combo is going to deny a lot of intel, a lot of information on the side of VirtusPro. They've already got 4 of the drones, and the more that you can do that, the more uncomfortable they're going to be going into the building. It's going to take them more and more time.
They've got 2 players up on rappel watching him, one on the walls towards the main windows and one up on the actual lobby windows. And then Pasha here sniffing around as well. If he gets into the wrong spot, he could be in a spot of bother, but actually, really smart, almost gets away with it too. He impacts the front door, so Pasha dodges away, expecting an air quotes run out to come in, and uses that to escape. But, as I said, they had a 3-way crossfire set up on him with 2 rappels. He wasn't getting out of that alive. He's burned 60 seconds. Is that worth dying for? Maybe no.
We're going to find out in about 2 minutes, Des. It's right on the threshold for me. If you get the minute and a half, you're saying, yeah, okay, you've done your job. You know, the question now hangs in the air. Has he done enough there? Or does it just leave his team at too much of a disadvantage? It's 4 versus 5, a minute 30. But I contrast, Des. I just want to keep an eye on that time because it is going to be a big factor. By this point, Faze were well in control of mid-floor. They were starting to push into servers. They were thinking about their execute. VirtusPro are just about in control of top floor and are certainly not in any position to start thinking about getting into servers yet.
No, I agree. My only battle here, again, is going back to what I said in the first half, is for both of these teams, everything comes down to the last 20 seconds or so. So I feel like you can't really write VirtusPro off until that clock hits 0. That is what I'm waiting to see here. They've got some of the vertical control looking in towards site itself and can start clearing out those Vulcan canisters, for example. The battle there being that obviously they've been out for quite a while, and here's Soul's waiting. The first pump comes out, and there's no one there to follow. Pops the Vulcan canister. Does Dan know that he's here at the bottom of blue? Because he's got to be so mindful of that.
He certainly does. Souls is just going to hold on to this position for as long as he can. He's switching. He's going from secondary to shotgun and back again. Out goes the Toxic Babe canister. That could be a really smart move. 1 top, 1 bottom. He's just going to waste more and more time. He has to go to avoid the nade, but somehow he's still wriggled clear of danger. They get the kill finally, but it's with 20 seconds left, Des.
Where's the diffuser, though? They need to have that in hand. Pasha's got it picked up here as well, trying to march up for KDS. No, it was handy. Brings him down into a second as well. They've ran this clock all the way down. It's Pasha in a 1 versus 3, and they know that he's got to pull off. Faze take round 7.
And that is not the start that VirtusPro wanted to their attacks, Des. Once again, too much time was able to be wasted by Faze. Souls played it perfectly on those blue stairs. What an absolute masterclass that was. Toxic Babe bottom, Toxic Babe top, up, down, switching to shotgun, avoided a nade. He was just so slippery in there, Des.
Just couldn't seem to get away with it. But what I love there is you've seen 2 players really wasting about 60 seconds. Although they've eventually died, it's really forced VirtusPro down to the wire, showing that actually you can beat the slow-moving Juggernaut by playing things pretty aggressively and running into them. It's the confidence being shown by those 2 players that was the difference maker there. VirtusPro down 5 and 2. Faze just showing that, hey, this may well end up being their run towards the finals. Not to forget, if they win this game, they're already there on Friday.
Whew, they are certainly looking good. I often talk about form within tournaments, and it's important for teams to hit form at the right time. You know, it's not always...
G2 are hitting it today?
It's not always the best team at the tournament that goes on to win the tournament. That's not always how it works. You know, sometimes you can have a middle-of-the-pack team even that comes through. I'm not suggesting, you know, in this case that that's Faze. Faze have been, you know, pretty good throughout so far. But my point is, you know, have a look around that middle of the pack, and every now and again we'll get to the final 3 days and one of those teams just hits form and starts, you know, you'll have had Faze dominate through these first 2 phases, and then you'll get somebody who beats them and you're like, wow, where did that come from? And it's just that they've hit form at the right time. So, you know, that's something else to consider. But right now, Faze are the informed team. They're looking good, and they could well be the first one qualified to that live environment at the end of the week.
And in case you hadn't quite clocked what was going on, VirtusKing's got a small audio issue they're currently addressing, and then we can get back into things. But audio issue or no, they've still managed to just roll their way through that round, so it can't be all that bad. Let's keep a close eye on the man in the middle there. Once that headset is firmly back on, we can get back underway with the game.
Certainly will. It's been quite a quick day overall so far.
It feels it. I mean, me and you have done games 1, 3, and 5. We're at half 5 now. Our first game was at 1.
We've had a 7-0. Scarz was a quick game, 7-2. This one currently stands at 5-2. We certainly haven't had any overtimes or anything like that. G2 was a pretty quick game as well. So overall, it's been quite a quick game. To say that coming into it, like I said, you look at these games on paper this morning, you know, and every game was pretty much toss of a coin. It's like, who's going to come out and win that? It's so difficult to call them all. So I'm kind of surprised that they seem to sort of be landsliding in one direction or another. I might have expected closer games overall.
Now, I know it still says technical timeout at the moment at the bottom, but we are going straight into a VirtusPro TAC timeout. They acknowledge they're down. There you go. They acknowledge that they're down 5-2. They know they really need to start turning things around now. They've essentially got 2 lives left. They lose this next one, they're down 6-2. Faze have got 4 rounds to try and not cheese their way through, but surprise VirtusPro in some way, and that's it. Game done and dusted.
I don't think that they can do it, if I'm honest. You know, if it goes 6-2, I really, from what we've seen from VirtusPro so far, they haven't really woken up into this game, and they've just not done anything that has been anywhere near enough to trouble Faze to make me think that Faze cannot find one round somewhere. You know, I just don't think that's going to happen. But stranger things have happened in Siege, I guess. You know, sometimes we do get those big comebacks, but it's going to be, you know, a huge requirement. So for me, really, VirtusPro at 5-2 down, this is the time they need to turn it around. If Faze get on to 6, I feel like it's done. This is the time now. You know, you need to get, I think they need to get the next 2 rounds. 5-4, back in touching distance, and at least let Faze know that they're there.
Now, interesting couple of things happening in this round in terms of the operator lineups too. Remember back in the pre-game I spoke about the ban coming out. It's the second time today that you and I have cast a team that has banned away the Twitch. It was Dark Zero previously, they rolled the mirror a lot. Faze are doing exactly the same here. They've banned that Twitch for a reason. That reason is they want to play mirror, which is exactly what Souls is going to do. Which means that getting rid of these mirror windows now is actually going to be quite difficult. You've got to look at things like vertical angles. You've got to be able to smoke them off, for example, and really, I don't think VirtusPro have fully read into that. We've got nothing like Thatcher EMPs to come in here to deny away the mute jammers. We haven't got any smokes on side either. They might just be sleepwalking into a nightmare against these mirror windows if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to have to, you know, go straight at it with either Selma charges or Scarz pellets. That's the only way that they're going to be dealing with those.
And that's jammed, so they're a bit screwed.
Exactly. So, you know, they're going to have to then get nades in from above. You know, there's basically going to have to be a lot of work gets done. And again, it just plays into that wasting time, Des. You know, they're going to have to get above, they're going to have to get nades in, they're going to have to get hard breach on, all just to deal with one piece of utility.
And you've still got KDS out in the roam here on the Oryx, who can obviously dash himself around towards safety if needs be. Didn't realise that Joystick was on the left side of the window there and was too busy looking out towards the right, and down, gets punished for it as well. These are moments where VirtusPro can shine, when teams get a little over-aggressive. If they're obviously looking the right way, if they've got crossfires set up. We saw that beautiful 3v1 on the side, but last round, that is where they'll punish you. Again, peek at your own risk.
Dan's just going to be taking a little fight down into Tellers there. Aggressive from Vidaking, manages to get himself into a position to find the kill. You thought for a second that was going to be that Dan all day long that walked away from that, but no, manages to snatch one back, and that levels things up at 4 versus 4.
But again, it's this dynamic response coming out from Faze that works so well. 2 players swinging at the same time. If Dan gets one, they still walk away with the man advantage. They shouldn't really feel too worried about it, which is why I understand them going for that play. They've waited over half a round. Now they're finally dropping away, whilst VirtusPro is still thinking, okay, what's going on upstairs? Or what's going on the other side of the wall? Side with a spray straight into a headshot onto Pasha's noggin.
Yep, going to take Pasha down, leaves us now 4 versus 3, as like you say, once again, Faze have just shown a great command of the situation. Yes, they might have lost that opening kill, but as Joystick got into a position to potentially deal with the mirror, guess what? Mirror was already gone, tracked away and dropped back down to site. So now 45 seconds left to go, and with a man disadvantage, VirtusPro are in a position where they're going to have to start rushing.
They are. I think for Faze, they're just showing so many different styles in this game that VirtusPro sat there as the kind of largely unchanging defense or attacking team. Have really been punished by it, just not able to adapt to what's coming out. This has been a total, again, strategical masterclass in this round, or a tactical one, I suppose you could call it, by Faze. Just no answer to those mirror windows. They've screwed it for themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. Cyber's going to get a successful challenge onto the window. Kill comes in from Joystick, but it's probably going to be a little bit too little too late. 10 seconds left to go. Cyber picks up another Joystick third in the round. It's going to be an ace or nothing as he looks for those final kills. It will be nothing as Cyber manages to push Faze on to map point, and they've just kicked into another gear today.
Again, for me, it's the adaptability that we've seen, the way that they've changed their play between slow and fast at points, the varying operators that we saw on the attacking side, and here on the defense, a really intelligent read. Now, one thing I will give is it really speaks to the caliber of the FaZe Clan players, because if you look again at how teams have tried to do this kind of style of play against VirtusPro before, VirtusPro have just laughed and shot them in the head, and it's like, okay, well, there's only so much you can do when this slow-moving juggernaut is exactly that, a juggernaut that will win the majority of gunfights. And even starting out with the kill that came in onto the Oryx here, onto KDS, didn't really deter them. Still controlling the top floor very, very aggressively. But when you've got so many things going against you tactically, again, the lack of any Thatcher to deal with the mute jammers coming out with the mirror windows, VirtusPro just look like the ones who have no idea what's going on. They haven't got a read on the game, and FaZe Clan are dragging them to exactly where they want them.
I think, the overriding theme here for me is that FaZe just feel like they're winning every individual part of the game. If you look at map control, FaZe are winning it. If you look at strategy, FaZe are winning it. If you look at gunfights, FaZe are winning it. You know, every part of this game so far has just been dominated by FaZe, which has led to the landslide that we're seeing. But as I've said, form is important within tournaments. The VirtusPro team so far has played very, very well. If you're going to have an off day, have it now. Don't have it when you get to the knockout phase.
No, I completely agree.
If you're going to have an off day, have it now, get it out of the way, and then come back strong.
An off day, or just being completely outclassed by FaZe? Probably
bit
a little
of both,
bit.
I think.
I was about to say a little bit of both in the mix there. Stop reading.
Both.
We've read our minds. We've read each other's minds so many times today. What was the question earlier?
Today, we do it every day, Dan.
That is true. Dan, I like this time round because for a second I was about 13 seconds left in the repick and I was like, oh man, they aren't bringing the Thatcher, they aren't learning, because yet again we've got the mirror on side, we've got Yokais, we've got Kite Electro Claws this time, and I thought they don't respect that and don't bring along a Thatcher. They're throwing this game away, but did change over with about 10 seconds or so to go. Now we've got to see them get a smart read on this. Okay, here's Electrified, there's a mirror here. What's the game plan, guys? How can we adapt that little bit faster so we aren't staring down the barrel of a 10-second clock in a 3 versus 3?
I think it was a Nitro that we just saw Dan take out mid-air, but there is still 2 left on the side of FaZe, so they need to be careful here as they work the top floor. Joystick just trying to burn through utility at the minute, swinging that sledgehammer, trying to get any vertical angle possible down into sight, just to try and put FaZe under any sort of pressure, which is not something you feel that they've really been so far. You know, they haven't had to play it off the back foot, so to speak. You know, they haven't really been put in a position where they have to think too much. It's largely gone to their game plan.
What I will say is I feel KDS maybe has been a touch wasteful with the Yokais, like running them around the top floor when there's no one up there to really capitalize and try and make kills happen off the back of it. a little bit of a kicker. I get it gives you a little bit of information, but now you haven't got those on site, for example. There's no Vulcan canisters there. So if VirtusPro can use this next 30 seconds or so to start gearing up towards site, there's not a lot to stop them just marching in.
Pasha's going to get the opener onto Cyber, and now VirtusPro, can they use that time? Can they use that extra little bit of space that they've just got themselves with that opener? King, he's heading upstairs on the mirror. Okay. Almost gets away with it, but no, Joystick, I think, spots him on the drone coming and will step out and get the kill. Flawless round for VirtusPro as they managed to get a successful attack, but it was the third choice site for Faze, and you would expect on one of those primary choice bomb sites now that they should be able to get this done.
I know somewhere Fresh is absolutely moulding about that round, because that's the kind of stuff that teams in the Europe League did for the longest time into VirtusPro that got them into the position they are now, is they would try and push into them, but never really like a full send push. Again, the timing on that was a bit weird. They had the Yokais upstairs early in the round in the first 60 seconds sniffing out what was going on, and then really 45 seconds later when they go, okay, I guess we best just push up Marble and try and find these fights blind. There's a world where you use those things together and you come out on top. All VirtusPro have had to do there is sit upstairs on the top floor and let FaZe Clan come to them. Not really the way to do it, boys.
No, not ideal. We're just going to have a few holes opened up in the wall that looks onto the default plant spot there. You'll see different types of holds coming in. That wall will often be reinforced, but sometimes, as it has been done there, you'll just see it opened up with the shotgun. And the reason for that is it makes it difficult to put the hard breach utility on there. So you're going to have to try and get a soft breach in, maybe. The only choice they've got for soft breach at the minute is Joystick, and that's going to be having to approach the wall. Obviously, with a load of shotgun holes in the wall, they can then see the person approaching the wall. So really, at that point, you're wanting an Asher as a Zafir to do it safely. So maybe a little bit of difficulty for VirtusPro to get themselves into a position to plant. We'll see as the round goes on.
I just think this, again, is a massive statement versus the last round in terms of the play style that's going to come out of FaZe, right? Everything is just, again, so dug in. All 5 operators fully engineered towards saying, right, you want to play it slow? We can play it slow. 3 C4s, Vulcans, Evil Eyes, Electroclaws, smoke canisters, everything is geared up for a fight on the downstairs. Really, if anyone gets caught out roaming here on the side of FaZe, that's going against their game plan. So I don't think you'll see much time being wasted around the map, and that really then comes onto VirtusPro and how quickly they can get themselves ready for an execute.
Yeah, exactly that. Joysticks in quickly, as is Pasha. This is good from VirtusPro. You know, they've recognised that the space is there. Maybe something FaZe did well last time, as you say, was the Solace and the Mozzie combo. Prevent the drones coming in, prevent the information, prevent VirtusPro feeling confident on moving quickly. There is an Electroclaw on both hatches at the minute, so that's something that's going to need to be dealt with, but Dan with the EMPs should be able to make light work.
Just can't help but feel nervous knowing that Souls could be anywhere near blue stairs at this point. He's already been a bit of a headache for VirtusPro on their push down through there on the previous attack of this site. Here we are with 90 seconds left, and there's still work to do. Hatches are still closed up. You can hear the EMPs now starting to roll out. So this is where we should start getting a move on, start seeing things opened up, and VirtusPro starting to consider how they're going to push this site.
Yep, Shepard's going to apply the Scarz pellets to both of the hatches in open area and small office. That's going to give the verticality down into sight. It's going to mean that FaZe just need to be a little bit more careful. They are aware of Pasha trying to push down the main stairs. Pasha takes the challenge a little bit tentatively. Can't find any bullets. That's just going to be a respectful spray in either direction. They've got the wall open without too much drama, which is good for them. So that gives them access to the plant spot. Going to have to wait for the Vulcan canisters to burn away. Potentially MP going to go in as well, maybe just to pave the way for a little bit more utility.
There's got this Evil Eye gun, which they're going to be able to find. That's taken down, so visibility removed. They've done everything right by the book so far, but really, we know how Siege goes. Sometimes all kinds of madness can happen. It's a full 5v5 execute with just 30 seconds left on the clock. It's now or never for VirtusPro, Tim.
This is about to get a little bit crazy as Pasha starts moving down the main stairs. I'm not sure Handy's aware. He's just going to keep himself led prone with the Alder in hand. They're going in, getting the diffuser down. Shepard just inside of the smoke, but he's not going to stop him as it dissipates. 4 versus versus 4. Shepard is successful, and if they can keep themselves on the hatches, this could be a round for VirtusPro. We've got Cyber down. It's effectively a 2 versus 3. They're going to have to retake the verticals if they want to be able to disable this activated diffuser, and what a great spray down from Joystick inside a garage.
And they've got to try and push him here. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They know that he's in behind the van, but Cyber's going to stay on his backside, not going to be rescued by KDS, and VirtusPro will have pulled it off. They pulled themselves closer, Tim. 2 rounds to go before they even catch up to Faze. Overtime at the very least is what's on the agenda, and KDS is doing what he can. Oh my God, Joystick, you are a filthy rat. Down on the floor he gets, finds the kill.
2 rounds in a row for VirtusPro. That's the best spell of play that they've had so far on Bank. It's the first time that they've been able to chain 2 rounds together. And it certainly puts them back into things a little bit here. 6-4 now in favour of Faze, and so much so that it is going to draw the tactical timeout from Faze. I think the conversation here, Des, needs to be, look at the difference between round 7 and round 10. Both on lockers. One, we played out in the map, we wasted time, we took their utility away with the Solis and the Mozzie, and we didn't leave them enough time to focus on the execute. Round 10, we gave them all that time. We gave them all the map, and VirtusPro were able to play their game, to do what they wanted to do. They got the diffuser down. First time we've seen them get the diffuser down. And as soon as that's, you know, no coincidence that it's the first round, you've actually let them play their game, because that's what they're going to do. Shepard's going to plant. Simple as that. And I think that's what Faze need to recognise here.
Now, you've again stolen the point I was going to make perfectly there, Tim. How do they build that synergy? It's literally that, the disparity in play styles between several of these rounds in the second half. You know, the last one was we've seen like a full roam, like waste time with 2 players, really try and stop them even getting inside the building, frankly. Another one that was the kind of chaos of the previous round, so round 9, that was like, okay, Yokais are here for 60 seconds, then players are going to push up marble stairs blind and hope for the best. That was a bit weird. And then last round was a total shutdown on site. Now, interestingly, that was the kind of stuff that I was commending Faze for back in the first half. I was saying this adaptability, the way they're changing everything up to keep VirtusPro permanently on the back foot on the defensive side is really admirable. But here they kind of haven't found something that works on the defense as strongly as it did on the attacking side, and that may be what's opening the door to VirtusPro to come back into this.
Interestingly, on the left-hand side of your screen, Solis, Mozzie, Mute.
Another attempt.
Leaning into that full information denial. You know, make it as difficult. Just put as many steps in the way for VirtusPro as possible. As many obstacles. Make them go through as many different things as they can. Now then, that could be a cheeky nitro. Just waiting for always to get up on the rappel. If they've got information, it could be a freebie. It's going to get shot out.
I think he didn't know it was there, you know.
I don't think he did. He was just shooting out the barricade. But Faze, if you're going to play that, you got to have something to tell you when to detonate it.
Quick question, mirror windows, can we see where they are? I believe there's one, as usual, inside of Janitor.
Quad wall,
thank you very much. There's one on Quad, and one inside Janitor again, right? Yes. This time around it's opened up because they've got the EMPs on side. VirtusPro are learning. I like seeing the Thatcher on side 2 or 3 rounds in a row. Oh my, Cyber's out and he's got himself one. Won't find the next. He got pretty close. But just sadly, not quite the range or the damage required to finish off Joystick 2.
I feel like that's the point I'd have typed in chat, HP question mark. I'm sure I hit him with like 10. How is he not dead? Joystick going to be down to about half health there. You've got to say it was potentially worthwhile though. Always getting taken out, takes some Selma chargers with him. They've still got Shepard for the hard breach, but still, those Hibana pellets can be a little bit trickier to work with. A longer detonation time when we're looking at time being a focus. Pasha's going to push in here, surely gets
bleepers.
One. Yes, and that is now giving the advantage to VirtusPro. The fight back is unders.
Did he not hear bleepers there? I mean, the man charged in the room and those things aren't exactly quiet, unless it's like a propagation of sound issue, I don't know. But seem to have no idea that he pushed inside the office itself and collects them a freebie. VirtusPro into a 4 versus 3 with still half the round to play, Tim. It's looking good if you're a fan of these boys.
Certainly is. Takes out the Gemini clone. Handy is going to know, therefore, that they're pushing from the elevator side. Pasha looking to move in behind that intel. If we have a look, they've still got 5 drones on side as well, which to say there was Solis and Mozzie on the board and a Mute on top of that. They're doing pretty well to keep their information game going here, VirtusPro. Going to have that triple wall opened up. The mirror just trying to dance around inside of their souls, doing everything he can to to just make it as difficult as possible for them to push in and pressure this quad wall. 40 seconds left.
Still plenty of time to work with here. I feel they're just getting themselves fully prepped up, making sure they've got the verticals, making sure they've got out pressure on square, that you've got Pasha being able to threaten elsewhere, almost finding one on the cross as well, but just not quite netting it here as well. If they lose out here to the clock, it's going to be such a stinger for VP.
Yeah, it really is. It probably won't, though, as Shepard has managed to get himself inside and he's putting the diffuser down. Kills do start raining in. Vitaking unable to do anything about the plant. Handy manages to get one. 2 versus 2, but no, the kills rain in. And VirtusPro, they bring us back to 6-5. We're going to see all 12.
It's just like I said earlier on, Tim, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You've seen a total turnaround here where Faze have tried again 3 or 4 different things and none of them are really sticking. And for VirtusPro, they learn a very, very simple lesson that I feel many teams did arguably 2 years ago. Just bring a Thatcher. The difference that operator has made here to the mirror holes that are coming out. In fact, here going into this final round, FaZe aren't even bringing the mirror because they've acknowledged, okay, look, every time we're seeing a Thatcher coming out here, they're finding a way through. They're EMPing them out. They're disabling the mute jammers that we've always put behind them, and then we're getting them opened up for free. So good adaptation on VirtusPro's side. I like that FaZe kind of got the, dare I say, the sort of lack of ego maybe, the willingness to step away from playing the mirror and say, you know what, they figured it out. Let's use that 5th slot for an operator on our team towards something else and see what else we can do. And here, their go-to is the Mozzie and the Solars as their roamers. They're going to try and waste a bit of time. This is much more going back to what we see from them in round 7 when they managed to win it out there by wasting time with 2 different players around the map.
I've got to say, VirtusPro have impressed me over the last couple of rounds. Subtle adaptations, as you say, you know, not huge changes, but what they have recognized very, very well is what are the roadblocks, what are the stumbling blocks that we're having, and I think FaZe have unfortunately tried to sort of change things along the way, but if anything have played into VirtusPro's hands with that. So we find ourselves now all down to this round. FaZe, you've got one more opportunity. I said it earlier, if they got to 6, I really didn't think off the first half that they showed us, off the first 8 rounds that they showed us, that there was any way that VirtusPro were going to be able to reel them back in and just prevent that one more round. But at the minute, FaZe just, they feel like they're further than ever from winning this game.
Scary, isn't it?
It is. It's been a complete reversal. I love it.
Again, I will always come back to that line. There are 2 halves to a game of Siege because that's exactly what you've seen take place here, and I absolutely love it. It'd be, although it's fun to see the odd 7-0 every now and then, it's not really the way you want to see Siege go. Pasha winning out the gunfight against Cyber, that may be the most critical kill here, because now both players being sat at 11 and 8. It's more towards the fact that Cyber was their number 1. Now he's gone, joystick dancing away from a C4. It's all up VirtusPro so far.
You've really got to wonder at this point. Sometimes you feel like an opportunity has just been missed. Have FaZe missed their chance to get this one locked out? Are they now up against the VirtusPro that we've seen over the last couple of games that just look unbeatable? Souls is going to be in that position on blue stairs once again. He's got so much utility there to try and keep him in place. He's got the laser gate. He's got the Vulcan canister. He's going to just try to hold on for as long as possible. 1 minute 15 left on the clock always. He's working across now, trying to get down into server, trying to get that access into site that VirtusPro will need.
They have to know that Souls is down here. They've seen it so many times, and the fact that they've just seen that Vulcan canister, or at least heard it, blown away, should tell them all they need to know. Another smoke up at the top side here, really trying to burn through time, but he's being full white screened again and again and again. Vida King on the flank though. This could be the backstab they sorely need. Gonna find himself one, but doesn't get anything off the back of it either. Now maybe off the back of that they can find another one in response. No, it's 3 kills going the way of FaZe, making a 4th. They've turned it around with a huge flank, and Always has got nothing to do but to try and clutch it. It simply won't happen. FaZe snatching victory away.
What a result for the Brazilian team there, just grabbing that in the nick of time before they were pushed to additional rounds. They secure qualification through to the final phase in Copenhagen.
What a game to earn qualification. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, the analysts will break down what's been a scorcher of a game.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Faze Clan, Faze Clan, Faze Clan, our first team that has gone and made it through to the finals here at the R6 Major here in Copenhagen. And for the side of Faze, their attacking side especially, so incredibly dominant, so incredibly strong. How are they able to do it?
I mean, I was not surprised to see VirtusPro have these very much time-wasting setups. We saw Wamai, Jaeger, Smoke, Echo, Goyo, but you know, we know this playstyle works very well for VirtusPro because they can waste time, but Faze was actually really good at acknowledging the situation and then really utilizing their time on attack, being very efficient with that. They took ground really fast. They made sure that if it got down towards that side execute, they still had enough time to deal with all the utility that came out on the side of VirtusPro.
I think Faze impressed me today in a number of aspects. One of them, they've obviously prepared exceptionally well for this. That isn't always something that we know Faze to be particularly good at. They are a very good team, but they're not always that very heavy counter-prep team. You know, they usually focus on their own play style a little bit. But they came into this one with their eyes wide open. They knew exactly what they were going to be going up against here against VirtusPro, and their attacks were extremely disciplined. They were not giving any opportunities whatsoever. They knew how VirtusPro was going to play. They knew the style that they were to expect, and they played into it exceptionally.
Yeah, they really shut down some players on the side of VirtusPro as well. I mean, that and Joystick together having a donut up until those first 5 rounds, you know, those 2 players are expected to be stepping up on the side of VirtusPro. And we talked about the entry conversion, or you mentioned their really good entry conversion coming into that game. Again, VirtusPro seemed like they could get that opening kill, but this time, Faze made them unable to claim then a round victory afterwards.
Now, off the back of that, obviously, Faze ended up having a 6-2 lead. But then VirtusPro, it was almost like this hunger awoke in them. They started clawing back those rounds on their attacking side.
There was a reason we were worried about Bank. There was a big, big reason why we were worried about this map coming in for Faze, because we know that VirtusPro can play Bank. We know they're a very good team at it, and we know that they don't care about time, and they don't care about round count. It could be 6-2, it could be 6-1. They are going to take every single round as it comes, one at a time, and they actually chained 3 together, and it started to look scary. We got to 6-5, and we're thinking, hang on a minute, there's an ace cast in. We're going to overtime here. It's almost guaranteed at this point. Faze, however, they managed to flip the script. Great little flank from Vitaking in that final round to really mix things up. And again, VP just fell a little bit short, but a very close game.
Yeah, that was huge. That final round for Vitaking, that was really important for them. And the attacks of VirtusPro, they started really slow. They got openings, but then they didn't have enough time eventually. It was really nice to see that they actually started speeding up their attacks. Joystick was having a better game. Pasha was really showing up as well. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. And, you know, they'll have to play more games to potentially qualify.
Well, I want to focus a little bit more on the positioning of VP. As a team, do you feel like they were really working together as a unit, or was this not the kind of level of teams that you were wanting to see from them?
I think we've seen it more as a unit from them than we have seen this game. There was numerous amounts of times where we saw, for example, I think it was Joystick making verticals, and then always was holding the stock window from the skylight, basically. So not really moving on the map as a unit as we are used to seeing from them. But I do also feel like FaZe read into that perfectly. They banded Twitch themselves, played like these operators that really have that slow, like, wasting time setup kind of. They played the mirror, just putting in these entry points for VirtusPro, not allowing them to get into the building, super important.
Now, a question in particular that I have is for Joystick. He started off the first half not necessarily performing the best, but then heading into second half, he really stepped up his game. What do you think the difference was between first and second?
Maybe a flip of getting onto the attacks, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. We know that VP are a good attacking side, and he was potentially just getting shut down a little bit too much by Faze on those defensive rounds because Faze were all over it. They were really dominant on their own attacks. So I think Joystick saw a little bit more freedom, maybe saw a little bit more support from his team there. But again, you need that full round performance, you need that full game performance. And that's something that Cyber delivered today. Cyber, up until this point, was quite a mid-rated player on Faze. We know him to have an extremely high skill ceiling. He's got a fantastic potential. He doesn't always hit it. He can be very hit or miss inside of tournaments. And I've sat here before and criticised some of the performances that we've seen from Cyber, but today was his day, and he certainly stood head and shoulders above the rest.
Well, I certainly think a lot of the other teams are going to be taking a look at the match that we've just seen, analysing not only the gameplay of VirtusPro, but also of FaZe Clan, trying to decipher exactly what it was that they did to be able to take down the VP Paradox. As you can see, we have the schedule up on the screen right now for upcoming matchups as well. After the break, I know you're going to be joined by Janero, and then I believe you have Pengu and Fresh as well over here on the desk. For myself, though, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've had some banger matchups today, but the next game is going to be Soniqs versus W7M, another 2-0 matchup, the winner of which will once again make it through to the finals. But then after that, we also have our elimination games too. I want your expectations for the Soniqs versus WM. I want a prediction from the two of you before we round things out.
We saw Soniqs go lights out yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to slow it down. They're going to go up against W7M, another team that we know has great potential.
How about you? What do you
I
think?
find it so difficult to predict. I just want to see an overtime. Make sure that both these teams really have to battle it out and see which one is the stronger in the end.
All right, well, on that note, folks, you'll be joined once again after the break by Janero with Pengu and Fresh.
Here today, the top two teams from Europe and from America.
Diffuser down with 30 seconds. Bounce, he's got to find 4, but Pengu says no. Penta are your first PC Pro League champions.
Damien alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
Penta's going to have time to get the diffuser down, and we are going to see Penta win this all. They're the world champions right now for Season 1. He's going to be spotted. Can he get the kill on the Chestic? He grabs the Deagle kill! It's now Fabian and ball up to him. And a 1-on-2, Julian and Wag. Can he get it? Fabian's going to dip around the grid. He won't get it. Julio gets the frag. Black Dragons go to the grand final.
Eds versus Black Dragon. Bootsy adds to Wag. You call them Eds, we call them champions. Eds takes year 2, season 3.
Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go.
User in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway. As they start to defuse, Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
We are in Atlantic City. Tentando caçar com tudo. E o Soniqs consegue levar um round. A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League. Close to getting the victory, and he goes down. G2 will take the win.
Sound cue to give Dim the information. Oh, he takes one down. And a new empire will rise as you crown a new champion here in Milan. Two kills, 3 for Shepard, and the empire strikes back. 2 2v3. Kendrew finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds. And it's done!
We have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi!
Leo has diffuser in hand. He finds the shots, but Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the knife. Shot out by Pino.
Your winners. It is the Ninjas in pajamas.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I got one. So team one's up one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Team one wins. Yes.
5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in Magic, Michael? Team 1 does, and they win the Mexico Major.
It's time for our grand final.
Faze have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off. Faze Clan are your champions. All he has to do is stop joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 World Champs. J90 to save Astralis. DZ can double up and secure their first international major win.
Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Lucknow.
Rogue EU winners at the Berlin Major.
3 versus 4. Oh my BDS, they are your major champions.
Hello guys, welcome back to Copenhagen Major Blast R6. I'm Ginny, your host, joined by Fresh and Pengu. We did a little bit of a switcheroo. We're gonna try to catch our breath, but honestly, without further ado, let's just jump straight into it because we got Soniqs up against W7M, both fighting for the title of potentially the best team to be here today. So let's start off with Soniqs specifically. They came through the LCQ for NAL. There were a couple of question marks during their performance there, but now they're here and they look solid.
Yeah, they have looked solid, to be honest. And I think coming into this, I talked about them as, you know, I thought they were like G2 of 9 months ago, where they've got all the right ingredients. They just need to put them in the right order and the right formula to bake that cake. And they're doing it. I think that's the big thing here, is they're turning up and they're performing.
Yeah, but it's not always at the show up, right, Jack? We talk about Citizen, we talk about Gunno, where they have really good days, and then they have pretty mid days, so to speak. So they need to show up for this team to thrive as a whole.
All right, well, they're going up against W7M. They were third in their respective league, but then they're showing up here, and again, it feels like they're one of the strongest, most well-rounded teams that we've seen perform.
I'm going to go as far as to say they are the single strongest team at this event so far.
Lukewarm take?
Looking at how they play, apart from Soniqs, no, I think they can play such a flexible style of Siege. They can play the passive one, the aggressive one. They could be trendsetters for the meta to go forward in the future in this coming year.
I look at W7M and I think, what weaknesses do they have?
Exactly.
They're unreal on the attack, they're unreal on the defense, they're unreal on the entry, they've got a big map pool, they've got great gunners who consistently turn up. How, if I was, if you was playing, if I was coach, how would you attack? I don't know how you'd go at them.
I mean, I've looked at it, I'm going,
And they look really happy as well in the back.
No, I mean, so they should, but it's like you look at W7, you go, where are the weaknesses? And you go, there don't seem to be any. So if you're Soniqs, I just gotta say, like, good luck, have fun with that.
Okay, love that. I mean, they're very aware of where the cameras are positioned. So we have the map veto, potentially a weakness that might be coming through for either one of these teams. So let's pull it right up and have a look at what we can be expecting.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna have to like peek over a little bit. It's the best one, it's a border. Sorry guys, I'm not tall enough, but looking at border here.
Well, I think we identified that both of these teams have 3 maps that they love to play, which is Clubhouse, Chalet, and Border. They're the 3 common maps. But we did say, would you want to take W7M to Clubhouse?
No.
No?
Probably not.
Would you want to take W7M to Chalet?
Also no.
So Border was the one that we thought, if Soniqs get there, they've done a good job.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna throw it to predictions because I know both of you are having a favorite team, so I'm gonna start off with you, Pengu.
I'm gonna have to go with Ease for W7M for this one.
Well, Fresh, do you agree here?
There's one thing that he's forgotten about.
What's that?
And that is, I believe in Gunner supremacy.
He's hosting the show as well today. Chad Gunner.
Oh.
Well, we got the predictions ready. We've set the stage, so let's head over to our casters. We have Hap and Fugay. They're also joining in. Okay.
We're getting involved.
Do you guys want to give us a prediction? Do you agree with Fresh or more Pengu?
What does this mean, you think? What does this mean?
I don't know. It's better than the cat dance that Fresh tried to do on the UL disc.
Oh, no.
He's a wonderful cat dancer, and I guess depending on if Soniqs win or lose, that could be the decider of whether he has to do it out of the pair. Ooh. I think you should make them meow, Ginny.
Yeah.
Do you take that bet,
Loser meows. Okay, you guys spoke with your prediction for
all right.
Let's
Deal.
go.
Oh,
we got a deal
we're
set.
making business deals happen here. Very nice.
Well, you guys feel free to take it over. It's your game now.
I don't think we will. We'll take it away. Thank you very much. We'll take it away. And yes, we're here with a game I'm really excited about. Soniqs versus W7M. Now, as they said, W7M have gone from terrifying high to terrifying high. They were, and I don't mean this in any real soft sense of the word, one of the best teams, if not the best team, of the previous year of Siege. And it's often seen that those teams drop a little. They haven't.
No, they haven't. And for me, they are one of the favorites of this tournament as well. And I just remember them coming in like last year, Charlotte, the major coming through. You know, they showed their potential and they only grew from there on. And for me, it's just a matter of time before they take a major win, Emmy. Like, it's just counting down.
It's entirely that. You know, we've seen surprise wins at majors. We've seen teams go from sort of not having a huge performance in earlier ones or having sort of quarterfinals or semis. Like, you look at Koi, you look at BDS. In their more recent iteration, an example, you've had teams go entirely by surprise, like Team 1, but it's been a while since we've had a team this powerful, this, I'm not going to say entirely dominant, because obviously they haven't won them, but they found themselves on the grand stage multiple times with a great bit of threat. Obviously, a bit of a change in the roster coming into now, but still them.
You're entirely right in there, but at the same time, you know, they're going up against Soniqs. For me, also the best chance NA has currently of taking the victory here, in my opinion. And you know, they are here to show why that is going to be the case. I think the roster goes together pretty well, blends well together. And you know, people like Citizen, who, you know, on G2 weren't really able, performed well, but wasn't really able to find that success, went over to NA, now here on the Soniqs roster, and they are very successful. So I'm really excited for this game and to see how this is going to be eyeing up on an aggressive map that requires gun skills like Border.
It does. It does require gun skills, and this is my second Border of the day. I carved away at Parker.
We have not had a lot of variety ourselves yet.
No, we've had a lot of Oregon. But yeah, and what you get with it is a great taste of aggression. You go from being outside to inside very quick. When G2 played it earlier on today, they frequently doubled up the castle alongside the Azami. They created their own sort of core hold of the map itself, which Liquid struggled to deal with during the game. Here, you're going to see a lot of Azami. You might get the stretch of castle in either of these two teams, but it does start with, well, maybe the chance at some bit of a blindside fight. Where Gunner goes and how quick, it's kind of my curiosity is KZ wants to be the greeting card on the other side.
For sure. As the first drones roll in, that's going to be a spot. KZ now has been droned out. They know where he is. There might be a bit of a chase going on later, but he tries to rotate out. Will successfully do so. There's no real pressure coming down instantly. But this is something I'm interested about. That's a supernova with a suppressor on top of it.
It is a supernova with a suppressor.
On an operator that can literally travel tens of meters within a second.
Oh, they're a quick operator. We hear a Gun 6 pop on the opposite side, and you can see the hold that they're getting themselves ready for. They want to sort of go for a 3-2-1, okay, break. And what is going to be the first point of break? As I said, the architecture that can be put down here is KZ's under a bit of pressure. Gio's just going to open up the swing on the door. Rexon gets the first inside. There's the second pickup. They had no idea. Gunner now inside the back of the site. They have the kill inside CC. Nade is trying to reclaim control. Hurts gets caught out on the side of Beepers. The flash will not get the confirmation as Gio's going to go for the plant itself. The C4 doesn't get the confirmation either. It's sort of a trade back and long arms as they're seeing if they can get the player at the bottom of the stairs. But uh-oh, it's Gunner down there. Drop down, rotated background. Is going to pop himself to the top, but Felipox pops his head off instead. Gio gets us into a post plant. 3 versus 2.
Very quick round so far, now 40 seconds on that post plan. And that's most important now for the Soniqs, is to just hold tight, make sure they're not going to get themselves back in a comfortable position here for W7M. And thus, they hold these rotates. A lot of damage done to Nade, tries to transfer over, but Grixer falls by Felipox here. Brings it back to a 2-on-2, but the time is still ticking down. 15 seconds before they need to be on top of that diffuser out here. And as Felipox gets taken down, it's only up to Nade right now with about 25 HP. Still, a player on top of the diffuser he needs to take down first, but he will fail to do so. Gio locks it off, and that's Soniqs taking round 1.
The perfect start for the NA roster here. They struck the map with steel and pace. The deadly combination that has led them to that first bit of success there. It was sharp. They'd covered the motions of Gunner, getting in on sandwich window, getting in with the silent shotgun. He did a great bit of play there, obviously. He dropped the player on the top of the stairs, tried to confirm the kill or blind them with a flash. Maybe forgot what utility he had. We've seen a flashbang kill before, actually, this tournament. But then he dropped the hatch. He took the rotate round. He wanted to confirm the kill to make sure they got the advantage, because at that point, he's not playing the kit. He's not playing for the role other than causing devastation.
Now, we did see early on in that round that Keys was the key.
Keys?
Not really intended.
KZ,
sorry. Okay, sorry, my bad.
You know how mad James, Dev Martin, Stewart,
but I wanted to put in the key in there.
Somewhere, James Dev Miata is so mad at you.
Dev Mara. The reason for that being is he was inside CC, inside 90. Like, if they wouldn't have been able to take him down, they would have struggled with taking that control. They needed to actually get the plan in the way. So as soon as he went down, that's when they were able to zip in. That's when they were able to put it into the next gear to try and take that side of the control. And, you know, successfully done so. This lineup that they're bringing right now, however, Monty, Glass, Ying, also kind of tells me you might see quick archives plans to be attempted at some point. Possibly.
I mean, you've obviously got this. Citizen instantly smashing his way towards server, holding the angle and the rotate underneath. There's only a couple of sort of obvious motion rotates, unless you're obviously playing around hatches itself. But as soon as those start to open, as soon as that element of the map comes into play, it becomes just 4 solid walls around it and chaos on the inside. They're getting a read on the players. They might try and get the catch with a grenade underneath as well if they can get the true read on just where JV92 is, but they don't want to give their position up just yet because you know what W7M are like. They're going to try and strike back. Gunner gets one onto Felipox. Not sure if that was just a breeze through the side of the top of East, but either way, an opening pick in this sort of situation. They're having to flood their way back to site.
Only one Nitro cell, and of course Nade with the Warden. Those are going to be their main points of trying to counter this plant from going through. And as he activates, he sees one running in as well. Gunner gets taken down. That means at least the trade is there. The plans will be attempted. C4 will be going over, but they're out just nothing time. Finds the Monty. The diffuser now dropped as well. Needs to be recovered.
There it is, and that was a bit of a false landing there. The single rotate of Nade, the work of the man with the glasses that can see through all you're trying to do there on that take has failed them. Citizen still can't get the connection from underneath. JV92 gets to rotate. They have a player inside office as well. They've got a bit of width here, but with KZ sort of trying to make a statement of hello, he really wants this fight, and he fights it! He did about a triple, quadruple, 5th check, 6th check. Now is the time to swing and take the engagement. A 4 versus 2, a minute on the clock. The diffuser's stuck on a corner. They still have the swing round. And Citizen cannot find anything more. A response from W7M.
How do you put it in the last game with Casted? Main character Warden?
Main character Warden.
Main character Warden really shows up here as well. Nade taking down the Ying, C4 going in afterwards. I mentioned it. That person, Nade, was the only way they could have stopped that plant, and he made it happen there. So very crucial there to the success of W7M in that round. And after that, you're in a recovery run if you're the Soniqs. So great first one there. I mean, probably unaware of the fact that the Warden was playing in that corner, otherwise you wouldn't have ran in like that.
No, I think if you knew that, you would not have taken that as the play. I mean, it's the perfect gun to watch from that angle there, the follow-up with JV92 in that position. It just, you're running into a hammer being thrown at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And that's how fast guns shoot, if you didn't know.
1,000,000 miles an hour?
Yep.
Very fast, you know that?
He is quite fast, yeah, that's why they're dangerous.
Like, I don't even know, like, how much miles would you need to circumvent the entire Earth?
Depends on if you have that DMR, not many.
I'm talking how many miles, not how many.
If you have that DMR, doesn't matter.
Bathroom Tellers is going to be up next. It's a side that we start to see more and more over the side of ventilation and workshop. I for one do like the change. You know, gives us a little bit of extra variety every now and then. As we see, what does that actually block off? Okay, two walls. I was going to say, it seemed like it was a bit too centered inside the fountain, but just perfectly thrown in. I mean, what do I know? I'm just a caster, no?
Yeah, just a talker. Just a talker. Okay, Soniqs, what we've seen from the previous 2 rounds is textbook attacks. And I mean that both in the idea of, yeah, they were successful in their own ways, but they were obviously read from a playbook. It was, okay, let's do this, let's do this. I really enjoyed seeing it. I'm curious to see if we get that taste on the other maps where it's slightly lesser seen. Gunner, I mean, fresh every time, holding up that photo. Every single time he's making these motions and movements here towards the pressure. KZ tries to step back in, but he hasn't quite been able to get the confident swing that he wants, so doesn't want to give them another engagement to be able to pluck them away. Pulls back towards office where he has the hatches to rotate, but also has more likely a chance of getting some support.
It was also not an easy angle to take the fight on. 2 keeper barriers really made it for a tight angle that Gunner needed to hit there. And, you know, you mentioned it before, keeper barriers, the castle are out there now. They're really trying to, you know, play some architecture onto this site to make sure it's going to be a bit tougher to go through. But I believe Citizen, he's willing to go for a bit of a, well, direct line of sight now. Opening up with the RCEs, he's going to be going right into the workshop soon. After that, might even open up into the bathroom if there's an opportunity to.
Yeah, they're trying to knock themselves closer and closer along to it. They've not been able to get the next engagement, but Soniqs are happy to build. They're happy to prod and play and do and execute with, you know, 30 seconds left. We've seen them do it a couple of times throughout their run so far. All of this is just more intel. And you can see how they're formulating themselves they're slowly and steadily sort of taking a bit above. Okay, now we can clear below and take a bit below. Just misses the fight. They pop up, but it's the stairs that actually gets the lockdown. JV92 is in a very tricky position to get him picked up. Felipox would have to sort of go for a bit of a death dive here. Does Citizen know that they've come down the stairs? Because doesn't seem like he does. Felipox slowly moving the punch hole as well. Just misses the rotate. KZ gets Gunner in the meantime. They still have the down player in the middle of seating. Felipox gets Grixer inside the site as well. Citizen finally ends the life of the down player, but it's come at a bit of a cost. Swing engagement of KZ around the backside, and Felipox getting the last. Soniqs seemed like they just got caught out of whack in the final few steps.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, you know, how to happen because, again, early opening being made by Gunner, basically second to be found, but unaware of the fact that this was the second player on top of the E-stairs, but then maybe they were a bit too focused on confirming that kill. Everybody seemed to be watching that direction, not really being aware of the other movements of the players of W7M anymore at that point. You see right here, KZ just able to just, you know, come into the site, take out a kill himself. That the player on the east stair is able to just sneak around, get back into the site, find a kill, and go back again towards the east side to take those fights.
Yeah, it was great from W7M there to be able to rebuild the positioning to make sure they had that support structure. I called it on that sort of first bit of movement from KZ where he pulled away is if he gives them this engagement, he knows what they're capable of. He has to sort of play for time. It would be way too early to lose a second player there. And the positions that they held were ones where there was the player on the east stairs that could swing around and offer that bit of extra support. And then the flank from the far end. Soniqs got a bit blinkered by the idea of killing and hoping that more people would come to try and save the downed agent. But W7M knew that victory comes at sometimes a bit of a cost.
You know, I wanted to quote Maddox's favorite saying. Sometimes you just have to.
I think it's better in Croatian.
Yeah, it's better in Croatian, but Maddox's favorite saying is sometimes you have to throw the first kitten into the water. That was basically the down player there. Just leave him there, just for the sacrifice of the victory of the rest of the team.
It's not a great saying.
It's definitely not a great saying.
But it is a saying, apparently. All right, we find ourselves down to the third site now with 2 completions. Well, the third is usually still here, and you don't get too much play of the detention side in the swing there. It's just a bit too short and sharp. There are some teams that do it, and they usually do an extension up top CC, and you sort of watch down and blah, 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 but it's not the most common. Instead, you still kind of watch it from above. You have the vertical control, which Soniqs need to get their hands on, because look at all this. 4 players are up top currently from W7M.
E1D Pops is not going to be giving away any information to the side of Soniqs, and at the same time, there's no one following up aggressively onto any of the potential information out there. KZ, though, just saw a window to be opened up. There doesn't seem to be a drone inside. They might be unaware of his current position, which could be problematic if later they decide to jump through this window. Gunnar, he's just looking right on through, but he doesn't know if there's a player out there. We'll be able to get his drone in finally, though. So KZ will be able to spot that one with, of course, the Solace gadget. We'll rotate out quickly afterwards. Doesn't want to stick around to be hunted down.
I mean, smart move. He could feel the pressure once again, and as I said, you don't want to hand Soniqs these engagements because, well, generally they've been winning them. They've thrown themselves into a couple of sticky positions, but otherwise they've had a great drive. I don't know how he survived that. With the drone coming around on the corner, Felipox pre-fires, takes the head off of Rexen, and he just seemed a bit cautious.
Yeah, missed up the first opportunity there. Gunnar, however, will be able to find a response finally. Takes down Felipox. Opening up below now, Citizen as well, giving himself an extra angle towards the metal stairs. But those players still being around on the top floor is going to be that main issue they need to deal with. Also, a lot of damage taken for Citizen there. Is he needing to rotate out? It's going to get some keeper bears from below. Gunnar, you were inches away from death out there with the grenade in hand, but he lives for now.
They hear the pull of the pin every time they hear the pull of the pin. They've now dropped the rotate. Gio's coming around on the backside. Grix is trying to break his way in. Will it be a swing and a pre-fire this time? Gio wins out. Gunnar gets the grenade kill finally onto Hertz on the door. JV92, all that's left, getting a kill on the double door himself. But where does he go now? 20 seconds. Very winnable. There's pressure coming from the hatch. They seem to have some awareness. He's going to opt for the first fight as the kit is being planted on the far end. They have a call. They have a read. He's trying to find the angle. He gets the kit called. They have to very quickly react to the end of this engagement. He gets it, Gunnar! Hold your picture up fresh and wave it around, because Chad Gunnar is here doing his best to keep Soniqs fighting.
With the pistol as well, he knew he had to go, no time to reload, meaning that he needed to go for the extra movement speed as well, all at the same time, finds that kill in the end. And it was a very back and forth round all the way through. We saw these trades continuing onwards, but unaware of the fact that the last player just slipped through with the ACS and got right into the back of Geo that was planting at that moment in time. They still win it though, but that's too close for comfort. That should have or could have even gone the other way around.
I mean, the call on Geo planting as well, getting into that position, the rotate. What intel they had, I don't know, but they sure made use of it. The difference there was 3 steps. At that point, if they'd been able to pull themselves to a more tucked-in corner, oh, so close, E7M, but we find ourselves back level, as I said, thanks to the heroics of Gunner, who is gunning.
Yeah, I think, it's the definition now, right? It's like, there's a reason why he has this name. It's gunning.
Do you think people around Denmark see that and pronounce it Gunnar?
Yeah, that's we made that joke, right? Should we call him Gunnar Gunnarsson for the entire event?
Whilst he's playing over here, is he Gunnar?
We're calling him Gunnar from now on, yes.
Wow.
Definitely if he reaches the main stage.
2 apiece. In this game, it's just heating up, and you kind of want it to be one of those ones that heat up. Now you're finding yourselves more with these teams that are getting these double down wins, that have been able to have these great runs so far, and this is 2 teams with fantastic potential. It was 2 teams that they have frequented the biggest stage as players, where you've always wondered just how far they can go, and well, unfortunately only one of them can win, but you could imagine either of these 2 teams being in a final.
Yeah, you can definitely see both these teams go through very far into that tournament. This Gunnar is opening up from below. Herd's going to be fully aware of the fact that all these vertical angles are really making it very difficult for them to play inside or retake CC. He's just waiting for a movement just out of line, just out of bounds that he can punish and find the entry kill with.
Reloading.
Gunnar finds it, still finds it, still on this tear and this roll, and it seems to be a different member of W7M that's on the wrong side of it every single time. KZ, once again though, in this secondary position, is having to pull himself back as Gunnar's trying to put some pressure in underneath the pop of the E1D, and there's KZ getting Rexen. Quick response by a player who is, I mean, importantly, doing the work that he also has to put down. The barricade gets reignited, gets himself tucked all the way to CC. They're going to start trying to open up around the site itself and maybe get a little bit more pressure towards the players holding off on the armory wall.
I believe there's also a bit of a rotate going on. You see Soniqs members heading over towards the eastern side of the building instead of being around on the main armory breach. I'll be trying to go for a bit of a deep play here, and of course you have Gunnar playing below, so there's not going to be any C4s coming in from below. You just need to be making sure that your horizontal is going to be cleared out, and as long as the Aruni is inside the small office there, they have at least some form of line of sight. The player inside of Fountain, though, might be more important. Again, that's Nade, having that C4 able to use as a planned denial later on.
Another pulse, another pop in the fight. JV92 said it's a hefty weapon that's holding onto those angles as the flashes and blinds come out. That's Nade's cue to try and get himself to come in. Pushing towards the site, Fleetbox suffers. Grixer does get the end of the kill. Geo hops in, he's waiting for the next engagement to swing around the corner. The Lions on the back end offering some support and pressure as they go for the plant with the direct cover on. This C4 gets ripped, it gets thrown a little bit later. It doesn't catch either of them, but JV sure does. Watches the escape, 8 seconds. Grixer has to make a move because they're just dying inside the site. Citizen cannot get it in plant by himself. There's one, there's no kit, and you have a couple of questions, Hap.
The C4 came through, they ran out. They tried to just run, go. Don't want to stick around before that C4 blows up. However, the angle being watched by the Mark 14, able to find that kill. Maybe the window would have been a better choice to go out of. But it's painful. They had some control. But again, Nade playing a crucial role out there. He might not have actually gotten the double kill this time around. That basically changed the round. But with that C4, he's soon enough panicked that they had to move away. The rest of his team to capitalize on those mistakes. W7M, they now lead 2-3. At that point, Gunnar has to swing in as well, right?
No,
he needs to try and salvage stuff. He was there to stop any rotations from happening, but it's losing the diffuser in that second out there, that is the most painful part. I get why they ran out, because if they didn't, could have been a double kill. You never know where it flies to, but if you do, you might lose the diffuser. It's a risk you're willing to take at that point.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Soniqs, can they keep this bounce back and forth going from the latter half of the first half here? 3-2, it's not the end of the world. You find yourself an even half. W7M, though, do get that advantage going into their attack. Well, an attack on this map is always quite dangerous. KZ hoping to get a bit lucky, but fortune is not smiling on him right now, at least.
It's definitely been balled out there. Just going to go for it. Opening up some extra rotations this way, so a quick spot coming out. Nothing to worry about too much, though, as majority of Soniqs out here looking to be taking that top floor, especially CC and Armory under control first. See 3 people near that wall now to repel. I believe there was a 4th just a second ago. Yeah, still out there. And the drones are giving away so much information. It looks like it's going to be completely clear. They don't see a single person out here. There is one actually hiding in the small office, and I'm not quite sure if they have that information.
Citizen, he's under a bit of pressure now. Gunner as well. Nobody's been able to get the full bite of the fight itself, but W7M, they're just doing enough to put that pressure onto them. Say, well, no, you're not getting the entrance here for how clean and clear it's been for them before to try and find that early engagement. It's very rare that an immediate trade has come off the back of it. So this time, W7M, for the trade game that's been built in the mid-round, they're stepping it up a little, and it's stepped slower down in the back. Grixer does find the first. More DMRs, more heavy hitting. JV92 is on the wrong end of it this time round, though. And it's gonna start to try and put pressure on the split. They're gonna force those vertical players out of position and back down to the site.
Hart still sticking around, though. Now he's playing in a very powerful position. As long as he has that top floor under control, Citizen does find KZ. Going to be making sure that at least the hatch cannot be used, because the hatch is so important out here. You often see it used as like a last-second plan denial, even as by the attackers, a way to leverage themselves into the bathroom. So he needs to hold on, and look at the tight angle he has out there. He's just waiting for that color to change so he can start pressing that button with the MX4 Storm, hoping to find a head, and the Spillbox finds one with the C4, brings back the body balance just ever so slightly.
They know he's gotten himself this close to the fight. They're just on the other side of the soft Citizen. Oh, he did not know! A 3 versus 3. And a bit of a missed moment there with 40 seconds left. Suddenly, the body balance has found itself drawn back in, and we've seen blinkered problems affect this roster of Soniqs before. And with everything they built up as the advantage at the start, how do you try and find the smooth end? Because you've still got to try and get the drop towards the site itself. The rotate off onto the window, the hold on the angles. There's a big spread of the W7M players with only really Nade being on site itself. They're trying to get the cook and the read just on how this meal is being prepared, but the longer this goes on, as you can see, the W7M players can pull and peel themselves back ground. They go for the break, they cover it with the E1D. Nade's popped and looked ready with the shotgun, 8 seconds. And as they swing around, they're going a bit too high. Blinded, Nade goes down, Gunner saves his life, and they get a post plant. Grixer with one more. And in the blink, and a bit of cover for Leapox, he's able to put some damage down onto Geo. Cannot find the end of the kill. And we have an even half.
They knew the plant was going on. The shotgun shells are being blasted through, just shy of hitting the target and finding the diffuser. But that basically, but the entirety of Soniqs on alert. Like, there is someone in the bathroom with us. We need to find that kill, and afterwards, just able to completely steamroll the rest of that site. So, well done by them. They get an even half out of it because it wasn't looking too good for them before they jumped in that window. Like, it looked like W7M should have been able to hold on to that as the rotation started to come through. And now we're swapping the sides. It's going to be Soniqs over towards the defense, and W7M to go onto the attack. For a second there, by the way, I thought it was Rexon actually shut him down as he was opening up the barricade, but it was Grixer from the flank on the side, watching him. You out here finding that final kill.
Wow. Yes! Let's fucking go!
Beep, 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 beep.
Whoops.
Can we get like a button actually so we can actively censor right
No.
Either way,
I can't coach the players. If team coaches and managers struggle,
yeah,
what do you think I'm gonna do?
Let them beep them out.
Let
them
do. 3 apiece, and as I said, it's kind of back to square one. It's not really that either of these two teams struggles, I would say, on their attack or their defense. Sure, you have preferences, but both these teams can formulate good ideas on both. And when you have these two sort of objects hit on a map like Border, where aggression seems to be the consistent driving force, well, maybe that's just what it might come down to, as weird as it is to say. He's going to be able to get those snappy first fights and turn them into a little bit more momentum. You think of all the times that the opening kill has gone to the favor of Soniqs, but then they slow down on the approach. Well, time is on their favor here, so W7M have to try and tip that first body balance into theirs, as they were already throwing candelas down towards the site.
I love what Grixer did there, by the way. He was rotating further back, but he first opened up the wall a little bit with his deagle. And now you have Herds in there, just worrying about the fact that someone might be out there. Impact's being used in the meantime as well to stop any of the breaches to come through, as Herds now looking to go for the hunt as he just opened up that wall fully. It's just Grixer falling back ever more slightly, now taking a fight, deciding this is not one I want to be taking right now, and rotating out.
I mean, he's wasting a lot of time, but in the meantime, Nade wastes Geo, and as I said, he's just been putting pressure on the site from the window this whole time. And yeah, he doesn't have anyone directly leading in, but they're coming closer and closer with every step and every swing. Grix is now tucked in, and they're about to try and tuck him out. There's one either side. He's behind the red, just catches the rotate at the right time, and Herds can't get the kill. Gunnar and Rexen get one apiece of their own. Does go down around the seating area, but Grixer with a huge swing on the take. Citizen at the top on break, and Nade was the first on towards the site with 1:20. Now the only site he's got ahead of him is, unfortunately, the rest of the map to have to try and clear.
I feel like there was a bit of a lack of information coming through from the side of W7M. They're taking a lot of fights without actually having any hot information from the drones out there. I believe Nade actually just walked through a Capcom trap first, then even took some fire from below.
Then at least, it really was like the worst possible door to come into.
It's like with all those fake doors, he chose the wrong one to go through at that point. Still lives, though, has an opportunity to fight.
Look at this. I mean, they're just spraying and pulling back and spraying and pulling back and spraying and pulling back. They're giving him the idea of, chase me, and then realizing that they've let them down a corner and they're going to beat them up and steal their lunch money. And here, Nade, well, I mean, now he's got eyes back towards the site. There's 3 Soniqs players on it. And Citizen gets him over the top. They pull ahead, as they did about 6 rounds ago the last time they were here.
Yeah, ever since it's been back and forth, W7M in the lead as well. So let's see if they can keep that up. It was a very solid first round, but again, a bit of lack of information from W7M. They get the entry kill, yes, but afterwards they were face-checking rooms. You saw drones going around, but not actually checking the rooms that were being checked out by the players themselves. And, you know, you cannot help but think that if they would actually send that drone in first, could have been a wallbang attempt, especially in the Azami we saw earlier on that was being played by Grixer. Could have had him right here. Rexen and Gunnar coming in for the support. One losing his life as a result of it, but getting that body balance is all that counts at that point.
Oh.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. That's the idea. That's the ethos. Soniqs, you know, they are a hot contender. As I said, both these two teams, it wouldn't even be the biggest surprise if we see both of them in a final.
We definitely, like, okay, I'm going to say this now. I might curse these teams. I think both these teams are certain to go through to Phase 3. I know they're both on 2-0 right now. It's not a very big ask.
You're not exactly going out there too much.
But I think that even quarterfinals, they'll be able to get through that. Semis, that's where it will get a bit more difficult, I think. But as you mentioned, like, finalists, I mean, there's 2 others I would potentially put out there. Faze being one of them. Maybe VirtusPro. I mean, they've just lost, but I mean, there's still a tough team to go on over.
I mean, on this day, everyone who's been unbeaten, at least one of them will have to leave beaten. That's the nature of the Swiss system. You're going to play tougher and tougher opponents the more you win, and eventually someone has to lose. There's no tie games in this.
No, there's not. Make it a lot
not
more
anymore.
Difficult.
There was once upon a time.
There was once upon a time, yes. I'm glad we do not have to use that for calculations this time.
Oh, same. Gunnar, holding on, wasting time here, hoping people lean into his fight, but I think, as you said, you read that pressure. Rexen's there to offer some support onto the break swing. There, 3 of them at least are trying to get the pinch on the player. JV92 is just holding the rotate, whether they think he's gone or not. He's not going to try and find his way back in. In fact, they've gone underneath. A different player has stepped up. I think been locked out pretty instantly. There they are. Geo is gone. The grenades can start bouncing onto a position the player has already vacated, but as soon as they get that read, well, then they can start focusing the site.
It's not the first time, though, that an entry kill was made by W7M, and it was actually Soniqs that ran away with it, actually. The 2 times it happened before in this game. Soniqs that take that victory in that round. KZ taking a small amount of damage, nothing to worry about too much though, but they're definitely aware of his position. They want to be opening up. It's Gunnar with a very sharp angle onto Hertz. Just sees him walk in, takes him down, and instantly falling back. They don't want to stick around there for a second attempt. No, peel it back in. Go back a little bit. Make sure that they need to work for the ground on the attack side.
Yeah, if you see her ponytail and you're not already pulling the trigger, it's too late at that point. KZ, he's holding onto the bottom of the stairs. They've cleared some of the pocket of space, and they want to just do this. Sneak the kid in. Maybe see if they can get a cheeky plant on the far end, but there's a lot of places they can just swing up. Ooh, Grixer almost had the guaranteed engagement. The attention's being paid, and this grenade, paying its own respect, goes underneath it. Felipox gets Gunnar in the meantime. Nade's going to double stick the kit, and suddenly it's all kills, but Rexon gets one above, gets two. There's a player on beepers that he might not know about. Here's the barbed wire at the last second. They're going to double down and see if they can pay some attention, but with 30 seconds, they've still got to see if they can try and get the plant. They rotate round towards the other site, the other split. Maybe they're hoping there isn't as much vertical here. They're just trying to find the route. They've got the fight. They've gone for 2 1v1s in a strange way here, and well, as KZ goes over the top, he's looking for the engagement. Rexon is going to opt for the rotate. In the meantime, he doesn't have the vertical now. And they do. It was a bit of a gamble. The blind comes across them. Rexon unaware. KZ can now watch it from the angles that were opened up against them. Oh, another for Rexon here, but does he know that KZ's gone above? This is the tragic moment right now. Sprints his way past, looks for the engagement and the holes on the angles. He has a sliver of time to play against it, a bit of momentum, a bit of an action. He opened those angles himself, hits the first, hits the second. There's the pickup though. And W7M, they keep us level.
Wasn't fully aware of the fact that the top floor was already taken, and you know, that's maybe he fell off a little bit too early, never really got into that fight, otherwise it would have been aware, but cannot help but say a wonderful attempt at trying to bring it back there, like 3 super knee kills, like sharp kills coming in as well to bring it back to that 1v1, but the time is ticking, not in your favor. It's not like you could have played time there as a defender. He needed to make that move happen.
I mean, there it was. As I said, they were sort of trying to, you know, strong arm a bit of the space above so they could give route to the players underneath, then just driving underneath and pushing further on the side and getting the kill. It's fantastically played by W7M. They took what they needed, and then they needed everything they took after that moment in time. As he said, it was a heroic effort to almost pull it back, but heroic effort doesn't notch the score on the board. And we are back to 4-4.
Headed to Armory now as the tertiary side actually for Soniqs decided to not go there until just now. See what their setup will be like. You see already one of the Armory walls that's been opened up. That's just there for a long angle so they can challenge onto the bathroom. Also provide some support as CCTV is receiving that pressure, especially from that window, which is being opened up and prepared by the dog. Quickly jumping back out. Barbed wire outside, making that noise. If someone walks by, you can go for that swing from the door he just opened up himself.
Yeah, that's entirely it. You hit that, you pay any attention to that, and it's not being watched from the run out, then, well, it's dangerous. You'll see it more and more common. Nice to play. Opens up the stretch for KZ to enter underneath with the grenades, with the possibility of some danger on that. The hop-pinned player that you see just hit the rotate back towards 90. They're trying to force them out. And whether they do it with the gun and the swing at the same time, or just the grenade is the first step in, Rexon is the man that they're trying to force right out. Citizen gives them some stretch and protection on towards break, but here it is. The grenade, the E1D, the pop, and you assume Rexon's just going to sit a little bit safer for a second. No! Over the top and underneath, the Doctor can get himself back up if he goes down. Grix is suffering too, and Felipo's getting Gunner. I mean, they're kind of suffering the wrong ends. They've hopped in. He's about to be swung from the left-hand side. Doesn't win it out. Hertz gets the kill. Hertz gets control here as CC. It's next Citizen inside break. It's about to be hit across, but Grixer from the long range does get one back.
At least brings back that body balance indeed. And with 100 seconds left on that clock, they seem to be aware of the fact that Citizen is playing around in the break room here. He's rotating around slightly. Drone has been spotted now. That means he will be rotating out. Felipox is already going to go on the hunt, but he's close to the window as he walks by. Citizen misses his shot. Needs to go for a second attempt out here. He's chasing him down and will find a kill as well. Instantly rotates even further, slips by the player that was inside customs, and now they have no ID as of where he went.
That's the risk now, because suddenly this player who you had all the intel and a trap set for has broken free, sprung one, sprung loose. And what do you do from this point onwards? Because, yeah, you've got CC, but you've lost a lot else, and it's more been a shifting of the balance of popularity here over who controls what. The barricade means that he doesn't quite have the clean swing round pre-fires. They know he's there, and whether you go for the call of, well, there's 2 on site, can we try and break that pressure? 40 seconds, and they're going to do just that. Gio does get the first, though. JV92 slips his way around, gets around the back of the player, and this is a front and back push. The pre-fire onto the angle. Will they go for the plant? Hits towards and drops the loose player. Gio puts them into the 1 versus 1 with 30 seconds. Oh, Gio gets it! And it seems like every Soniqs player has a name at the end of a round right now.
Brought back that body disadvantage quite well. Citizen down below, slipping by. Gio out there with a huge play with the SMG-11. Just, I mean, that's experience coming through as well, right? Like, falls back just enough to be passive, but still in that round and make sure that you cannot really afford to not go for the jack. Brings him back in the lead. Oh, great opening there. Just ow. Prone. It's also a great return from Grixer out there, just spotting a little bit of the operator of the Ash there. Also, I mean, just the timing on point for Citizen in that one. Triple kill in the end of Gio.
I mean...
Just prep for that. You saw that? He just opened his hand to the side.
Sorry. Talked over them saying, "You're my goat."
Sorry.
That's the only listening we
get.
Well,
I mean, he is their goat.
Yeah, he's their goat. It's nice to hear them say it. It's nice to be appreciated.
It is.
10 seconds left.
5-4. W7M. I mean, to be fair, you look at how this has gone, and apart from a time where both of the teams have been able to throw 2 rounds in a row, it's otherwise been systematically back and forth. But this is one of those defensive rounds that Soniqs were able to take Bathroom. Will it be a double down? Will it be the first time that we have more than a round between the 2 teams?
Yeah, that's it. Who's going to be able to break that deadlock first and put 2 between themselves and the others? Especially right now, Soniqs manages to do that. It's an evil eye. And that hurts. It's not the end of the world, but it's going to be removing so much information for the defenders. And again, if a plant in the bathroom is going to be attempted, you're not going to be able to perfectly pinpoint where it is exactly going down due to the fact you lost that camera.
Yeah, it's an early blow towards the utility. The Flores has to drive around onto the back. Ooh, Gunner. A little bit less secretive than he thought he was. Gets out with his life. Okay, doesn't. Citizen can't quite get the full fight on the trade. Casey has gone low, but he lives. Citizen does not. Herds was there to get the pickup, and what a quick strike back in. Rexen with a very dangerous rotate, slips on by, but they are hot on the heels here of pressure.
A lot of shepherding going on from the side of W7M there. They keep on catching them as they're rotating out, dealing damage, just chipping down on their HP. To that 3v5 situation now. 1 on site, 2 slightly off it. JV92 taking a lot of damage, or at least a lot of shots towards him, but Rexen taking more, gets taken down. Up to Gio and Grixer now, both on full, 1 on site, 1 slightly off it. Might be able to bounce on one another right here. If you make 1 wrong move, I mean, they're just holding these angles. You're gonna get yourself caught into a 1v5.
The rotate on the stairs, is it being watched? The pressure is coming across the top of the site, and that one loose player might be the devastating blow later on. It's an unexpected 1 versus 1, but I mean, against KZ, against any of these players, it's always that sort of risk and roll. Gio goes down. Greeks are in the ace clutch situation. Doesn't see any of it. A flawless response to get us to 5 apiece.
Makes this round so much more important, Emmy. We're gonna see a tactical timeout. Don't think right now, but might actually get that the next, because whoever loses this round is gonna be a single round away from getting themselves knocked down to the 2-1 part of the Swiss bracket, which isn't the end of the world. Means you're still 1 best of 1 away from making it to the main stage. Because that's what these teams are playing for right now. The main stage appearance. Good systematic clear there. Shepherding was on point as well. Just making sure you're catching them as they're rotating out. Just well played by W7M. I don't think there was a single mistake they made in that round. Just perfect.
And I think that's the sort of play you wouldn't expect from these 2 teams. if a team is pressuring you enough that you have to bring out your perfect play, then it shows the heat of the match. We're 5 apiece here, and it's not been a runaway half. It's not been runaway sides. It's really been, that's yours, that's mine, that's mine, that's yours, consistently. And as I said, it's great to see our 2 rosters where all the players are putting in the distance. And sure, Gunnar was the starting lead, but as I said before, how many times has it been a different Soniqs player putting that work in, putting that distance and working as a team? Exactly the same thing for W7M. They have Philippox popping off, but then you also see the positions and the rosters and what they're allowing each other to do. This is what you want from 2 of those teams where we say, okay, the teams here are the best in the world from all the different leagues. It's these 2 teams that are ones where I think you can really sort of go, yeah, they are.
They definitely are. Again, finalist potential in both of these. I've already been there. Maybe not Rexen. Aggressive near a window. Might be eyeing to go for a bit of an aggressive play, gets himself shot again through that window, instantly rotates out, doesn't want to stick around, and that means that the offense has now lost a lot of pressure from the side of Soniqs, which means that there is space for W7M to go into.
Getting some of the control and the read over on the opposite end, seeing if they can maybe find some of the loose players, as Gunnar does have Geo below, pre-fires the angle, but pulls himself out elsewhere as the break happens above. And I said it before on W7M's take when they were doing this site before, was actually, well, they took enough. They took the bit of vertical that they wanted and they pushed it underneath, got a couple of kills inside the site and got the kit down, or tried to put the focus onto it. Here it seems they're going for the reverse side of that. And it's how quickly Soniqs react to this, if at all. They've done some of the breaking, some of the forcing. Office has cracked its way open at this point.
Pressure being put down all over the map. Faze looking to go for a 5, but he's getting some rounds returned his way, so decides to back off just a little bit. Philippox as well, taking damage all the way from CCTV, but you see Nade, he's already inside that bathroom right now. They're looking to find themselves a way into ventilation. There's a lot of soft walls out there that can create a door to use, but they don't have the cover currently as KZ takes down Grixer. That's a start. What they need to do now is just make sure there's no more rotations back into that side of the workshop as Hurt finds Rexen as well.
And this is it. Once again, as I said, they took control above, then they put the pressure down towards where they want to put the plant, and nobody is going for the retake vertically from Soniqs. That plant position is filthy. And if Geo doesn't get the win on the wide swing, well, they're in a lot of trouble. He doesn't see the man, hits the shotgun, doesn't quite get the full bite and the down. There's Hurts with the swing round on the back end. It's 3rd for the round, and Citizen now has to try and pull the rest of the players away. There's a single one at the top of these stairs. There's one underneath him. W7M, they're the second team to be able to get two pairs of rounds. The first team to be on map point.
Tactical timer to be called as well. Soniqs having a bit of a chat. Because if they lose this one, of course, it's going down. They're playing tomorrow. Not best of 1, but they prefer to have those rest days. Start looking at the competition. Prepare yourselves for that main stage. See what possible opponents you could be going up against. We always mention it, right? Like a tournament like this, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You need to be able to just bring that level throughout the entirety of the tournament and slowly crank it up until you're at your maximum capabilities in that finals. And if you can save yourselves playing an extra map or maybe even 4, you'd like to do that.
I mean, you still find yourself on those ground floor sites, especially wanting Soniqs to try and retake the vertical a bit sooner with a little bit more bravado. They lose that territory, fine. Sometimes they hand it over, but then it gives W7M a lot of time to cook underneath. You think of, okay, in this situation, you know, if they're able to maybe send 2 players, maybe even 3, to go for the retake onto Office, suddenly the take underneath falls apart. Suddenly all that W7M have done, and yeah, I know it's very easy for me to say that from this position, but at the same time, we saw W7M doing that on the other half of this game. We saw that consistent sort of return, and we've seen them do the rotates well when the site, I think, is on sort of here on the 2nd floor, but it just seems like they're either a little bit unaware of how W7M are locking themselves in here, or not quite able to find what they think is a safe route through, which, to be fair, on border is pretty tricky.
Bathroom tellers, the site Soniqs want to go through to force themselves to overtime. This was the flawless round that was suffered in round 10. Realize that there is some improvements they need to make to prevent that from happening yet again. And she'll see some architecture to come through in the form of the castle, just to slow them down, force them to use more utility. RC Roteros, or breaching chargers, or hard breach, or even the S charges. And then you start to think of it, well, there's a lot of soft breach to have available on the side of W7M, so I don't think they'll be struggling too much with those castle barricades.
Who will get that first body blow here? The castle wall will get popped open. And it allows JV92 to do this. Straight pressure onto the site. Will they get the castle as well? I don't think it did.
I don't think you need it.
Did get the rotate. No, keeps it a bit safe. Gives you a little bit to play around within the seating.
Oh, AC didn't register Rexen there. He finds the kill. And that is going to be the first opening that Soniqs get on this entire half so far. So they really need to be leveraging this. The grenade comes around the corner, actually downs Rexen, but hey, what? That's a duck indeed. Can heal himself back up, instantly rotates into safety. But at least it's the office cleared out of dangers now. There's still someone around in archives, though, that they need to find. And Herds is doing that on his drone right now. Extra long angles are being opened up as well, so they can play on that later on. Citizen actually has a drone that he's looking to use. Potentially toss a C4 out the door and get a kill like that.
I'm imagining that he actually just fell the dock, and that's why he went down. He hurt himself. JV92 is trying to drone for the position of Citizen. Wasn't caught out. They see the player. They do finally see Citizen, who hops over at the last second on that drone's life expectancy. And, well, now they're going to be cautious with that and turn what was a little angle into a much bigger one. They can fight through. 3 bodies above. They're about to find a fight, though. Do they know about Gunner? Oh, does Gunner know about them? No! He had a second to strike Herds. Herds pops up and gets the kill. The reveal of the grenade instantly tucked onto the corner. Gets its own. Geo goes down. Herds 2 for 2 on the blows back and forth here across the 2 stories. Suddenly, W7M have a body advantage, have 1 extra player. They can try and throw at the problem with a minute. They can try and piece a lot of this together. There's a slick back take from Rexen. Gets Felipox. And there's the Doc, who was almost dropped early on. He's not able to survive Herds, the second hunt, and once again, that man advantage. And here, now, planting on the corner of the site. JV92 is watching the rotate background. Grixer cannot find the bite, and Herds runs out of bullets, swaps to the pistol. At least covered the plant enough. Nade gets hit next. JV92 is that swing player, though. He can't get the lockdown onto Citizen. A 2 versus 1 versus none. And we're going to OT, and I wouldn't have expected anything else.
And that's definitely going to be a very important round in terms of mentality as well, because it looked for a little bit at W7M. They had it all under control. They got that plan down. They had the man advantage, but they weren't able to win those one-on-one fights. And now Soniqs, filled with that extra confidence, starting off or continuing onwards towards that defense, having everything unlocked again. They can go to whatever site they please. It seems like they're going back to Bathroom Tellers, the one where they just managed to find that victory. But we gotta say, W7M got very close to winning that round. If it wasn't for that very first gunfight to, you know, be Rexen not actually registered as he was sitting in that corner, that could have basically given W7M that little bit extra they needed, the extra body, to make sure that plans would have been safe. But 6-6. Round 13. Again, Bathroom Tellers. Again, the same strategy to come out from the side of Soniqs. You see the same kind of openings or castle barricades to be set up just there to slow them down just enough to give themselves extra time.
Bathroom, once again, they feel they're most confident here, and to be fair, even when they lost it, at least there was some back and forth. We saw some of that on a retake. Oh no, wait, there was that flawless. How could I forget? So it's the risk. It's that risk of, you know, they've won it, they've lost it, but when they lost it full harm. They had the chance of the strike above, and I think they maybe could have got the kill if they had a bit more awareness of where the players were, because they were stood there for a second before the Iana actually got the click head. Here, though, first pressure onto the site, make them second guess.
Again, a hot drone could have been the difference maker out there. Just having that in the office first, you would have known what a player was at that point. So maybe that's something they'll be emphasizing right now as well. Get that drone in first as you're hunting down those players. Easy on the ventilation, far back, holding a long angle, not wanting to put himself into too much risk. As the drones start to come through, information is being gathered. Knows about one inside of Armory, but also a player inside of Office. And that means it cannot really go for a chase straight away.
Going for the stretch round and focus instantly towards this. The C4 catch. The explosion doesn't quite get Herds. The Thatcher gets to live. Heard the rip and the tear, and well, KZ is on the hunt on the far side of Armory as well, being droned ahead for their own engagement. Saw the helmet and they take the drop. No kill, but they did force the player out, and that's also just as important for the way W7M have been playing.
Having that full top floor control, not having to worry about anybody being up there, it allows them to start opening up all these angles, the floorboards, and whatever they may wish to have to start setting themselves up well. I like that pre-play C4 because what we've seen is they have opened that one up. They've used that as an angle before, so if they want to use it against them now, W7M against Soniqs, they can just simply go for a C4 blow-up. And Citizen out here with a drone is just going to be hot-pinging some of these players. Do they have another C4 available, though? I don't think so. That means that they need to get someone in position as KZ and Nade both strike, find a kill each, and raise it to a 3-on-5 or 2-on-5.
I'm not entirely sure what just happened. Were they waiting for the fight? It's not going to be a flawless the second time around, but Geo, it's not going to be much better than it. It was sudden from having the pings and all 10 players up, and whether 2 of them tried to sort of full send for the fight and get the kill. And once again, we had that problem with Soniqs getting a bit blinkered by what was around them or in front of them. Either way, W7M for the second time, and now on that point. This time, it's the difference of an attack to see if Soniqs can try and bring us all the way.
All the way to 15?
All the way to 15, Des.
But it was a very strange round indeed, because they had so much information and then they all just died with like the snap of a finger. Blinking, you missed it, really. And it was a 1v5 at that point. So I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. Maybe they oversaw something. Maybe they were too focused on the players up top that they didn't actually see what was happening down below. Either way, we will never know, unless, of course, our host will be asking that in an interview later on. But
that's true.
All we can do now is just wonder and continue onwards to round 14 to see if we're going all the way to 15, or if it's W7M to lock it off this time around. Because they missed one opportunity, now they have another.
10 seconds left.
Well, I mean, you and I obviously had, I would describe, a quick game.
Yes, we had, what was it, 7-0?
7-0.
It was also like very quick round.
So it's only fitting that we then also get maybe a max OT. We're 1 round shy of having every single possible round played on this game. Balance out the day, yin and yang.
Both sides of the coin, right?
Both sides of the siege coin. And it's down to Soniqs now to see if they can try and impress with the attacks that, well, it was an even half. How do you break this deadlock? It could be a coin flip every single round between these two teams.
I mean, that's it. The house were 50-50 as well, right? Like, it wasn't like the defense was massively favored. Kept trading rounds, and his gunner is a drone ahead of him. He's looking to find that very first kill like he's done so many times before in the attack for the Soniqs. Spotted by camera, opens up some flooring as well and instantly pushes onwards, trying to be in a position they do not expect. But talking about that, Hertz down below inside a workshop hasn't been drawn out. Could be massive in this round.
Citizens seeing just what's on the site. They don't want to fall for the bait. They've suffered so many times to a huge gun on the back end, and that's not here this time round. But the person that is instead playing that role is the one with the glasses that can stop any of those smoke plays. They might see if they can try and, as you said, get Hertz underneath, get some control. Here it is, the swing and the fight. They didn't quite know. Gunner was led in to an engagement he did not expect, survives, but Hertz comes off much better for wear. KZ goes down, JV92 gets the quick trade back round, keeps it even. Gunner's trying to find the loose player. The run out happens onto the repelling player. They go for a bit of an engagement back and forth. JV92 suffers from long range. They step in, and it seems like everyone's trying to piece together just where the next swing is going to come from. Gunner finally gets the kill onto Hertz.
There's not much pressure on the site yet. It's Grixer that's closest. Citizen is getting himself in a position as well to try and strike with that nuke. Seems like they might be hunting for this player. Freelip had no idea Citizen was coming up in his back, and now in a 4v2 situation, Soniqs, they have everything right here in their hands. All they need now is just the opportunity to go for the plant. Nate trying to walk out, but the rotation is a bit broken, couldn't quite go through, and that means Citizen will have his life saved. But as long as JV92 is alive, that plant is at risk. There is a C4, he can see through flashbangs, he can see it all, but Grixter shuts him down.
There it is, the grenade leads him in, it almost locks him out. He does take care of Citizen. And in the 3 versus 1, do they just go for the plant on the site itself? You can see a little bit of reconstruction still going. Geo does go for it, and the flashes go over the top. Nade, he's trying to creep his way around, cannot win against Grixter. And we are going all the way till the end. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Wouldn't have it any other way, indeed.
Didn't expect anything else from them.
I mean, 2 tournament favorites. It would be fitting to see them go to the absolute wire to be the first of those 2 at least, because we already had 1 qualification to go through, to be going through to the actual main stage.
And W7M, they call a timeout. They call one final conversation as we go through a little bit of a slideshow there. Very cool. Trying new things here.
That's innovating on the spot.
This is Blast R6. Bring it.
Oh, cute shot from Grixter out there. Basically, like, confirming the last players on the opposite side, finds the flank as well. And this is about border as well. Like, it's a paper-thin map. You take break under control, especially in Armory Archives. You get that wall opened up, you basically have the entire rotation. There's no one able to basically get back towards the Armory side or back towards the Archive side anymore if you have that angle watch. So, worked out wonders for them there, especially in that 3v1. Leveraging those power positions.
Now, obviously, Soniqs also have this opportunity to talk as well. They have the benefit of knowing what site they're going to be playing onto. And, well, I won't spoil or anything.
You won't spoil? Okay.
No, not yet. You'll see for yourselves, because, to be honest, well, it's one we've only seen once from them. Armory is where we're going to head to. They primarily played underneath, and they did win their Armory round. We've got here the Vigil alongside some of the chance at wasting some of the time elsewhere against Candela's Ananosa. A plant that is common, the play there on towards the balcony. Push yourself across, see if you can tuck in. You need the control underneath to guarantee that you have some safety. Then you get AC window and you lock it across and go for the cover plant. But we might have a rehost anyway, just to build the tension.
Just a little bit of extra tension on round 15. And if we're going back to talk about the round they played, Armory, that they did manage to win on the Sonic side, round 9 that is. Geo had a very impressive round. Managed to shut down KZ coming up the metal stairs for 1. And they managed to get a 1v2 clutch in the end as well to basically secure the round for the Sonics, which allows them to be where they are right now at a basically anyone's game. A best of 1 in round to decide who's going to the main stage. One of these 2. And this is a bit of a cool down. I mean, we just had the tactical timeout. Usually we do favor an attacking team, we have to say, during any timeout. Especially after we have just played, what is it, 7 defensive rounds of Sonics?
A fair few.
So they have quite a lot of information. They've seen quite a lot of these holds, and they've seen what worked and they've seen what didn't work. And now they can basically hone that all down into one magic formula they're going to be employing right here in that final round. Whereas the Sonics, well, they have their setups. They, of course, they know as well where their weaknesses lie, and maybe they'll be making some small adaptations in terms of playstyle, in terms of positioning, but not in terms of operators, because those have been locked in due to the Rios. Of course, for the attackers, that doesn't really count yet, because they have that repick. And it does give W7M that advantage of really discussing, like, what are we doing exactly? They can literally go step by step. They have about a minute 2, to really go over the entire round I was going to play out.
You know how technology has improved? This is such a throwaway comment. You just see they all pretty much have the same mouse. I'm not going to say the brand, but they all have pretty much, you know what it is.
Yeah.
Imagine if we were back in the day where it was like wired ball mice.
I want to see that, actually.
How different esports would be if everyone had to play with a wired.
What about trackpads?
Those old. Can we do a show match with trackpads?
Trackpads and controllers.
Wow. Anyway, side note, look at those plans. Look at the preparation.
Yeah, everybody just zoom in the hands right now to find out what the professional team.
No sponsor. They are very uniform in what they have on W7M.
That's how I like it.
There's a lot of difference on Soniqs.
Everybody has their...
Well, there's not a lot of difference. Gio is the only player with a wired mouse, but has the bungee, so, you know. What's your preference at home, guys? We're just building some tension with this music in the least tense way.
Talking about mice.
Talking about
mouses. Options to customize your gaming setup at home.
How sideways do you have it? Are you a Geo or a Citizen?
Talking about keyboards now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually have it, like... How do I say that? It's just straight, I guess. It's like,
yeah, like right in front.
Yeah, right in front of me.
Yeah, you're a Geo. Look at Geos, and then look at Citizens.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm Geo. Yeah.
You know, it's like a scale.
It's a scale from Citizens to Geo, but you also still have like the complete like old days, you know, where it's like 90 degrees flipped.
Yeah.
Don't see that really. I mean, Citizen is getting close there.
It's a mix of A, what you're used to, and B, the table that you got used to it on.
Yeah.
That's why it used to be that, isn't it? It's
yeah, it was because there was little space.
There was little space
on the table, so they had to basically fit everything, cramp it all in.
Yeah.
And your mouse is more important than your keyboard because that's what you flick with, that's what you aim with.
It's true.
Don't need to move that keyboard.
There's a fun fact for you all. Back in the days, back in my day,
there
was only small tables.
Bomb located by a
yeah, technology grown, so did the tables. Either way, round 15. This is where it's all decided for this best of one. The winner goes through. The loser will be playing tomorrow in another best of one to try and qualify themselves. Again, if you're unfamiliar, if you're just joining in, we're using the Google system, we're using Swiss. 3 wins means you're on to phase 3. 3 losses means you are out.
The barbed wire gets placed outside once again. The angle watching underneath. KZ a little too late to get the full strike on the fight. You probably will be unless they really make a mistake. And you assume at this point no one is. Hey, Gunner. Just lying out, just having a check. To be fair, it's dangerous. The drone game has been generally pretty good from W7M. We've seen 1 or 2 moments where it hasn't quite.
And it instantly punished them when they didn't.
Yeah.
So they should be fully aware now that they need to get these entry drones.
Let's see. Oh, it got dropped by a player watching and offering some support there, Rexen.
Which means there's still a player like underneath the desk they haven't seen.
You can see, obviously, Gunner's ability is going on, then off, then on, then off. So they might get the lines on where the player is around break, but they don't have the true read on it. It's not that he's going to be able to swing out directly from that position, but as the grenades come over, anything that puts a sliver of doubt into the minds here, W7M might be the lead through. As I've called it before, the plant that you're likely to see with an Ossa is where you can see nades set up. Felipox puts pressure onto Sandwich. They try and drop in and apply some pressure at the same second. Gunner's up and moving to see if he can get some control of CC and offer some width, but it's primarily a swing and a fight elsewhere. There is the first engagement. KZ somehow wins it out. A sliver of health, sure, but that should have been Gunner getting the lead through a miss that hasn't really been characteristic of him throughout this game. Rexen does get the end of it and gets himself back towards sight. Still, first blow, the territory moves away. The trade out of a big Gunner for a big Gunner. Now it's just down to the site structure and the players remaining.
The main character is still on the board though, Warden. The ability to stop this execute from happening, because at some point, you mentioned it, that talent shield is going to go down, those Candelas are starting to fly through, and the smoke will be blocking lines of sight. Grixer is important. He is the one man that can look through. He is the C4 carrier as well, together with Citizen. They are crucial on stopping this plant from happening, as I believe the first Candelas are about to come around the corner.
Gio, he's about to be in a fight in a second. JV92 does get the kill onto the back end of Citizen there. I think that was the break onto the wall itself. And now as the spray through, Gio's able to make some connection, but they've hopped into the site. They're planning potentially on the back end. Hertz puts the pressure onto Grixer, and there's Nade. He went for the first deploy, goes for the second itself, and there it is. Red onto the side of concrete as well, so we cannot be caught from underneath. There's a bit of a play. He wants the first engagement, and as Felipox suffers on the back end, the smoke's been able to move a bit closer. The blinds over the top. Rexen gets nade. Hertz gets Rexen. It's down to Gio. No! W7M taking it the death knell. A pocket full of seconds left. But we have our 3-0 team here, and Soniqs could not have been closer. We'll throw it to a quick break before with the back with the desk, and I think a fresh meow.
W7M secure themselves a spot in Phase 3 of the Major. We're joined with Philippux once again. First of all, welcome back. This has been a reoccurrence. You guys have been winning every single match since you got here.
No loss. Yeah.
Incredible. So you started off third in the Brazil League, and then you come here and absolutely fly in colors. What's been the main change from then until now?
I think we had more time to, as a team, to evolve and to see each other's characteristics, to know how to play better. And I think the time that we had for the preparation.
Yeah, and do you think as well, last time we had an interview, you were like, okay, we have a couple of day offs, we're gonna relax a little, we're gonna do a little bit of scrims. Do you think the time off as a team has also helped in terms of getting to know each other a little bit better?
Yeah, I think so. And to help the mind to get an ease.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So I want to talk about the Bravo ban. So you guys banned Bravo on when you guys were on the attack. Talk us through it. What was the thought process behind it?
Yeah, we didn't have a ban for the attack, so we saw in a VOD that they used Bravo like in 2-3 attacks.
Okay.
And we thought that it could be a good ban.
Well, it was a good ban indeed. You guys come out on top. So now that you're qualified for Phase 3, you have it locked in. You know that that's where you're going towards. What is going to be the plan moving into Phase 3? Because we've seen you guys in the best of ones. It's going to be very fierce competition. You guys have proven yourself, of course, but what is the main focus?
Yeah, now we'll have 3 days, I think, of preparation. So we can change a little things in the maps that we played and prepare for the build trees that we like to play a lot.
Okay, well, thank you so much for tuning in. Before we sign it off, I want to ask you if you have anything that you want to say.
I would like to thank, I always say in Portuguese, now I try in English. I'd like to thank everyone that support us, the non-Brazilian people that support W7M, thank you very much. And now in Portuguese, obrigado a todo mundo aí que torceu aí, estamos nos playoffs agora, galera, tamo junto todo mundo aí, e é isso.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And we'll see you maybe around the end. Wow, I have some other interviewees. Surprise! Now it's Fresh and Pangu, and we're going to be breaking down this game before we head into the breakdown of the next one. So when we're looking at W7M specifically, I mean, it felt like Soniqs was one of the teams, Pangu, that had a really good mid-round. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them to actually be able to close anything out.
No, it wasn't. I mean, the mid-round was fantastic. They were like, Soniqs would often find themselves down in numbers advantage, and then Jack kind of said out, what about the Doc, Rexen, right?
Yeah.
Whenever they get down in health or down in numbers, Rexen on Doc is there to heal his members back up and put them back into that somewhat even position.
I think genuinely, first and foremost, we've got to kind of applaud Soniqs because they are probably the only team that's gone head-to-head with W7M and could have and maybe should have won. But we come back to this point of where's the perceived weakness with this roster? Yeah. Even when they're facing a little bit of adversity, they're still coming out on top. They're getting those entries. They're winning the rounds. Even when there's a little bit of a mid-round comeback like Soniqs were providing, I thought they started off the game really well on their defense in terms of those armory. There was a couple of armory rounds where Soniqs like to, we've seen everyone's seen the clip of Gunnar on the Ying, pushing through, getting the 4K on border. W7M were ready for that with the Warden, and then they got, I think it was Nade who got a crucial C4 onto Geo where he had to run away instead of planting, and there was a couple of the armory rounds that went their way, and that just set them up on the defense.
Yeah, well, coming into this as well, we said that both of these teams are fighting for the title of maybe the best teams currently at the Major. Seems like W7M have solidified that position.
Yes. I mean, they are now officially the best team, the first qualified team as well. And as Philippux said, they got some time off now to prepare what they have in store next for playoffs.
It's so important as well because you get to kick back. You get to relax and you get to watch every single team have to play out either, later on today, tomorrow, the day after that. And you get to practice, you just get to sit, scrim, maybe scrim some of the teams that, aren't, that are maybe going home, getting knocked out or whatever. It's such an advantage.
Yep.
They've only shown, they've not shown that much because they won the 2 best of ones to get here, in terms of the groups, and then the 3 best of ones to get through. Like, that is minimum amounts possible for them.
Yeah, well, we did also have a bet, and that was that whoever lost it was going to meow, so...
It was close.
It was close, but I will give the stream a nice big meow for that one.
Okay,
I'm
beautiful.
listening to that one. Let's have a look at the schedule because we're now done with the best of ones of today. And we're going to be heading into our best of threes. We're going to be starting off with M&M up against Reven and then M80 against Falcon. My heart aches for the last one, but we're gonna talk about M&M up against Reven, because when we're looking at M&M, they were third in the UL. They really struggled with the best of ones, but coming into this best of 3 format, even Nello saying it himself in the interview, it's something they're more comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we saw them through Six Invitational, we saw them through EUL, and even when they got to the EUL side stage, just be much more comfortable in that best of 3 set. I think it gives them a better chance to get a read on the opponent, and it also gives them a better chance to actually leverage the map pool as well.
I do agree, but one thing to note is that all of M&M's losses have been very close. 4-7, 5-7, etc. So small differences can really make them win those best of ones as well.
Okay, well, once again, the analysts are not actually agreeing, which is a lovely thing. We're going to be heading to a break. Maybe they'll actually come to an agreement, and then we're going to break this down even further.
Here today, the top 2 teams from Europe and from America.
Diffuser down with 30 seconds bounce. He's got to fight 4, but Pengu says no. Penta are your first PC Pro League champions.
Damien alone, and he drops down. CPH, your world champion.
Penta's going to have time to get the diffuser down, and we are going to see Penta win this all. They're the world champions right now for Season 1. He's going to be spotted. Can he get the kill on a Chestic? He grabs the Deagle kill. It's now Fabian, it's all up to him. And a 1-on-2, Julian away. Can he get it? Fabian's going to dip around the grid. He won't get it. Julio gets the frag. Black Dragons go to the grand final.
Eds versus Black Dragon. Bootsy adds to Wang. You call them Eds, we call them champions. Eds takes year 2, season 3.
Welcome to the final of the Sixth Invitational.
One map away from the championship.
Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go.
Diffuser in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway. As they start to defuse, Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
We are in Atlantic City.
Vão tentando caçar com tudo. E o Soniqs consegue levar o round. A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League.
On your party!
Close to getting the victory, and he goes down. G2 will take the win.
Sound cue to give Dim the information. Oh, he takes one down. And a new empire will rise as you crown a new champion here in Milan. Two kills, 3 for Shepard, and the empire strikes back. 2v3, Kendrew finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds. And it's done!
We have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi!
Julio has the diffuser in hand. He finds the shots, but Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the knife. Shot out by Pino.
Your winners, it is the Ninjas in pajamas.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I got one. So team 1's up 1. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Team 1 wins! Yes!
5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in Magic, Michael? Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
It's time for our grand final.
Faze have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off. Faze Clan are your champions. All he has to do is stop joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy. policy. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short and they'll do so again. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 World Champs. It's J9-0 to save Astralis. DZ can double up and secure their first international major win.
Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Lucknow.
Rogue EU winners at the Berlin Major.
3 versus 4. Oh my BDS, they are your major champions.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. We got the best of 3s coming your way, starting off with M&M up against Reven. I'm Ginny, your host, joined by Fresh and Pengu, and we're gonna really just jump straight into it. We already touched upon M&M and how their best of 3s are way better than their best of 1s, but something that M&M also seems to be on the verge of on is their defense.
Yeah, I think, well, their defenses have been generally quite good. Not as good as they usually are, 62% on their defenses. But I call them defense merchants, and I know that, you know, if it's any other team, they're probably not too keen on that. But M&M know that, and they've called themselves it as well. 45% on the attack. It's a big disparity. It's a big
English
inconsistency.
It is, honestly.
They're finding it difficult to be consistent.
Yep. And they might have great defenses, but even though they do have some great moments there, they do find themselves being a bit inconsistent at times. But on their attacks, they do try and change things up, right? They're very adaptable, very dynamic. So I think in a best of 3, they will thrive in this environment because they have more time to try more things.
Oh, I feel like you're already making statements in terms of who's going to be winning. I love that. We can do another bet if you want to.
Towards it.
We can go for an Uwu rather than a Meow this time. But let's talk about Reven, because that's the team that they're going to be heading up against. And this team has actually exceeded a lot of expectations here. They're in phase 2 at the moment. But one of the things that when we're looking at this roster, Fresh, is the lack of experience.
Yeah, I think there's a big lack of international experience coming out of this roster, you know, in terms of the fact that they're getting so overwhelmed inside the server, but they're probably also overwhelmed outside the server in terms of, you know, first land, traveling, at least one of the players across the continent, they did travel from Mexico to be here as well. And a lot of the players haven't been here before. You look at some of the teams around here and you think, you guys live at LAN. It's just not that case for Reven.
No, it's only really Joe who we've kind of seen before the T1 event, right? One thing, of course, they have is that they have a very linear or one-dimensional playstyle as well. So when you don't have experience and you only have one way of playing the game, if that certain way stops working for you, what are you going to do?
You don't have the plan B, the plan C.
You don't. You just have your plan A, plan A, plan A, and then that's it.
Plan A, plan A, plan B, plan C, I guess, with 3 maps. We're going to be looking at the map feeder to see which maps we're going to be heading on to and whether or not it favors either one of these teams. The graphic that's now showing up, I mean, we got Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to say M&M it looks like they're having a good time.
Yeah.
All of these maps for me feel like M&M maps. And, knowing M&M and their map pool, I would say they have 4 very strong maps. Chalet is probably their best map. I can see why that's been removed. Yeah. But then Clubhouse, Oregon, Villa are all, for me, very strong M&M maps. Now, if Reven don't have the map pool to kind of back up, go into a skyscraper or theme park or, something a little less linear, I do have to feel the map veto favors M&M.
Okay.
The one thing I would love to see from Reven is some momentum, right? If they can win the first map and then build from there, maybe they can find some success, but they're starting on Clubhouse, not on Oregon, so I don't know how that's gonna go.
Okay, well, it seems like we're currently a little unsure. I mean, Fresh, it feels like you're very sure in terms of the map veto favoring.
I would feel that over the 3 maps, I think, we talk about the experience.
Yeah.
Best of 1s are one thing. But over the 3 maps, the experience, M&M have got this experience and they've got maps that they can go to. Even if there was a big shock and they lost their map 1, they will fancy themselves to win map 2 and 3.
Yeah, we've seen what M&M can do in best of 3s. Question is, can they replicate it? But Reven, I mean, they're not a force to be reckoned with. They've gotten this far. Now, if you're wondering who's going to be walking you through the action, it's not going to be the 3 of us. We have Gus and Xanox ready instead. Do you guys want to throw in a prediction maybe for like an Uwu?
I think M&M are going to win this 7-0, 7-0. That's my prediction.
Whoa! Okay.
2-0 Reven.
Yay! We have a Reven believer. Why are you guys laughing?
This is
Excuse me?
very polar opposites.
Yeah, absolutely.
7-0.
No, I mean, I guess you know what they say, opposites attract, and that's why you guys are a caster duo.
We do that.
So
That's true. Love.
enjoy the cast.
Yeah, let's try this. There we go.
That was a bit awkward.
A little awkward. All right, let's get into this one, though. Could end up being an awkward match as well, especially if Reven can maybe spoil the party. M&M come into this one, favorites, should be getting the job done. Reven is a team that has only beaten one team at the major thus far. It's only Northeption that they've been able to successfully defeat. So M&M surely have got to get through Reven.
I should clarify before, I mean, it's probably already happened. I've probably already been clipped and shipped on Reddit. I don't actually think Reven are going to take this in a 2-0.
So you were lying to everyone?
I did.
You were lying to our desk.
It was a little bit of a lie. Stretching the truth is probably how I would frame it. But M&M should be favourites heading into this one. The map veto quite favourable for them. So it should be a 2-0.
Can I just say as well, what a desk. Fresh, Pengu, Ginny as well. Very much creative minds.
And then you've got us.
Very much creative minds. Probably the best that you could ask for on that desk. Very much now we downgrade here onto the cast. But best of 3, elimination game. So that makes it very much exciting for Reven. Can they beat a different team? For M&M, can they beat a team that they're expected to beat? They've obviously had a bit of a choppy kind of major thus far. 2 losses in a row to Faze and G2. Obviously, 2 very difficult teams. And honestly, they did all right. 5-7 in the loss to Faze, 7-8 to G2, so held their own. Obviously, the only wins that they've had thus far against Fury and Sandbox, those being in best of 3. So they're obviously prepared and experienced for this best of 3 now against Reven.
I think they will be kicking themselves though a little bit heading into this one, right? Both Faze and G2, the 2 losses that have sent them into this elimination position, were both close. 5-7 on border, 7-8 respectively against Faze G2. Either one of those games in reality probably could have flipped the other way, right? And then you don't find yourself already playing from behind. Keep in mind, both of these teams, if they want to make it through to the finals, to the final phase, they need to win back to back.
To back?
To back.
3 in a row.
Best of 3s.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of maps that you've got to win. That's not a lot of room for error. You know, just sort of touching on the maps as we go to Clubhouse first, when we kind of looked at the veto on the desk, one thing that sort of caught my eye, both teams basically getting maps that they've played the most here at the major. So twice so far for M&M on Clubhouse, twice as well for Reven. Villa, though, a map that we haven't seen Reven play thus far, and just the once for M&M. So I think that both teams are going to end up coming into this series pretty content with obviously the maps that they got respectively. Obviously, M&M should be pretty much firm favorites on Clubhouse. This is a map Reven have not even played at the major yet. So they're coming into this a little bit dry. They will be on the defense first. They'll get that opportunity. They'll get to go straight to basement, Church, Arsenal to begin, and they'll have to do well defensively. So all eyes here on Reven to see how they start against M&M.
And in the best of 3, you often do want to put your best foot forward, especially Reven, who are not going to be as necessarily experienced in this department, but it's going to be tough starting out on their opposition's map pick, and as you've mentioned, one that they don't have a whole lot of recent experience on. Now, I have well, it's not really a fun fact, it's more of a grim fact on the side of Reven.
Okay.
Heading into today, I had a look at the ratings, had a look at some of the numbers. No one from Reven has a 1.0 or higher on that roster. So unfortunately, they are struggling a little bit, and you know that is reflective in the fact that they only have beaten one team in the tournament thus far. For M&M, star player to probably look out for at the moment, Users. Heading into today, best entry in the tournament, I'll say.
I will say though, you do bring up that good point. Reven, though, I think all of their players have had almost a good day individually. You know, Runner back on day 1 against Northeption, he drops 14. I think Draw the other day had a really good match. Sam's also come up big in a couple of, I think it was the second map of the series against Northeption. Obviously, Joe has been a talking point at this tournament. Probably just feels like maybe it's down to Wrath to have a big one here. Everyone else has kind of had at least one game where they've really popped off, and I think more so they need to do it as a team collectively if they're going to take down obviously a team like M&M, who are attacking first here at Clubhouse, very much on the outside of the moment. Obviously, taking into account Reven's playstyle so far here at the Copenhagen Major, they do like to be aggressive on these entry points. See it there with Runner over towards Garage, and drops through Pit over towards Site. So he'll give up on that one pretty easily. One over towards Secret for Reven, everyone else downstairs in the basement to begin with, and there goes Joe. He goes for a very aggressive runner, and it will work onto Nello. Takes out the hard breacher. There is still one more available with Nave, and the trade was there from Tyrant, but expect that from Joe. He gets one, but he does get done.
A lot of exposition from the two of us heading into this game. Again, quickly touching on the bans. No hard breach taken off the board. Yana exchanged for that, so MNM not wanting to deal with that. That's probably to directly counter, especially Joe on entry, especially in the second half. And also takes a couple of nades off the board outside of that. Solus, Ying, Azami, both, or all three rather, all very on meta at the moment. Over to Solotov then. Soft breaching the floor, getting to work, creating lines of sight, but they go both ways. Draw will utilize that one to drop Nafe, and Reven have the advantage.
Yeah, not a bad start. You get double hard breaches off the board early. Obviously, you've still got some of these hatches, obviously Kitchen. Secondary breach is gone for Tyrant as well, so I think Reven will be pretty content with how things have played out. Obviously, bar opened up, same with Stock. Tyrant just watching now from the Stock hatch indeed. Reven still with that player advantage as well on a map or on a site like Church Arsenal. It's a good start. Solotov down bot main. Wants to look to put a little bit of pressure here in towards Moto. We'll get the drop. That's going to allow users in through, and now they can put pressure on this wall. Down the corridor goes that nade. Doesn't find a whole lot. Potentially wants to clear out this Arsenal position. 20 seconds to go. Fire out. Users can't really move a whole lot from here, but a nice shot from Solotov finds the kill onto Sam. It's 3 versus 3.
Oh. Not bad there from Draw to get the down as Solotov goes for the plant, so it's just Tyrant to play coverage. Long for Draw, able to swing, but it doesn't matter. Solotov pops up, pops them both, and M&M get off to a good start.
Yeah, strange one there. So Kitchen Hatch stays closed because of the fact that they got the kill onto the double hard breaches, but then they allow the drop Moto and the push down bot main as well, and there's not a whole lot of pressure. Didn't really see if there was a whole lot from Blue either. All things considered, Reven had the player advantage on a site that they probably should be winning defensively. You know, the start of the round here as well with Joe with the run out. He gets the kill outside of Secret. Yeah, he got traded instantly, but as long as he's getting one, as long as he's good for one, keep making those plays. Draw down below. Yeah, it gave them that advantage. And from here on out, though, it was just M&M winning the aim duels.
Yeah, pretty ballsy there from Solotov, right? At the end, under 5 seconds to go, he takes the initiative to get off that plant, gets both kills. The coverage there, obviously very difficult to lay down. In a 2v2, you're going for the plant, does effectively then draw it into a 1 versus 2. Makes it difficult. Reven tried their best to get inside of Church to deny, but they weren't allowed to. So good work there from Solotov. A 4K to kick things off. And M&M with the early lead.
Yeah, and it is their map pick as well. Not only M&M come into this series as the favorites firmly, but obviously on their map pick as well. And I don't think attack defense is really going to make a difference for them. It will be a repeat, though, for Reven. Anticipating that they can maybe clean things up a little bit. But to be fair, I think they've got a lot that they really wanted to go their way in that round. Getting rid of both hard breaches. Yeah, they'd opened up Moto and opened up Stock, but alas, Joe, how does he go for another jump out? I think he's anticipating once again that this is going to be the kind of playstyle that they need to play against M&M. It's probably been when Reven are their most successful. It's when Joe is going for all these jump outs. You can imagine, though, obviously M&M will be prepared for this, will be ready for this, and the Claymores have been brought by users.
Yep, so they've been a hot topic throughout this tournament. Joe's performances, they've been a little bit up and down. And often Reven having to shift their plans around his success in the early round, whether it be him aiding in an early advantage or falling, Draw lurking inside of Kitchen, and he's good for 2. M&M not clearing that position, and for Reven, it's now as easy as falling back to side and playing into this advantage.
Yeah, and it should be that easy, right? This is now where you can just sit down below. You've got the 2-player advantage. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to get risky. You don't even have to take these peaks. You know, maybe you shoulder pick Tyrant, get him to force out a few shots, but then give away his position. Then he has to think about potentially falling back and unable to push through Secret into Blue. Just over 90 seconds, so still some time, though, for M&M to think their way through this round. Don't have to rush things. Still double hard breach, can open up these hatches and give themselves, obviously, some different angles of attack for this round. Round's not over. And you've still got Tyrant as well on the counter tower that can make things happen, so 3 versus 5. M&M will be fighting back. That's going to be a Nitrocell just...
No, it was the breaching charge.
Oh, it was the breaching charge.
It's friendly fire.
Yeah, it scared me as well. Well, there are Nitrocells still available, 3, in fact, so something that M&M will still have to be prepared for. I can imagine one might get thrown over towards bot main if they do make that push. But 4 into the round did Reven.
M&M preparing themselves then. 45 seconds. Doesn't look like triple wall will get opened up, so they're going to have to force the play elsewhere. Blue, a likely prospect. Util in the hands of Tyrant. They look to smoke and drop. Flame behind Generator, but Joe on the Warden can watch through this mirror window, watch through that smoke. Naif does get the first though. Runner falls. Joe flamed out, but he spots one inside of Generator. That's Nello who found a pick, but should eventually be traded out. Not long on the clock. M&M forced forward. The swing from Joe's good. The drop will probably also be punished in just a moment. It's not Joe, it's Draw. Nonetheless though, good response from Reven after a good start in the round.
Yeah, well played from Joe. Just a bit of discipline. Obviously could have rushed things a little bit more there. You spot that player inside of blue. It's very easy to get Trigger happy and want to swing that immediately off the information. Instead holds it, calls it out, plays off of it, and then gets the free kill once he gets a little bit more deeper in towards Generator. But it was this start here. This is the double kill from Draw through Kitchen. I don't know, maybe it was a misdrone, maybe they didn't drone out that position correctly, but they definitely didn't seem like they were that aware of his position up above. And at that point, it makes the round very difficult for M&M. Yeah, they kind of stalled things out, opened things up, still went through the checklist, even in the 3 versus 5, but yeah, Reven just have the numbers there on a very good statistic map for the defense. Over to Cash and CCTV, though, for the 3rd round. So Reven do bite back, at least, after falling away in the opening round. But surprised to see this site has fallen out of favor throughout 2023 in a lot of different regions as well. We're seeing a lot more bar stage come into the foray. And obviously, Gym Bedroom as well has become a bit of a staple for defensive teams. So Reven opting to go to Cash and CCTV is a little bit surprising for me.
5 seconds to insertion.
And I think that last round will maybe just annoy M&M a little bit, right? Because they banned out that Solace, they didn't drone out that position properly. And if we're being harsh and being really honest in this game, the only real way in which M&M genuinely lose this is if they make a lot of mistakes. They have a better team, more experienced roster. They should be winning this comfortably, right? But mistakes like that can compound if they aren't careful.
And the pressure can get to you. You know, imagine you lose your map pick, or at least it's close, and suddenly Reven can get some confidence. Draw. Oh, that's a nice shot into Nello. Oh, this is why they've been bringing double hard breach. They know that Reven's going to be very aggressive on the defense. They want these spawn peaks, these run-out kills, and so if you lose your one and only hard breach, that's not going to be good for the round. So fortunately, he's still got Naif on the Thermite. We'll open up this Kennel's wall. And immediately on the rotate up onto the roof, but another good start for Reven. Tell you what, 3 rounds in, and they've looked pretty decent. Probably should have won the first round. All things considered, they were in the better position. M&M though a little bit better in the clutch. 5 versus 4, Tyrant top main at the moment, and through Bedroom. Not a lot of presence, though, from Reven on this side of the map. So very much playing the rafters, the garage hold over towards Cash and CCTV. They are allowing M&M through construction, but they've just lost Solitov. So another 2-player advantage for Reven, 2 rounds in a row.
It's a little bit concerning, isn't it? Reven just being able to sneak these picks in the early round, but talk about sneaking picks. A nice one there from Tyrant to clear the box position. Nitro goes out a little bit early. Sam still with one in the pocket for the late round. Con will open. M&M will be able to posture for a push. One inside of Lounge. Kelly Ping, not quite enough to nap that kill. Tyrant might be able to find it on the rotation. Very aggressive there from Draw, but punished.
Yeah, Draw probably doesn't have to swing back there onto that fight. Yeah, he gets a bit of information because he gets shot through the wall on the yellow ping, wants to contest it. But it's a 4 versus 3 with like 45 seconds to go. You can play time. Not a massive entry point here for M&M through construction. Oh! Big swing though from Joe. All right, times it well. Naif just kind of looked away for a split second. Gets punished. Now through Garage, 4 users. Pushing through Lounge will be Tyrant. He can push up Red. Oh, no, he can't. Indeed, he gets stopped at the bottom of Red stairs. Sam will get that kill. And Reven are going to take the lead here in Clubhouse early on.
So again, Reven will get the first 2 picks on defense and then close out the round in a relatively comfortable fashion. M&M need to be super hyper vigilant in the early round. Expect the unexpected. This is not going to be a traditional map of Clubhouse. This isn't your average game in the EUL. This is something that they have yet to face, at least in recent times.
Yeah, and timeout already. 3 rounds in. M&M have seen enough. They call the tactical. Not happy with the way things have played out, but I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here. I'm thinking about what are the biggest win conditions for Reven in this first half? Well, they're on the defense, right? So that's something that is leaning into some of their strengths when we think about these spawn peaks or we think about these runouts or the aggression. That's probably been their best success so far here at the Major. So when you think about, okay, it's Clubhouse defense and the fact that it plays into their play style, this is the half they need to do well. So 2-1 lead probably by the end of it needs to be converted into 4-2 at minimum. So if M&M can just take this tactical timeout, work on some things, play a little bit cleaner, be sharp, finish this half around maybe 3-3, I think they'll be pretty content with that going into the second half. I think Reven's ability to attack in the second half is going to be very questionable. Yep. So they've got to get points on the board in this half. They've started well. Arguably could have been up 3-0, all things considered. They're not though, 2-1, and now we head to Gym Bedroom.
And again, another, I guess, positive mark for M&M is that it's not the most difficult of mistakes to identify, right? So Julio, their coach, will be able to quite easily identify what's gone wrong. It's coming down to the early round, just not being quite aware enough of some of these aggressive peaks and plays that Reven are going to look to execute. So if they can tidy that up and force late round executes, late round pushes, even if it's even, say a 5v5 or 4v4, M&M more often than not, you're going to back them in to win that against Reven. They have that experience on their shoulders, but they just need to be conscious in the early round and not let a disadvantage sort of reign over them, because that's where Reven are going to thrive.
Is it a catch-22 though, where you don't want to then end up in a position, say like Northampton, where they just spent almost a minute outside the map waiting for Reven to make that jump out play, make that aggression play, and then it kind of alters and changes their own attacking nature. M&M do put away the claymores as well, not even going to bother to bring out those secondary EMP grenades though. Runner over towards CCTV. What's he going to do here? Should get droned out by Nello, and even if he didn't, has been shot out. So they do know that there is a player lurking around this area, and the extension here for Gym Bedroom. Runner sees enough. Probably doesn't have to show too much. Rotero is going to clear out that position at top red stairs. Has Joe, though, been spotted? Again, you're expecting Reven to want to take these early contact fights. But these are difficult positions to hold, and this is a very aggressive push, actually, from Joe. Got red pins, will fall back. Very forward, never mind, Nave. That's a big shot onto Joe. I thought he was going to get away, thought he was going to be able to make the rotate, potentially even down red stairs. And in the end, though, loses his life through the soft wall. 5 versus 4. And a better start to the round, though, for M&M.
Yeah, good use of the information there. The red ping forcing Joe back. Cut down, the double wallbang to confirm that pick. And now M&M finally have an advantage. They can reset a little bit now, half the round to go. They can start thinking about plays around the map, but also consider opening up Jacuzzi as well in the late round, just to really put the blowtorch here onto Reven, who eventually are going to feel the need to make a play. Second last Rotero does go out. That's one of 2 Vulcan canisters on the doorway leading to Con dealt with. So Solotov will likely want to burn the next, just opening up that passageway towards the objective. As I mentioned, Jacuzzi likely to be opened up and has been. So there's options available now to M&M.
Yeah, pressure on the balcony. Now Jacuzzi opened up as well. You still got 1 Vulcan canister, at least on that doorway to Con. Use the start, holds the sight line, and Wrath will feel the pain of those shots. Use is just barely surviving the nitrocell from Sam. Another Vulcan canister actually on the breach. That drone, that's a risky one for Sam to go for. Instead, he goes a little bit aggressive over towards the breach. Wants to clear out this drone. It's in a pesky position. I've never seen a drone so tucked in before. Blows both canisters, 25 seconds, expecting the push now from M&M to make their way in towards Jim. Flashes will go out, and the push now will go. Nape with the diffuser will send it in. Not a lot of sightlines here for Reven to stop this, and Uses is covering it. He'll cover the hallway, swing. Canisters go out. This is Draw that's going to go for it. He loses his life. They'll get the diffuser down rather comfortably. Draw, in the end, actually went up in flames. Couple of kills for Reven, but the plant down M&M in a good spot.
Heavy reliance here on the balcony, but there's also someone lurking in Con. That's Tyrant. Meanwhile, Runner on the diffuser, looking to stick it. Will he be able to get it? He will. And Reven able to sneak the round.
I had no idea. Runner literally just runs onto it, sticks it. That's a little bit of a tilter for M&M. They should have had that round sewn up. 3-1 to Reven to start this one.
And what did they do after the last round, Jake? M&M. What did they do?
They took a tactical timeout.
And typically, your chances of winning the round after that goes up quite a bit, right?
15, 20%, something along those lines, yes. What did they do then?
Well, they just lost
the round. Not ideal, and a bit of a messy round. I like the way they obviously got the plant down inside the gym, nice and deep in there, and they were covering all of the rotations as well. But just
where's Nello? He's just outside watching con window.
Well, I don't think they're expecting anyone to actually get onto it. They lost that line of sight, obviously, and they were probably more prepared to say, okay, well, if they thought no one's on it, and so they think, okay, let's just watch the entry points. But obviously, Runner sneaks his way in, gets the counter defuse, Reven get the round, and they get to go back to Church Arsenal. Getting to a fourth round here would be so critical for Reven. 2 rounds to go in this half. This is M&M's map pick, and they don't look all that comfortable right now.
And you posed the question to me off camera on the lead up to this game. Would this be the upset of the major if Reven are able to get this one across the line? And I theorize that maybe. Personally, I would think Reven making it through to phase 3 would be incredible. But again, they need to win 3 BO3s to get there. But it would still be quite the effort. Now, there's a long way to go. This is a long series. The maps overall should favor M&M. But this start has been shaky, very shaky.
And it's been very promising for Reven. I mean, I came into this series expecting, and I even said it when we got the crossover from the desk, I was expecting M&M to just kind of wipe the floor with Reven, that they'd have too much experience and firepower, but evidently Reven are here to play. They've only beaten one team at the major so far. That was the Japanese team, Northeption. Technically beat them twice. Once in a best of 1, once in a best of 3. And of course, that one in particular, if you think back to the 15th round of the 3rd map, Reven could have been eliminated. So, kind of playing with house money at the moment. But we're only 4 rounds in, long way to go in this. Naif looking to open up Kitchen. But it definitely feels like now it's up to M&M to turn the tide a little bit, focus up, play a little bit cleaner. They've just been a bit messy, and to Reven's credit, they have punished them. Free Vulcan canister, dealt with early here from Solotov. Nice work on the sledge in towards Kitchen. They're getting the pings out. He wants to go for this. Draw, aggressive. Nitrocell doesn't hit the mark. Still a couple more, 3 more, in fact, for Reven.
Oh, that was very, very close timing there. Draw, fortunate to survive, but plays it well. Solotov unable to clean up that pick. So 60 seconds to go at a 5v5. Reven unable to claim a characteristic early pick in this round, so we'll have to see how they play it out late round. Close, tightly fought in the execute. Mirror dealt with, so Sam under a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the grenade will find Wrath.
Well, M&M's doing a lot right now. Clearing out site, clearing out utility, avoiding even the utility back from Reven. Nitrocell bot main hits nothing from Sam, so he loses a lot of utility now. Loses his life uses on the drop through Moto. 2-player advantage for M&M. This looks so much better from them, so much cleaner. Not messing around now. Oh, that was flawless indeed. Solotov with a triple to close out the round. That's much better. That is what we expect from M&M.
And I think that round sort of backs up my hypothesis that I had brewing in the back of my mind. If M&M can push it to the late round, if it's an even man count, they should be clinical. They should be closing out these rounds in a confident fashion. Now, I guess the asterisk to that would be the previous round, Gym Bedroom in the post that did slip away. But this round just gone a good example of in the 5v5, M&M can systematically clear these power positions. It started off with that grenade. We then saw triple ball weaken that allowed users to come across, find that pick. And you can see the red outlines. Everyone boxed into blue. Solotov then pushes late round. Very characteristic to have that single attacker through blue. Very nice 3K to well and truly lock out that round. And that's a round that M&M needed. They need that confidence heading into this last attack.
Yeah, and that's the kind of round as well where that's probably what I was expecting from M&M for the most part in this series. Those kind of rounds, those kind of plays, making Reven just honestly look a little bit second rate. That was just so clean, especially on a site like Church Arsenal. They got through the checklist really quickly, opened up many different angles of attacking opportunities. Yeah, a couple of good nades, especially the one in towards Church, but nevertheless, didn't really make a mistake, did they? Didn't really give Reven a good look in. Reven tried to get a couple of Nitrocells, none of them hit. They couldn't really get much in terms of a flank. No one elected to push up main. There was no flanks up above, so it was very much, as you said, just sort of sitting in sight, got pushed back. There's the run, though, from Joe. Doesn't work. Solotov ready for it. Out of stock, gets the kill. So another opening kill there, 2 in a row now for M&M. Up 5 versus 4. Where's the next one going to come from, though?
Big one to win early on in the round. Joe left on cam duty for the remainder of this one. The final round of the half. Conwall breached, so some good progress early on here from M&M, and Tyrant will look to lurk the bedroom side here of Clubhouse on the top floor. Solotov may also look to assist. Draw elsewhere, lurking around, seeing if maybe he can isolate a pick, but M&M expecting them to be disciplined enough to just prepare themselves for that final push and not leak picks in the meantime. As I say that, I thought maybe Sam would win that duel, but Tyrant too good, and it's a 5v3.
Yeah, just a bit cleaner there at the aim duel. That's all really the difference is there. I don't think Sam does a whole lot wrong, just misses the shot. Red pings here for Solotov, and Reven's defense starting to get picked apart like we probably expected it would be, but had themselves a decent little lead of 3-1. That looks like it might fall to 3-3 if they can't turn this one around.
Some serious
drive opening up construction just further compounds the pain and the pressure to come with it. Utilizing these drones well, getting a lot of information, eventually got their way in towards construction. They can drone out sight now as well. Haven't dealt with Rafter's position. Raft trying to just help out, stack over. Draw losing his life at the CCTV window. Definitely not an ideal position to be in, and now they've lost another one as well in Raft, so only runner left. It might be back-to-back flawless rounds here. It will be, indeed, from M&M to close out the half. Much, much better from them. 3-3. And I don't know if they'll be content with that. They'll probably have higher expectations of themselves, but considering the position they were in to where they are, 2 flawless rounds in a row off the back of the timeout. Yeah, not a bad way to close the half.
Well, good first pick there from Solotov as we look back at the replays. Round number 6. M&M quelling some concerns. Still, though, not the best of position. We probably anticipated M&M to be a little bit cleaner. Yes, the scoreline, 3-3. Clubhouse attack, that's pretty solid. That's quite on par. But if you are just joining us, some of those early rounds were quite messy from the European roster. Well, it's a bit ironic that I say European roster in this game. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Because one's in the European League. That's M&M.
Yeah, where's the other one?
Reven have several European players, but they play in the lights out.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. But I think everyone's aware of that by now.
It's just an easy go-to.
Well, easy one to go to as well as Church Arsenal to start this second half for M&M, and this is where I very much expect their best. This is where it's going to be very difficult for Reven, I imagine, to break down these defenses. They can't be now reliant on those runouts from Joe to get those early kills. And those aggressive plays on the defense. Nitrocell out from Nafe, well watched from our wonderful observers, but runner able to avoid it. Nafe will just fall back through pit and over towards blue. Question will be, though, how aggressive will M&M get here on the defense, especially on a site like Church and Arsenal. We saw Reven actually get pretty aggressive holds over towards Kitchen earlier in that first half. Obviously, as always, watching those entry points as well, the lack of draw and Joe. Speaking of, now we'll just drone through logistics as runner will push through CCTV and they'll begin their clear.
Mute Jam is peppered around, just stalling out some of this information gathering for the roam clear. But Reven doing a decent job at expediting that process. As we can see currently, 4 defenders down below on the basement floor. Leaving just 1 off-site. Maybe that player tips out of dirt.
I'm pretty certain it's 5. Yeah, 1's in dirt. Yeah. So Nello's sitting in dirt at the moment, the other 4 on site. Tyrant was kind of lurking bot main stairs. And you can make that play where you kind of lurk very much on the stairs of main, and then you peek up once you start to see the attacking team get some kitchen control and go for a bit of a swing, see if you can maybe catch someone over towards bar or kitchen, potentially in the corridor if they're making a bit of a run. But we're not seeing any kind of aggression here from M&M. They will firmly sit on site. Hatchins will now get opened up by Reven. Minute 14. Not bad on the timing's sake. Doesn't look like they're opting to send anyone through dirt, obviously being held by Nello. One and only Nitrocell. Nave throwing his one out already. 60 seconds to go. No contact really has been made yet. It'll just be the two Scarz at a time, making sure that this does not get tricked properly. And Joe just watching to see if anyone wants to come and try and deny, but obviously no nades and no charges either. There is still one Salma available for Sam. He can come and open up this kitchen hatch, as it is Joe that gets the opening kill. So a little bit slow in opening up kitchen because of the Scarz running out, but Sam will save the day.
Time may not be an issue. It's an advantage now to a strong advantage for Reven. Well, even better, but a decent trade back from Tyrant. He'll look to link up with Nello, but unfortunately he falls, and now it's just the player inside of Dirt, sharp with the SMG. Nello, good in the clutch experience on those shoulders, but this will need to be one hell of a clutch, and Runner will dismiss that opportunity.
I was half expecting them to go a bit around the rosy there, because as Runner was making his way in towards Arsenal, we were seeing Nello make his way out towards the corridor, and I thought he was maybe just going to be able to slip by, get into Church, stop the plant from going down. Doesn't though. Big round win for Reven. Bit of a strange one as well. M&M just offered nothing really on the defense. It was firmly just a sit down on site, 5 bunkered down. Didn't really see a whole lot from them. Eventually, Joe's persistence actually pays off. A little bit of that patience, just watching that Vert from above, got himself a nice kill, held it for probably a good 30-40 seconds. Tyrant obviously gets a nice shot there, but unfortunately there was just too much more to be done. M&M's defense, honestly, a little bit suspect there. Reven will be very happy to get an early attacking round win on the board on a site like Church Arsenal as well. Puts them back in the lead, 4-3, and gets them a bit closer to maybe just pulling off an upset here on M&M's map pick.
Well, Amaya's the game plan there for M&M is quite clear. They back themselves in again in the 5v5 in the late round when that push comes through to be able to weather the U, to win the fights, play the post even if required. They're not eager to play high-risk siege at the beginning of the rounds like we saw from Reven on their defensive half. But unfortunately, they did still succumb to a bit of pressure. A couple of sloppy mispositions from M&M, proving costly, bleeding picks. Obviously, no opportunity to trade out those kills, so left it in that 3v5, and Reven, sure, again, they're not the most experienced roster, but they're going to win those out more often than not.
So far, Draw having a pretty decent game in terms of kills, but it's been a fair share spreading of the workload from Reven across the board. And that's probably what they needed. If you're going to win this series, everyone has to be pulling their weight in this series. Kennels will get opened up nice and early into the round. Quick drone for Sam, as they'll be looking to obviously repeat their efforts from the previous round here. Question will be, what do M&M do to adapt and get versatile, change things up? Can't just be sitting on site, can't just be playing passive defense. Reven can punish that just as much as any other team here at the Major. Didn't really have the dirt presence last time, Reven, but they may opt to do so now with Joe. Now, of course, his presence known through dirt. Joe's aware of this, and we'll just hold the angle for now.
Grenade cooked, sent out, on its way, but it won't really find all that much. Joe will likely now make his way across over with Kitchen and Kitchen hallway nearby, open up some Vert with that sledgehammer. Good spot there. Takes down the Valkyrie camera. An operator that doesn't frequently sneak through the ban phase, but in exchange for an Azami and Sols, it does make sense. Naif elsewhere, Electro Claw in hand, eager to try and trick a hatch or two. And it looks like Wrath, well, he's going to make his way over there eventually inside of stock. We'll just open up Moto initially, and we'll see if Naif will be able to trick this second hatch.
Yeah, and obviously last round there were some issues as well with the Scarz, so something to keep in mind as that one does get tricked. They ran out. It was a bit of a late round scramble from Sam to save it with the Salma in the last round. Nade from Joe down below, try and flush out that position. Still haven't opened up Kitchen. 50 seconds, by the way. Time is certainly a factor in this round. So 4 Scarz just go on to this Kitchen hatch, look to open this one up. Drone from Joe can send this one down below. They've got plenty of them, so information can be found late round here for Reven. Hatch has been opened up. Now pressure over towards triple wall through bot main from Sam, so they can start to open up this Church position.
And the impact trick there not quite landing for the defense, so triple wall open. Reven could look to prepare for a plant behind Black Box if that's what they want to achieve, but Solotov gets the first. A 4v5 now for Reven.
Up to 10 kills now for Solotov. Man, that is on a mission. Drop for Sam. Will it be successful? Spots one over towards Arsenal. It's Joe that loses his life. Shotgun up close on the porthole from users. And Reven this time are on the opposite side of what we saw in the last round. They now are getting picked apart flawless for the 3rd time in this match from M&M. But despite 3 flawless rounds, it's only a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, so a good response then from M&M being able to lock out that round. Solotov doing a lot of work for the roster at the moment, gets that opening pick, applies a lot of pressure then on the remaining attackers to try and find a response, but M&M in good positions, Reven struggling to put pressure on said players. They did a decent amount of work on triple wall. They had a route in towards site for the plant, but unfortunately they did not have the manpower. Scoreline now sits 4-4. We go over to Cash and CCTE. The castle in play for this round from M&M, so looking to probably stall out and prevent lurks from the attack again, especially the likes of Joe, who maybe even enter basement or the other side of the map, make their way across. And these castle barricades, this castle setup can help to slow that down and may also facilitate a hold inside of Lounge.
Oh, bye-bye.
But it looks like we've had a disconnect. So M&M will get to do that setup all over again.
Good practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a fun one, though, as we do obviously get a technical. So 4-4 is the scoreline going back into this. I guess this will be obviously a little bit of a break here, and I think maybe both teams might need it. It's been a fun one to watch thus far. Obviously, M&M won't be content with the way that things have played out, especially on their map pick. I think Reven should be arguably, I think, quite happy with this. At this point, going into this technical, I think they can actually get a little bit of a breather, because in some ways it feels like when M&M win, they're clearly been far more thorough when they win. 3 out of 4 rounds that they've won, flawless, clean, whereas for Reven, they're fighting tooth and nail for these round wins, right? They're having to dig really deep. So they're probably under a little bit more of that pressure in these rounds that they can win. I think a little break here might do them wonders. Obviously, for M&M, you could say the same thing, but I think this is a good opportunity for both teams to just have a breather. It's been quite back and forth and probably hasn't played out the way we expected. Maybe you expected this to be slightly more defender favored, but the attacks from both teams have actually been pretty successful, especially on sites like Church Arsenal.
Well, we can see off screen that the players are slowly filtering back into the lobby, so hopefully this won't be the longest of pauses in the action. In terms of tactical timeouts remaining, reiterating that this is a technical, but tacticals that the teams can call. M&M used theirs earlier, back in the first half. Mixed success off the back of that, but enough to equalize the half. Reven, importantly, still have theirs in hand. So if this starts to slip out a little bit, perhaps even if M&M go on to win the next round and Reven want to halt that momentum and even out the scoreline again, they have that opportunity. And I've got to agree, I think for Reven, this is a decent result thus far. This is M&M's map pick. This is Clubhouse. This should be their bread and butter. But it has been very, very mixed for them, which is weird, right? We've had some great showings from M&M. Yeah. We've seen some great executes, some great rounds overall, but we've also had some disasters, some big mistakes as well.
Yeah, and to reiterate as well, no rounds played, sorry, no map of Clubhouse played from Reven so far at the Major. So this is their first showing of it, where it's played twice from M&M's side of things. It doesn't look that way, though, with the way that this game has played out so far. I think M&M will be pretty chill. This is why elimination games are best of 3. This is why you don't play best of 1s to send teams home from the Major. It gives you some time, and even if they lose this map, they'll probably still back themselves in on Oregon. Next map to follow, Villa the Decider, if you guys missed that one. And for those potentially unaware, but this is an elimination match. You lose this series, you lose this best of 3, and you go home. Winner just keeps staying alive. They don't go anywhere. You stay alive.
Staying alive. I am not very good at singing, as was probably evident at karaoke last night.
Luckily, we're getting back into this game, as I can see here on our other monitor. So 4-4, back into the things we go. Cash and CCTV in the 9th round. And M&M will get to do their setup once again here. It's been a lot closer, though, than I expected. And then that's at least something that is exciting. I came into this series firmly expecting an M&M win, pretty comfortable one. And it could still play out like that. I mean, how many times have we seen this kind of 4-4 scorelines, a bit back and forth? It's not that difficult for a team as good as M&M to just now win 3 defensive rounds in a row. It's not impossible. Then it ends up being a 7-4, and you don't really think back fondly on the game. Even though I think it's been pretty close. I think Reven's had their fair share. They've just got to keep it up. They've got to stay focused. Out of the technical timeout for both of these teams, they get a bit of a breather. And as you said, Reven still with the tactical. I think you call it, though, if they lose this round. I know it sounds strange, but you don't want to give M&M that match point. And Reven's basically been leading the whole way. Either tied or leading.
So very big focus on Lounge from the defense here. M&M looking to lock that down, probably not wanting roamers on the attack, lurkers on the attack, being able to exploit those positions, especially vertically. Mirror window on the main breach, but it's elsewhere where the action kicks off. Solotov onto Joe. Off the back of that rehost, the stats did reset, but Solotov, I believe, now on, what, 11 kills at least in this game?
Yeah, he had 10. So 11 now would be the case. I do like the montage here. Can aggress over the wall. It's garage, push up rafters. That doesn't work. You can technically push through lounge as well, then up red stairs. So versatile eventually. You could also go through con if really required. There's a strong pick here for Reven. Down a player though in Joe. I can't remember. I think it was Fresh saying that there's 2 sides of Reven, one with Joe, one without. Now they're gonna have to play without him. 4 versus 5. Now they're getting a lot of information actually through lounge. He can see these feet, spots the drone to his right into his stock. Tries to get a little bit of a love tap onto Wrath on the Montang, and did so successfully. Just over 90 seconds remaining, and Reven had been stalled out.
Nello just looking to play patient in this position, feed information to the rest of the team. If M&M can hold this position as well, it facilitates the triple nitro denial available as well to the defense as they can rotate down and play off that. But Reven, a long way away, I think, from attempting a plant. Draw, eager to push this down to position to try and exploit it. Wrath can push forward, that Montang shield extended, but it's taking a lot of time and a lot of manpower.
Yeah, time, the main factor here. Only a minute remaining, and you haven't really gained a whole lot, even just barely able to get a look in through lounge, let alone a foothold. Very much scared. They just look scared in this attack. Credit to M&M, the perceived pressure is there. A lot of that courtesy of Solotov. Had to be very careful. Turnaround shots perfect though. On to draw through blue. Yeah, this round's over now for Reven. You would imagine in a 5 versus 2. Nitrocell falls well short. Maybe more so just in anticipation of a push from Runner. Tries to take this duel, obviously wants to push forward, takes out the Nitrocell. 30 seconds though, hard to imagine a way that Reven can salvage this round. Absolutely bullied by Solotov the whole way through, start to finish. They still can't even kill him. And in the end, it's the pistol shot.
15 seconds
M&M are on the verge of their 4th flawless round here on Clubhouse. Unless Sam finds a kill, he does onto Nello, shuts down the flawless, but it's M&M that are gonna take the lead here on Club.
Oh, the smiley face got ruined. And look, I don't think there'll be too many smiles on the faces of Reven at the moment. M&M doing a great job crawling back in this game now with map point. And the big question now is, will Reven respond with a tactical timeout? M&M rather on 5 rounds, not 6. So I misspeak there from me, but yeah, Reven electing not to take that tack. They'll look to play this one out, but sucked in a little bit there, I think, to the extension down below through Lounge, and Solotov allowed to run right on the basement floor, just aren't able to be pinched, to be traded out in a meaningful fashion. Not a lot of information available there, seemingly, to Reven on the attack. And unfortunately, they do bleed picks. It's another multi-kill there, 3 in the round for Solotov.
Yeah, a bit of creativity there defensively from M&M. Love the way that they set that up. They pretty much played into the hands of Reven, knowing that if they're going to bring that Montang, they've got the Vert as well to watch. They, as you said, very much fortified that lounge position, made it very difficult to push through. I wonder if Reven maybe should have just adapted, rotated off, gone through con instead, especially with that Montang. Obviously, though, Solotov had already done so much damage in that round. And even tried to hunt him down. That didn't work, lost another, and then the round just falls apart. Over to Gym Bedroom now. And a good opportunity for M&M to close this map out. Starts to loom on the horizon. 5-4 lead. They take the lead, I think, for the first time since the opening round of this map. It is their map pick, but it's not quite been all that easy for them. Reven has made them work.
So then CCTV breach. Kennel's wall opened up. Swift and early on here by Reven. Final defensive fortifications now up for the defense. Interesting setup over towards Jacuzzi. Just the single wall reinforced to the left, footholes to the right, just to try and make that a little bit more awkward for the attack, an opportunity for the defense to impact trick denial if they so wish, but also just making it generally more precarious for the attack and a little bit more risky. But Wrath plays it well, plays it in a safe fashion from distance with the Selmas. Draw comes alongside now over towards balcony. And we know how much pressure this can put on the defense if they're not careful.
Yeah, and on Gym Bedroom as well, don't have to be too pressed for time, obviously. You can get these balcony positions, get the jump ins if you really need to. Joe finds the opening kill onto Solotov. That's a big one. Might get a second here, and does, getting the head of Tyrant. So a quick double from Joe in towards Con. Now opens things up for Reven. Draw positioned over towards Gym Bedroom as well. Hasn't really given away a whole lot of presence either. Still just watching over towards Jim. Users is very much just tucked in. These are the kind of rounds, though, that Reven cannot lose from this position. They've got to capitalize. M&M certainly capable of still winning 3 versus 5, but Reven have such a significant advantage. Now they're just watching closely on that doorway for the push from Con. User starts to push out a little bit, then back over towards his little cubby. 3 drones remain for Reven, 50 seconds left. Joe, very low on health. If he pushes out through that doorway, I think Nello will get a pretty free kill.
Needs to try and get that util out to nades in the pocket. Now they're holding down the line, gets the down. As you mentioned, pretty free with the 1.5 times scope. 30 seconds, the impact to confirm that kill, and it just keeps things a little bit more interesting here for the defense.
Just clearing out these final bits of utility for the push-in from Reven. So to their credit, they haven't just gone gung-ho for a bit of a rush here, trying to get as much information. Now they can play off of each other, strength in numbers in the push through logistics, and that should work for them. They do go for a bit of a solo. Never mind, doesn't work at all. Too slow on the push, and they get punished from a 5 versus 3. M&M do bring the round back, and they've got 2 match points.
Who said drop shotting's dead? The mirror users finding that 2-piece in through logistics. That should have been your everyday trade, but unfortunately it was just absolutely decimated there by the defense. M&M now actually on that point.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to have a tactical timeout after that one. I mean, I'm a little bit perplexed here because I don't actually think they did a whole lot wrong. They cleared out a load of utility, bided their time, didn't rush, didn't do anything too crazy. Okay, we're going to get 2 together, push in towards logistics. We know there's 1 tucked in. It's a 2-on-1. We'll swing at the same time. We should get the kill. What does users do? It just gets the drop, gets the double kill, and it just really cleans up the round from there. And then, obviously, you've got the other positions that are being watched from Nello. He hits his shot, he wins his one, and suddenly it all just falls apart. And that's why, especially on the defense, yeah, 2-player advantage for the attacking Reven. But if you don't hit your shots and if you're not clinical on the push, the defenders can still win pretty comfortably. Credit to M&M. 2 match points, very much deserved. Reven out of the tactical timeout, though. What can they do to maybe bring this map back and send it to overtime? It's a difficult task at hand for them. That was another round where probably similar to the actual opening round of this game. They probably should have won it. So 2 50-50 rounds that have gone the way of M&M and 2 match points to follow.
So then we go down to basement for what M&M will be hoping is their final round here on Clubhouse. Map 1 in this elimination best of 3. At the conclusion of this one, we will send home the first team in the second phase, the playoffs.
10 seconds remaining.
M&M just being able to edge out a couple of close rounds in this match so
5
far.
seconds remaining.
Capcam being employed here for the map point round, looking to maybe catch off the likes of Joe on the entry. And as has been mentioned a couple of times by yourself, by Fresh as well on the desk, Reven often having to shift their plans around Joe, and we've seen that in this game. There've been multiple instances where he pops off on the entry, he gets that first kill, he finds a defender caught off guard, but there's equally been plenty of times where he himself falls early on, and especially on a site like Basement on Clubhouse, you cannot be going into that push with a man disadvantage.
And that a two-player advantage in the last round didn't do them much world of good. Credit to M&M though. I mean, really, as this game has gone on, they've improved. They've looked a little bit sharper and cleaner, really, as the match has progressed, regardless of defense or attack. They've just looked a little bit cleaner. It's taken them a while, but they've warmed up. Solitol starts to feel aggressive over towards main. In fact, swings all the way in towards kitchen. Freebie. Bye-bye, Joe. Good trade by Runner. At the very least, you've got to be getting those trades, and they do. They do punish the push from Solitol, but he'll take out the sledge, so a lot of that soft breach potential inside a kitchen has at least been dealt with for M&M. I'll be pretty content with the fact that they got the sledge.
Yep. Net positive, right? You take down Joe, can be very dangerous in the fragging department. Solitov already getting his EDD utility out in the preparation phase. It also means on the side of the attack that there'll be 2 grenades missing for Reven in the remainder of the round. Good trip there with the Electro Claw from Users. Big impact in the last couple of rounds from him. 4 kills. We saw a huge clutch up from him in the previous round, and now even in the util department getting to work. So a 4v4, but on the balance of everything, M&M currently on top.
And only the one hard breach as well for Reven. And they've still got to open up Moto. I don't imagine they're going to be able to put a whole lot of pressure on this triple wall either, let alone the fact that you got Tyrant that's obviously tricking it with the shock wires. This is going to be a very fortified site for M&M. They'll be very happy with the way that this round has played out. One over towards Dirt, everyone else pretty much on site. 40 seconds remaining. It really just comes down to whether or not Reven can hit some good shots on the drop downs and on the push through bot main. That's literally their win condition now. They're not going to have a whole heap of angle of attacks. 30 seconds remain. 4 versus 4 at the very least, but you'd back in M&M from here. Good little tag onto Sam, gets him low. And no, there's one still over towards Dirt. One more gas babe available for Nullo as well, as the smokes will go out. 15 seconds. The drops will have to follow, whether they want to or not. And Wrath is in. He can get the plant down inside of the smoke. Watching the corridor. Runner, is he good for one? Not yet. Not at all. In fact, shot in the back. 3 versus 2. And there's no time now remaining for Reven. This map is over. M&M will take it in the end. A clinical display in the second half from M&M to close out Clubhouse, their map pick, and 1-0 up in the series.
remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
danke.
ありがとう
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
When you have two teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad. Our two Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and Pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this Invitational we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Sidecore goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro.
Oh, shot out
by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Major. I'm Jeannie. We got Fresh and Pengu once again. We also have M&M up against Reven, and the loser is going to be heading home. M&M are already up 1 map, and we kind of touched upon that saying going into this, it looked like the map ban was very heavily in their favor. But I want to start off with how M&M started off Club, because there was a little bit of frustration going on.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Reven, you know, they've got a pretty unique style in the way they play, but also they played to really try to disrupt M&M. You know, the first kill of the entire best of 3 was Joe jumping out of Adam window and going all the way around to Garage. You see the spawn pick here from Draw. We saw Draw, you know, ratting in Kitchen on round 2. They really played for that disruption. And actually, there was a time after 3 rounds from M&M, Reven had gotten under their skins and really had them rattled at a point in time.
I was gonna say they definitely did, because the player faces from M&M was like, oh my god, we're actually losing this. This should not be happening. And I worried for them because, as I said earlier, if Reven took the first map, that's where M&M they start losing out.
And I think the one thing we've seen from M&M, you know, unfortunately in this phase 2, is they have been losing. Obviously, that's why they're in this match. And their frustration has been, very evident to see when they have lost. And I think it did start spilling over in that, in the map. They were very inconsistent though. And I think that was, the big thing for M&M is that they were either getting really frustrated and Reven were capitalizing it, or they were getting a flawless round. There's basically no in-between across the whole match.
Yeah, and speaking of Reven, they really played to disrupt M&M. That was their main focus here. And not to take anything away from them, they made them sweat for this one.
They did, and I mean, on the defensive side, where Reven, they started things off, you can play those utility operators like the mirror on defense, for example. You can play Valkyrie cameras, but when they go on the attacking side for Reven, that is, they lose out on those opportunities and have to force these plays instead, and that's where M&M, they could thrive on defense, played nice and safe and tight, and that's how they found those victories.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to get into the frustration part. So we've seen attack timeout from M&M, and then it goes into 3 flawless rounds, which is a pretty impressive place to be in yourself. So Pengu, this might be more directed towards you with that experience that you already have under your belt. But as a pro player, what is the mental stage? What is the switch that you can hit to go back and be like, okay, we can do this flawless back-to-back?
I mean, honestly, it has to be, we take this round by round by round, right? Look at the KDs, for example. If you are on Reven's side, noticing some flawless rounds happening against you, and Solotov doing so much work, going 15-6, go try and isolate Solotov and try and shut him down, because right now, he's the star member from M&M. And if you can do that, maybe find a way back. However, if it's more of a team presence, it can be tough to figure out what the issues are. And for Reven, they tried to fight it out, but in those last 4 rounds, as we see here, they just lost it either on time or on kills.
I think we're seeing from Reven again is that when teams, and this probably comes back into the experience point, these guys ultimately were 6 months ago, 9 months ago playing tier 2, tier 3 inside of Europe. When these teams that are established, that have been to these events, turn up and play their better Siege, Reven are really going to struggle to hang with that, particularly, even in just the gunfights department, coming into this map, there was only draw that was actually positive in 7's KD. Probably after this map, negative as well. So, it's going to be a struggle for them. And M&M, it will frustrate them because they can play excellent Siege. They have played some excellent rounds of Siege there, but just not enough consistently and not enough string together.
Yeah, that could be an issue moving forward because we have Oregon. This is the next map that we're going to be looking at. English is a little difficult today. That is the next map that we're going to be looking at. It will be Oregon. So Reven here looking to push this to a third mapper. M&M want to close this out. They don't want to get that frustration rolling. So what are we expecting from either one of these teams?
I would love to see Reven do something crazy, not just go into this being like, okay, elimination match. I don't mean jump out every single window kind of crazy, right? I want to see them try and flex some operators, right? Show us a Monty. Could you imagine Reven playing Monty well?
No, but
what if they showed us that they could, right? For example,
true.
I want to see something like that, something that we have yet to see from them.
So here was my worry about the maps when we go into the map bans is that I've seen M&M a lot of times on Oregon. They're comfortable taking any team to Oregon. It's not their favorite map, but it is a map that they will always play against people. So for Reven, picking it was brave, but they will have had a lot of VOD footage on M&M because of that.
That's a good point.
Although Oregon has been probably the most successful hunting ground for Reven, they won the very first game of the entire tournament on this map. So I think they were kind of shoehorned into it. It is their map pick, and obviously, if they want to have a chance of going through to tomorrow, they've got to win it.
Yeah, it does bring the question though, when you pick Oregon, do they have something cooking?
They should. They should. But again, Oregon also is what we say, like if you're a linear map, most teams, even if they are tier 1 best teams in the world, most go with the cookie cutter standard stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, they're going to be M&M will be starting on the defense. They'll be starting on the basement, the laundry supply.
Yeah,
I think,
exactly.
If anything's cooking there, it's got to be something fast into there. Try and work out how to win that fight.
M&M playing Clash? Question mark?
Question mark?
Maybe.
Well, all the question marks are going to be answered as we're going to be heading into the second map of this best of 3. Oregon coming your way with Gus and Xenox.
So, do or die. Reven have to win. They lose this map. If they do, they go home. It's as simple as that. 2-0 though on Oregon thus far at the major. Both wins coming against Northampton on this particular map for what is their map pick here in now a do or die scenario for Reven. They've been the talk of the town here at the major. Maybe not for all of the best reasons, but nevertheless, a team that has been in the spotlight. For M&M, though, very, very good second half. Got them through Clubhouse after a little bit of a scare in the first half. Things weren't quite going to the script, but they responded strongly.
Yeah, there were some inconsistencies. There were some concerns on the side of M&M on map number 1, but they did a good job closing it out in a confident fashion and can kickstart a bit of momentum here into their opposition's map pick as we enter the ban phase. M&M will be starting out on the defensive side here on Oregon. It's Thatcher and it's Ying off the board on the attacking side, so that's going to hemorrhage the ability for teams to open up some walls and clear some utility, and Ying is very powerful on the execute nature of this map, so she won't be played. As Army to follow up, so that's slightly less utility that will need to be dealt with by the defense, and that will be rounded out by Goyo. Okay. So that leaves the Valk, that leaves the Mirror. Yeah.
Leaves the Solus as well. Leaves a lot really available. I'm trying to think, obviously for Goyo, can be very strong on Oregon, and obviously could even be a target pan over towards Reven's side of things. They will be attacking first, Reven, so coming into their map pick, a little bit of pressure off somewhat in the first half. Probably not expecting them to go absolutely insane. If they can get 3 rounds, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Oregon at times very much can be favoring the defense. We'll be heading down to the basement laundry supply to begin with for M&M on their defensive half to start with here on Oregon. One map away from moving forward in this tournament, staying alive and sending Reven home. So a big couple of rounds coming up for these two teams. If required though, Villa would be the third map if Reven can find success here. If Reven don't win this map, guys, they will end the tournament having only defeated one team. It's such a staggering stat considering where they're at in the playoffs.
Well, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb, and it all starts here on Oregon, and M&M, as expected, a solid performance there on map number 1, and they head us to basement for round 1 here on the second map. Final preparations in place, and Solotov playing contact over towards small tower. A very early Nitro cell perfectly lands in the window, but Runner anticipated it. He was playing at a distance, and now he can look to link up with Jaw and maybe push this position. Solotov still lurking around, but eventually makes his way back to Freezer.
And was a bit of a talking point on the desk as well. 15 and 6 from Solotov on Clubhouse, very much led from the front, which is what you want from one of your star players. Was discussed that for Reven, maybe one of their win conditions is to kind of shut him down, make sure he can't have as much of an impact. Might be difficult to do though early on here on the attack. Joe does get a little bit of a tag over towards Tyrant near backstairs, push through draw now towards bot white. But slow and steady is the approach here for Reven on Oregon. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable, I think, here on Oregon. Played it twice so far at the Major. Remembering Clubhouse that played first, that was the first time that Reven have played it in an official at the Major. So Oregon should be a little bit more comfortable for them. Taking their time so far. They have got meeting control. Now they can get to work on the checklist and open up these hatches.
Meeting is electrified off though by that claw. We go back to Nallo, still holding down the line. He sees the barrel and then the head of Draw and takes it off cleanly. The hatch still being worked on. Reven probably should not be pushing that stairs position without pressure on the hatch.
Yeah, I think Draw just maybe got a little bit over eager. Goes for a bit of a shoulder peek, didn't get any shot. Good discipline from Nello to not bite on the first pump fake, and then gets him on the push. Joe tries to just push down in towards Laundry and just try and open things up a little bit, but at the moment he's just struggling to actually have an impact and maybe forced back. 55 seconds, Reven. There you go, there's a shot for Joe. Solotov gives him one. Pushed out, maybe a little bit over aggressive. Joe tucks in, expecting to push from the right-hand side, but it's Nello that holds close with a shotgun. If he makes his way past, Joe will lose his life. 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds to go. He'll look to cook this nade. Bit of a misthrow though, completely whiffs over to the right-hand side, and the Nitro Cell will catch him. M&M with the advantage, but the Logic Bomb will go out from Wrath.
So a tough position now then for Reven. Smoke canister over towards Freezer, stalling things out. Laundry still on lockdown as well. So many angles. And Nello up close with the shotgun. Do they have the utility to clear these positions? Well, there's 2 flashes remaining for Sam, but he needs to make them count. And Usus will find 1, makes it 2. It's his 3rd in the round. A sharp shot from Runner, but it won't count for much. All guns trained on that Freezer position, and it's a confident start from M&M.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm watching there, actually. Double stack Freezer, and no one's electing to try and push forward. I mean, you've got to get boots on site. You've got to get that diffuser down. You're not finding the kills. M&M are pretty comfy. They even started to pull off positions around backstairs and blue. They had no pressure from those angles, so you can then really just make it difficult and lock down those laundry pushes, those freezer pushes, and it all started here from Nello. Doesn't buy it on the initial shoulder peek from draw and then just walks straight into it. Really good nitrocell from users. And from here, 30 seconds in a 4 versus 3. Reven's still not in an awful position, but they just get a little bit stagnant, and it's a double push from freezer laundry, which is pretty much all opened up for M&M in terms of sightlines. They've got it all covered. A really good start defensively on laundry supply, which is probably what you would expect on that particular site. Now we'll go to the tertiary sites. Kids Dorms to begin with, and if they win this, obviously Kitchen Meeting to follow.
Yeah, pretty concerning there from Reven, lacking fundamentals, right? Nello gets that freebie. Great positioning by him, of course, and good discipline to find that kill. But they were still working the hatch. The hatch was not even close to being open yet they're playing contact. That was not really the play you need more pressure on that position. It is very difficult to clear it, but that was certainly a more difficult way to go about it. And then the push through laundry, the push through freezer was also challenging because the util was not great there from Reven. The grenades also not being utilized as effectively as they would have liked, and they need to be against a team like M&M. They're not going to let you get away with too many more mistakes in this series as we head above now for round 2. Wrath at front door needs to be mindful. Naif up close, making a call that a player has crossed. Probably wants to swing and maybe open up this round for his team, but he also knows if there's a gun trained on his position, he will be taken down. Miner as well, lurking bottom stairs, and this is just Reven to a T, looking to sneak in and around the map, and users will need to be careful of the backstab.
Yeah, and M&M haven't really tried to play too much into it in this series so far. They're not really getting too aggressive on the roams or on the lurk hold positions. Yeah, a little bit of presence over towards Big Tower and bottom main stairs in this instance, in this round. That's pretty much required on a site like Kids Dorms. You do need to show some kind of presence. Nothing over towards Kitchen though, so they do kind of give up a little bit of that vert for Reven. Can still flank late round, put the pressure on. Not a whole lot of pressure though over towards Games at the moment from Reven just yet. Wall still closed. Obviously they've got no hard breacher in this round. Not required though, especially if you do play the vert. Ooh, a lot of damage onto Nello. Manages to stay alive just barely. And it's a double stack over towards Big Window. Minute 20 in the clock. Nello tries to reposition. Runner eventually runs into the player over towards main stairs in Nave. And they do just trade each other in terms of damage, but it's Runner that comes off second best, and he'll just keep running. Nave will pretty much block off that push towards main, up towards the corridor. 60 seconds left.
And Runner there trying to lock Nave from getting back towards side, and he's been at least somewhat successful, but the proxy will give away his position. Jules elsewhere, top white stairs, now over towards Draw, going for the res as they push through in towards site. Users finds one, but he needs to find the second, doesn't spot it. So a 2v2 as the plant goes down. The nitro though from Nello on point, and Joe taken down as well.
Yeah, didn't expect a double push from Big Window. So Users got one, probably didn't see that the second one had come through as well, hence why he dies to Sam. Well played in the end technically from Reven in the sense that they were able to at least get something to happen, because it did kind of look like a round that was going to fizzle out. They eventually hit the go button, got some good kills, got onto site, but you know, even better credit goes to M&M in response. Really good nitrocell comes out from Nello. They hit the good shots, and again, Nave had this position on lock towards the corridor, towards Trophy. No one was able to get through. In that instance though, it's a 2 versus 2, 40 seconds. Look at the time. There was a lot of time still remaining in that round. So Reven tried to catch them off guard a little bit with a double stack push through Big Window. Didn't quite work. M&M will be very content with the way things have started here on Oregon. 2-0 start. And over towards Kitchen Meeting, and this ends up now looking like a big round for Reven.
Well then, if you didn't catch it in the old chat, a rehost has been called, so there will be a technical time out, a technical pause in this match, and we can sort of just divulge and quickly reflect.
Well timed for Reven, I think, in this instance. We had a technical in the last map, and at that point, I think it was 4-4. Both teams were going all right, and I don't think it would have favored either team. And I think for Reven, this is a good opportunity to maybe just talk things over and go like, well, okay, what can we do to improve? This is our map pick. This is a map we've found some good success on. Both times against Northampton, they got 3 attacking rounds, so they do have the proficiency to get attacking rounds here on Oregon. Obviously though, M&M, a different prospect. So So far, they've struggled. 2 rounds in, over to the tertiary site, kitchen meeting. This feels like a big round, and it's a good time for maybe Reven to just talk things over and think about how they can find a round here. If they lose this, they go 3-0 down. I think M&M are in the absolute driver's seat. So a lot of thinking here has to be done for Reven. Not so much for M&M. Pressure off. Already 1 map in the bank at the very least. 2-0 start here on Oregon. I think they'll be pretty happy, quietly confident at this point in the series.
Just dancing a little bit.
Yeah, it's good music.
Yeah, it is pretty good. M&M though, I think they know what it's like to fight out a really tough best of 3 qualifying for this particular event in that lower bracket final against Wild. Don't need to go too in depth as to what took place during that series, but no doubt a difficult one for M&M.
I mean, even recently, they've already played 2 best of 3s at the Major.
And the Major, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, they've got that recency experience that definitely aids them in this. They've been in this position, I guess in their case, unfortunately too many times, at least at the Major. They would have preferred the more clean runs through the best of 1s, but here they are, and it does help. And in those best of 3s, they're all technically elimination games. So they've been in this position, this exact position already twice before this. So calm heads and just get through, focus in. You know what it takes to get the job done. You're the favorites. Should be winning this series, 7-4 on club if you're map pick. And a 2-0 start on Oregon. And if they win this one, especially like 7-4, 7-3, you kind of just, you don't even put this one in the archives. You just kind of move on, job done. So it's entirely up to Reven to pick things up here. Started well on club, but really since that first half, they've dropped off quite significantly. Kitchen meeting, and the onus now entirely on Reven to get around here.
Well then, back into the action then for round number 3, and perhaps the best opportunity for Reven to put their best foot forward on their map pick. The tertiary sites now available for the defense. Well, they were always available, but now the most likely, or the only places remaining for the defense to go to, and it's meeting. That will be elected by M&M. A focus up above. Big focus as well on verticality as well, to look to deny entrances like garage, and pushes up the staircases as well. Once again, Capcan will see an appearance, so maybe an opportunity to chip away at the attack.
Just trying to think about sort of some of the success points for Reven on the attack, because obviously defense is where I think they've been quite better at this tournament. Attacking wise, you know, even at times they've, you know, managed to find opening kills, get themselves a bit of a numbers advantage, but still have sort of lacked the ability to win the late round executions.
Ready to breach.
So it's a difficult prospect. If you're not winning those late round on-site fights, you're just never going to win rounds, even if you do get the opening kill here or there. Oh, they've got to improve, and well, the opposite effect happens in this one where they lose too early in the round. Both Joe and Runner eliminated so quickly. 2 minutes to go and already down 2 players. Makes it very difficult now. Love the extension up above for M&M, and it's another shot from Solotov. Feels like the round is over before it even really begun. Very much even more so confirmed by that Nitrocell of users. Well, they had a whole bunch of flawless rounds in Clubhouse. They might just find one here on Oregon. Never mind, cast a curse. Shot through big window from Sam is successful onto Solotov. But he needs 4 more to go with it if he's going to find a round win for Reven. Has 90 seconds. Very much, I'm not a believer. And I think M&M are firmly on the cusp of a 3-0 start here on Oregon. Oh, nice shot, okay.
It's not impossible, but it will be a challenge. Nath as well on top. Hatch control, but Sam with the presence.
No way. There's no way! Sam!
He finds the kill. It's a triple in the round, and with a minute to go, he has something to work with. We'll push up above.
Oh, Sam, he's got it! He's got the quad! I wasn't a believer at all, cuz, but I'm starting to believe. 1 versus 1. Sam, he's basically done everything perfect. He knew he couldn't just rush into sight. He had to get above and clear attic. and he's done that. One left. 35 seconds, so still a little bit of time. Doesn't have to rush things. Could go for a rotate over towards kitchen side here. He has played this so well, using as much of the map as possible. Does he know, though? In behind is Tyrant. Oh, you almost feel a little bit there for Sam. Definitely an NT. One of the better efforts that we've seen, really, at the Major thus far. Almost just single-handedly wins the round for his team in a 1 versus 5, down to a 1v1, but Tyrant, he closes it out, and it's a 3-0 start for M&M.
Yeah, I think he'd been kicking himself a little bit there in the 1v1. He almost overcomplicated it a little bit, and I have no doubt he gave away a sound cue there to Tyrant as he ran across the roof. He jumped down. Good attempt from Sam, though, able to put these players on islands. Great presence of mind to head above to Addict. First sharp shot there onto Nafe, and then doubled down. A nice little transfer onto Users. So a 4K in the round, but Tyrant composed, gets the final kill, and M&M get around that, to be fair, should have been theirs. It was a good start from the defense.
Certainly was. 2 kills inside the first 30 seconds for M&M onto Joe and Runner. You do feel a little bit for Sam in that moment. For him on an individual level, that was a decent try. But the round deservedly goes to M&M. 3-0 start, but it is on the defense. Reven are just trying to fight tooth and nail to scrap an attacking round or two. That is certainly required. Keep themselves here alive at the Major. Back down to laundry supply here, though, for M&M, and they'll feel very comfortable here.
Joe, tell you what, exciting to watch in the early phases of these rounds. Solotov, ooh. If he had have gone the other way, may have been taken down, and Joe staying quiet, staying patient. Does Solotov know?
Well, I think he's very,
okay?
Very baitable here. I'm a little bit excited because I think if Solotov plays this right, and he just baits him into the traps, doesn't have to fully commit on the contact. Oh, never mind. Well, he just fully commits on the contact. Never mind, gets the kill. Joe's gone, draws down. The round's very much going to be difficult for Reven. Where's Sam? He needs another 1 versus 5 moment.
Well, he put himself on an island, but Solotov fortifying it. The EDD as well, helping claim that second kill, I believe. So again, a 5v3. M&M looking good on this second map so far. And they'll get back to its side and they can just camp.
I love that though. 5 versus 3. It's very easy to maybe just get super aggressive there and be like, oh, we've got them on the ropes here. Let's just rush in, send it down, see if we can get a couple of kills. But what do? They just fall back to the side. Like, hey, we've got a 2-player advantage. We can play sight. Give Reven as much time as they like up above. Doesn't matter. We've got the 2 extra players. So really measured control there from M&M to just sort of pull away from an aggressive moment. Well played from Solotov above, single-handedly. Gets the 2 kills. Sam's going to just play off of the drop here immediately in towards the E-box. That's 1. He'll catch off Solotov completely off guard in the corridor. But he lost Runner, so he loses 1. Ra's got to get this kill. That's just embarrassing.
Oh, no. Oh, no. M&M doing a good job. They get back towards site. They set up their camp, not having to move all too much there at the conclusion of that round. But Solotov, the man of that round, he set himself up above. We thought maybe he'd be in a bit of a pinch. 2 players converging on his position, but he made easy work of it in the end.
Yeah. And I think M&M starting to make easy work here of Reven. 4-0 on Oregon. 2 more opportunities for Reven to find success. They will get an opportunity now on Kid Storms. As we look at the replay, Solotov, yeah, he didn't go for the bait. He knew the Joe, he had the information, played the contact, the EDDs over towards top white. As you said, very successful in dealing with draw. And how does Nello survive this? I don't understand. We might not see it again. We don't. Even the replay operator felt sorry for Rath in that moment. Didn't want to show that one again. Basically put on a poster. 4-0 start for M&M. It's been smooth sailing. And when you kind of think back to Clubhouse as well, I mean, they had like 4 of their 7 rounds were flawless. So their best has been so far and away better than Reven's. It's not really been close. They've just had a couple of sloppy rounds here or there. Reven capitalized, fair enough. But that hasn't really been the case on Oregon. How many mistakes have we really seen from M&M?
I mean, outside of maybe throwing to the ace.
Almost.
That was about the only red flag that's hold that thought, though. Wow. Runner!
Everything's gone their way.
Should be winning that fight, but Tyrant up to the task.
Yeah. It's an embarrassing moment there for Runner as well. Should have always been winning that one. Draw tries to follow in.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It has very much fallen apart for Reven. This is another good opportunity. Tucked in, lets him get the cross. Draw can't hit a single shot there. Tyrant survives, repositions. Causing so many issues there for Reven.
2 minutes then, and Tyrant will look to lock down meeting. Reven struggling to clear these positions. Bit of action elsewhere. Games wall open, but Nave playing it close by. A shoulder peek for info. Thinks better of it though, falls back. It does seem like there's a decent amount of information here for the attack, but M&M winning out these duels. Tyrant finally will fall, but Draw may not know it. I think he does. He's shot down, so indicating that he knows that the Oryx has fallen. Joe looking to sneak in, but unfortunately spotted.
Tries to fire back, misses the shot. Sam, though, well, he just walks straight into that EDD. Nave, though, does lose his life. Got at least one, 4 versus 2. Make it 3, though. Joe finds the kill onto users. And obviously Tyrant on the block. A shot from Draw opens up white stairs. Solitov in a 1 versus 2 with Joe on a very small amount of health. The Nitrocell got shot out mid-air. 1 minute remaining and Solitov has been droned out. Draw makes the push. There's top white though. He's lost his life. Joe versus Solitov in a 1 versus 1. And Joe is very low on health. Solitov will hold. There's a drone literally just watching him. How is he not dead? Joe is taking so long. What is going on in this round? Oh, he went for the revive. He went for the revive, but they're both so low. Double red ping over towards white. Oh! What the hell was that from Draw? There's absolutely no way. I've just watched this. I can't believe it.
Oh, no.
What the hell was that?
Oh, no. And look, Reven trying their best to chuckle that one off, but the rest of the team does not look amused. Now 5-0 down, and M&M, well, they're edging closer and closer to closing out this series.
Well, okay, so I thought that Joe was going to just play off of the drone that was inside of Kids and just take on the 1v1. You've got the information, doesn't, goes for the revive, fair enough. Strength in numbers, sure, but then you give your position away. It's double stack over towards white stairs, then it's kind of sight advantage for Solitov. And then you just blow yourself up with a nade, and then it's just GG from there. Oh, it's probably GG for their time at the Major for Reven as well. 5-0 now. They have fallen to pieces. They've basically blown themselves up here, and M&M are just...
I see what you did there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, quite literally, figuratively as well. It's been rough. It has been quite rough for Reven, but look, props to M&M. They have played really well here on this second map, and there were some pretty genuine concerns on map 1, which was their pick. Yeah. They weren't looking 100% today, but they've warmed into this series. Looking better now.
3-1 start on Clubhouse for Reven. It was sort of a little bit shaky.
A little bit, yeah, but quite a bit.
It shows the strength of the team, though, when you can respond to that, because it's very easy, especially when you're favored. You start a bit slow, you give Reven a good opportunity on the first map to then kind of maybe lose a bit of that focus, lose a bit of that mentality. But their response was good enough. I like the response that I've seen from M&M, and in the end, this is a series they should have always been winning comfortably, and now are doing so comfortably. Just continues to build their confidence. Obviously, though, if they're going to make it their way to the finals, there's a lot of best of 3 still to be won.
Yeah, and we'll be awaiting the seeding at the conclusion of today to see who M&M take on tomorrow. Again, that's under the assumption that they close out this map.
Closing this one out already.
At this point, they should. Solitov inside of Pit, 7-2. He's put on a masterclass in this series. He's been so damn good. And Reven, you can see they're just stalling out a little bit. And Nallo, shotgun in hand, he's been rock solid. And they're just absolutely farming this attack. The canister to go out, Raph taking damage, Nafe to get that down. And now it's Runner in the 1v4.
It's turning into a demolition here on Oregon. It's not even fair to watch this 4 versus 1 for Runner. He can just hope and pray that maybe that Talon Shield will protect him for a bit longer. 90 seconds, he's got another one here on backstairs. Tyrant loses his life now in a 1 versus 3. Do we have another Sam-esque moment to be had? I think M&M won't make the same mistake this time though. They don't need to go hunting the 1v1s. Hold sight, play time, just breathe, relax, let him just run around, quite literally, for Runner. And then you'll have 6 match points. Plays the drone. He knows he's got a bit of time and gets a little bit of information, but is he going to be aware, tucked in close left, shotgun waiting for him? No, he's not. He's dead, surely.
Oh.
Nello, okay. First shot, not the cleanest, but got it on the second. And for M&M, they've got themselves 6 match points.
Yep.
Masterclass, and, well, Reven will be going home. Where is their home? Is it LATAM? Is it the UK?
Is it the US?
I don't know, really, where they're going to go back to, but they're going somewhere.
They're packing their bags.
Yeah, they are leaving Copenhagen.
That is a bit unfortunate. But look, to be fair, yes, this is going to sort of mar their record a little bit, and people are going to be like, oh, Reven got smashed, they got sent home, they're so bad. To be fair, they've done an okay job at this tournament, right?
Have they?
They're coming in from LATAM. They got through to at least the second phase. Now, I know the big asterisk on that is that they only took down Northeption, but that's still a decent opponent, so I think they can take something away from this. And most importantly, heading into phase 2, they would have gained a lot of experience from this experience. Experience from this experience.
They would have gained a lot of experience from this experience.
Their XP farming.
Good one. I mean, look, to be fair, you look at some of their results, 7-3 over Northeption in the very first best of 1 on the first day. That was an upset in my mind. Coming in, I rated Northeption, so I was very much surprised that Reven got that result. Yeah, I'll give him a tick for that. 4-7 loss to Soniqs. I will actually give them a tick for that, because from what we've seen from Soniqs at this tournament thus far, they're very much a contending team. So that wasn't a bad performance, even in a loss. They barely beat Northeption, though, in a best of 3, literally coming down to the 15th round of the 3rd map. And I think Northeption probably should have got that one, didn't. And then they got smashed by Liquid. Barely lost to Scarz, and obviously now smashed by M&M. So a mixed result at the major for Reven, but what I will say for them, for a team that many probably wrote off early on, they made their way to the second phase. Certainly haven't gained any friends though. They've enjoyed their time here, we'll say that.
Oh, the EDDs are absolutely farming in this lobby. I tell you what, Draw, I'd love to know the damage output of these EDDs in this half as Joe gets the first. EDDs as a whole. This is Reven's first defense. I meant more so M&M.
I know.
Probably should have prefaced that. Some bants in the chat. That's what we like to see. Draw. The mind games. I don't think M&M are going to fall for that, but they are at a disadvantage. So we'll see how they fight back.
And obviously for Reven now, the stress of it all has probably gone out for them. You're down 6 match points. You know, it's very much unlikely from here. You can look at it 2 ways. You just treat it 1 round at a time, back yourselves in, maybe go for the miracle run to get yourself to overtime. But I've been seeing them talk in chat, and a couple of them have been, there's been some CBAs. I think they're checked out mentally. I think they've realized that they're not winning this one. M&M though, just still very much focused here. Yeah, they lost Nafe early on. Not ideal, especially considering it's a solo hard breach. They can still play off Nello though, and they've still got 60 seconds. Hatches have been at least opened up with the secondary. But do need to get moving.
Yeah, I think this attack is largely going to hinge on Nello. He'll be shot calling. He can lead the charge with the Monty. Give the rest of the attack at least some breathing room, a bit of space, and additional information to play off of. 40 seconds to go in the round then. The blue shield will be cleared. Sam now has the option to fall back or to hold down the fort. 1 canister remains, and there's 30 seconds on the clock now as the Monty pushes down into Boiler.
Yeah, Proxy does give away some of that positioning. Joe finds the kill on to Users, and Reven looking to avoid the clean sweep here on Oregon. They don't want to get 7-0'd for the second time at the tournament.
15 seconds to go.
Current obviously struggling to push off of Nalo, eventually gets sniped by Wrath. And so Reven are going to find a round win here on Oregon after all. They will not get 7-0'd. Solotov, can he pad his stats a little bit? Not quite. So Reven, one on the board, and the comeback begins.
That was very jovial of you, considering that it is 6-1.
It was a little bit sarcastic.
Ah. My sarcasm rate has been quite bad the last couple of days, and you have continued to point that out.
Well, look, honestly, a somewhat decent round, I guess, from Reven. You get that opening kill. And the thing is, if they had have actually played defense in the first half, I think this would have been a largely more competitive game. We saw that back on Clubhouse. I think they played largely similar in that approach. I think having Reven attack first was always going to lead to a bit of a disaster here on Oregon, but you can see defensively, they're not a bad team on the defense, right? On the attack, though, obviously, they're not quite at the same level of the likes of M&M. But I think their strengths are on the defense, where they can look to get some of those counter punches, they can look to get some of those early contact fights. They don't mind those. Whether it be Draw or Joe, even at times Runner, I think they think of themselves capable of taking those contact fights early on the defense, and they've done okay in that department at the tournament so far. But such a long way back in this one.
5 seconds to go.
Just prolonging their time at the major, minute by minute, round by round.
Map by map.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to get map by map. Long way to go for that.
I'll tell you what, this would be... I think I've been casting Siege for a while now. This would hands down be the comeback if they manage to bring this one back.
I'll tell you what, if Reven win this series...
Oh, I'm not even talking the series, I'm just talking Oregon. They can get 7-0'd on the third map and it wouldn't matter. I mean, they're playing so aggressive on the defense. I love it. They back down without a fight.
That's their style, though, I think, and we've seen that enough here at the major. We probably expect that of them. And in some ways, now playing a little bit of house money, I mean, they know the pressure's off in a sense that in some ways they've already kind of lost this one. That they have to play so ultra perfect. Everything has to go their way. So the pressure's off, so they can kind of just say, screw it, let's just play our style. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, whatever. We're so far in the hole already. So why not be aggressive? Why not just back yourself in, hold these positions, look for the early contact fight, see if you can get a couple of kills onto M&M, make it difficult for them to attack. And then suddenly you get a couple of rounds, and it's 6-3, and it's 6-4, and then you think, you know what, actually, pressure goes back onto M&M, doesn't it? You wouldn't want to give up a 6-0 lead. No. So I take it one round at a time, and anything can happen. And this is where M&M's experience has to shine through. They've really got to just lock in. Forget the scoreboard, forget the fact that it's 6-1, forget that it was a 6-0. You've got to play perfectly here. And if you do that, at some point, Reven will probably make a couple of mistakes, and M&M can then capitalize.
That was unfortunate. Joe just trying to slip that magnet between the beams, but not quite being allowed to do so. Draw, shifting his position from security now to top freeze the stairs. And this is an important contact position for the defense. He is being pinched, though. Down below, Solotov sneaking forward, but he gets caught off guard, and a sharp shot there from Draw, who's been drawing out a lot of information from the attack.
I see what you did there.
I didn't even know I did that.
I think you did.
I didn't.
50 seconds left in this round. Solotov dealt with. Tyrant, though, will go for the little lurk push towards Freezer. Nade out from Users. Q-Mine. The push up towards top white, looking to get the kill, but it's Doe with a nice headshot. He'll play prone on top white. He couldn't get the shot to land. DMR too strong from Tyrant. Nalo from below, under 30 seconds left. Reven still with a player advantage. M&M wanting to just really close this one up and move forward. Don't want this one to prolong. The Flames don't do much, though. Naif also loses his life. Nalo in a 1 versus 4. There's 2. Now he's only got 2 more to find with 9 seconds left. Sees one, but he didn't quite see the other.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. No time. No chance for Nalo. Reven make it 2 in a row.
Well, I tell you what. At what point do M&M start to get a little bit stressed, a little bit concerned, a little bit worried?
6-4?
Oh, you lose 4 rounds straight in Siege. That's a long amount of time. That's a good chunk of time.
And I'm not just saying that to throw a random number out. Hear me out. So, obviously, after this round, we go kitchen meeting. You win that 6-3. What's after that? Laundry supply, 6-4.
Yeah.
So, at that point, I think, yeah, it does open up the tertiary sites. But for Reven's sake, it's only 2 rounds to go. They've already won 4 in a row. They can play aggressive on the likes of Kid Storm. They've already won Kid Storm, as we just saw from there. So, at that point, if it gets to 6-4, if I'm M&M, I take my tack and I talk it through, but we've still got to get there. A long way to go. This round is important. Kitchen meeting, very much the tertiary site. You get through this, then you can probably get through laundry supply, and then you hit that magical 6-4. The pressure's then on to M&M. You don't want to have an absolute disaster here at the major where you give up a 6-0 lead. Close this one out, get the job done. And this is the site to do it on. Double hard breach going to be brought.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
How do Reven want to play this? So far, the aggressiveness on the defense has obviously worked out well for them, and they do look like they're kind of playing a little bit more fearless here in this second half, knowing when you're down 6-0, tournament on the line, you don't go into your shell, you actually come out of it, and you just say, screw it, let's just see what we can do. And so far, that mentality has worked for them.
So then to the tertiary site we go, and this should be the best opportunity thus far for M&M to win an attacking round, and to, in doing so, lock out the series and survive here at the major.
Oh, he's not, is he?
Oh, he wants to.
Joe,
do it.
You do this, you're going to jump out of Copenhagen. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, they got droned. Probably for the best.
Ratho finds an open kill. That's one of the hard breaches dealt with as well. Nice kill, back through security. Solotov lurks below. Won't find anything, but does make an easy entrance, at least for Nave. And he can watch the flank from Freezer.
Stay behind me!
Nello now needs to be really careful. Nafe did not bring secondary hard breach, so full pressure on him with those exothermic charges if M&M wish to open up some of these reinforcements from the defense. So he's going to play an important role in this round, is currently droning out for the team. Solotov still lurking down below. Don't mind this from M&M. But they need to pressure the defense into falling into his line of sight. Monty pushes forward, a breach on the wall to the left.
Well, Addicts is also going to be super important, so Nello does the job, does continue to open up that left side of the wall. Users watching, good angle through Addict. So something to keep in mind, obviously, for Reven. They haven't really got anyone kind of anchored down there, really watching that. That kind of now allows Nave to push through. Solotov still below, throws the nade out, minute left. M&M not messing around here. Gumine, though, just in his way. Will get shot out. All the presence from Reven defensively here is just watching meeting. And it's Nello that actually peeks out, finds a kill there on to Wrath. To double stack over towards Split as the gas babe goes out. It's easily navigated by Nave. The Gumine taken out as well by Solotov. Feels like it's just going to come down to who can hit some good shots. I think one pushed up to Addict. That was Draw. Still has actually got the shield as well. Good shot. How does that not find the kill of the users? Just stays alive, barely. And then the nade catches out Draw. This might be Reven's time at the major. Darn, it certainly will be. Unless Runner can get the 1 versus 4. And to deny this plant surely will be too difficult for him, for Reven. Their time at the major has come to an end. You can say goodbye to Reven. They're done, and M&M will survive another day here at the major. They'll stay in this phase, while Reven will go home.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The foe in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The foe in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
We have an interview ready with Naif, so I want to start off with saying congratulations. You guys are still here.
Thank you.
Which is a good place to be. So I think one of the themes that seems to be consistent here in this best of 3 was frustration. So we're seeing Sam with that 1v5. We're seeing, especially on that first map that we saw Club, it didn't look too good from the start. So what's going on?
Well, for the start on Club, I think they were like, we know these guys quite well. They're quite aggressive, solo aggressive. They're not like doing it together. So I think that's what caught us off guard. Like, not caught us off guard, but it's just a bit sloppy from us at the start. They were like doing solo stuff, and we lost rounds which we shouldn't have done. Okay. And then we got the 3-3 attack split, and then the defenses were quite easy when we started just playing together, not giving them solo picks, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, the second map was much cleaner. Yeah. Oregon really looked like you guys were very comfortable on that. But do you feel like you've had a chance to showcase your true potential as a 5-man?
Not yet. This event we've not played up until our level, which I believe that we can play at.
Okay.
I mean, we show glimpses against Faze and against G2, but like we need that extra bit of quality to get through these games, if we want to start contending.
Yeah, what do you think is stopping you from getting to that extra bit? What is the current hurdle that you want to overcome?
I think it's just a bit of confidence, just going in knowing that like we are good. We are a good team. We can be great, but we just got to believe it. I think that's individually we just got to all believe it, that what we can do together is we can be great.
Okay. So regardless of that, speaking of confidence, when you saw the map Vito, when you're seeing Club, you're seeing Oregon, you're seeing Villa, did it not give you a confidence boost at all?
Well, we know their map was not that great. I mean, they permaban bank, so do we. So,
fair.
So like I think we knew which maps we were going to play. So did they. So like we screened them as well at the event, so we knew what to expect and just played our game. That was the main thing. Playing our game.
Well, you played your game on that second map, but you still have 2 more best of 3s if you want to qualify for Phase 3. So in regards of your feelings moving forward, what are those like at the moment?
Well, when we find out our next opponent, I'm still getting my head around this format of who we play and what, this and this can happen. So yeah, but I think that's just our next opponent. Just focus on that, and then that's it. Just game by game. That's what we've got to do now.
Well, that's a really lovely way to approach it. Game by game, 2 best of 3s left. But you guys have been doing amazing today. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll see you again.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
All right, we kicked the interviewee off the desk, and now we have the analysts again. So let's start with breaking this one down, because Reven are now going home. And I think starting off with Reven, did we expect them to get this far?
That's a hard one.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
It's not that we expect them to go home on day 1. I mean, I know you can't physically do that, but like...
I mean, yes, you can.
They made it like... Well, I guess actually, yeah.
Yeah.
You actually can. You actually can with its format. The format changes. Yeah, I don't know. Hard one. Yes or no?
I actually predicted Reven to get out of their groups. In the position that they did, but it was a very competitive group. There was a lot of people making, justifications for North Eption or anybody else that was going to get out of that group. So I think, kudos to them. I think for them at the start of this expectation, had you have said, Reven, you can get to stage 2, but you unfortunately you will exit to Phase 2.
Yeah.
Will you be happy? They probably would have said yes.
Yeah.
So I think expectations are probably met and or exceeded there from Reven.
Okay, that's a really great place to be in. I mean, we heard it from Nate himself when it comes to M&M. They haven't hit their true potential. There is something right now that is kind of stopping them from being able to be the M&M that we've seen in EUL. So in that regards, what are we expecting from them going forward?
I mean, that was a crazy thing, right? Because, yeah, would Reven make it this far? Maybe, maybe not. But M&M, they absolutely should make it this far, if not further.
Yeah.
And they've kind of touched upon it. They need to believe in themselves as a team, as a full squad, because sometimes they have those confidence issues.
I think when M&M wants to play, they're genuinely one of the best teams in the world, you know, in terms of... There's a time, you know, through EUL, especially the last 3 months, where I've been saying, I want M&M to make that next step where we're seeing them in the semi-finals, finals of tournaments.
Yeah.
And then M&M have produced this result at this tournament so far. They beat the team that was expected to today, but the challenge will come tomorrow, the day after, in the following best of threes that they've got to play to get to phase 3. When they play their siege and they're on it, they've got the right team composition. They've got excellent players. They've got playmakers. They've got smart players on it.
Yeah.
It just all needs to come together and click. And like you've said, if that comes with the belief, then they need to start believing in themselves.
Yeah, speaking of smart players that you're highlighting here, Solotov was one of the players that felt very crucial that time around. I mean, we're getting the stats immediately as well, Fresh. In that regard, Solotov had, I mean, cost of 67% for every single one of the players.
Hey, yeah, there we
okay.
go.
Team effort.
I think in terms of Solotov, particularly, you know, at times where it's not clicked for M&M, where their teamwork and their belief hasn't been there, Solotov has been that consistent, I want to kind of say it, as a one-man army for this team, where he's carried them through the rounds. You know, I think back to that Faze game. Had they got through with that Faze game on day one, it in part, like in the large part, would have been due to Solotov's individual performance. He played well in the first map, he was MVP in that one, and then he's played well in the second map again today.
I fully agree with you, but also look at this, look at Nello, 11-5.
Yeah.
We're kind of critical. Nello has had a relatively quiet tournament so far. He's played a supportive role, those unsexy, a lot of time on drones, breaching walls, etc. But today, he really showed up when it mattered the most.
Yeah, well, best of 3, that's what we said M&M's strength lies, so they still have 2 best of 3s heading their way.
Yeah.
It feels like they're kind of slowly falling into place when it comes to how we're expecting them to perform, so do we have high hopes?
I've got hopes that I think we could see them on the main stage. I think the one high hope and the reason that I think that is their map pool. You know, Nave said it, they only perma van bank, they play 8 out of 9 maps, so they can pivot wherever they need to in the map bans to get to a good map.
I think it's going to depend on opponents, right? Who do they face next? As they've said, they don't even know that yet because of the system currently, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah, well, we still have one more best of 3 coming your way, and it's going to be Falcons up against M80. Another game for elimination. One of these teams is going to be going home, so if you want to find out who that's going to be, you will stay tuned because we're going to head to a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Here today, the top 2 teams from Europe and from America.
Diffuser down with 30 seconds. Bounce, he's going to find 4, but Pengu says no. Penta are your first PC Pro League champions.
Damien alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
Penta's going to have time to get the diffuser down, and we are going to see Penta win this all. They're the world champions right now for Season 1. He's going to be spotted. Can he get the kill on Chesnick? He grabs the Deagle kill! It's now Bobby to fall up to him. And a 1-on-2, Julian and Wag. Can he get it? Bobby's going to dip around the grid. He won't get it. Julio gets the frag. Black Dragons goes to the grand final.
Eds versus Black Dragon. Bootsy adds to Wag. You call them Eds, we call them champions. Eds takes year 2, season 3.
Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go.
Diffuser in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway as they start to defuse. Pengu goes for 1 on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
We are in Atlantic City. Tentando caçar com tudo. E o consegue levar um round. A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League. Close to getting the victory, and he goes down. G2 will take the win.
three for Shepard, and the Empire strikes back. 2v3, Kedru finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds. And it's done!
We have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi!
Has diffuser in hand. He finds the shots, but Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the knife. Shot out by Pino.
Your winners. It is the Ninjas in pajamas.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I got one. So team one's up one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Team one wins. Yes.
5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in Magic, Michael? Team one does, and they win the Mexico Major.
It's time for our grand final.
Faze have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off. Faze Clan are your champions. All he has to do is stop joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 World Champs. J9-0 to save Astralis. DZ can double up and secure their first international major win.
Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Lucknow.
Rogue EU winners at the Berlin Major.
3 versus 4. Oh my BDS, they are your major champions.
Welcome back to the final best of 3 of today. We're going to be sending another team home. Reven is already on their way, and one of these teams will have to end the day with packing their bags. We got M80 up against Falcons. So let's start off with the exciting new roster. Falcons making their debut here, representing MENA. They had a great start, but it's getting a little wobbly.
Yeah, I think that's, the general consensus is Falcons obviously went through unbeaten in the groups. And then, they faced a couple of tougher opponents, and then have obviously ended up in this best of 3 game.
Yeah.
I think for one thing for Falcons, when they were in their group phase, is everybody was saying there were 2 things that they were doing. Is they were keeping it simple. They were making Siege so simple to operate in and understand, and then they were playing together as a team. And when you genuinely do that, when you have those 2 fundamentals, you're almost bulletproof, and that's what they were being. But that's not what I've seen out of them the last couple of days.
You said how they started off strong and things got a bit dire for them. The maps they started playing, right? They played some theme park, they played some villa, where your IGL is very necessary. And the thing about Falcons is that they're missing their primary IGL of Jalad, who's not here. So Valentino taking over in his first Tier 1 tournament as an IGL. It's hard to play those maps under those circumstances.
Yeah, they're up against M80, another team that, as the NIL cast likes to put it, too big to fail.
Yeah.
But we're coming into this, and there's a potential of them going home.
They shouldn't be here. They should not be in an elimination match right now whatsoever. A lot of people have them making the playoffs guaranteed, maybe making top 4. Some people have them making the grand finals. They might go home tonight.
All right.
It's not supposed to be the case.
No, it's absolutely not. I think when, even just when you've got the expectations that you've paid a lot of money for a player to import from Europe, you cannot be going out after 3 fixtures.
Well, I mean, the maps are going to have a very heavy impact in terms of what team is going to be swaying in. Ooh. So looking at the veto, I mean, we got Theme Club in Oregon.
It's going to be a tough start for Falcons with the IGL
absolutely.
missing. But then, I mean, they pick Club. That's where they started things off. They were successful. So it gets better for them.
Yeah. I like the club pick. I genuinely like the club pick because there's 3 maps. So I have M80 having a really polarizing map pool, right?
Okay.
The 6 they love, 3 they hate. Club, Sky, Cafe. So Falcons getting that club pick is big. You know, we should be, in theory, expecting them to capitalize on that, and then we go through to the decider. But, you know, it all depends on that first map for me, because, you know, momentum, it could snowball. Theme Park is a hard map. We've already seen them lose it once as well.
Yeah, Club is kind of Falcons' specialty. We've seen it Gamers 8, we've seen it against M&M. It feels like they're strong there. But the theme park here is what's worrying me as well the most, because they need to start by hitting the ground running. But when you're already down in terms of you've lost your last couple of matches, what headspace are you in? How are you going to make that happen?
So I actually spoke to Valentino this morning in the hotel doing...
Oh, because you're close like that?
Yeah, we're just like that. He was like, oh, hello, Pinku, nice to meet you, etc. And
what else did he say?
He was also a big fan.
He said he was a big
fan. He said he was a big fan, but yeah. But we spoke about how's he feeling, right? And he said that he's really happy to be here, first of all. And I said, you guys have impressed us all so much already.
Absolutely.
And he says, no, we have so much more to prove, but we just can't quite get there under these circumstances. Also, he believes tonight that they can maybe show us something magical by sending M80 home. So there's still confidence.
I absolutely love that. I'm a firm believer. We're going to be heading over to our casters to walk us through the first map. We have Blue and Lynx. I know you guys are fans of M80, right?
I mean,
we're observers of M80.
Am I an M80 fan?
They don't know you, Carter.
They don't.
Yeah,
they don't know me like that. I'm not in the documentary.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you guys take this one over and maybe start your own documentary.
All right, thank you very much. It is time to get ready for the series, ladies and gentlemen. The last one of the day between M80 and the Falcons. One of these two teams will be able to survive and move on to our final day of the playoff groups tomorrow, but one team as well will unfortunately have to go home. Will it be the MENA region entirely, or will another North American team end up faltering instead? Let's find out as we get ready to head into our first map here now.
Hold up, I got a timeout. Not just a North American team, the champion of the NAL, the #1 seed coming out of North America. It's not just an NA team going out here. This would be a team that has put countless resources, be they financial, be they time, a project that has been in the works since last year when they were under a different org, to go out without winning a single game in the tournament. That'd be a staggering loss for M80, but a huge buff to Falcons.
Well, let's see if they can get the job done. As of usual, it's going to be 3 maps to decide. It's starting things out here on Theme Park. We'll move over to Club and Oregon, of course. Oregon being the third and final map if we need to play it. Bands are already rocking through, but not really too surprising based on the fact that mainly we're on Theme Park here. Dokkaebi has been seeing a lot of increased play this season just because of the counter to the roam play that can come into play, especially here on Theme Park. And Nook obviously plays Freyr heavily into that roam game as well. So that's going to be the ban coming in from M80. They'll get their final and first defender ban out of the way now. They'll ban one of the 3 kind of triangle defender operators we've been seeing get banned out quite often in Solus to start out that side of the bans.
Falcons tend to play a decent bit of Solus as well. M80's game plan right here is just to deny Falcons as many opportunities to get kills as they possibly can. That has been the bane of M80 so far, especially in that NIP game. NIP's star players were showing up. M80's, aside from Spoit, have been very quiet. And even with Spoit, 22 of his current 33 kills at the Major were in one singular game. Now that's an impressive individual performance and demonstrates the caliber of player he is. But it also shows that he was really on for one game and put in a good performance the next, but the rest of his team is not lining up behind him. Of course, for Falcons ban Faze as well, they'll take out, again, the Dokkaebi in the cave. They'll deny M80 a powerful tool for the roam clear on the attack, and also deny themselves a powerful tool for hard breach denial on the defense, but it's consistent with Falcons' playstyle. They're a team that likes to get aggressive. They like to take gunfights, and look at their operator selection. Vigil, Mozzie, Alibi, it fits right into that and fits with everything they've done throughout Copenhagen so far.
Spoit may have a better opportunity to succeed inside of this series, given some of the struggles that was happening in the midst of the gunfights from Falcons in their previous games, such as the most recent one, where they struggled to get trades, and pretty much every single member of their team, except for one, was not able to pick up any during the course of their best-of-1 matchup yesterday. So we're going to need to see major improvements in that department. Those types of issues are where individual-focused players like Spoit are going to be able to get away with absolute murder against the Falcons if it's not controlled. But we'll see, of course, how that will all plan out as the first round really just getting started now, of course, with M80 just spawning onto the map.
One of the players to watch throughout this best-of-3 so far, Valentino. Players like Joker get a lot of hype, but Valentino tends to be one of the more aggressive players on Falcons, especially on the defense, playing ops like Jaeger, like Vigil. You can see him going for a spawn peek very early on. Expect more of that throughout the series, success or fail. One thing to mention, Ying unbanned against M80, an operator that they quite love, Ying and Monty, and Kino has picked her in the very first round, not saving her for a round 12 clutch. Now this will be a staple of M80's attack, something they want to use on this roam clear to disorient players like Valentino or Mad Skills or Joker. A combination of Spoit down below, lurking up Arcade. Joker might find himself in a spot of trouble very quickly.
Kino already trying to go to work and hunting down Joker as well off of that preset drone that was sitting in the UFO above Arcade. Not going to be able to lock down his exact position just yet, though, as it's a bit hard to play off of his own drone. On his team might need to commit hardly to that one so that they can really try to lock down his position, but Joker is not making it that easy as well with the way he's dipped back inside of daycare now. That's delayed this, but as he missed the ascent over by the staircase here now, they're taking very quick control, and oh no, they'll end up trading off of each other. Spoit stays alive, but Gomez does get dropped at the same time. Mad Skills will come back in, however, for the trade from Yellow Stairs to also knock out Iconics. Overall, the Falcons getting the better of that trade upstairs.
Valentino takes some damage, and at a loss, M80 have acquired bunk in daycare control, but still so much of the match to cover. Okill's playing aggressive. He's got a punch hole inside of the office wall. He's got to be careful because if M80 spotted this, he's a dead man if he doesn't react in time. Spoit, just sees it, but falls to it anyway. The deployable shield somehow gives Spoit some cover, but he's still down, and that'll be about 15 to 20 more seconds! What? You've got to be kidding me in round 1 of the elimination game? O'Kills is already hitting some crazy plays and might just end the round with Diaz caught in a reload. He'll recover, but by God, Falcons came to play.
He's blocked away for Diaz, so that is going to slow him down. Unfortunately, Diaz still really off on an island right now, still has to retrieve Case. Thankfully, right around the corner from here, so we'll be able to accomplish that. And he does have a decent opportunity to bring Spoit back from the grave. So we'll reignite the potential for an M80 win, but with O'Kills bringing out the frags like that, may have already shut down any potential for the clutch just due to the low HP sitting on both Diaz as well as Spoit here. 35 seconds to go, and they've yet to also make the transition downstairs. You know, once again, they're not really going to have great access to this site built up on top of that one too, but the top-down angles, never mind! Work in the favor of the bottom player instead. Mad Skills picks up the frag against Spoit, and P9 immediately shuts down the descent for the final member of M80. Falcons give us a convincing round 1 here to get them on the board first.
That has got to be the most disrespectful round I've ever seen from an underdog at an international tournament. I mean, the ridiculousness we just saw from Falcons. I'm not even going to mention it until we see it on the replay, because I got to watch that one again. Spoit going down is already bad, and Falcons starting out with the man advantage is incredibly impressive and worrying for M80. But that shot from O'Kills through the wall, we didn't see it, unfortunately, but what an absurd play. And this is what I'm worried about for M80. Their star power is unparalleled, but if Falcons feel like they have something to prove and they're coming into this with a chip on their shoulder, M80 have struggled when people can take gunfights with them on equal footing, and it seems like Falcons are not messing around.
Some nice shots once again there from Mad Skills at the end of the round. Finally got to see that from his POV as well. Down below, very difficult shot to land, especially under a pressured rotate as he was being forced to go for during that point of the round, but still made it work on top of that fantastic pickup from his teammate O'Kills earlier on inside of it. Either way, huge confidence booster for the overall Falcons roster as they shut down all of the attacking routes from M80. Barely let them get any form of map control save for the area surrounding Arcade. That's going to make M80 immediately go back to the drawing board about how they may need to approach things here in round number 2. Thankfully, a very different site for the Falcons as well as they'll shift upstairs, but M80 certainly going to be trying to at least slow things down a little bit with Kino's switch up over to the Montaigne here for the second round.
With the Ying not working out, you saw in the previous round try to use those 2 Candelas to clear out break room, but Falcons very easily navigated around that, just pulled back into daycare, and none of the Candelas even blinded Joker, and he ended up getting the first pick in that round. Even though he was traded out and proved impactful, the second one compounded later on. M80 hoping that the coordination from Falcons, as their defenses tend to be a bit more individual and tend to be a bit more aggressive, the Monty might be able to throw them off. Might be able to just cause some confusion. Joker and O'Kills both getting very aggressive. We need to see some coordination from M80 in clearing out these power positions. It was a huge problem for them on Chalet and clearing out the defense from NIP, and it's still proving to be a problem here. O'Kills with another shot onto Gomez starts it off poorly for M80.
M80 will lose the Ash as a result of that one, so Gomez would have liked to start this round out with a bit more control for himself, be able to try and go for that initial entry. Certainly gets himself the entry attempt, but just doesn't go the way he would have liked in this situation here as O'Kills once again strikes true for the Falcons. The defense continues to exercise their prowess in this early portion of the round, just like we saw in round 1. A little bit of contention there from Spoit, I believe, against P9 as he tries to peek out through the initiation soft wall. Won't really be, unfortunately, damaging P9 all that much in the long run of things, though. M80 will, however, be able to move in and take control of initiation outright for themselves. And with that gone, Falcons throw up the final reinforcement onto Office Wall just to make sure things don't get too crazy. P9, though, given another opportunity to strike, as now he grabs Kino as well. Yeah, the Monty as well going down at this early phase. This is not good in any sense of the word for M80. Spoit has some vision onto the site, but he can't reckon for a push right now, especially with that position still being maintained by P9. Good counter, of course, from Iconic on the swing, but he's already lost all of his other teammates. Valentino's taking down the only other member of this team, Diaz, on the other side of the map. Iconic will hunt for the trade. He'll get O kills at least, but 3 more players still to go. He's ready for that pickup. It's a triple already on the round from Iconic, so maybe he'll yet bring this one back. 50 seconds to play it out, though. And he's had to freeze for a moment. Gave up a bit of control in the process, having backed up here over towards break room. Team crouching down there onto the drone hole, hoping to catch another member of the Falcons in the middle of a rotation. More than likely not going to end up working out. However, he does work out kill number 4. Valentino is found on a cross back over onto the arcade balcony, and it leaves just Mad Skills in this fight. Already 2-0 in the game, but Iconic a little bit better. Forward 1 at the moment. Going to try to clutch this one outright. Goes for the fake plant attempt. 20 seconds remain here for him to actually slam it down onto the ground and keep it there this time. Mad Skills hears it, but once again, it's a secondary fake from Iconic. Bait out a little bit more presence there with a shot or two, but it won't work. Mad Skills has so much restraint right now. The plant finally coming in, and Iconic will get it. Will be given a chance to readjust his post-plant positioning as well. Mad Skills did not think it was a commitment. He'll be regretting that mistake for sure as he backs away from this one. Tries to play it out. Iconic, it's been a masterclass. This is going to be a 1v5 play from him if he's able to pull it off. And now the timer has turned into his favor. Just one more kill stands between him and a comeback now at a 1-1 scoreline. Here comes the peak, the potential duel to follow it in a moment. Iconic get a little worried about a possible flank from Arcade there as well, but doesn't see it happening. He is finally given the angle against Mad Skills. Now he knows the retake route, and he just has to control it from this point forward. But Mad Skills surging forward, and either way, time's gonna run out. The ace is denied, the 1vx is denied as well, but the round will be going into the hands of M80 due to a brilliant clutch from Iconic.
You come at the king, you best not miss, and M80 have answered Falcons' show-stopping performance in round 1 with a lesson of their own. This has probably been the craziest start to an elimination match I've seen, and I know we're already getting into hyperbole, but this has been a ridiculous game. A lost round from M80 in every sense of the word, taking down the Monty so early on, following up into a 5v2 and damn near a 5v1. Iconic just barely getting that kill on the Rapella, and that seemed like an easy 2-0 for Falcons. But M80 have recovered the momentum in the cleanest way possible. We'll still need to see some more convincing, holistic performances from M80, and not just a huge individual effort from Iconic. But Falcons, they've shown that they're beatable, just as they've shown that they're a formidable force.
Props to Iconic once again, just from the very get-go of his retake on the inside of break room. It was a tough kill to start it out, was mid-swing on the rappel, still able to lock down frag number 1 and then carried it forward 3 more times after that to also be able to find the plant and the round along with it. So beautifully done to immediately get his team back in the game. Carter's right, we need to see more than individual prowess for a team to fully surge forward here, especially over the course of a 3-map series. So let's see what else M80 can bring out here to hopefully give themselves a second round. It does look like it's going to be the same sight from the Falcons as well. They'll go for another daycare hold here.
We'll see the rotation back to the Ying for Kino. So again, some more Candelas off-site. Try and clear out the roam again, and that's what they'll need to do. Went down in the deficit again last time. O'Kill's able to get a kill, and Falcons then successfully fall back, which is the game plan on Theme Park, or a viable one at least. Get aggressive, get the first pick, and there's so much for the attack to clear, so many rooms, so many nooks and crannies. And if you just back off and after getting that 5v4, the attack will waste so much time, not even because of something poorly, they'll just need to clear so much. P9 also doing some great damage to the attack's utility. 1 Selma already gone, 2 used overall. Gomez the 3rd round in a row, the first one to fall on M80. And so far, no opportunity for a trade.
The attempt to overwhelm P9 over on Arcade Balcony fails outright as well. You guys probably saw it on the silhouettes. 3 different members of M80 try to put pressure onto it, but no damage succeeded. And obviously, once again, as Lynx mentioned, Gomez losing his own life on another partition of the map immediately calls off that aggression from M80 to refocus on a more traditional clear here to get themselves on better footing. They've yet to even take Dragon control or really anywhere else inside of the building. We're almost halfway through the round already, so they do need to improve that pacing. O'Kill's gonna move out, but it's a Joker apparently stealing away play. Another member of this squad, Iconic, is found out. Kino will at least exchange that, though, and keep things under control as we go down to a 4v3. But they've yet to even notice, at least I don't think they have O'Kill's position. He'll have to deny this drone, and that will prompt him to fall back. But thankfully, his teammates are still succeeding and knocking out the members of this squad one by one. Once again, Kino always here for the trade, but the trades are more prominent for the defense as Valentino pops back out of the office bathroom to knock out Kino finally and leave only Diaz now in another 1vx situation. This time it'll be a 1v3 for him, trying to bring it back under his team's control. Once more, just like the previous round, more than likely this will fall into the hands of the Falcons when everything is said and done, just due to the lack of positioning Diaz has to play with. And indeed, it'll come true this time.
And Diaz is the clutch minister. Iconic might have taken all that energy in round number 2, stolen it away for round 3. M80 might need to take a timeout here. Sure, it's attack on theme park, but if you pick this map,
there it is.
You need to know that you're starting on the attack and that your opponents will get the defense. And there we go. We will have a tactical timeout requested and answered, given to M80, because they are playing right into Falcons right now. This team thrives when all they have to do and all they have to think about is outshooting their opponents, because they do not have bad players. Valentino, Joker, and even players like O-Kills as well that don't often get the same respect that maybe the more flashy players get. They will kill you if you give them a free 1v1. They're like Wall Street. Free money is not something they'll walk away from. And M80 are playing directly into every single one of these engagements, and for a team that's been having a pretty slow tournament individually, it's a losing recipe.
Obviously, close scoreline still at 2-1, but realistically could have been a 3-0 for the Falcons, given the way that everything played out up until the point where Iconic re-entered the building. We got that great clutch from him, but that's all we've really seen, unfortunately. That's been great from M80 so far inside of this game. The early round is rough, and I'd say let's just be getting the discussion about the issues for M80 right now. So going to need to see massive improvements in that department and not being tripped up by this early aggression from the Falcons if we want to see anything close to another round 1 here by our North American squad, our number 1 seed from North America as well. The champions of the current NAL season struggled in the best of 1 stage. Thought they would be a little bit more proficient here inside of a best of 3 scenario, and maybe they will. Maybe it's just that same issue that we saw inside of the best of 3 stage, where it takes them a little bit to kind of get used to their opponents, and later on in this map, and potentially going into map number 2 as well, we see them have harder counters to Falcons, but the Falcons just take outright control here at 5-1 or something similar, then let's be real, M80 may realistically never even be given that chance to come back into the game. Bit of a different operator lineup this time, still going to be keeping the Ying in play there this time for Kano, of course, but Sport now going to bring the Gar hook in, where we've seen a lot of play with this. We may be seeing some play early on here as well. Mad Skills with the lineup, and you saw a head pop up for just a split second. Mad Skills caught it a little bit too late, though, so very quickly we'll back away from that angle and go into a much more standard position to start this round off.
He's shaking M80, though. They're still checking that angle long after he's vacated it. Understandably, they are very worried about the aggression from Falcons, who have not changed up their operator lineup pretty much at all, by the way. Valentino has shifted things around a little bit, but Mad Skills down to Joker. The upper 2 and the lower 2 have pretty much stuck their respective operators every single round, with only Valentino making 1 change. What we need to see from M80 is not necessarily reflected in operators. It needs to be reflected in play. You can't just take a 1v1 fight with Falcons early on in the round. They're going to get aggressive, but they're also going to get restless. They might take a fight later on in the round, or they might make a rotation, and you have to anticipate it and cut off all their angles and make them uncomfortable, make them worry, and that's when they'll start making mistakes. You can't fight them on their own turf. You need to make them play your game and make them go by your own pace. Minute in, and M80 have not made much progress clearing out the map, but if that's what they're doing, if they're holding these angles and slowly applying pressure, or at least getting to a point where they can apply pressure to Falcons defense, it'll be well worthwhile.
Hop-in is going to be deployed here now from Spoit. Diaz will also take a little bit of control here over by, ironically enough, control going into initiation, but will be slowed down, of course, by the Goo Mine. Not too much of an issue here as Falcons are not playing things out as aggressively. So a bit of sigh of relief, more likely going to be given over to M80 because of that, but there is still quite a bit of an aggressively positioned setup here for the Falcons over at the top of Dragon. You'll notice, though, they now give that up as well. Already down to nearly just a minute remaining, and that might be a slight miss drone there against Valentino. I'm not sure if the drone peeked out enough to spot him, and even Valentino is kind of questioning that for himself right now. So he's sitting here ready to move, obviously, if he gets hunted, but
they don't know.
It's looking like it indeed. He's gotten away with it, so the spam comes in. There's actually 2 players contributing to this. Joker's helping out as well. He's already been able to knock out Iconic, and now the The down comes in from Valentino himself against Kino. No full confirmation, but soon going to be able to find that, and also have a chance for a second pickup in a moment. O-Kills even getting himself into the fray as well. From the top of Dragon Stairs, they've completely pinched him out, but now Diaz starting to get a bit more revenge here. So he's found the frag onto Valentino. O-Kills kind of in the hot seat here. He'll have to try and back away. Thankfully, once again, those zombie barricades have made it pretty much impossible for him to get flanked out, at least not immediately, from the control side. Joker and O-Kills, though, spring out as soon as M80 try to descend back down onto the first floor and immediately take back the advantage. A good trade being found here from Gomez with a drop shot to get him into the site. He's not giving up here as he's brought it down to the 1v2, and the site is truly his here, but unfortunately, no case control, and there's only 10 seconds left. This is probably as far as he's going to be able to take this situation, unfortunately. There we go, as Joker rounds the corner. Falcons will seal the deal on their third round so far in this half.
Poor drone work from M80 cost them that round. They were still going at an okay timetable. They had taken control of bunk and daycare and could start applying pressure to the office and initiation positions, even pinching out Valentino, because importantly, he was alone on an island. O-Kills did not push up Dragon Stairs until he got that initial down. He was close by on bottom Dragon and by the site to rotate up, but he was not up there. If M80 had gone for the drone, there's a very good chance they clear him out and carry on with the round. But it's a testament to Falcons' coordination and a knock on M80's attack. They misdrone Valentino, they let him slip by, and when Valentino gets that down, what happens immediately? O-Kills moves up Dragon to support him and stalls even more time.
Beautiful play here so far from the Falcons inside of the first half, looking to take as much of an advantage as possible, and certainly on the warpath to being able to do that. M80 have just had no response to any of these early round setups or even the early round aggression that we're getting seen sprung out from players like Valentino on the previous round for the inside of the office vault. Obviously, we'll change up the site once again, go over to office itself, so we'll be seeing play from that specific part of the map, but the extensions and the overall playstyle is absolutely still going to maintain its pace of play, meaning M80 has more to deal with, and they've run out of ideas, at least in terms of operator switches. Once again, not really seeing any huge change-ups for them here. They're going to be bringing the Rotero drones at least to try and take care of some of the insight utility, but aside from that, same philosophy in bringing the Monty back into it once again, supported alongside other things like those Candelas that unfortunately have not really led to a whole lot of success because of the continued struggles. Again, starting to sound like a bit of a broken record here, but all happening in the early round.
The Monty's not working and the Ying is not working. A lot of the tools M80 relies on when their normal play is not at the standards they seek, the backups aren't working. So what do you do at this point? And they've already taken their tactical timeout as well. If you're just tuning on in, there's no break for M80 unless Falcons start to lose. They've got to figure this out in round. They'll bring some utility, and this is good. This Flores surviving has not been something we could say for M80 in multiple rounds. Gomez was previously the player who took up this operator, and I believe rounds 1 and 3, then was the opening pick for all 3 of those rounds. So Iconic able to use these Rotero drones and clear out the Azamis. It forces the Falcons to play less aggressive and to pull back into the site and inside of reception. So a lot of these opening bits of the map, cache, top dragon, security, they're now available to the attack, but they still need to be careful that they aren't giving O-Kills an opening engagement.
O-Kills continuing to build up a little bit of a matrix for himself here as well, rather than just repairing the damage that was done by Spoid a moment ago. He will commit his second nade to that to try and clear out the angle at O-Kills. They'll just head into the pocket corner here to try to double down on that position. Trying to disallow any forward momentum here from M80. Valentino sees the play coming through the office bathroom, but knows it's not going to be a full commitment this early on. Still rips the tape to try and prompt the fallback, and it is indeed going to work for the time being. M80 has nowhere near the positioning to try and force the issue on this yet. They do have a player sitting over on top of the yellow hall hatch here, just near Valentino. Once again, here's suicide for that player to try and jump in on their lonesome. So going to be contemplating it this early on. It's been this hunt for an early advantage they can use to swing their entry power forward, but they've been unable to reckon it, but they're going to use smokes and confusion this time now. Kino already in the midst of a plant, and Valentino seems none the wiser to it. Will deny the planter, but the case is down regardless, and now the timer starts ticking in the other directions. Positioning, though, is still going to be a bit of a problem here for the players on M80 as they've been unable to maintain solid post-plant positioning. Trading out quite evenly as they bring it down to a 3v2. The Falcons already on it, but now as you see it, they try to re-swing back in. Iconic nowhere near an angle that he can use to counter out the counter defuse. So it's a quick retake from the Falcons to set up a 4th round.
Quick and decisive we're in the danger zone for M80. This is their map pick, and they're already down 4-1. Nothing going their way anymore. We were saying if they can just get past the early round, if they put up some good numbers, it just might be okay. And they sneak into the site completely. Bomb put on the floor, and there's no reaction from Falcons until it does. Valentino's able to sneak in, use the trappings of the site to his advantage. He's blocked from the initiation angle because of the smokes. The bathroom guy can't peek him, and M80 have smoked off the cache angle as well. He's able to creep on in, and the attackers blocked off the eye lines that they wanted to use. And so once he moves on in, he gets the opening pick. It's a pretty easy retake from Falcons at that point. They use the attacker strategy completely against them, and M80 look in prime position to go down 1-5.
M80 have had no answer to Falcons' defensive setups here. 5 rounds deep and only a massive clutch from Iconic to call back on as something that actually gave them a round of victory. And then had to rely on the timer running out there just to get that victory. So things are not looking good in any sense of the word right now for M80. I mentioned as well that Iconic has gone completely silent even since that clutch. They can't even rely upon that anymore. Just nothing positive to look to for this team right now. We'll have to dig deep here, look for something different to try and bring things back, especially if the 5-1 prophecy comes true, as it seems almost certain to do so now with the way the previous 5 have already played out.
Very dangerous territory for M80. Very dangerous territory. Again, it might not be theme park defense, but this is your map pick, man. You gotta put up a more convincing show than this. Problems are not reflective of the map. They are reflective of the team at the moment. And M80 are not looking like they're in a position to move forward into another best-of-3 elimination with everything on the line. More utility going in. This is still good from M80. These Roteros remaining alive and able to destroy this forward utility from Falcons is a good sign. The play, elements of it are there. They're not faltering completely, but O'Kills is still pushing forward. He'll spot the Monty, an operator that hasn't had the success that M80 have sought so far, and that Kiva will block it off for a little bit longer. But O'Kills and Joker still playing very aggressive. You need to see some bigger performances from players like Spoit, Iconic, and Gomez to deal with these forward aggressive players from Falcons.
A little bit tepid about maintaining this positioning right now, and he's right to assume that this could go awry when you consider that he not only has pressure boiling out from the Monty, thankfully not too worried about him, but he also has players working their way down that break room hallway as well that could very easily crunch him out if he's not careful. Speaking of which, then we do end up seeing the priority shift for Kino, and this is the problem with leaving a zombie in play, especially on a map like this, is she can continuously just get in your way, even if it's not directly so. You can eat up those 5 seconds or so you need to use to bash those barriers out of the way. And if you continuously do that, that can waste a lot of time. All right, it's time to get to the end of the round itself. Stay behind me! Kino's thankfully not going to be blocked off by that for too much longer. He'll maintain once again in-sight positioning. And it looks like M80 are going to try to pull up something similar to the previous round. Already getting Kino into the site here, baiting out the toxic babes from P9. The first one having gone out now, but again, still 2 more, and that's going to bring it down to around 20 or 30 seconds regardless. M80 still going to be stretched for time here, and if they find themselves once more having to plant without great positioning, they'll need a much better route to be able to keep it on the plant. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at the same results that we had back in round 5, and the Falcons will swing right back in for another very quick retake for themselves here. But Candela goes forward. Spoit finally locks that first entry, though, as M80 brute force their way into break room, and they follow it through. Finally, we get decent entry power out of the North American squad. 3 down from the defensive side. Make that 4 as Gomez strikes in with another one to take out Joker. Mad skills is all that remains in a 1v5. But for the first time in this game, it's not looking like Falcons have a chance to bring themselves back into it. Should finally be a second round on the board here for M80, and indeed it will be, as Iconic picks up the last kill for the flawless on M80.
I don't know if that is all we needed just yet, but at least they get that second round. And to Iconic's credit, the man who just said that, it'd be a 1-5 if he had not clutched a 1v5 all the way back in round 2. It's nice that they end the half with a flawless, and they do go to the defense now. But we'll need to see two specifically, convincing rounds from M80. And also maybe a poor round from Falcons, depending on what the play we have. Of course, defense is a completely different ball game than the attack. And to M80's credit, Theme Park is a very difficult map to attack. Clearing out those positions, moving in and acquiring map control, it's very difficult on such a large and nebulous map, and Falcons are playing it very well to their credit, especially Okills. Probably one of the most annoying Azami players I've ever seen, very reactive and effective with those Kiba barriers. But now it's M80's opportunity to use the hallways of Theme Park to their advantage, try and get one over on the Falcons.
The traditional throne start here from M80. A few different operator selections coming in here for M80 compared to what the Falcons were bringing out to bear as well, most notably the LF or Split. That'll be more of a personal preference than anything. See if he's going to be trying to play into a kind of sneaky position or anything like that, but more likely not the case, as he has chosen to bring the SMG into the situation. Occasionally get the shotgun for her, but not necessarily on this map. You could say the same thing about the Falcons, though, looking at their selections, as they're probably going to be going for a more traditional electrical route to get themselves, or supply closet route to get themselves into the site through the usual double panel wall. Especially when you consider again that Valentino has brought the OSA, and we've got Mad Skills bringing the traditional thermite to pop those walls open too.
Joker being the tip of the spear for Falcons, moving in through control and top dragon. Very keen to see what that OSA can do in the late round. We've seen a lot of those late round ops from M80 not have as much impact on the attack. We'll see if that curse also faces Falcons. The OSA will likely hang back for a good portion of the round, even though it is Valentino playing her. It's just a very basic start from Falcons, where we saw M80 mainly focus on the bunk daycare side of things when they attack Throne. Falcons going with the standard top dragon and cash clear. And M80 are going with a different philosophy themselves, not really holding on to top dragon or cash that aggressively a minute in, and they're already all the way back on the far side of the map, anticipating a full clear from Falcons that they'll then meet. But oh my lord, Gomez again, the recipient of a death blow from O-Kills.
Second time we get just a drive-by there from O-Kills. Beautifully played by him with regards to his accuracy here today. He gave us that unbelievable one back in the first or second round, and now he's done it again here in round 7. Nicely played out, but it's only the start. A lot more work obviously needs to be done here by the Falcons, but they're moving with a pretty quick pace, if I do say so myself. And indeed, we're going to see maintenance starting to be taken control of by the Falcons now. They work themselves into it. Mad Skills soon to be supported here by those OSA shields, but once again, as you take a look at the defense, they don't really have any way to mitigate this wall, so it's a pretty quick pop actually for Mad Skills and the rest of the team. That is, of course, discounting. And we could see a few impact tricks rattle their way through the top side of that wall, which does stop the first attempt to open this up. Joker is on point to keep the fragging game at least going here for the Falcons. Diaz will go for another long-range impact trick. Should have been able to do the job, but oh no, Mad Skills had a bit of a trick of his own. Used the sound cue to bait out the second impact, meaning that now we are going to see a successful opening this time around, or at least we should have. Something that Iconic is not able to use his own to also trick that out, and indeed he was not. Looks like we do see finally the opening made from maintenance, but now they have to battle their way past the Kiba barricades. Thankfully, that's not too much of a major obstacle. You just have to have the right timing in terms of when you take it down, and it's the overwhelmed Diaz. But Diaz looking to spring out and surprise there as he tries to take at least a fight. It's one of the members still on the inside of maintenance. He isn't able to win it, but a Joker nicely played out. Gets the back-to-back. Diaz will strike back on his own regard, but he is now truly alone. Tries to run away from his current position, but won't be able to make it over to Arsenal. Joker shuts it down with one more kill, and the Falcons keep their rampage going as they finally get that 5th round they thought they'd get on the previous one.
Huge play from Joker. But we all know why that was impressive. The lurk on split side, able to get a 3K in that round. One thing I do want to talk about is Falcons bypassing and anticipating something that a lot of teams who play M80 seem to forget about, and that's the impact trick from DS Lucas. At Invite, at least he was the first guy that I saw pioneer that impact trick where you stand next to split door and have a lineup all the way over the maintenance wall to deny the exothermics or any hard breaching. But Mad Skills, or Valentino, I think, one of the two anticipated it, baited out the second impact from all the way across the room and put down the exothermics while Joker was wreaking havoc on the other side of the site. We saw Falcons evade one of the key elements from M80, the only element really to deny the hard breach on maintenance, and that's not something I've seen a lot of teams do successfully.
Yet another round here. M80 look to try and find a way to get some solid footing inside of this game. It's evaded them for the entirety of this map so far. To see if they can reckon it out here on round number 8. One more, and the Falcons are already set up for map point here. Thankfully, again, inside of a best of 3, so we're not going to be looking at the elimination of either team just yet. But it is going to push M80 very, very close to that full outright elimination point, especially when you consider, once again, can check it on the top right there. This is M80's own map pick. And to go down potentially 2-7, maybe 3-7 if we see a few more traded back out before the bitter end of it, is not the result you want on your home map, especially when you're going to be changing playstyles so drastically for the second map on Falcons' own pick, going over to Clubhouse for map 2.
Very precarious position, especially after a solid attack from Falcons, though spearheaded a lot by that individual effort from Joker. Still a lot more success than we could say for M80. O-Kills and Jokers will move in to acquire top dragon control again. Usually on Theme Park, we'll see teams really dedicate about 4 different players to taking one side of the map, and 1 player will lurk, in this case, on the arcade side to try to apply some pressure. Spoit on the Azami, though, will be a very difficult kill for Joker to find in this position. He'll likely play passive for a good portion of the round because of how much utility will be dedicated his way, and Spoit having success inside of Cafe will also mean that the rest of the defense can focus on denying the push in from initiation and in from office. The Goyo will retreat, Iconic pulling down to the bottom floor as it is a lab defense. Joker also now moving down to correspond to that rotation with most of the defense now ceding that top floor control, but not the entirety of the map, as Throne still remains firmly in their hands.
Falcons having a lot of their soft breach utility just get eaten up by these Kiva barricades. Another problem here. We have been seeing a problem for M80's own attack, and it's going to be M80 getting to heat up a little bit more of the Falcons' utility. Doing the same exact thing inside the second half here, but it's a slow play overall from both of these teams so far. An attempt, as you just saw there on the top left, to Nitro out one of the members of the Falcons upstairs here, but unfortunately it's a minimal result at the end of the day. It's all on this Valkyrie camera that's being abused currently in the top left corner of the daycare room, and they try to go for yet another Nitro strike here. Another one being found that it looks like on the inside of the cafe as well. Falcons realize, okay, they clearly have some cams in here that we're not able to locate that easily, so we're just going to back away from this position a bit, try to play things a bit more directly onto the site, because, well, we're also running out of time here. Nice opportunity for O-Kills. Able to get the direct shot going. The nade goes in. Wow. We will see Kano actually drop O-Kills on the cross. The nade goes too far as well, so not enough damage returned to get the trade. Meaning the M80 only have that little bit of an early round advantage here that has been evading them so often. Still working on clearing out the off-site position and Throne as well. Falcons are a mess right now, and M80 are taking full advantage of that here. Gomez with a double pickup in the last few seconds here. Mad Skill's already at low HP. Joker finally getting his team onto the board and keeping it on the board as well. A fantastic second kill being thrown out into the open there, but Kino finally slaps it down, and eventually the timer will run out. M80 finally secure their first round here inside of the second half and give us a little bit closer of a ratio this time at 1-1. Hopefully a sign of them starting to come back here.
Very good showing. Rotating back, not only from any cash positions very quickly, but then off that top floor as well by half the round. Falcons then needed to move through, start acquiring soft destruction, or rely on a kill on the storage window if they wanted to try and find a pick. And none were provided by M80. And that's what we need to see. That's what we need to see on this defense, is not some flashy plays from Spoit, not even some flashy plays from really anyone except maybe Diaz Lucas if the late round has gone completely awry. We need to see discipline. That's how you're gonna beat Falcons. You'll beat them because you're the better team, at least in terms of results. Don't take the gunfights. Just let them slowly move through the map. And that's how you'll win, on time.
All right. Still in the driver's seat of this situation. We're finally losing a little bit of that momentum. Back over in round number 8. Maybe looking to see if they can double down and capitalize on that even further. A lot of the same elements staying in play for this one. The mirror window coming back out as well, being played by Iconic here. Just to try and once again abuse that interior site positioning. Try to play off of those earlier bunker positions a little bit more prominently as well. Hopefully giving them, once again, those early round picks that were evading them for the majority of the second half. Much better luck so far in locking that in and wasting out some of the Falcons' time here inside of the second half. Now that they take on the defensive mantle. For the Falcons, though, just like you saw back on round number 8, it's a slow start to things. Not going to be trying to boom their way in to immediately steal control or anything of that nature. They're taking their time. You can see Valentino already working on stealing away a few default cams and whatever else he might be able to take away. Mostly on Dragon's side to try and give his team a bit more of an informational bunker to play off of so they can safely clear things out and take some of that initial control for themselves.
Saw the Bravo a little bit from M80, but not too much success. Valentino trying his best to get as many of these default cams as possible. Set up flank drones. Ooh, unfortunately, Valentino, you gotta stay a little bit close. It's not just to shoot and walk away. Gotta remain close to that camera. Now just driving it in. He'll spot one player in office, but he'll lose it momentarily. M80 are playing a little bit more aggressively than they were in the previous round, but I think Kino might already be backing off. Yup, he's moved on to top yellow. The only thing remaining are these mirror windows. Or maybe even holes. No holes even made on the top yellow wall. This is basically as close to a turtle as you can get on Bunk Daycare. And it's indicative of M80's thought process right now. We are not taking a fight with Joker, who's 11-6, or O-Kills, who's 7-5. We're gonna use the utility and use the reinforcements to waste their time and slow Falcons clear. It also does another thing. If Joker does rotate over to, say, Cafe, or does rotate over to Bunks, and Falcons try to find a gunfight in that position, M80 have the ability to focus on two different fronts. Break where Valentino's pushing in any other position as well. That still requires them to focus, because if they leave a gap, I'm sure someone will fill it about as soon as possible.
Final minute of play now for the Falcons. Time is running low, and they are nowhere near the site execute just yet. Could change up that fate, of course, with an opening of the wall, but you'll note Madskills has all of his X-Pirates down on the wall already. The last 4 being used to just open up a tiny little angle. You can barely even work your way through it onto the site. Entry power, though, still in play as Joker has struck first yet again, finding Gomez this time around here. As O-Kills also gets ready to make his own ascent up through yellow stairs here. Just like we talked about before here, with M80 trying to play it back, playing into their own site setup. They do not give away any of those angles inside of yellow. Kino, though, the only one that's able to strike back so far. Even on the stairwell, Spoit falls on top of everyone else from the team. It's O-Kills with a double to end it out, and now Falcons get up on map point.
And this is the spot that I was so fearful that M80 would find themselves in. There's no timeout. I'm not giving them flack for using it early. I understand why you used it when you did. Things were not looking good on their attack, but the defenses have not proved to be as convincing as we all were hoping for, and faces look dour on M80 right now, and it's all smiles and cheers from Falcons. M80 had the right game plan there.
Yeah, I agree.
Just stall time, and it didn't work, John.
Unfortunately, when it comes push to shove, Falcons are eventually going to challenge those kind of default positions that M80 were playing into. And except for this one here for Kino, they just weren't ready for the fight every single time. There's a direct counter to Kino, and it was just a domino effect from that point forward. You can see it falls to pieces. One player goes down, and Falcons immediately snap the jaw shut. M80's comms are just not evolving their setup quickly enough inside of that situation to account for that loss of Kino on the inside of Cafe. And as a result of that, it all fell to pieces, and the round goes right into the waiting arms of Falcons, representing the MENA region strongly right now as they look to take a convincing first map from M80 in this series.
We'll need to see consistency from M80 now, and that's something they've sorely lacked throughout this entire game. They've won 3 rounds, and 2 of them were on the attack, and 1 of them was a clutch. If Iconic does not clutch a 1v5 on time, we're on a break right now. You're not listening to me or John. It's a 7-2 for Falcons on M80's map pick. That's how bad things are getting. And M80 need to win 3 defenses in a row on Theme Park. That's something plenty of teams have done throughout the NAL, throughout the EUL, throughout many different leagues and tournaments in the history of Rainbow Six, and this year under Blast. But it's something that seems a lot more difficult with Falcons playing completely on the mark and running over M80, even though they're seemingly engaging in the right strategies. All the momentum is on the side of Falcons right now. And what do you even say here? Just hit your shots? It's not a comfortable bit of advice to have to give.
It's not, but it's certainly not too far from the truth of the situation for M80. They're making the correct strategical decisions, when push comes to shove. Just like we were saying before, they're just not winning gunfights the way that they need to. At best, they're just not communicating as quickly as they need to as well here. Falcons now taking up very quick map control. Obviously getting on a throne defense, so upstairs they are going to be allowed to take areas like Dragon, as we were just seeing P9 position himself on the inside of. Beyond that, though, they are going to have to fight pretty aggressively to take anything else. We're going to see those fights transpire relatively soon in areas like Maintenance Hold and the majority of the second floor as well, that Falcons will need to put some respect on the table for and try to either clear it out or, at best, dedicate kind of a permanent flank watch to it, as you kind of see Valentino fulfilling at the moment. But obviously he's got a more important job to do downstairs in maintenance, so he needs to commit himself to that too.
Also need to see Madskills open up this maintenance wall. I still love the fact, though, that they recognize this DS Lucas impact trick. Look in your top right, he's prepped, he's ready. He's looking to stop Madskills' entry into maintenance, but will Madskills pull it off? He'll take it off the wall. Look, he's ready for it. He's trying to bait out Dplus. The mind games between these two teams. But if Dplus can just stall it a bit, there's still only a minute left. First exothermic gone. Madskills is looking to get the second. Now the bottom left corner. Will it land for Dplus? This could be the difference between the round, and it lands! It does not work out for Madskills. And if Falcons want to win this round, which they just might with Iconic down, it'll still have to be through doorways and stairwells.
Pretty much a choke point. Either way, the Falcons try to play it past this point forward here. They're going to try to work their way into it regardless. Joker tries to get a better angle for himself against Yellow, but Spoy does not respond to that yet. He's still worried about pressure from the top of the stairs and waiting for the final moment to breach into this one. This is the other problem, too. These zombie barricades could cause problems, but the entry power, we said it so many times, and it's still so strong from the Falcons. They don't give any respect over to M80. They just look for the frags. Gomez is going to try to match that energy now as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiba barricades. To be a big nitro right here, and it's massive! A triple nitro to maybe save the round here as Diaz picks up kill number 4. It's auto kills with no time left, but he's got kill number 1. Gomez, though, will hide behind the chassis and out-time this round. M80 survive for the time being off the backs of a major use of utility there from their Warden.
The explosion heard around the world that just might, in the long run, save M80. Goddamn Gomez! He does not want to lose. M80 just barely making it past that. Too much clutter in the comms from Falcons. But again, not having that entry into maintenance, it caused the pile up, the traffic jam on bottom Dragon. If they have that other angle, they've got the doorway to work picks and the breach to go for a plant. But because that impact trick from Dplus worked and Madskills couldn't bait out the impact this time, it set up that nitro and kept M80 alive on their map pick.
Beautifully played once again there from Gomez. Saw a moment of opportunity and sees that outright. Could have tried to be aggressive, could have tried to take those 1v1v1, but it would have been 3 separate guns staring back at him. Thankfully, still had the C4 in pocket. And due to the factors that Carter just mentioned before here, with all the denial on the wall openings, Falcons had no choice but to try and funnel their team through a tiny choke point, giving all that extra power to the Nitro cell, and of course, birthing that beautiful 3K from Gomez is there. Nicely done. He's saved his team for now, but once again, that's now 2 out of 4 rounds from M81 off of basically a Hail Mary clutch situation. We'll have to see if they can continue to birth scenarios like that, or if the team will finally come together off of a big play like that and try to shut down some of this aggression outright.
That's 2 clutches now for M80 that have gotten them rounds. I mean, maybe they've got 2 more in them to send into overtime. And hopefully we see some more consistency, because O-Kills and Joker, they're still hungry for this victory on their opponent's map pick. 14-7 and 12-5. We had another long angle O-Kills, well, kill, I suppose, in that 1v2, though it didn't end up panning out into much. Just a loss on time. But M80 have pulled back. 50 seconds in, already. Walls reinforced, electrified. Valentino having to use this hard breach charge, though very early on, not making, well, not stalling out into initiation. They want to open up this angle as quickly as possible, and we'll see Iconic rotate back, likely in 20 to 30 seconds. But if that happens, they still have to watch for these Falcons fraggers.
Valentino getting a good spot in terms of what the actual setup from M80 looks like over on Arcade Balcony's side. It's going to give a little bit more prowess to players like Joker to maybe play off of that, but Joker, every pan away from him, was walking away from the situation and is indeed going to abandon that cafe push entirely. You can see the spread of defense from M80, once again playing heavily into the extension towards Throne Room. This is something that Falcons struggled to clear out the last time they went for an attack on this site. This was a very confident hold from M80. By the time the timer ran out, Falcons were still working on clearing out that extension on the inside of Throne, meaning their overall attack was a bit of a mess. Yeah, certainly one of the weakest rounds we've had so far from them in this game. Will they be able to improve that, or does M80 give themselves a nice 5th round, just building off of their previous success here on Lab?
This should be a win for M80, just given precedent. The Falcons still moving a bit slowly. They've not cleared out Throne. They're making some good progress. They are opening up these vertical angles, though there's nobody inside of barrels. It is Throne and the site. Those are the 2 areas where Falcons players need to worry about and where M80 are playing. The first kill goes M80's way. Iconics found Joker, and now there are Kibas blocking the storage window. This is where, before it was Joker, now it's P9, have tried to find a way through this Lab defense, but we're 35 seconds left and still looking at map holes. It's looking like round 12.
Just like the previous play as well, M80 given absolutely nothing over inside of this scenario. They know that the Falcons are eventually going to throw their weight at this one, so they just sit back in the default angles and wait this one out. It's one of the few sites where that type of strategy has finally paid off here for M80. And they're going to double down on it because there's no reason to go the other way. The fire, though, working its way in here. Slowly burning out Diaz, it nearly looks like, but thankfully able to keep himself alive. The trades are starting to roll forward. It's exactly as we expected to go. Mad skill sustaining, but he's on the off-site position. O-Kills now picks up a way to work himself in. Gomez, though, quickly traps Mad Skills on his way out from Throne. And you can see it there. One of the last players on Falcon just stretches his arms. He knows it's not going to happen, so he lets the timer run out. M80 have nearly completed the comeback now and are just one round away from triggering overtime.
And they've won Throne off the back of a C4 and one lab just off the back of their play. The one site we've seen so far where the play has been almost pretty much perfect and gone according to plan for M80. But now it's got to be something different. They got to go to bunk daycare, which they have not seen that much success onto their defensive half so far. They'll have to go with a strategy that Falcons seemingly, whether it's good or bad, effective or ineffective, have found an answer to, and that is that late round play, that clutch factor, that fate that might be intervening to keep Falcons alive. They'll just need to win one more attack on Theme Park on a site that M80 have not had much success on, and they'll do it.
M80, small extension here, going to be played out. And they're setting up a few barricades for the zombie to work off of, but Gomez not going to be sticking around here for too long. Aside from that, though, it is the usual delay composition, mainly in the form of Iconic, of course, bringing those Goyo canisters to try and slow down the overall clear from Falcons, hopefully potentially getting in the way of just this raw entry power that, regardless of what M80 have tried to do to stop it, either by matching that pacing on their own and trying to get in the faces of Falcons or playing it hyper passively, just waiting into the site, it hasn't worked out due to, once again, the ace shots coming in from every single member of this Falcons roster across the course of this game so far. Now they're going to try to double down once again on the delay utility here by bringing that Goyo in for Iconic and seeing if that instead will give them the blockade they need here.
But that Ying, Falcons have brought it in round 12. There's the Warden, of course, they need to be worried about. But Falcons, they're pulling out all the stops in the hopes that they can close this out in regulation and move on to their map pick, the victors. One player from M80 looking to get aggressive. Two players from M80 looking to get aggressive inside of Initiation and Office. They're not holding that top dragon. Gomez is all the way back inside of Bunk and Daycare, playing more conservatively. M80 know if they're looking to take a gunfight, it's got to be on their turf and on their terms. Minute in, Falcons have taken top dragon, moving into cash, moving into control. At this pace, it's what we expect.
Continuing to set up the drones here for the Falcons, make sure that there's not going to be any shenanigans from M80 being flanked on them inside of the late round. Joker gets the free spot of intel onto the inside of Cafe there as well, and the drone makes that alive. He wants to re-peek it a few moments later. Good news for Falcons, though. Not really attacking that side of the map. It's not going to be any immediate concern or really benefit to them. They're trying to clear things out closer towards the initiation side first. We do have Mute in play, so should be blocking off any immediate breach of the wall. Currently sitting in front of Mad Skills and a few of these other players, but as you'll note right there, we've got those impact EMPs for the attackers, so they're going to be able to negate that pretty much instantly and pop open the first pathway into the site that they should be able to use at any moment now.
There is one player in break. Does P9 know? Joker just around the corner. M80, are they going for a bet? Is Diaz trying to lurk? It's by the site, so he doesn't have a lot of options to run. This is a very long angle he might have to contest, but that's the game M80 are playing now. Falcons, they're knocking on the door. They are ready to move on in. They've acquired almost all the control, but are likely looking for something on the bunk or the Cafe side. But thankfully for M80, they're boiling it down to just raw 50-50 gunfights, and Falcons have won them so far. It's not something that is completely in M80's favor, but they boxed Falcons out, but now they might have a way in.
P9 strikes first, and it's against a very powerful player as well. Sploit, the first one to go down for M80 here on this round. 30 seconds left to play out here as well. Those Goyo canisters still holding things back, but they're not going to be able to stem the tide forever. P9 already with clearance to work his way over into break room if you'd like to try and carve for it. Iconic, though, catches the stair play. Diaz gets the better of P9. M80 are holding, and overtime is starting to look like a certainty here, unless O-Kills and Mad Skills give us a massive comeback in this round. Mad Skills already down. O-Kills over to the secondary, trying to play it out on that, and Iconic pops up from Arcade. Arcade side to shut this play down. It's M80 to trigger overtime as we're going the full distance here for map number 1 of the series.
The structure finally works on a site that isn't lab. M80 will start on the defense and Falcons start on the attack. You can bet M80 will pick that lab storage bomb site first. It's the only one they have had consistent success on throughout this half, and the only one as well that Falcons have found very problematic to clear. They're able to move through the map, the top floor in a minute and a half, but that armory throne position, they have not found a solution to clear it out. It is a safe haven for some M80 defenders to play, and when the Falcons move through that bottom floor, they are walking directly into a crossfire from split, from bathroom, and from the site. If Falcons want to win, they'll need to find a way around that middle floor position.
Falcons are just going to be a little worried about their position more than likely now. They see a return to that throne site. As Lynx was just mentioning, it's been such a difficult take for them every single time they've gone for it so far. Just not been able to breach past the extension and still leave themselves enough time to attack the site appropriately. Utility has been gobbled up in the process of trying to go for that as well. I'm able to bring the Bandit into the fold this time. I do believe there's going to be a new wrinkle in the hole, and I don't think we had that being played out previously.
No.
Will slow things down more than likely even further, especially when we look at the utility that Falcons are bringing. No secondary EMP to potentially counter that out wherever those Bandit batteries are going to end up being used. So things get in the way to a pretty drastic degree, and we're going to see that slowdown happen on the top floor primarily. All 4 of the batteries being used up here to block off an opening of both the office wall and the initiation one.
Falcons have also moved away from their previous lab strat. We saw the inclusion of a Maverick as a way to try to open up a hole in the maintenance wall and catch somebody rotating inside of Throne and Armory. It did not work out. Just served as another factor, another few seconds on top of the stalling Falcons attack on lab and storage. They're starting on the same side this time. They have tried this top dragon cache clear every single round so far. So if they have any changes in store, it'll likely have to be in the mid to late round. See the inclusion of the IQ, but there's not many electronics to spot. They'll know where the Bandit batteries are, and they'll know where the mute jammers are as well.
My air jab is deployed.
Just likes the 5.56. Who knows? Got those breach charges as well, so if they want to go for soft destruction later on in the round, they've got to make sure that Mad Skills and Joker remain alive. First exothermic goes out. The impact trick, well, boys, it's back, and it's back in full force. The Ace has only got 1 more exothermic, but if Valentino was hoping to use that exothermic to open it up, he's in for a world of hurt.
Valentino may just play directly into the throne hold, but that could go even worse for him realistically.
Oh, no.
Potential flank coming in against that 2 from Mad Skills, as he has been allowed to go all the way around the main hallway here. No one's caught it. Joker as well, just walking into the site, but that is read by the M80 side of things. And give us a moment there, folks. I believe the round is still being played. I think that was just our observer PC, and yeah, you can still see the players messing around there with their mouses and keyboards. So the round is still ongoing. We do not have an info feed in terms of what's happening, though. So we'll give it to you as soon as we get that back, folks. The players are just going to continue to play out that round regardless. And we'll get the results to you guys as quickly as we can.
Yeah, let's watch their reactions. I mean, this is not exactly a quiet group of people. So if one side wins, one side loses, we'll know damn sure who just reached overtime match point. If you recall, remember, we saw Joker lurking inside a bathroom, but he was cut down. Mad Skills was close by. I have to imagine, given the pace of that round, John, that M80 just have the lead by stopping that lurk.
See, of course, once again, for anyone who is not watching the previous partitions of this game, M80 have played that defense 2 times during regulation. They take it for their first round in overtime, and they had a 100% win rate on it inside of those rounds themselves. But once again, Falcons have been a team that's shown their ability to adapt, especially inside of these kind of high-pressured scenarios, already showing it last year at the Gamers 8 LAN, where they were able to take 2nd place against some of the best the world has to offer. Now looking to do the very same here at the Major itself. And once again, I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a hard time telling who won that one. I'm gonna say Falcons based off the reactions, but
really, that's really funny. I thought it was M80.
Yes, bro, I love this. All right, so once again, just to confirm, the round did get played out as you guys probably suspected for yourselves as we've been filling you in. We just lost our observer feed, unfortunately, there. So we're gonna get back into it with a quick rehost, I do believe, as soon as we can get all the players back into the lobby.
Man, can you believe this comeback from M80 on their own map pick? Falcons have just looked so explosive. The slowly developing consistency from M80 is proving a little difficult for Falcons to recover from. It's been a slow burn for the multinational squad, the champions of North America, and we're getting confirmation M80 have won. Kino resting a little easy, knowing that if he just wins one attack or defense at this point, they'll move on to map 2 of the Victor.
So M80 currently primed for map point. Keep in mind, this is their own map pick. Map number 2 that's been teed up is going to be on Clubhouse, and if we need to work our way over towards it, we'll also have Oregon at the end of the series. So M80 took control of that first round there, meaning that they are currently up 7-6. Map point currently theirs, but they'll need to succeed one more time on this attacking round as well. The side that, obviously, for those who don't remember, they struggled tremendously on, going 4-2 during that half, and one of those 2 really only came out because of a massive clutch in 1v4 fashion from Iconic.
This round and this game has been saved by the clutch potential from M80. Again, could have been over, and that'll be a bittersweet pill for Falcons to swallow if they aren't able to win now 2 rounds in overtime. 1 on the defense, 1 on the attack. Of course, this is the funny thing, is like we're starting to get dire, like, oh, Falcons in a rough position, blah, 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 blah. It's just still M80's map pick, and they've got Clubhouse coming up next, which very well could favor them, because if they were able to win this, or even put up a damn good fight on a map like Theme Park that requires so much coordination to clear on the attack, and they were still almost able to close it out multiple times, Clubhouse should not nearly be as problematic.
I agree with that entirely, especially again with kind of moment of opportunity situations that we've been seeing the Falcons take advantage of here. Like they knock out one player and then the rest of the team just kind of closes the jaw shut. That's how you win quite a few sites on a map like Clubhouse here, and that's not been an uncommon scenario for the Falcons to run into over the course of their own attacking half, which obviously is the traditionally harder side of Clubhouse. So if they're going to be able to continue that type of prowess as well, for the players on M80, they're gonna have to watch their back, especially on the defensive side. Hope they do not drop too many of those rounds there and potentially give that map number 2 over to the Falcons. But like we were saying before, M80 breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief right now. Not only have they completed the comeback, but they have taken the charge here on their own map pick. Just one more out of these next 2 needs to fall in their favor, and they will recover just barely, but they will indeed recover to still lead this series in 1-0 fashion. Once again, folks, apologies for the delay of game. We're just working on getting all 10 of our players back in the server. I can see the lobby rebuilding now. We've got about half of them in. Shouldn't be too much longer to get the rest of the teams inside here, and then we can resume the game. Like I said, we're not going to replay that round, unfortunately, for the viewers at home. You will have just missed it. It's an unfortunate outcome there of the observer crash, but we will be resuming with that 7-6 scoreline in the favor of M80.
Falcons players seem to be in decently good spirits as well, not letting the pressure get to them. Also want to talk about Spoit. You got to mention it. He puts up so many good numbers, but today, a little bit of a lackluster day, unfortunately, for Spoit on M80. But even then, if he only goes 4-10, hey, maybe he aced in that round. We don't know. It's possible. Well, actually, he couldn't have aced in that round because we saw, I think it was Iconic took down Joker. So not possible for him to have aced, but it's possible.
Could have 4K'd.
Maybe he could have 4K'd based on what we did not see. But Spoit not having the best day so far. But everyone, I'm happy to report we are back in the game, boys. Woo! Of course, if you, obviously you didn't watch the round and we didn't either. But M80 are starting on the attack now as they won their first defensive OT. They have moved to match point. So Falcons get 1 chance at defense and 1 chance at attack. But if they lose either of them, M80 will go to map number 2, the Victor, whether it's 8-6 or 8-7.
It's going to be an armory hold from the Falcons. They'll fall back on where they had quite a bit of strength here. Interestingly enough, once again, this is not where we've been able to see those attackers kind of play out their own extensions to the fullest extent, but this is also generally the go-to for most defensive site holds. It's a pretty safe site to fall back on, so it's still a pretty solid choice for the Falcons at the end of the day. Not to mention, too, that M80 was finally starting to figure things out, especially if you look back on round 6, where they had that really solid attack going for themselves against a daycare hold. Once again, I think Falcons just playing into the safest option more than anything right now, and you can't blame them for that. Their backs are finally up against the wall for the first time in this map here. The Montaigne has come out once again for M82. They don't want to take any chances either. It's very much going to be the slow clear. You can even see that echoed in operator choices like what we have for Diaz right now over the top right.
Diaz ensuring that there are not many flanks from Falcons, just as Kino will ensure that nobody gets too aggressive facing him, but Valentino has always seemed to find a way around that Monty, sometimes aided by smoke grenades from the attack, sometimes by just pure blind luck. It's not always had the effect that M80 have desired. No Flores, interestingly enough, from M80. We've seen it from Gomez quite a few times, and also just from the attack in general. Meant to destroy those Kiba barriers that O'Kills has proven to be so effective with. He's stalled 3 up right now. He's got so many saved up for a rainy day. And if you've not been paying attention, that's because he's one of the more reactive of zombies I've seen in quite a while. Not really using it as cover more often than not. He might place one on reception and have one spot where he really likes to have a bit of a faux deployable shield, but he loves blocking those doorways and denying avenues of rotation for M80, and that's proven very constricting and restricting for M80's attack.
Legion should be a good immediate way to try and stop some of the forward momentum we might be getting out of Kino, but at the same time, with a team of the caliber of M80, they're throwing him quite heavily to make sure that they don't run into issues like that. You can see Diaz and a few of the other members of M80 try to get some initial clearance over on Dragon's side, but it's been disrupted, of course, as we have those usual extensions from the Falcons members, most notably in this case, O'Kills, trying to block out the windows there with those Kiva barricades. Barrels control is the first kind of goal for Kino, it looks like here, as he's popping into both the windows near Arcade as well. But not really going to spot much from the Falcons side of things. Not playing into this area too heavily, but actually, I'll correct myself. Now we do have P9. However, playing into a safer position on the other side of that barrels wall, not in the immediate kind of target area that you were seeing Kino look at a few seconds prior. M80 realizing the issues that have constantly popped up, trying to go for the usual maintenance clear and the impact trick that's come back out on the other side. They're instead just going to go for a safer opening by the yellow stairs. And that one will not go off interrupted, or that one will not, excuse me, be interrupted at all. So that will be a clean path forward for our attackers now.
We'll have to worry about, as you saw Observer indicate, that angle at the corner of 90 over by Gong. The defense might get aggressive as all of this presence on maintenance and lab has left the top Dragon side a little worse for wear in terms of control, but it might not matter. Falcons have a lot of places to rotate on that side, but now Kino has a way into the bomb site. No smoke grenades to speak of, no flashes either. They're trying to win this one off of a clean plant from Kino and then coverage from Split and behind him in Barrel.
Kino will be able to try and force his way into the safe, but obviously at much lower HP. Beautiful nade from Spoit in the meanwhile, and the rest of the execute follows it through. A second pickup now on the gun from Spoit, and Gomez builds one up as well, but Valentino comes in on the flank. This hard breach might be a double-edged sword, but it looks like they've got control. Diaz with one more brings it all down to Valentino inside of what's basically a 1v3, now an OV3, as Diaz shuts down the final kill of the game, and M80 complete their recovery to lock in map number 1 of the series. We're gonna go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're gonna get you nice and ready for map number 2 on Clubhouse.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
E hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう。
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう。
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
ありがとう。
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
MAT take their first map, which is also their map pick, and secure themselves a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. The loser of which goes home. Now, MAT had a struggle getting back into this game, so I want to start off with talking about Falcons and how incredibly well they've done at the beginning to get themselves in the lead.
I mean, to make things simple, the things they did well against Darkseer and TeamFight previously, they kept doing, right? The early aggression, defense, etc. But their weakness on an attack, they pretty much fixed. They adapted, they played different operators, and they made their way through the building this time.
I think they stood up to those challenges that we presented them in the pre-show, where we said, hey, the one thing that Falcons came in when they were in groups, they were formidable. They were a team, they were playing together, and they were keeping things simple. That's exactly what they did. They just wanted to fight MAT at the border of the map, at the entrances of the map. They did that absolutely remarkably well.
I mean, you look at the pressure in this match, right? There was so much confidence on the side of Falcons all the way through.
Yeah, we said it that we wanted them to keep it simple, and that's exactly what they did. But eventually, it did feel like MAT caught on to how the swing of things was going.
I mean, how did it start, Jack? Was it something about a 1 versus 5 clutch fight?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. No, it's fine.
What did we say as he got the second kill? We said there's one person that you do not give this clutch to, and that is Iconic, and that is exactly what happened. And, you know, the 1v1 in that clutch, I thought at the end was played very, very
perfectly.
Well, yeah, from Iconic, perfectly. From the defender of Falcons, very passively. And I think MAT, they need to show genuinely a lot of perseverance, a lot of belief in themselves to be 1-6 down and bring it back. Albeit that, you know, they were defending Theme Park.
Yeah, and I was a bit worried for them because I honestly didn't know if MAD had this in them. When they were down pretty bad, it was kind of like,
so far,
no, we haven't. But honestly, they really showed up in the midst of things, and when things got difficult, they just struck back even more.
Yeah, players to highlight as well. I mean, O'Kills, that was an incredible performance. It felt like Falcons in general, the players stood up all together, especially at the start of the game. Maybe then also when it came down to it going a little lower, it was also more of a team effort in that regard as well. But MAT individual players have also showed up. I'm looking at Dias, I'm looking at Iconic.
I mean, it's individual moments, right? We talked about that Iconic, you know, most of Iconic's KD came from that clutch. Gomez, that triple C4, came from,
saved them.
It comes from that. I don't think MAT played well, especially given it was their map pick. But when you're in this scenario and when you're like a champion team, right?
Yeah.
When you're a team that you consider yourself a big team, favorites for the tournament, you just need to find a way to win. And that's exactly what MAT did, albeit it was a bit sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, but they kept having solutions to the problem, right? They kept trying different things as well. And despite being down in numbers, most rounds due to losing that opening pick against Falcons, they still kept fighting and fighting and fighting. All of a sudden, it's keen on Monty, 2 rounds, one of those 2 in round number 6 being a flawless for them. And that really started swinging things as well with those clutch moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fresh, I heard that you've had a chance to play around with the new reveal.
I have.
Yeah. You wanna leak some stuff?
Yeah, so Operation Dread Factor is coming into the game. Obviously, you know, watch the full reveal on May the 14th, so we can't say too much. But what I can say is I have had a little play around with things. I have seen, you know, some of the things that are coming. I'm quietly excited, especially when it comes as, you know, as far as the maps.
Okay.
Maps, plural?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought we were
league.
As far as the maps in the game.
Okay. That's it. You're not gonna give us more.
I'm not revealing anything. What's the reveal on the 14th?
I'll ask a question. The constantly rework, yay or nay?
Yay.
Yeah. Oh, good.
That's what I was implying.
Okay.
But you've just asked me.
I thought it was a bit, confirmed.
All right. Well, we have a next map coming up, and this is Clubhouse, a map which historically Falcons has been performing quite well on. I mean, they sent M&M to the lower bracket on this map, okay? So a lot of expectations coming into this from their side of things, and especially if they want to push this to that final map, to that Oregon, this is where they need to show up. So what are we expecting?
Same early start. I mean, things are gonna probably change up sidewise, perhaps. So, you know, Falcons are gonna start the attack and side of things, but keep up the aggression, keep making it difficult for M80 to do anything really if possible. And for M80, I think perseverance is gonna be the leading factor for them as well.
I want to see Falcons believe in themselves because, you know, we're seeing them without their full five. You know, they're behind us playing without, you know, their full five without their IGL.
They can hear you.
I want to see them, I want to see them believe in themselves. This is their map pick. Yes, they've just suffered a devastating loss. That is a big setback. They've got to recover the mental. And I think, you know, if you're an M80 fan, you're looking for your team now to just compound and keep rolling and put in that clinical performance that you'll know that they're capable of.
Yeah, we want the momentum to keep going for M80, if you're an M80 fan. You want Falcons to be able to win their own map, if you're a Falcons fan. So there is two coins to this one, but looking forward from a realistic picture. Say you're not a fan of either one of these teams, based on the performance that we've seen last game, what is the most likely outcome?
It's hard to say. I mean, we just saw M80's map pick go all the way to OT, and it should have been a done deal for Falcons, but that 1v5 clutch really sealed the deal for M80 and built things for them. So looking at that, I want to see Falcons.
You want to say Falcons?
I want to see Falcons too. Listen, I'm totally not biased. Like, no.
Underdog story. Come on.
Yeah, you're not a fan of your underdog.
You know, I've been a big Falcons fan for about a year now. I'll be okay. You know, ever since I first met those guys and was introduced to them, so I want them to do well. I don't want either of these teams to go home, Ginny.
This is a heartbreaking game, to say the least. I mean, M80 up against Falcons. If Falcons loses, they're going home. If M80 wins, they are staying.
Yeah.
They're staying. They're not going home. But if Falcons wins, they have the opportunity to push to this third map, and we're going to be heading over to our casters, Lynx and...
Thank you very much, yes, and Blue. As we get ready to jump into map number 2 of what's been a very surprising series already between the Falcons and M80, as M80 have completed their comeback from map number 1. Now look to try and take a second and final map here. But the Falcons at the same time, it's their own map pick. So let's see if we're a little bit more up to the challenge this time, especially from that attacker's perspective where we saw so many good things come out from this squad. They need to do it one final time just to equalize things this time and trigger that third map on Oregon. The bans are already live, of course. Let's go and see what's going to get knocked out. M80 with the immediate target.
Really?
Actually, yeah, that's from M80. Thought we'd see that from the Falcons, but yeah, it still kind of makes sense considering it's Clubhouse, but a little weird to come from them specifically.
Yeah, I think it's especially just weird coming after a map where they really relied on the Ying and the Monty, neither of which will be available in this series today. I want to see when M80 go to their defensive ban, if they ban the Azami, as I am pretty sure that, I mean, between both these teams, it was played pretty much every round, but Falcons especially really loved that Azami on the defense. The Cade ban, not a shock from the Falcons. It's an operator they love to ban and hate to play against. But what will M80 ban? The Soulless last time, the Soulless again. Again, an understandable ban. It's an op that really lines up with Falcons' playstyle and one that they themselves love to play quite a bit. That does mean that Azami's on the board, though it will be M80 who get the benefit of the keeper barriers first.
So defender bans are going to be exactly the same. Obviously see quite a difference with regards to the attacker bans. However, so that is going to cause a bit of a shake-up in terms of what we get. Force a difference of playstyle. More so out of M80 than it will out of the Falcons here. I doubt they're going to be affected by it as much, but still, if there's previous tape that M80 are looking on, maybe once again they've shaken some things up as well. The Falcons have brought those operators traditionally onto this map previously. Either way, though, it is a traditional start to this map for M80 as they'll go right down into the depths of the basement. Because we have Mira in play, expect this to be a pretty bunker-centric hold here for round number 1, but we'll get confirmation on that in just a moment. Just belling it off the operator selects right now, but that should be a pretty strong guess if history has anything to go off of.
usually when you see that Mira on the basement site, you won't see as aggressive a hold in Generator, maybe early on. When I say early on, I don't even mean in the first 45 seconds. I mean early on when the attack starts to pressure blue, you might see them maybe fire a couple drones, bait out a little bit of utility, but the majority of that hold in blue will be based on that Mira window. We'll see the Azami from DS Lucas as well, the Wamai from Spoit, a lot of operators that you'll know those fraggers love to get kills with. The Mira setup inside of blue, you've got one on the dummies rotate. Ooh, watching Gen. Spoit, unfortunately, the player who'd likely play that position, takes a little bit of damage due to some friendly fire, but also that Mira window inside of blue, not watching it, inside of it, meant to counter the push in from logistics and the triple panel on Church. Falcons going for the full clearing turn, so everything I just mentioned, the Mira windows, the Wamai, the team damage on the Spoit, it's not gonna have an impact for quite a bit. M80 are going for that full bunker, and that means it'll be a little bit before anything sees, well, action of any sort.
Falcons still with full reign over the entirety, pretty much the first and second floor, however, so they are going to take that liberty for this first minute at least, extend it into the second minute a little bit as well, to make sure that they established as much control as possible and can set up these hatch work, this hatch work, to easily clear out for themselves. Gomez, of course, spotting the hatch being blown up above him, but nothing actionable being seen from that position just as of yet. Still that slow roll as this team looks to try and find anything, and of course they spend a decent amount of time shuffling their drones down into the depths of the basement too to get a better picture of just how aggressive M80 may be trying to play things. We got the hatch minigame to be played out as well here. Mad Skills should be able to pop this relatively quickly, save for any impact trickery we might get from the other side, but it's not looking like there's too much of an attitude for that right now from M80, so we will just get a clean opening of the kitchen hatch. Not something we tend to see all that often, but Falcons will be given a little bit of a gift in that regard here.
I will say their hard breaching isn't super suited for opening up that Church panel. They have the ranged breach, so Madskill should be able to use that. And Valentino bringing the secondary hard breach has freed up the hard breaching resources for Madskills. Valentino's already opened up that Moto hatch, or the blue hatch. I believe it's blue, actually. And he can open up the Moto hatch as well and deal with that. And that will allow Madskills to put some pressure onto the Church wall. Spoit taking a little bit of damage. Got to be careful. Oh, it's Gomez taking down Valentino first through the floor. Into that clubhouse game where Falcons played M&M, they were +7 on the entry. It'll be key here for M80 to deny that strength.
M80 starting things out well. They want the fight, it seems, to begin this round when you look at the fact that they did not deny any of the hatch presence here, and the fact that they've been able to pop back out and find that opening kill at a somewhat heavy cost to both Gomez and Spoit's HP, but as long as those players are able to maintain for another pickup or two from the side of M80, things should be perfectly fine to go down to the end of the round. Speaking of which, 25 seconds left to go here for the Falcons, so we need to start seeing them taking some serious control, and control they will get. Iconic still strikes, though, with another kill against these attackers, but now the attackers themselves, Falcons are starting to pick it up as O-Kill is getting himself ripping and roaring right at the start of this game yet again.
There we go.
2 back-to-back from him on the inside of blue, but time starting to get a little low here. Kino strikes back. We're locked into the 2v2. The plank going down from Joker, but here comes Kino on the flank, and oh no! The weapon switch sends him down the river. The impact as well to knock out P9, and Diaz thankfully still to shut things down as M80 control a very chaotic end to round number 1.
Oh, right down to the wire. You can see Kino befuddled and confused himself. He's yelling what out loud? He's got no idea how the hell he just threw that one. But DS Lucas, that clutch backline player, brings back an important round from the brink. A Church Arsenal defense barely lost, now won by M80. O-Kills, such clinical play, able to bring that back because M80 were doing very well. The C4 bottom main and killing Valentino on the kitchen hatch. But P9 won, able to get that kill in blue, but also O-Kills, able to work the pick in Moto. That was what Falcons needed to bring them back in the round, the clutch late round play that, talking about another clubhouse game, NIP brought out against VP and very nearly started the comeback. If Falcons can keep that consistent, they will certainly put up a good fight.
You can hear Kino there as well. It's like, what about that swing? How did that happen?
That's a good question. How did that happen?
Oh, so a little bit of a confusing one there for some of the M80 players, but they make it work at the end of the day off of a very risky strat too. Like we talked about there, absolutely no work to counter out the kitchen hatch. Basically just inviting the Falcons in, inviting the fight directly into their face. That's how they're able to leverage quite a few kills. Got a bit dangerous, of course, when O-Kills was allowed to carve his own path forward from Moto. They struck back and was able to at that control ultimately by the time we got to the end of the round. So it's M80 to strike first here, take the opening lead along with it. Obviously locks down that basement site, and we're going to see an immediate transition from them up into Cash and CCTV, just going for the usual rotation. So expect Jim to more than likely follow this one up if they're going to continue on that path.
We do have Thatcher on the board, by the way, with that Monty and Ying ban, but of course there's no hard breach denial for M80, so no harm, no foul in Falcons not bringing those EMP grenades. We'll bring the IQ, though, to try and spot out those black eye cameras from Iconic. Likely use that to maybe even spearhead a little bit of aggression. Not too far off. You don't want to give Falcons any crazy ideas. They do have the option, especially to get aggressive over on Bedroom. But no, never mind. They'll just send it into the site, but an important kill goes M80's way.
A little bit too aggressive, unfortunately, as P9, due to the fact that those zombie barricades were still there on the secondary window, is not able to get the immediate trade for his teammates. Spoit gets another kill against this squad. P9 just takes a moment of opportunity here, dashes in again, but that's the problem here. It's only these one-kill pickups. Falcons are not able to adequately trade off of the deaths of themselves, so they're still left grasping for those additional pickups. Thankfully, again, the ever-reliable O-Kills finds himself another one as he downs out Spoit, bringing it down to a 2 versus 3, which is still palatable given the losses they sustained just a few seconds prior. And more importantly, Case never actually went into the site with any of these pushes, so it is still sitting in a very safe position just outside of the main wall breach here. Joker now needs to move himself forward. Still quite a few zombie barricades blocking the way as he tries to navigate up that staircase, but now that he's past that, should be a pretty workable position for him to continue playing off of here. Alongside of O-Kills, of course, still trying to come in from the breach itself. They still need to locate the remaining 3 members of M80, which is not information that they have at the ready. Seems they have a good idea of the construction rotate and the red stairs player, but that third one is more than likely going to evade them. And there's secondary confirmation of the top red player. Toxic Babe will do a little bit of damage to Joker, but once again, the bravery here from the Falcons as they directly challenge the angle regardless. Third time just this round we've seen one of these players make a play like that. It's worked out, has given them insight positioning. We do have that C4, as Lynx just mentioned here, for Iconic, and red ping to prompt it a second ago. Falcons caught that, obviously, because it was a red ping, immediately getting themselves away from that position so as not to fall victim to this explosive. Time is getting low. There is a safe position deeper in the site that they could go for, but never mind. It's going to be the CCTV plant instead. And another safe spot actually found deeper into this site. O-Kills will take it. The plant will go down onto the ground. Joker has the read on the rotate, but the wrong angle for it. So Kino pops back in. Is not able to get full confirmation on O-Kills, but then gets it back. Nicely done, as now he gives himself a little bit of that Falcons aggression we were seeing at the beginning of the round to quickly retake the site and lock in round 2 for his team.
No waffled gunfight from Kino this round. Clean 2-piece with the shotgun was a little bit worrying, especially once Falcons found that Valcam, because Kino left the bomb site, gave it up, but they were playing for the retake and playing for the C4. That's always a risk, especially once that camera got shot, and Falcons going for a redundancy, planting on the desk just to make sure that C4 does not land. They still win it as Kino moves up to the top floor. Probably the best player in the world with the M59 in hand, and Falcons had the misfortune of meeting him when he's got something to prove. CCTV and Church now both going M80's way. They are looking to Jim Bedroom to achieve the hat trick.
3-0 start from M80 certainly will be a nice confidence boost, building off of the already probably soaring position that they're in after that comeback back on map number 1 for the Falcons. Going to start to get a little worrisome, more than likely, on their team. They are quickly losing their grasp, even a sign on some very, very nice entry power they showed in the last round. Just as I mentioned, in the round itself, far too risky in the way they were approaching it, more than likely not building up anywhere near the intel they would have needed to make those plays. Otherwise, again, the trade setups for P4 to potentially help out there after his initial teammate's death went down would have been better. It would not have gotten blocked off by things like the zombie barricade sitting on that window there on the bottom right side of your screen right now. Just to give you an example, we saw a few more similar situations unfold in that round as well. Falcons just need to tighten things up a little bit there if they want to continue to play that aggressively throughout the rest of this half.
First bit of destruction open up will be on that CCTV wall. Gomez playing aggressively. This is an opportunity where if the coordination from Falcons is on point, that might be a pick for P9, but Gomez, if he's taking a gunfight, it'll be on his terms. a tight angle between that deployable shield. The red player is often in a tricky position, though, if the coordination from the attack is on point. We got P9 pushing in from garage, and likely someone pushing from bottom red as well. Yup, we have the Yana down there right now. He's working the nades momentarily. But not even. I was going to say when that second nade goes through, he'd push up, and that's when Gomez leaves. Smart read by M80. They know that Falcons have set the trap. Best they not spring it.
Maybe once again learning their lessons from map number 1, knowing that they can't necessarily win things out in a direct open gunfight where they don't have another way to build an advantage for themselves inside of that specific 1v1 scenario. So they hold it back. As Lynx mentioned here, don't tempt the beast. Continue to wait things out on the inside of their actual site setup here, where they have a much stronger chance potentially draw in a winning fight from the Falcons here. Falcons realize this, so let's take a very slow and tempered approach as well, opening up a pretty extreme angle from the cache side here to make sure that they can support any potential swing around that doorway into the site too. See the Azami continue to build up her own little defensive matrix from the gym as there's an immediate response to the opening of that wall. The zombie barricade going back up, but she's also thrust into another fight seconds later. Joker still able to carve away Kino, though, in the very back of that hallway. But Iconic responds in kind, goes for an aggro peek on the inside of Logi, and takes out P9 in response. That Azami, well, not the Azami, excuse me, being forced into a corner. It's a new player that's taken on the corner here just by the Jacuzzi breach. There's going to be, I believe, Iconic being forced into that position, and there was a down, actually, against Joker. He missed that. Someone was able to get some serious damage onto him. O-Kills will get caught by a motion detector, trying to work his way up through the main stairs, but next to strike is actually Valentino, picking up one against Gomez on his way in through construction. Spoit now springs into action as everyone's getting a piece of the action on this round. He'll find the trade against Valentino, bringing it down to another even-keeled 3v3 here. Diaz also thrusts himself into the fight, but it's Spoit to take out the next target here, as Joker will finally fall, being downed earlier and retrieved, but only just now taken down outright. Time is low as there's sub 10 seconds remaining in this round. Falcons will be forced into the engagement. They'll get one. They won't get the second as Spoit gets the 180 pickup, and Diaz still holding in the corner there by the bathroom, or rather the Logi closet, excuse me, shuts things down for the final kill.
A recovery from map 1. Spoit the sentry turret looks left, right, and center and gets 3 kills at each angle. 3-0 now for M80. They've won every single bomb site, and Falcons will take their tactical timeout. The entries have not gone their way. That round being an exception. Joker able to take down Kino. There's a very quick response from M80, from Iconic and Logi, and Falcons struggled to find an entryway into the site afterwards. M80 are playing very solidly and very stalwartly. They're playing off of each other, keeping any holes sealed. This is the time where Falcons are going to struggle, when M80's communication and coordination is on point, and if Spoit is picking things up and Kino is picking things up, then this is a very different M80 team from Theme Park.
This is starting to look very much like the M80 we would see play things out in the later stages of the NAL. The longer and deeper they get into a series, the more they understand their opponents, and the better they are able to adapt their play style, even if it's in the middle of the round itself, to the way that their opponents are playing things out. Falcons may have finally lost their edge in that regard that they had, to be fair, at the beginning of map number 1, but it no longer seems like it may be the case here if M80 is able to continue their rampage onto the second rotation of sites. They won't go for the full world tour back over in Bar. They'll just return now to the basement, where they've already had success in locking things down before. We'll more than likely see a relative amount of repetition to the same type of strategy, which means there won't be that much active defense played onto these hatches, of course. They'll kind of invite the Falcons in and try to pick a few of them off as they look to make that initial descent.
The Cade banner will, of course, make it a lot easier for Falcons to get those hatches, just as we saw last time. It'll just be the transfer downwards, the conversion, that'll be very difficult. Need to see a better solution to these mirror windows, for example, maybe some more use of those grenades, but Falcons are running the buck instead of the sledge, which is good for soft destruction and good for hard breaching as well, but not good for those grenades. O-Kills is the only one with them, and that makes clearing those mirror windows a lot harder You only have 2 opportunities to throw one down blue hatch, or hell, even down blue stairs if you really want to go for the Hail Mary to try and remove that position without having to take a gunfight. We'll also see another change in the hard breaching. Mad Skills moving from the Hibana to the Ace. That'll make opening up Church Wall a lot easier, maybe even pressuring the mirror window on blue a lot easier as well. That really puts a lot of pressure on Valentino to open up those hatches, because once he uses those 2 hard breach charges, if they want to go for all 3, Mad Skills will need to use 2 Selmas.
A slow start to things as expected for this basement hold due to the bunker strategy from M80. Falcons just quickly working on getting those hatches open for themselves. And more importantly, as you can see here, Peanut got to check in the corners and whatnot, making sure there's not going to be any utility shenanigans, most notably Valcams have to worry. But obviously, again, we don't actually have that in play for M80 this time, but there's going to be the kind of force of habit coming out here from especially the previous map, given how much of an issue that was over on Theme Park. Drones starting to drone things out here down in the basement itself, and at least as far as the approach to Moto is concerned, they've gotten most of the information they need. They left a few of those drones out in the open, so at least one of them looks like going to get picked off by Iconic. Not going to cause too much stress for the Falcons. They've got all 5 players alive, and about half the drones remaining still, so they can afford to lose a few here and there, especially considering how simplistic of a setup this is from M80. Not a whole lot that needs to be hyper-droned into in this situation.
This is a very, very restricted take for Falcons. They know exactly what they want, and they're not going for more. They've opened the Moto hatch and the blue hatch, but not kitchen. They've not even gotten a lot of self-destruction in kitchen. So that means all of those deep angles inside a site that you can even maybe watch the rotation from Church in a long haul, they're closed, not available to the attack. They're only focusing on the Moto hatch and main stairs with a subsidiary focus, maybe a little bit on kitchen. But it's working out so far. Mad Skills has opened up the Church Wall, but it remains a 5v5. Falcons probably looking to the blue player, P9, to start things off on the right foot, unless Mad Skills can also work this angle bot main.
No real solution has been presented just yet to the Falcons, but time will force one out of them sooner rather than later. And it may very well come from P9 here, who's lurking his way down the primary blue hallway. That mirror setup is not going to be as strong with Tino dashing across the way. Not going to be able to hold the line initially, but Diaz and Spoit on the other end of this formula have some strong contention. P9 tries to take out the Nitro, and he succeeds, but in the meanwhile, Kino is allowed to swing, taking him down. It's a flurry of kills from M80, primarily from Gomez there, as once again, their insight setup holds as strongly as it did, potentially even stronger than back in round number 1 here to lock in number 4 overall on the map.
But the timeout not working. Falcons now down 4-0. M80 were admittedly in a similar position on Theme Park, saved only by a 1v5 from Iconic. Had that not happened, there'd be 2 4-0 starts in a row. But Falcons have not had the same clutch potential. Say what you will about M80's performance on Theme Park, but when it came for the moment, Iconic showed up. Gomez showed up in 2 rounds that might have just saved map 2 for M80, and Falcons have not had that. Joker is cooled off, O kills 4 and 4, but still cooler than his performance last map. And Valentino, who was so reliably getting those opening picks on Theme Park alongside the rest of his entries, he's cooled off as well. Falcons don't have the same just win it mentality, unfortunately. Those plays not panning out as well as M80's did on Theme.
M80, for those who haven't already noticed it, obviously going to test their mettle even further now on round number 5, not relying on the usual rotation, probably because of the relative success Falcons had with at least getting site control the last time we played in the CCTV and Cash. M80 now feeling that their bar hold is going to be a little bit stronger, especially when you consider again that the natural extension to this will be upstairs in gym and bedroom, where once more, if we look back on the actual gym hold, they had a fantastic time holding on to that one. Falcons not really able to make any huge forward progress on that clear. So let's see now if they can pull off the same thing just on the extension upstairs here for the actual site down in the bar itself. This will be, if they win it, locking in the 4th and final site for victory here on the half for M80.
Uzi wall opened up. Valentino handing over the reins of the Thermite to Mad Skills, who's also taken the hard breacher quite a few times on this site so far, on this map so far. Won't be a stranger to him whatsoever. M80 will have to play aggressive on a bar stage defense, make sure they deny the top floor control as long as they can. No real soft destruction from Falcons though, only breach charges, so moving into, say, bedroom or into gym, they won't have many angles at their disposal. But with how hard M80 are gonna hold on to this, Falcons need to find those engagements. You can see how frustrating it is for P9 to work around those Kiva barricades. First Dokkaebi call going out. It's been fairly quiet so far, John, but not so quiet for Valentino, and also Iconic. Also flirting with an engagement. Wow! What a kill by Valentino, but now downed in a frost mat.
Valentino gets a little bit overzealous in that situation, refuses to check the floor below him and pays the price for that's where those frost mats pay off hugely. But again, the comms coming out quickly for the Falcons. Mad Skills immediately able to get the exchange, and the benefits of Valentino's opening kills still going to be showcased here as he's got 2 for himself, and now his teammates been able to trade out the player that took him down. So it's an overall still +2 advantage here. Now going to be +3 with the down of Spoit. M80 maybe taking a little bit too adventurous of a site choice here for themselves. It's all on Diaz, who was unfortunately for him already been spotted out downstairs here in Billiards. No safe harbor to play into. The rotate over towards the bathroom will be a natural read for him. One player is allowed to dash across, but the flash blinds Diaz out entirely, just giving him absolutely no chance to clutch this one down, forced into a corner. It's a very unfortunate end of the round for Diaz, of course, but for the Falcons one, it's a confident win, something that's been evading them so far throughout this entire game.
And still positive mentality, especially from Valentino right there. Still smiling, happy they got a win on the board. Admittedly, they got a win on one site. Only problem now is maybe have all the others that they've won so far as an option to go to. Well, not all of them, to be fair. They have CCTV and Cash as an option. That is where they'll go. A huge individual play from Valentino, able to get a kill just before vaulting into that frost mat, not punished for the lack of intel. Then they're just able to work picks from outside and inside of the building after to close out that round. This is where Falcons, I should say, they need to really show that they know how to adapt. Before on CCTV, they just tried to bull rush it, John, and well, it didn't work out at all.
Certainly not. But again, there's very fixable issues to that type of bull rush. If they just waited a little bit longer, built up a bit more of a confident amount of drone intel, could have potentially seen a different outcome to that style of play. However, oftentimes that forward style of play is very much going to be kind of a one-and-done strategy, so it would be very surprising to me, at least, if we see that same type of style echoed out for a second time from the Falcons. Personally, I would be expecting a much more traditional type of assault to this site. He's given a lot more respect over to M80, and I think M80's potentially expecting the same thing here. But both the mirror windows actually going to be used, it looks like, onto the main wall to try and plot some trickery. They're trying to prevent that wall from being opened in the first place, because as you'll see, Spoit will just immediately pop at least one of these here so that they can deny the hard breach opening.
This will make Flatwall what is normally just place and forget position for the attack. You just walk up, put down an exothermic. Maybe if there's a bandit on the board, you got to worry about a bandit trick. Aside from that, not even necessary. There's no bandit. The defense have instead tried a different method, and this will make it a lot more difficult for Falcons to try to put that exothermic down. We've got one defender in the basement as well. Iconic not only playing for the lurk, but playing for the C4. That didn't work in the previous CC defense, but they won the round no matter what. It doesn't really matter. If we want to take a look so far, Falcons have not tried to open that flat wall. They're focusing on construction this time, looking like they might go for a split take and maybe even forego garage, depending on what happens.
M80 kind of doubling down on the site itself. Not a whole lot of vertical defense being played out onto the first floor, or other areas, at least not initially. Maybe have one or two players still roaming down there that we'll check in on later. As you mentioned, Falcons definitely trying to take control from that construction side more prominently to begin the majority of their assault there, given how fortunate it is going to try and open up the plat wall side here. Pretty much impossible now, just due to the trickery that can come out from the defenders. Both of those mirror windows being placed on top of the Joker as well. Stalwart in this position, just waiting for an inch of an opportunity to try and catch either a garage rotate or another member of M80 trying to move through CCTV. This is the kind of double-edged sword to the setup from M80, as they are not going to be given the freedom of movement to navigate between the interior of that site and the outside of garage because of those window setups. They have to be very, very cautious of those angles, like we saw from Joker being already established here. Valentino quickly works on trying to pop things open on the inside of construction to get main access to the site, but he's actually prompted away from that one. Being careful to not get tricked up here by some impact from below, but it looks like the first one is tricked out anyway. Joker still strikes first, but Kino is there for the immediate response. And aid works itself through here, like I said before. The first Exo, I think, did get tricked back out, but the second one, as you can hear on the boom, is going to be successful. That push from Spoit also will be a success for M80 here to quickly put them back into pole position on the frags here. Now the Toxic Babe to make things a little bit more difficult to work from the breach they just made here. Mad Skills tries to go for a direct hop with no team support. Diaz immediately shuts that one one down, and Falcons are very quickly running out of options as they have been smoked out of their push from construction and have no choice but to simply respect it and wait out the timer on that one. Thankfully, it's a pretty quick timer. It's already expired, but from the 2v4 and their overall lack of time, they now have to force the issue. P9 has a near winning duel against the Red Stairs hold here, but he just can't reckon it. His teammate not able to get into a closeout position in time, so P9 will eventually fall after we also see Valentino go down there just a few seconds prior. M80 quickly course correct after their little adventure onto bar one round back, and now take the lead yet again. 5-1 on the half against the Falcons.
And they're looking comfortable. That's the biggest warning sign for Falcons. M80 look in their element. The mental drain and toll that Theme Park might have taken on them, it is completely gone from their faces and wiped away from their minds. They're taking gunfights with confidence, but not overconfidence. They're not giving away positions they don't need to. Think of Iconic, downstairs in basement the whole round, and the discipline on him to wait until the final minute before making any kind of play. It didn't even work out. But we might see lesser players go for a big highlight play and try to get on the stream, but not this time. M80 are waiting, and now as they switch to the attack, that'll still play to their benefit.
All right, so to the second half we go, and it's a pretty expected start here for the Falcons to go once again into the basement. A little bit different in terms of the operator selections that we'll get from them, including an Oryx being played by Valentino that would normally prompt us to believe we're going to be having a little bit more of an adventurous roam to start out the round, and that would look like it's going to be the case here for at least Valentino, potentially for Joker as well. This will be up here to at least assist in setting up this deployable shield. If he'll stick around for the long term, of course, we'll have to wait and see on that one, as there's still a few parts of this setup that need to be deployed, even though we've had M80 spawn themselves out now, and they're going to be going, of course, for quick control over those parts of the map, but they need to figure out that it's happening first.
This will be a big round for Falcons. We've seen how confident they are on the defense when they're playing their comfort ops. Mozzie, Oryx, Alibi, Azami, and poor P9 always stuck with the support position, but somebody's got to take the L on the op selection. Are they still going to take these duels, and then how will M80 respond? Valentino looking to run out, but M80 aren't giving him any quirky ideas. Gomez knows his setup. He knows what he has to do with this utility. And it's just open up these outside walls, the exterior positions, and then just back off. Use them for later. You don't need to walk in just yet, even off of a Dokkaebi call. You've still got 8 drones. Use them on the map and hold these angles, and Mad Skills will walk into them. This is how Dplus beat Falcons by such dramatic margins, and M80 might just have that very same idea.
Good start to the round from M80, and it immediately prompts a full fallback to any of the aggressive positions that were still being maintained by the Falcons here. A little bit of shenanigans being played out by O-Kills, but keep in mind, he's in a pretty safe spot here down below the main stairs position. Can very quickly, as he's already done now, fall back to the safe depths of the site and the rest of this setup here. Cannot afford to risk things beyond the one loss of player that's already been sustained in the form of Mad Skills. So need to quickly get their players back to the site, try to build off the laurels that comes naturally from this site hold in the depths of the basement itself. M80 now quickly moving forward, of course, to set themselves up for the rest of their clear. Shouldn't be too much of a major delay past this point here now that they've already asserted a kill advantage from what was found a few moments prior.
The utility advantage as well. They can open up these floors, open up these hatches. Falcons unfortunately falling back to earth with everyone stuck now down inside of the basement. M80 also still have 5 drones in the board, so much intel to go. And normally we'll see teams struggle to move into main or move into blue, usually stuck in a 5v5, but if M80 can work another pick from this angle, it'll be very comfortable moving down to the middle floor, but Kino has suffered half his HP in damage, and P9 has fought back, and now Gomez falls.
O-Kills picking up that second frag as well to Gomez on top of Spoit, also being eliminated just a second before that. A sudden turn of the card here against M80's own favor, but Kino takes an adventure in his own regard, goes conquesting forward down the main hallway. Only for one pickup, though. The immediate trade comes in not only against him, but one of his other teammates, and with Iconic now being the only one left, dropping through the kitchen hatch. Falcons will quickly take care of that one as well to secure their own personal first round here in the second half.
A good round, but we'll definitely need better for Falcons to really be convinced of that comeback. The early round aggression did not really pay off. All they did was lose Mad Skills, and Valentino lost a little bit of HP, but nothing that Falcons have taken on Theme Park. Dominantly winning those opening engagements on map 1. It's not happened on Clubhouse, and it didn't really happen on the defensive half either. What really went well was a one-sided push from M80 down main stairs, and I think Kino pushing a little bit too far. I really liked that play taking down the Alibi, to his credit, but then he pushes into sight almost completely by himself with the diffuser, maybe getting a little bit too overzealous, because then Falcons have the diffuser in sight. They can just play around it and close out the round.
All right, so second round for the Falcons quickly shifts pace over to the gym bedroom site. Look to try and at least bring this down to a much more palatable point. With a 3-5 scoreline. M80 will respond to that with a pretty straightforward operator lineup for this one. 3 hard breach, though, is going to be a little overzealous potentially to try and get all of these openings done for themselves, but certainly going to leave them with more than enough to try and open up all the angles, both from construction side and, of course, the primary wall side to work themselves into it. Malusis will want to also try and slow things down over on the defensive end of this one, so it will be a bit of a process for M80 to get full clearance on that cache extension, maybe explaining why we see so much hard breach being brought and even a repick onto one of them, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. And not often you see the Hibana, the Ace, and the Thermite. The 2 ranged breachers so powerful, especially with those Hibana pellets. You can destroy the key barriers as well. Same with the Selmas, but usually you want to save the Selmas for a wall. Ooh, Sploit, taking a bit of initial damage. Not droning out mad skills inside the bar. You have to be more careful than that if you want to close out map number 2. But he isn't punished for it entirely. Just a little bit of damage, a warning shot, and Matt Skills will likely back off. As 45 seconds in, the drones will come through. He'll maybe stay, shoot 1 or 2, but then back off fairly soon after. M80 just going about their clear normally so far. They'll have to worry about that mirror window once they eventually get to it, and those Hibana pellets and Ace charges. That'll be priority number 1 and number 2 to deal with Valentino's utility.
It was fairly quiet across the map there after that initial little bit of a fight we had down towards the bar. Those players will end up meeting each other for some time as the Falcons peel back their positions and fall pretty much fully into the site. That does leave M80 with a pretty healthy bank of time to commit to the rest of this clearance, especially if they want to try and ignore the extension over into Cash and CCTV side. Looks like they may go for direct contention onto that one as well. They're going to quickly pop open the construction wall, which will cause some worry, specifically for O-Kills here, who is the one still playing on the inside of Cash itself. He's been split off from his teammates now because of that one. It is going to have to look more than likely for a quick fallback, which I do believe he's already committed himself to. Kino once again waltzing right in, dodges the nitro cell, tries to take the initial fight, but has to back away. Diaz just completes it for him though, all good. Sploit as well, immediately just headshots out Valentino, trying to get cheeky in the corner, does not play out. And now M80 have a massive advantage. They may be able to build even further here. O-Kills tried to patch the construction wall, obviously has not panned out all that well, and Joker tries to take the next fight, will lead to his downing at the minimum, and everyone else falls just a few moments later. M80 storms the site and storms another round under their own control as they just need 1 more now to close out the series and send their opponents home.
Kino somehow evades death by sprinting in, put down to 1 HP. But he's got his team to rely on. Everyone was asleep on Theme Park, it felt like, except for a few individual moments, but now the Titans of North America have arrived, and they are just 1 round away from progressing to their next elimination match and sending our second team home and our only Menno representative backpacking. Gym Bedroom not going Falcons' way. M80 bringing out all the stops in terms of hard breach, the Thatchers and Hibana, Ace and Thermite to open up those angles, and it worked out because Falcons had nowhere to move, and M80 moved in like a Viper.
1 more to go here for M80. Is it a quick closeout with 1 more round going into their pocket? Or do the Falcons bring a little bit more fight to the table? It's going to be a retry of the same site hold. They'll call that last one as a little bit of a fluke there, allowing Kino to take that forward position, which obviously then snowballed the rest of the execute forward, save for the construction damage that had been done to the zombie hold there. But even aside from that, had that not occurred, I doubt it would have gotten in the way of the M80 clear too much. They have already far too much control past the Jacuzzi breach, going all the way up to Logi by the time that fight had already occurred. So a lot more issues need to be corrected here for the Falcons. Not entirely sure if they'll be able to immediately replay it, bring out a victory for themselves, but they really have no choice here. It's now 4 rounds in a row that need to be completed by the Falcons here, and that's just to trigger overtime to keep their chances of survival flowing. Not just for them, of course, but for the entire MENA region.
Located by attackers.
This is where they could cement their status in Rainbow Six history. Great teams will always find a way to win. Even 4 rounds down, they'll still make it happen. Won't be a complete knock on Falcons, but this is a very difficult gambit. Jacuzzi wall opened up within the first 45 seconds. Diaz making good use of that exothermic. There's an addition of the Flores as well to deal with those Kiva barriers. Make sure there's little to no bulletproof utility on the site that M80 will have to deal with once they go in for that execute. Not used any of them yet, but M80 have opened up all their angles. They've opened up all their pathways. Nothing has stopped them so far. It will require play from the Falcons within the building.
You know, we'll be able to sneak that Rotero drone through, using it for soft breach just to start this out. Gives Gomez at least a nice line of sight into the construction extension, or rather the cache extension, if we are still going to be playing that. Indeed we will, but Joker, no respect to it. Just absolutely throws himself at the breach, picks up another one, and this is on top of O-Kills, already striking twice from a similar position. He will finally, as you just saw, get traded out there by Diaz. But once more, as we've often said here, the damage is already done. Diaz and Iconic are all that remains. It needs to be 2 kills from each of them.
No way.
Have a chance of shutting this one down. Valentino backs away, baits Iconic in, but it's all for Valentino just to shut out one half of this remaining setup here. Diaz as well misses his opportunity for a clean kill against Mad Skills. Will recover for it at least.
Wow. Get
the correction. BM there as he just lets him try to crawl away for a bit, but not going to change the outcome of this round all that much here. Still a 1v3, a solid site setup is well maintained here for the Falcons. Diaz will now try to challenge it. There's another barricade sitting in his way. Just a few shots, obviously, to quickly take care of that. I don't believe there's an angle from Logi there, so yeah, not really anything to peer back from that side. But still, it's a complete choke point that Diaz will have to try and force himself in through. A little bit of pre-fire gives him the angle needed to at least spot the positioning from Valentino. There's one. 2 more needed here. He already knows where at least one of those remaining 2 is, and he knows that one is close as well from the red dot on the wall. But nicely played by the Falcons. They both go for the peak at the same time just to make sure things don't get out of their control. So they will still control this one. 1 down, but 3 more in a row still need to be claimed.
Seems like they might be getting tired as well. So one of the first times Falcons have really had to play a best of 3 since that G8 tournament last year, and at least in the 2023 season. Not had to so far. Inside of the major, really had a true test of endurance. That round is certainly a sign of life though, able to still get aggressive against M80, see the angles they've opened up and completely flip the tables on the attack. So it's good from Falcons, and it's not even that the setup from M80 was bad. Falcons just got in their face, got aggressive, and didn't let them get a single inch of breathing room. Moving back down to Church now. This was a similar problem for M80. Didn't have a lot of room to maneuver, and they just sent it up down main. Unfortunately, did not pan out.
So the extra restraint that was exercised by the Falcons the last time they played into that one, and it's important to note too, Falcons still able to recover after losing the initial duel on this basement defense, tried to play things out a bit more aggro. This time they're going to go for the usual bunker hold, it looks like, especially when you consider the Valentino has brought the Goyo into play. Maybe a little bit of posturing, of course, the first floor and over by those blue stairs specifically, but I highly doubt we're going to get the full roam setup they tried to commit to last time. And again, credit to the Falcons. Even when that went badly, they peeled back, played a pseudo bunker for the last minute and a half or so of the round, and was still able to trade their way towards a win off the benefits that basement site provides. Very different flair to things coming in from M80 this time, though, when you look at their picks. We're getting a Finka as well as a Dokkaebi to try and track this one down. A Dokkaebi probably not going to be as useful as they would like here for the reasons that I mentioned before in terms of what the Falcons are doing, but maybe for the early round they could actually catch something. Because like I said before, Joker still trying to get a little bit aggressive by playing things out towards the blue stairs. Looks like that's already going to be canceled though as he quickly backs away from that. And the Nitro Cell is used as an insurance policy to make sure nobody tries to challenge it directly from the windowsill.
Located. And I like this from Falcons. They're starting, well, I actually was about to say they're starting to adapt, but there's a couple players stationed all the way up on the top floor. M80 might just be taking this one quickly. Spoit sprinting all the way down. The nade's gone behind blue. There's nobody home, and the only squatter now cut down. 2v5, they got a 1v5. Mad Skills better take after his namesake, because Major's on the line.
Mad Skills the only one standing between his team and elimination. There's the first one against Diaz. A 4 more to go, and he's already lost a third of his HP. A tough hallway to peek into this one, but he already knows where his opponent's going to be positioned. He needs to move, though. Can't just sit here, but it still gets him the kill. Problem is, now he's going to watch for Dirt Tunnel, as another member of M80 has already repositioned to his left side as he peeks around this corner. Not to mention, of course, that he is going to be having that now very annoying clone sitting in front of him, sort of blocking his point of view. Time also running low, and Spoit, there we go. one more peek seals the deal. M80 survive to knock out the Falcons here. As I have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to another team, but at least for M80 and for North America, they'll be able to survive for one more day here to push themselves to the bitter end of our playoff stage.
And I just want to say, look at Falcons after that loss, after the only MENA representative goes home. Valentino is all smiles. It is still positivity between these two teams because Falcons have proven that they can tangle with the best. All the way through the GSL, they make it as the victor. They give M80 a run for their money on their own map pick, and they give so many teams in Copenhagen a very difficult game. This team has proven that they belong in Tier 1 international competition, and that is a victory.
For a lot of our teams, once again, Falcons, of course, being no exception to this, it's really just a matter of experience. And with, again, them, even though they've been knocked out, it's all smiles at the end of the day. They probably feel they've been able to perform to the caliber that they would have liked to see out of this tournament. And there's always next time. There's always the next major in the USA a few months from now where they can get their revenge and they could potentially battle back to go even further at that tournament as well. But anyway, folks, you saw the graphic pop up a few seconds prior. Coming up during our final analysis desk segment, we are going to have our sub question corner. If you'd like to participate in that one, well, you got to give us a sub here on the Twitch channel. So feel free to go ahead and do that. In the meantime, though, we do have an interview down on the stage at our desk waiting just after that.
Down on stage, down on the cube, we have Kino here from M80. So first of all, congratulations, you guys are still in phase 2. You have a couple of best of 3s coming your way, but I wanna get into the headspace that you're in right now. What is it like at the moment?
It was tough on the beginning, you know. We never expected to go 0-2. We played great opponents, Wolves and NIP. Those were great games. They outplayed us. We just weren't there. And now we're going back to fundamentals. We gotta find our pacing again, and we're still alive. We're still here.
You're still here, absolutely. I mean, I want to talk about the first game because that was Theme Park. The start was very dire, to be completely honest, but you guys managed to come back. So what happened there? What is the comms like in terms of the team environment on a LAN when you're 5-1 and it's like, oh guys, this is our map pick?
Yeah, Theme Park was kind of rough on the beginning. Our energy was not there.
Okay.
And, well, we've been there before. We were down, what, 3-6, I think?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
It was scary.
Yeah, against Wolves, we came back from a 3-6. We ended up losing the map, but, you know, we've been there before, so it's a round-by-round thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if we're down 0-6 or if we're down 3-6, it doesn't matter. We're still in it.
Okay.
We gotta fight for it.
Is that the mentality that you had coming into Clubhouse? Because Clubhouse, we were a little worried seeing what we've seen on Theme Park. Historically, it's a really good map for Falcons. So we were kind of sitting here like, ooh, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to pull it back? So what happened between the first map and the second map? Because you guys were a completely different beast.
Yeah, we were ready for Clubhouse. We knew it was going to happen. We knew they were going to pick it. And we haven't played club in a long time. We haven't shown our club in a long time.
Yeah.
So I feel like it was in our favor.
Okay.
They didn't really have odds on us. Probably caught them off guard a little bit.
Yeah, probably. Well, I'm gonna catch you off guard with this one. I have really terrible handwriting. I'm showing it here, but can you read this? It's the team that you're playing tomorrow.
M&M.
Yes.
I'm playing M&M.
Yes.
Oh boy. I'm just kidding. It's gonna be a good one.
You looking forward to it? It's gonna be best of 3 as well.
Yeah. We love best of 3s here.
You do? Yeah.
Now, group stage, we were not there.
Fair.
We did terrible on best of 1s.
Okay.
Playoffs, best of 3s, we did amazing. So, yeah, we all like best of 3s. Our composure is really good.
Yeah.
We can regain in between maps, so it doesn't matter if we lose map 1.
Okay.
We're back for map 2.
Okay, so anything you want to say before we head in tomorrow? Because you now know your opponent. Do you want to maybe share a message with them? Do you just want to share a message with the fans?
Well, we smoked them on football yesterday, to be honest. So I really don't think it's going to be any different. I'm just kidding. We're just
no, it's fine. Go for it.
They actually won. They beat us.
Yeah.
We had, what, like 6 Brazilians on one team, and they beat us. So.
Well, let's hope that for your sake, that
rematch.
the football isn't the same as the Siege. We're going to have a rematch tomorrow. You heard it here first. Thank you for the interview. And who knows, we might see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back just in time to get the microphone off the screen, but that was lovely, okay? The confidence coming through from M80. I mean, we've seen them in NAL. They were pretty confident there, like getting that confidence coming on, but I want to dive into Falcons because coming into Clubhouse, we said this is their map. This is where we are the most worried for M80 after we've seen their performance on theme, but that was not the case, and they were really ready.
ABC style siege, right?
Yeah.
I mean, M80, they played it class, like just class all the way through. They played nice and simple siege, so to speak, and Falcons were a little bit outmatched in this scenario. And M80 just, honestly, they surprised me in this one.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and it was kind of the same for Reven, when they went close in the previous game, is when you scare a Juggernaut, when you then wake up that Juggernaut, that Juggernaut's in action, and I don't feel like M80 ever lost grip as soon as they won the first map. Okay. It's a very similar storyline.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit curious where M80 would be right now if they started in Phase 1 to play those best of ones in a different format, to have some warm-up games, so to speak, and play against arguably quote-unquote weaker teams, because they started in Phase 2 and they just had a really wonky beginning. Maybe now they're going to be heated up, especially in these best of 3s.
Yeah, M80 saying it themselves as well. We are better at best of 3s, but then we heard the same story for M&M, so that's something that we're gonna be seeing tomorrow.
What happens then?
Yeah, what happens then? That's something we can head into later, but I think when we're looking at Falcons today, it felt like they started off incredibly strong. They had such a good composure. The things that we wanted to see from them, they brought them out. But then it felt like they hit a little bit of a wall and they weren't able to get past it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to remember what the Falcons story is. This is the first time the MENA region and teams from the MENA region have been in the official Rainbow Six circuit, and they've done themselves and their entire region proud.
Yes.
Even just getting to face it, just getting to play against some of these top players. This is only the start for them. I think to where we got to. Yeah. It's a little bit of an endurance game over the course of a tournament. Yeah. And I think they maybe fell short of that, especially in that last map where, you don't go over the line in theme park. It's so hard to recover.
But there's more, because this is not the full squad. They're playing with a stand-in of Matt Skills, their coach. He's playing Jalad.
And the block
Exactly, yeah, it's like Jalad, their primary IGL and captain, is not here either. Like, they are actually only working like 75% capacity. They can do so much more.
Yeah, you think it's maybe like 60% capacity?
Maybe 60, 65, maybe, yeah. And sorry, I was gonna say, like, they were smiling when they lost.
Yeah, no.
They recognize how much they've done, but also happy to be here.
The reality is between them and GK in the MENA League as well, there's a very, very, very good chance that we see Falcons at the Major in the USA later in the year. Very good chance we see them at Six Invitational. We'll probably see them at Gamers 8 as well. This isn't the last time we'll see them. Hopefully the next time is with the full 5, because this is only the start. This is their first ever international tournament
deserve a full
in the circuit. They deserve a full shot,
And even though, like, we're mentioning here that they're not operating at full capacity, I think Valentino, as a stand-in player, is also one of the players to highlight. He's had a phenomenal performance. I mean, on the first game that they had, he showed up, like, he landed 6 hours before the game started,
He did. That's a bit mental, actually.
It's the adversity that they've had to face and overcome. And like I say, everybody involved with them and their region should be so proud of them.
Oh, I'm gonna get a little emotional here. Okay, let's talk about M80 though, because they are, however, through to the next one. And tomorrow, as we said it already, they're playing M&M. Now, this is where the story of the plot thickens even further, because both of these teams are very similar in terms of preferring best of 3s, which brings the question of what can we be expecting from them tomorrow, because both of these teams are gonna be like, oh yeah, it's fine, it's a best of 3, we've got a shot, we can do it. And it also feels like it takes both of them a little bit more time to actually get into gear.
Yeah, I'm curious how the first step is going to go for them, because as you said, like, both teams have a slow start, but then they kind of get into the swing of things. So like, just like blindly predicting, it's got to go a 3-mapper. Like, it absolutely has to. And I think that matchup deserves to be a close one going all the distance.
Okay. I think Kino also said they couldn't hide Club against Falcons in the best of 3 today. We know that M&M love Club, and that's one of their high map preferences. So there's a good chance we see Club, maybe a Chalet as well, which M&M are unbeaten on. Okay. I think, the map pool's going to have a big thing to say about things tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's the schedule for today, which is actually finished. We unfortunately sent Falcons as well as Reven Club home, so let's have a moment of silence. Okay, that's about it. We're gonna
a second of silence.
I mean, it was literally a moment. We have more Phase 2 action coming up. We also have a couple of sub-questions, so let's get those rolling. I'm gonna refresh my sheet here, guys. There we go. So this is for Jesse, so I think we're gonna skip that because I'm not.
We can be your Jesse.
Okay, who wants to do the best Jesse impression? You need to do the American accent.
I cannot do an American accent. But I have glasses on, and he can do the voice, so I can do
Yeah, but he's like half your height. Yeah, okay,
Thanks.
there we go. Jesse impression, perfect. Okay, Jesse, so yesterday you mentioned what M80 needed to improve upon. Did you see enough to convince yourself that they can make it to the top 3?
Honestly, I gotta be honest here and say I expect a little bit more. I can't do the accent. I do.
You can stay on the height.
That was great.
My thighs are getting sore.
There was like an endurance test to be all the way down.
I think Jesse, he saw a glimpse of it, but I think he expects more. I think we all expect more from him. I mean, Falcons, great team. Like we said, they're not operating 100%. So if you're M80, that should be a quote-unquote easy matchup for you. Not a struggle faced overtime and a sure clubhouse. That's what I expected both maps to look like. So
All right.
they got more to go.
Well, you know what? I hope Jesse agrees with that, because if it doesn't,
I hope so,
you won't
sorry,
be in an
Jesse.
awkward spot, bro. Let's look at the second question. So, what play has been the most incredible to you so far on this tournament?
Yeah, easy. That's
no,
easy.
I'm gonna give it to Fresh.
We're agreeing here.
It's iconic, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
surely iconic.
Yeah.
I think when you've made a 1v5 clutch happen on the theme park,
it doesn't happen.
You know, on theme park on the attack, and you then win it in overtime on your map pick where it looks like it's going to be a shell shock. It wasn't just the clutch. The clutch was obviously great, but the magnitude and the importance of that clutch in the round.
Yeah. But also,
easily.
if you watch the face cam of Iconic doing it, he's ice cold the entire way through. He knows when he gets the first 2 or 3 kills that he's got this in the back, and his team knows the same thing as well.
All right, well, I think this kind of feeds into the next question, which is about the most surprising result of today. So I think coming into this, we were all kind of 50-50 on M80 and Falcons, because we've seen glimmers of both of what these teams can actually do. But in regards of every single game that we've seen today, is there a team that you were like, oh, wow, I did not expect that?
I have one, actually, which was... Ooh, do I have one? Do I have 2?
Oh.
Give us both of you, too.
If you do one and then you give the other one to Pengu, because he seems to still be thinking very hard.
I don't have one.
Can we bring the schedule back up? Just so I can double check the results?
Yeah, thank you.
If I get the schedule, I can...
We were sleeping during some of the best ones because we had the late.
We had like a little...
So for me, there was 2, right? And I'm going to talk you through it very quickly. The G2 result was a surprise to me because Liquid are formidable, but I think they beat them in the map ban phase pretty well. They had a good read on the border. And then the second result for me, all the way, where is it, was how close that the W7M Soniqs game went.
I was going to go the same way as well. I expected it to be a good series, not an 8-7 banger.
Yeah.
So,
8-7 banger, you heard it here. I don't want to say first because they probably said it on desk as well.
Reddit said it as well first, so.
I mean, Reddit always says everything first. Like,
true.
What? Do you guys have like a crystal ball or something? Like, what's my future looking like? Anyway, the last question that we have is, it's 2 questions, so I would like to split it up, and I want to start off with, split it up, and I want to start off with the first one that, in terms of who do you think will win? The whole thing, like we're going in with predictions all the way down to the end of this week.
Okay, so I had, or I still have actually. I have
1.
Let me start from top down.
When you count it on your fingers, it's not 1.
W7M up top, right? But then runners-up are going to be VP and Liquid.
All right.
I feel like they've looked the best.
We're going to take those 3 and we're going to take out W7M. Okay, we're going to put that away, and that's going to be your prediction.
Okay, whatever. You can't see the same.
No, I said it before the tournament. They're good friends of mine. I've been saying it to curse them as well. I think G2 are going to win it.
Oh, wow.
Have you seen their games so far, besides the Liquid one?
No, I know.
Besides Liquid.
Before the tournament, I think G2 had been setting the meta, right? I think their SI set the meta the way they wanted to play. And a lot of teams have tried to copy that and develop that in. But G2 are the front runners on that, and they should have, in theory, the best read on the meta and the best team in the tournament.
Okay.
It's not quite gone to plan so far, but I do think,
there's a good reason for it. And Fabian kind of spoke on social media. He said that his players have built such a big ego for winning inside that they got to learn the hard way by losing.
I mean, yeah, social media is always like the true, source of information where you should really get your news.
It is. Yeah. Also, I had breakfast with him this morning where I spoke about him as well.
Because you're close like that, of course.
I mean, we are basically brothers, so essentially.
Wow.
I was there as well.
We were sharing rooms for 5 years straight and, going to LANs.
Yo,
you weren't in
okay,
that,
it's getting a little personal, so I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Pause. We have one final question. Well, it's the second part of this question. It's like, who would you want to win the major?
Liquid.
Wow.
That was pretty quick.
That was quick.
So this is not the same core of Liquid that we...
Are you an AL? Are you EUL? What are you?
I'm International Siege. That is I.
Okay.
So, like, the old core of Liquid, like, with, like, Sexy and PSK and all those guys, I have always wanted them to win a major trophy. Sure, like, some of that roster they won in Atlantic City all the way back against myself, but I've loved those players, the storylines. They've been close so many times, but never gotten it. I still think like Nesk, Paolo, those guys, and Liquid on Orc, they still deserve a shot at a big event.
Ah, you're so wholesome.
So here's my answer, and I'm going to answer it from a storyline perspective, not a Siege perspective, because I'm going to say VirtusPro, and I'm saying I'm saying it from the storyline.
I like that one.
Because the Siege is very 20-second meta, and I'm not sure if I'm on board with it. I'm still in that spin cycle, the VP paradox, but the storyline of playing the SI 2022 Grand Final, then all the adversity that happened through 2022, losing the rogues, losing the spots in the league, they're back, they're at this event. I want to see them win it for that storyline.
Okay, well, we got two very different regions that these lovely analysts have been put forward. See, I can be nice. I gave him a compliment today. Wow, look at me go. That's it from us. Well, let's have a look at the bracket.
And then she complimented herself on complimenting us.
Yeah, guys. Like, you guys, listen, if you're not your biggest hype man, then who will be? I mean, looking at the bracket, I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty interesting one. I mean, we have eliminated Reven and Falcons, as we can tell from the bottom of things, but we have a couple of games coming up tomorrow. We're gonna be starting off with 3 best-of-1, followed by 3 best-of-3s.
Nice.
Oof. W7M, FaZe Clan. I mean, they qualified.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is pretty good.
I think especially from the FaZe Clan, I think, not that nobody saw this coming. Everyone knew they were strong, but I think that people thought that they might, have to go through some of the later phases. I'm looking at this and I'm still seeing a Japan and a Korean team in the tournament, especially Scarz, who are, guaranteed the final day at the very least. And I'm thinking, NIP could be a good matchup for them as well.
No, I reckon you're right. Honestly, I'm looking at Soniqs Wolves and saying I love NAE rivalry, right? And both teams have shown up, and also they've also had moments where they're like, okay, they're really good. And I mean, G2 VPs, that's an EUL matchup.
Oh,
but still,
I know, but
you forgot about that.
VP keep beating G2.
Yeah. But G2's supposed to win the entire thing, so
why are you so scared? I mean,
I can't lose. I want one to win for storyline and one to win for Siege.
Yeah, do you want it for the Siege, you want it for the storyline? You're gonna have to go back home tonight, back to the hotel, and think very long and hard about it, because, because those are the games that are coming up tomorrow. And again, tomorrow we're gonna be sending some teams all the way through phase 3, and some teams, unfortunately, are gonna have to pack their bags alongside Reven and Falcons and go home. Now, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We're gonna be back again tomorrow, bright and early, 1 p.m., but for gaming hours, that is pretty early. That's pretty bright and early. Take good care of yourselves, and we'll see you then.
Incredible! Are you kidding me? The 1v4! No!
today, the top two teams from Europe and from America.
Diffuser down with 30 seconds. Bounce, he's going to find four, but Pengu says no. Penta are your first PC Pro League champions.
Damien alone, and he drops down. Continuum are your world champions.
Penta's going to have time to get the diffuser down, and we are going to see Penta win this all. They're the world champions right now for Season 1. He's going to be spotted. Can he get the kill on Chestic? He grabs the Deagle kill! It's now Fabian, it's all up to him. And a 1-on-2, Julian and Wag. Can he get it? Fabian's going to dip around the grid. He won't get it. Julio gets the frag. Black Dragons goes to the grand final.
Heads versus Black Dragon. Bootsy adds to Wag. You call them Eds, we call them champions. Eds takes year 2, season 3.
Welcome to the final of the 6th Invitational.
One map away from the championship.
Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go.
Diffuser in a position where they'll have the seed when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway as they start to defuse. Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
We are in Atlantic City. Tentando caçar com tudo. E o Tecnic consegue levar o round. A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League. Bonjour, Paris! Close to getting the victory, and he goes down. G2 will take the win.
Sound cue to give Dim the information. Oh, he takes one down. Oh! Empire will rise as you crown a new champion here in Milan. Two kills, 3 for Shepard, and the Empire strikes back. 2v3, Kendrew finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds. And it's done!
We have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi! Julio has diffuser in hand. He finds the shots, but Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the knife. Shot out by Pino. Your winners. It is the Ninjas in pajamas.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I got one. So team one's up one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Team one wins. Yes.
5 seconds left, but it's been surrendered. And do you believe in Magic, Michael? Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
It's time for our grand final.
Faze have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off. Faze Clan are your champions. All he has to do is stop joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 World Champs. J9-0 to save Astralis. DZ can double up and secure their first international major win.
Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Lucknow. Rogue EU winners at the Berlin Major.
3 versus 4. Oh my BDS, they are your major champions.